Chapter 151. Exchange. The well-dressed youth shocking looked at Nai. This guy is going to buy these scrolls to study them. Right now, inscription masters are extremely rare, not to mention inscription masters that are able to understand legend rank inscription patterns. The youth lightly smiled and forthrightly said, "Since you like them, I'll give them to you as a gift." Nai took a look at the other party. This youth is worthy of being raised in a powerful family. His methods are much higher when compared to Lai Fu. If Nai were to accept these inscription scrolls, the well-dressed youth could mention any request, and it'd be hard for him to reject it. Nai shook his head and said, "Nothing comes free. I do want it, but I won't take it for granted." With a wave of the right hand, a bottle of elixir was taken out from his interspatial ring. This is a bottle containing soul-tempering pills. They are graded higher than the soul-concentrating pills. He placed the bottle onto the table. "How about this bottle of elixirs in exchange?" said Nai, calmly looking at the well-dressed youth. The well-dressed youth took the bottle and gave it a sniff. Immediately, his face changed. He originally thought that no matter what item Nai took out, he would reject it. This way, Nai will owe him a favor. He would then say his request. He never imagined that Nai would take out a bottle of such great elixirs. This bottle of elixirs is way more valuable than the one Lai Fu received. The meaning of this bottle of elixirs is too important for the family. He could not refuse. The well-dressed youth lightly muttered, "Since you insist, then I'll not refuse." He then swiped the bottle of elixirs. Nai then grabbed the 7 inscription scrolls that held the 7 legend rank forbidden spells, lightly smiled and said, "If I see anything else I like here, I'll exchange it with elixirs." The Divine Flames family wouldn't decline, right? Definitely not. "Feel free to pick from the treasures here," said the well-dressed youth, nodding his head. If he were to decline, he'd be an idiot. After having contact with Nai, he understood that this guy isn't easy to control. For an alchemist to be so calm in this abyss prison realm, he must have some methods up his sleeves. The Divine Flames family must establish a good relationship with Nai. Elixirs are consumable items, so it's definitely good to have more of them. As of now, Nai doesn't intend to have too much contact with the Divine Flames family. After all, he still doesn't have enough capital to speak on the same level with a family that has a legend rank expert. Establishing a primary contact with them would be sufficient. After storing the legend rank inscription scrolls, Nai continued to browse the other treasures. Another item attracted Nai's attention. Among so many treasures, I've been able to find an attributeless item. Nai thought inwardly to himself. Chaos and attributeless items are the hardest to find. He was surprised to finally find one. This is the 3 sparkling flying knife set. Nai doesn't know who made this masterpiece, but it has a complicated inscription pattern carved on each knife. These flying knives should have been made from divine crystals. Divine crystal is an attributeless type of ore. Their lethality is extremely high. They can easily break through the opponent's defenses. This item set can only be operated by someone who has attributeless soul force. Once the soul force is injected into the flying knives, they will turn invisible. It will also be hard for someone to track them with soul force. Even legend rank experts could be killed if they were careless. This item is definitely good for surprise assaults. What's the price of this knife set? Asked Nai, looking at the well-dressed youth. Hesitation emerged on the face of the well-dressed youth before he said, "This flying knife set has been passed down since ancient times. Its might is extremely powerful. Till this day, no one has been able to control them. Even so, my Divine Flames family will not easily sell them. It's extremely normal for others to be unable to control an attributeless item with their soul force. After all, the treasure will choose its owner." Since the well-dressed youth said that he's reluctant to sell it, it's probably just the matter of price. "How about 10 bottles of soul-tempering pills?" Nai said, looking at the well-dressed youth. He has plenty of elixirs, not mentioning 10 bottles, even if it's 100 bottles. Nai wouldn't feel any heartaches from losing them. The well-dressed youth shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that I'll have to make you disappointed." Nai Lai frowned his brows for a moment. Could it be that the Divine Flames family is really not intending for this set to be sold? 10 bottles of soul-tempering pill is a huge temptation. Nai Lai lightly smiled while shaking his head and said, "Truth be told, this flying knife set was made from some divine crystals. I do not dare to confirm that it's an item that's been passed down since ancient times. However, divine crystal has only one feature. It can only be used by an attributeless person. Furthermore, the inscription patterns on it is extremely complex. Only those who are able to understand the complicated inscription patterns are able to control the flying knives. A person with an attributeless attribute is extremely rare, 1 in 1,000. And to understand such complicated inscription patterns, it's even more rare, 1 in 10,000. Therefore, it's completely useless for you to keep this flying knife set. I'm afraid that even after a few hundred years, there would hardly be anyone suitable for them." Hearing Nai Lai's words, the well-dressed youth was slightly stunned. He never thought that Nai Lai would be so knowledgeable. He was actually able to determine the material that made this flying knife set in a single glance and its requirements. Divine crystal. The well-dressed youth lightly knitted his brows. He has also heard of divine crystal before. It is exactly as Nai Lai described. He has only heard from the people in his family that these 3 flying knives were passed down since ancient times. As to their verification, he also couldn't confirm it. If they really are as Nai Lai described them, then the flying knife set is completely useless in their hands. Seeing the well-dressed youth hesitating, Nai Lai lightly smiled and said, "In this abyss prison realm, dangers are everywhere. Even if it's the Divine Flames family, you encounter unimaginable dangers at any time. Rather than leaving a useless weapon in your hands, why not exchange it for these soul-tempering pills? It's more practical." The well-dressed youth lightly smiled and said, "Even if I want to sell this flying knife set, 10 bottles of soul-tempering pills is far from enough. They're unable to match its worth." Nai Lai has to admit that 10 bottles of soul-tempering pills is not able to match the worth of the flying knife set. Just the amount of divine crystals needed to craft one knife is easily the price of 100 bottles of soul-tempering pills. However, the price can't be calculated this way. The Divine Flames family doesn't know of the real worth of this flying knife set, but the soul-tempering pill is what the Divine Flames family needs. Nai Lai lightly smiled and said, "I wonder how much is the Divine Flames family willing to exchange for them?" After pondering for a moment, the well-dressed youth said, "How about 100 bottles of soul-tempering pill? 100 bottles of soul-tempering pills." Nai Lai pretended to be in a tough position. Truth is, Nai Lai doesn't have to think about this amount, even for a little bit. He would gladly make the exchange. However, if he agreed too easily, the Divine Flames family might think that the soul-tempering pill is an ordinary product. After a moment, he said, 100 bottles of soul-tempering pills is too much. I don't have that many bottles of soul-tempering pills with me. He doesn't have that much. The well-dressed youth thought inwardly to himself, it's perfectly normal not to have so many bottles of soul-tempering pills. After all, the ingredients for soul-tempering pills are extremely valuable. Even in the entire Abyss prison realm, there isn't that much of those ingredients. The well-dressed youth calmly said, "Then how many soul-tempering pills are you willing to part with?" "I can only part with 50 bottles at most," said Nai Lai, lightly smiling. 50 bottles is way too little," said the well-dressed youth, shaking his head. "Since he's determined to do this deal, he'll have to fight for the best price." "I only have 50 bottles of soul-tempering pills with me," said Nai Lai, stretching his hands out helplessly. "Then use other elixirs as replacements. At least enough that are worth 80 bottles of soul-tempering pills. Only then will we be willing to sell this flying knife set," the youth firmly said. Among so many treasures, Nai Lai only picked this attributeless flying knife set. This proves that Nai Lai's soul realm is likely to be attributeless. Since that's the case, he can't be blamed for slaughtering a prophet. In this well-dressed youth's eyes, he's stealing from Nai Lai. But in Nai Lai's view, this is too good of a deal. "I have another type of elixir here. It's the Scarlet Body Enhancing Pill. How about 2 bottles of Scarlet Body Enhancing Pills for 1 bottle of Soul Tempering Pills? Negotiated Nai, Scarlet Body Enhancing Pills. The well-dressed youth's eyes lit up. The Scarlet Body Enhancing Pill is also an extremely rare elixir. It can greatly increase the strength of the physical body. It has great benefits towards raising a fighter's cultivation. This Scarlet Body Enhancing Pill isn't as effective as the Soul Tempering Pill. At least 3 bottles of Scarlet Body Enhancing Pills for 1 bottle of Soul Tempering Pills, said the well-dressed youth. Nai had his brows tightly locked together, pretending to be unwilling. He looked at the flying knife set again and said, 3 bottles of Scarlet Body Enhancing Pills for 1 bottle of Soul Tempering Pills, then. Who can I blame for having my eyes on this flying knife set? With a wave of his right hand, he took out 50 bottles of Soul Tempering Pills and 90 bottles of Scarlet Body Enhancing Pills and passed them over to the well-dressed youth. Here is the flying knife set. Please use them well. The well-dressed youth passed the 3 flying knives over to Nai. Nai slightly nodded and stored the 3 flying knives inside his interspatial ring. The well-dressed youth rejoiced inwardly in his heart. He made a huge profit in this deal. With these elixirs, they can help the family increase its strength. His position within the family will also increase because of this deal. In addition to him being a direct descendant, he would become the best choice as the next successor to the family. The well-dressed youth thought that he had earned a lot from this profit, meeting an easy alchemist master. However, the one that has benefited the most is Nai. He only spent a small amount of elixirs in exchange for 3 flying knives that were made from divine crystals. The well-dressed youth smiled and said, "My name is Lai Heng. I wonder how his brother addressed. If you still want to buy anything, you can come here and get Lai Fu to find me." "Brother Lai Heng can call me Nai," said Nai, lightly smiling. Nai. Lai Heng looked at Nai, wondering if the name Nai is authentic or just a fake name. "I will come again." Nai lightly smiled, cupped his hands, and said, "I'll have to take my leave first." "Okay." Lai Heng nodded his head. Nai should still be a little wary towards them. If Lai Heng is too forceful and makes Nai remain, that could make Nai be filled with doubts instead. Lai Heng walked Nai all the way to the entrance before going back to his station. "Master, we've used so many precious elixirs to exchange for these items. Wasn't it a loss?" Duanjian said to Nai. "After all, in this abyss prison realm, elixirs are extremely valuable. They can be used to buy many treasures, but not the other way round, as elixirs are something that raise the strength of the consumer." "Loss," repeated Nai, smiling. He passed an interspatial ring over to Duanjian and said, "There are 1,000 bottles of every elixir in there. You can use them as you like. You can ask me for more once you've finished." Chapter 152, Old Man. 1,000 bottles. Duanjian was dumbfounded. How does Nai have so many precious elixirs? Nai glanced at Duanjian's dumbfounded expression. He couldn't help smiling and walked to the front. They found a hotel in the town and paid the price for 8 days, which was a total of 6 bags of food. Now they only have to wait for the promised time, and then they can go cause a ruckus in the silver-winged family's territory. Nai stayed in his own room and took out the 2 items that he brought, the 7 inscription scrolls with legend rank forbidden spells and the 3 flying daggers. He opened one of the legend rank forbidden spell inscription patterns. The inscription, written with demon blood, was really smudgy. However, it still emitted a powerful energy. The inscription pattern on this scroll is very dense and extremely complicated. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to understand it. However, it's not very difficult for Nai. It's actually a summoning-type legend rank forbidden spell. Nai was shocked. Even he has no idea what creature this will summon. In fact, most of the people don't realize that the world they reside in is vast and without boundaries. The place that Nai and his bunch are from is called the Divine Continent. It's one of the 6 continents that belongs to the main world. And within the main world, there are many subsidiary realms like the Abyss Prison Realm. The Abyss Prison Realm should be a relatively small subsidiary realm. Some subsidiary realms are very vast, but also filled with danger. The Abyss Demon that attacked the City Lord's mansion came from the Abyss Realm. The Abyss Realm is one of the few most terrifying and dangerous subsidiary realms. Aside from the Abyss Realm, there's the Blizzard Realm, the Bolt Realm, the Infernal Realm, and many more. The door of subsidiary is placed in the main world so that people can go in and out of the main world and into the subsidiary realms. Summoning spells are used to summon powerful life forms from these subsidiary realms. Most of the life forms heed to the summoner's orders. However, there are some that don't. And that would cause a huge disaster, just like with what happened with the Abyss Demon. Nai carefully wiped the dust off that was on this legend rank inscription scroll. He then got several herbs, refined them, and then slowly applied the solution onto the inscription pattern. The solution that Nai is using is called the Clearance Potion. It can awaken the demon blood that was used on the legend rank scroll, allowing it to release its power once again. After a moment, the legend rank inscription scroll was returned to its pristine condition and was filled with power. This inscription scroll's strength has been fully restored. Nai continued to handle the other legend rank inscription scrolls the same way. There was only one summoning scroll. The rest are all elemental-based or functional-based legend rank forbidden spells. After he's done handling all the inscription scrolls, Nai lightly smiled. Even if it's a legend rank expert, if he doesn't have any guard towards Nai can make his opponent suffer a loss. After he stored the inscription scrolls, Nai proceeded to the 3 flying knives. These inscription patterns on them are indeed very old, at least 10,000 years old. Nai thought inwardly to himself. He injected a small amount of his soul force into one of the flying knives. The inscriptions on the flying knife quickly lit up. Energy was constantly flowing within the flying knife, giving off some fiery flames. When the power in the flying knife was awakened by him, 2 ancient letters gradually appeared on the flying knife. Scarlet Flame? Nai was able to recognize the 2 ancient words. After all, the words of the divine continent were passed down for a very long time. Even if it's words that Nai has never seen before, he can still get the rough meaning of them. This flying knife is called Scarlet Flame. Nai injected his soul force into the 2 other flying knives. Scarlet Chill, Scarlet Void. Nai read the names of the 2 other flying knives. So every knife has a different name. The Scarlet Flame contains extremely hot fire energy. As for the Scarlet Chill, it contains chilling frost energy. As for the Scarlet Void, it's the most mysterious among them. After its power was awakened, it was covered in an indistinct black fog. These 3 flying knives have different attributes. I wonder which master made this. Nai thought inwardly to himself. These 3 flying knives can be claimed as a treasure within the legend realm. They are different from the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The Thunder God's meteorite sword isn't an object of this world. These 3 flying knives should have been made by an expert from this world. At the current moment, Nai can barely utilize 1/10,000th of the Thunder God's meteorite sword's power. As for the flying knives, he can at least utilize 60% of their power. I finally have something I can use casually. Nai thought inwardly to himself as he sat down cross-legged and began practicing the Heavenly God cultivation technique. The 3 flying knives were floating around Nai while he practiced. The aura they were emitting was also getting similar to Nai's aura. As days passed by, Nai consolidated his cultivation at 1-star gold rank. He continued to constantly refine and absorb the soul force from the blood crystals, as he slowly approached 2-star gold rank. As for Duan Jian, he's in the room beside Nai and was also focusing in his training. After every training session, he would open his eyes, and only after sensing Nai's aura, he would close his eyes and continue to practice. With the awaken of his dragon blood, as well as the blood crystals and soul tempering pills, his cultivation has increased to soaring heights and was soon approaching black gold rank. The strength of Duan Jian's physical body is already comparable to that of legend rank experts. Those who want to kill him would need to spend some time in order to do it. If his cultivation reaches black gold rank, he will be able to threaten even legend rank experts. All of this was given to him by Nai Lai. In Duan Jian's life, he's only had two objectives. One is to seek revenge, another is to repay Nai Lai's grace. Regarding Duan Jian's every action, Nai Lai can feel them with his keen soul force. To Nai Lai, if Duan Jian is genuine about following him, he will provide Duan Jian with a big opportunity and great fortune. If Duan Jian leaves, Nai Lai won't say anything. In his previous life, he battled against the Sage Emperor and 6 deity-rank demon beasts and ended up dying from exhaustion, making Nai Lai understand one thing. In many times, although one possess powerful strength, there's no way to turn the tide all by himself. Therefore, in this life, because Nai Lai understands this point, he is nurturing his own team. Lu Piao and Du Zi, these two brothers from his previous life, Nai Lai understands their character well. Therefore, Nai Lai has trust towards them. As for Duan Jian, he is a stranger that he saved. In Nai Lai's heart, he, more or less, has his guard against him. However, from the looks of it, there isn't any problems in Duan Jian's loyalty. If Duan Jian is willing to loyally serve him, Nai Lai will naturally nurture him well. But if Duan Jian wants to leave, Nai Lai will also not retain him. Nai Lai looked towards the distance. After experiencing 2 lives, Nai Lai gradually came to some understanding. The world that he is in contact with and his understanding from his previous life is only a small portion of the wide and vast world. All that stuff that Emperor Kong Ming left behind caused him to speculate. Just what kind of existence is Emperor Kong Ming? Nai Lai was carrying a heart of respect and was working hard to enhance his strength. Time passed by, the people of the Abyss prison realm continued to live normally as they struggled to continue to live. After sitting and cultivating for so many days, Nai Lai slowly opened his eyes. Tonight is the promised time between him, Ninger, and the rest. It's time to get them. Nai Lai lightly smiled as he stood up. Nai Lai and Duan Jian left the hotel together. The streets are as crowded as usual, with many people walking everywhere. Nai Lai and Duan Jian were walking among the crowd. They changed their appearance so that they won't attract anyone's attention. Suddenly, a noise came from a far-away distance, which attracted Nai Lai and Duan Jian's attention. "Old thing, you dare to take my stuff. See if I don't beat you to death." A furious bark sounded. A well-built man waved his palm and tried to grab the old man. Nai Lai glanced at that direction and saw an old man wearing tattered clothes. His hair was messy and his steps staggered as he walked. Both of his eyes did not have the slightest expression in them and were filled with loss. The well-built man's hand tried to grab the old man's body. However, his hand missed. He tripped and flew, heavily falling onto the ground. The old man raised his leg and stepped on the well-built man's face. "Erg!" the well-built man painfully screamed. "Old man, I'll kill you." However, after the old man stepped on the man, he staggered and continued moving forward. When the well-built man got up and was preparing to pounce the old man, several young men immediately stopped him. "Boss, that old man isn't simple. He might be a supreme expert. Let's not bother with him." The well-built man pondered a while, nodded his head, spat a mouthful of blood, and fainted. The old man stumbled as he walked past Nai Lai. Nai Lai can keenly sensed a terrifying aura. That killing intent seemed to be intending to penetrate into his entire body, causing Nai Lai to shiver. Such frightening killing intent? Nai Lai felt a slight chill in his heart. Only those who have killed hundreds of thousands of lives could have such a frightening killing intent. This old man probably has the strength of a legend rank or even higher. Even Sikong, you might not be at the same level as this old man. Sensing something, the old man threw a glance at Nai Lai. With only just a glance, all of the hair on Nai Lai's body stood up. He can only complain in his heart incessantly. With his current strength, if the old man were to take any action, he would be dead before he realized it. Nai Lai can only try his best to retract his own aura to avoid grabbing the old man's attention. The old man only gave Nai Lai a glance and retracted his gaze as he stumbled while moving forward. He was also mumbling something. Infinity has no beginning can have no end. Wonderful, wonderful, ha ha ha. Finishing his mumbling, the old man madly laughed and moved further and further away in the crowd. After hearing what the old man just said, Nai Lai was frightened in his heart. However, he did not reveal any expression on his face as he calmly walked. This old man couldn't be one of Emperor Kong Ming's successors, right? If the opposite party were to know he is one of the successors, he'd be dead for sure. Chapter 153. Divine Explosion Inscription. The feeling of danger lingered in his heart for a long while. As Nai Lai and Duan Jian pretend nothing happened, they continued walking until the old man disappeared. "Master, have you discovered anything?" Duan Jian asked. Nai Lai hasn't said anything for a long time now, and Duan Jian could feel that something wasn't right. "That old man from before is an expert," said Nai Lai, looking into the dark sky. "In this abyss prison realm, aside from the 13 families' experts, there are probably many more that are hidden out there." Duan Jian nodded his head. He could also feel that the old man was strong, but wasn't clear to what degree. "I never thought that the ancient array would be linked to this abyss prison realm. It's such a dangerous place. If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have come," Nai Lai inwardly thought to himself. He originally thought that inside this array would be a huge treasure. Otherwise, why would the Dark Guild want to claim this place so strongly? He never thought that this would be such a dangerous place. He doesn't want to come here again, once they return to their world, unless he reaches the strength of black gold rank. "Let's talk after we save Ninger, Du Zi, and the rest." The stars were sparkling in the sky. There were huge demon beasts occasionally flying in the sky, and the lights from fires were flickering in the mountains. Those are signs that humans are fighting against demon beasts. The silver-winged family has, as usual, guards patrol around. This is a 10,000-man family. This place has existed for thousands of years and is one of the leading existences in the abyss prison realm. 2 figures appeared within the forest. "It's beginning," said Nai Lai, lightly smiling. "Everything that he has arranged will soon give the silver-winged family a huge shock." At the treetop palace, Sikong Yi was quietly enjoying wine and beauties. Since he doesn't have much time to live, Sikong Yi no longer trained as diligently as he used to be and was passing his days casually. "I wonder when that brat Lei Zhuo will be back." Sikong Yi felt fidgety for no reason. A maiden that was massaging his legs suddenly felt a little tired and carelessly knocked over a glass. The glass fell onto the ground, breaking into fragments, and wine spilled all over the floor. Immediately, she was scared as her face ashened. She immediately knelt down and pleaded. "Lord Patriarch, I did not do it on purpose. Please pardon me." "Bitch, you actually dare to ruin my mood?" Sikong Yi's face turned dark as he slapped the maiden. The force from the slap sent the maiden smashed into a pillar, and then she fell down as fresh blood leaked out from her mouth. "Lord Patriarch, I did not do that on purpose. Please, from the records that I have been attending to you for so many years, please pardon me," pleaded the maiden as constantly kowtowed, knocking her forehead, which was full of blood, onto the ground. Sikong Yi coldly snorted. "Men, drag her out and execute her?" It's as though Sikong Yi's voice had come from hell. There was no trace of emotion in his words. The maiden still continued to kowtow to seek for pardon as several fierce-looking guards walked over and dragged her out. "Lord Patriarch, please pardon me. I won't dare to commit the same mistake again." The maiden's crying voice drifted further and further away. When Sikong Hongyu walked in and heard the crying voice, she frowned for a moment, bowed her body, and asked, "Father, why has your mood been bad lately?" "Hongyu, do you think that kid Lei Zhuo is lying to us?" Sikong Yi said a little furiously. "Probably not, after all his friends are still in our hands." Sikong Hongyu frowned for a moment and said, "Father, you don't have to worry so much. Lei Zhuo will definitely deliver the cure." The moment Sikong Hongyu's voice died off, a huge explosion was heard and the entire tree palace began to tremble. "What's going on?" Sikong Yi suddenly stood up. That horrifying explosion was like thunder. It could cause the ears to sting from the sound alone. What happened? Sikong Hongyu's face also changed. Boom, 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 explosions were happening everywhere within the silver-winged family's territory. One explosion was followed by another in an endless cycle. Rumble, rumble. The treetop palace shook so much it felt like it would soon collapse. Not good, let's go? Sikong Yi's face changed, and together with Sikong Hongyu, they flew out of the palace. The terrifying explosions covered the entire sky, followed by dazzling lights that caused the entire sky to light up. Even the other 13 families, who were living far away, could see this scene. Many members from the 13 families were awakened from their dreams and looked at silver-winged family's direction while discussing with one another. What happened in the silver-winged family's territory? Probably some joyous occasion and are putting on a firework display. These fireworks are really frightening. They can be heard from very far away. Some kids clapped and excitedly cried out, "What a nice view!" In the silver-winged family's territory, the entire place became a total mess. There were guards running in all directions, unable to understand what was happening. Some of the guards had fire on their butts and were screaming as they ran to a pool. P.S. The pool was packed with guards. Heads were popping out of the surface of the pool. When they stripped their clothes off, they would see patches of black on their bodies. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded and a surge of heat soared to the sky from the depths of the water. Huge waves threw the guards out from the pool. Some of the guards were holding onto their black butts as they madly ran around in the grasslands, screaming. Who placed a damn divine explosion inscription pattern at the bottom of the pond? My butt is going to be charred. These guards were screaming as they ran around. At this moment, when Nai Lai, who was hiding in the grass, heard those words, he wouldn't help smiling. Even the emotionless Duan Jian laughed. Divine explosion inscription pattern. Is there anyone that's seen a divine explosion inscription pattern that could explode in the depth of the water? The divine explosion inscription pattern is made from carving explosion inscription patterns on a special talisman rock. It can cause a small area to explode, but its power is very small. The flame explosion inscription pattern that Nai Lai used is different. It can be carved on anything, and once it's activated, it has a massive explosive effect. The silver-winged family's territory was full of Nai Lai's flame explosion inscription patterns. Normally, these flame explosion inscription patterns are hidden away and would be hard to detect. The moment the first flame explosion inscription pattern ignited, the second, third, fourth, fifth, and many others would soon follow. A series of explosions were occurring everywhere inside the silver-winged family's territory. Nai Lai came out from the grass and said to Duan Jian, "Let's go." Thereafter, with an indifferent expression, he walked towards the location that he promised to meet Ninger and the rest. Duan Jian was slightly stunned. Nai Lai is going to go in like this. However, he still followed behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever Duan Jian and Nai Lai walked, there would be an explosion not far from them. There would be golden armored guards flying through the air one by one and then fall to the side of the road, unable to move. Nai Lai and Duan Jian would blatantly walk past these guards. There wasn't a need for them to take action personally, and these guards were thrown around by the flame explosion inscription patterns that Nai Lai left behind. The guards were laying on the ground, one after another, and were unable to get up. In the courtyard, Xiao Ninger, Du Zi, Lu Piao, and the rest heard the explosions coming from the outside. Today is the promised time with Nai Lai. Ninger, Lu Piao, pack up. We're leaving, Du Zi said, lightly smiling. Lu Piao excitedly jumped up. We've been under house arrest for several days in this place now. I almost couldn't stand it anymore. If Nai Lai didn't come back for us, I might have charged my way out. Xiao Ninger looked outside, took out a map, and said, Nai Lai told us to follow this route. The 6 of them ran away from the courtyard, following the route that Nai Lai left them. There would be explosion not far from them, and guards were being sent into the air. Ano guard fell in front of Du Zi, Lu Piao, and the rest, giving them a scare. Just when they were about to merge with their demon spirits and engage in battle, they saw that the guard was covered in black, was lying on the ground and couldn't stand up. Everyone in the group looked at each other. Suddenly, guards were falling in front of them like dumplings, one after another, and none of them were standing. "This is too funny, haha. Every single one of them is as black as Aboriginal tribes." Lupaio laughed, leaping and stomping on the butt of the guards. The group of 6 continued down the route without encountering any opponents. The whole silver-winged family's territory has been blown into ruin. Looking a few hundred meters ahead, in the empty ground was far away with Nai Lai and Duan Jian waiting for them there. "They've come." Nai Lai lightly smiled. Everything has proceeded according to his expectations. Once everyone was together, the 8 people quickly vanished into the darkness. Currently, it's a huge mess in the silver-winged family's territory. Sikong Yi and Sikong Hongyu were skimming over the silver-winged family's territory. Not long after they started to skim it, an explosion suddenly occurred, causing some raging flames to ramble around. Divine explosion inscription pattern. Sikong Yi frowned his brows a while, and then dodged the incoming flames in a flash. No, divine explosion inscription patterns doesn't have so much power. When Sikong Yi's voice died down, there was a sudden series of explosions that originated from the surrounding tree trunks. Flames engulfing them from all sides. Sikong Yi let out a low bark and a circle barrier appeared, blocking the flames from Sikong Yi and Sikong Hongyu. "Father, what happened?" Sikong Hongyu looked at the surrounding area. Her face was filled with shock. Explosions were happening everywhere in the silver-winged family's territory. Fires soared into the skies, and the guards were in a mess with miserable screams coming from them. The treetop palace was also engulfed by flames and was constantly shaking, making it look as though it was going to collapse soon. "It must be that kid, Lei Zhuo." Sikong Yi's rage surged throughout the sky. He now understood that he was tricked by Nai Lai. Sikong Yi had his suspicions about Nai Lai all this time, but he never thought that Nai Lai would use such method and make a giant mess of the silver-winged family. Sikong Yi's expression turned dark. His entire body was covered with frightening, killing intent. "Looks like I have belittled you." "This was done by Lei Zhuo." Sikong Hongyu's brows twitched. "Right in the courtyard. Lei Zhuo's friends are still there." "It's useless. With Lei Zhuo's calculations, they must have left by now." Sikong Yi's face was turning darker. He never thought that he would be tricked by a kid like Nai Lai. Chapter 154, Surprise Attack. "Father, we're letting this go?" Sikong Hongyu asked, knitted her brows tight. "Letting this go? I will find that kid and get him back for this matter sooner or later. They must have ran towards the wilderness direction. I'll lead some of our people to chase after them. You will go find the other elders and watch over the territory." The silver-winged family has suddenly suffered a heavy blow. The enemy families will certainly make some movements. "If I am unable to chase that kid down within 3 days, I'll come back immediately," said Sikong Yi solemnly. Sikong Hongyu nodded her head and said, "Yes, father." Sikong Yi rushed towards the direction of the wilderness like a comet, while Sikong Hongyu went to find the other elders. At this moment, hidden inside a tree hole that was at the edge of the silver-winged family's territory, Lupaio puzzledly asked, "Nai Lai, shouldn't we leave?" "That old rogue, Sikong Yi, will definitely think that we have already escaped towards the direction of the wilderness. The wilderness is flat ground, without anything to conceal in, making it too easy to be caught. So, we're doing the exact opposite of what they expect and hide in this forest. Today's matters will surely throw the silver-winged family into chaos. Now that the silver-winged family has suffered a heavy loss, the enemy families will definitely not give the silver-winged family a chance to recover and will surely take action. By that time, the silver-winged family will be vulnerable, so it won't be too late for us to leave." Nai Lai smiled. "Provoking you was the unluckiest thing that old rogue, Sikong Yi, did," Duzi said, smiling. Xiao Ninger looked at the side of Nai Lai's face and the corner of her mouth curled into a smile. Nai Lai is always so different compared to others. Nai Lai can come and go as he likes even inside such a huge family like the silver-winged family. Nai Lai sensed something and looked at Xiao Ninger's direction. They made eye contact, and Xiao Ninger immediately lowered her head, her face slightly heating up and was flushed with a layer of red. Nai Lai embarrassedly rubbed his nose. Suddenly, Nai Lai thought of something and said, "You guys stay here, I have to make a trip." Xiao Ninger concernedly asked, "Nai Lai, what are you going to do?" Nai Lai looked towards the mining grounds. If he were to make a trip now, it would be indeed a little dangerous, but after thinking about the kid's eyes, which was filled with tears, Nai Lai decided to give him a helping hand. "Rest assured, I will definitely return. You guys have to be careful, don't leak any traces of you being here," Nai Lai said, smilingly as he jumped towards the darkness and out of sight. Duan Jian took a glance at Nai Lai's back figure and couldn't help frowning. Nai Lai did not say what he's going to do, which made him faintly feel uneasiness in his heart. The mining grounds of the silver-winged family is very heavily guarded. This place is often trafficked. Therefore, there are many ears and eyes around. Because there are many miners inside the mine, which are just bunch of innocent people, Nai Lai did not leave any flame explosion inscription patterns around the mining grounds. When the silver-winged family was sent into turmoil by the flame explosion inscription patterns, this place wasn't even slightly affected. However, the situation over at the silver-winged family caused this place to be in a ruckus too. The miners were all stirred up, trying to break free from the guards. "Kill all who move about without permission," ordered Sikong Shu, raising his sword and slashing down. The sword aura swept past 6 miners, fresh blood splattered around, and 6 miners fell resignedly onto the ground. All the other rioting workers had fear flashing across their eyes and suddenly backed down. Sikong Shu is a gold rank expert. They weren't his opponent at all. Sikong Shu's eyes were emitting a bloodthirsty and murderous intent as he coldly snorted and said, "A bunch of garbage wants to revolt." The other guards raised their sharp swords, preparing to take action to deter the miners. Sikong Shu raised his head, looked towards the treetop palace's direction, and his eyes flashed with panic. He doesn't have any idea on what was happening. Could it be that the enemy has come to attack their territory? If it's an enemy, the enemy is a little too strong. Even the treetop palace was destroyed. If the silver-winged family is defeated, then they won't have any good time in the future. The miners were in a ruckus. The original despair in their eyes had faint traces of hope. If the silver-winged family is destroyed, then they might be able to obtain their freedom back. Currently, Nai Lai has reached the edge of the mining grounds and is hiding on top of a huge tree, assessing the situation. There are over 200 people here with dozens of gold rank experts among them, while the rest are silver rank. There's also a post tower over there that should be the core. Nai Lai inwardly thought to himself, all the miners here have been imprinted with the slave mark. The caster should be an inscriptionist. Normally, an inscriptionist can't be too far from the slave-imprinted person. Otherwise, the ones who were imprinted will have their bodies exploded and they will die. Therefore, the inscriptionist must be in that post tower. If Nai Lai wants to set the miners who have been imprinted with the slave mark free, he has to kill the inscriptionist. After thinking a while, Nai Lai merged with the shadow devil-demon spirit and moved towards the post tower. The post tower is about a dozen meters in height, with the surroundings guarded by many guards, giving it some tight security. As of this moment, many of the guards were talking to one another about this entire mess. After all, such a big incident has just occurred in the silver-winged family's territory. How can their hearts not be affected by it? While their attention was being diverted, Nai Lai activated void form and slowly entered the tower. The leading gold rank expert raised his sharp sword and coldly barked, "Who's there?" The other silver rank guards also waved their swords. Their gazes were looking at the front and were preparing to engage in battle. However, there wasn't anyone there. It was completely empty. "Did I sense incorrectly?" The gold rank expert mumbled to himself. It might be him being too paranoid. After the silver-winged family's territory suffered such an attack, it has caused him to be in a state of tension. Nai Lai has already passed him and slipped into the post tower. If Nai Lai were to take action, he would have already been dead. Inside the post tower is a set of rotating stairs that went all the way up to the top. The stairs were also guarded by many guards, but they were only silver rank. He appeared to the side of one of the guards, Nai Lai's sickle-shaped forelimbs silently slashing across his neck. The guard gave out a silent cry as he fell onto the ground, dead where he laid. Nai Lai continued forward while concealing himself, finishing up one guard after another as he moved along the rotating stairs up to the highest level. He slightly slipped his head in and saw 3 gold rank experts sitting cross-legged. They were discussing something. The silver-winged family has suffered such a huge attack, they probably won't be able to recover themselves in a short amount of time. Big brother, what should we do? As inscription masters, it doesn't matter which family we go to. We also don't have to fear the lack of food. We'll wait and see. If the silver-winged family is defeated, we'll change to a new lord. The leading middle-aged man laughed. The 2 other gold rank experts also nodded their head. Nai Lai never thought that the other party would have 3 inscriptionists, and they are all gold rank experts at that. The top of this tower is filled with all kinds of mysterious inscription patterns that were filled with mysterious energy circulating within them. Protection, inscription patterns. These 3 guys are really insecure. They made the whole tower look like a turtle shell. And these inscription patterns, even if it's a black gold rank expert, they wouldn't be able to attack this tower from outside easily. Furthermore, these 3 inscription masters have also laid down some sort of inscription pattern that allows them to know of the outside situation. Once the outside is under attack, this 3 inscription masters can seal the entrance. As long as it's not a legend rank expert, the 3 of them would definitely be safe and secure. Nai Lai secretly snuck in, which is why the 3 inscription masters don't have their guards up. If I didn't sneak my way up here, even if it's me, I wouldn't be able to do anything to them in a short amount of time, Nai Lai inwardly thought to himself. With a roll of his eyes, he got an idea and a smile formed on his mouth. These guys imprinted slave marks on so many miners. As an inscriptionist, that's simply devoid of conscience. You guys shouldn't have pissed me off, ever. If it was someone else that was facing a turtle shell-like tower and 3 gold rank experts, they might not have any good ideas on how to deal with them in a short amount of time. However, Nai Lai is different. Even if the 3 inscription masters placed down many defensive inscription patterns, Nai Lai can easily break them. Nai Lai started writing on the tower with demon beast's blood, placing down dozens of flame explosion inscription patterns. These flame explosion inscription patterns are more than enough to rip this turtle shell open. The biggest weakness of this turtle shell is that it's unable to stop any impact that comes from the inside. Nai Lai lightly smiled, then retracted the shadow devil demon spirit. He let out a low growl and merged with the fanged panda demon spirit. Who? The 3 inscription masters coldly barked, sensing something. He was found, but it's already too late. The corner of Nai Lai's mouth curled into a smile as the fanged panda demon spirit opened its big mouth and spat out a black sphere and a white sphere towards the inside of the tower. Quick, seal the entrance. Seal the entrance. The 3 inscription masters hurriedly activated the protection inscription patterns, trying to close the entrance of the tower. At the tower's entrance, a faint luster lit up. Watching the entrance as it was about to be sealed, a black sphere and a white sphere flew into the tower just before the entrance was completely sealed. Watching this scene, the corner of Nai Lai's mouth curled into a smile and softly said, "Goodbye." After speaking, Nai Lai jumped out from the window. The 3 inscription masters saw the black sphere and white sphere flying in and covered their faces with fear. Quick, seal them with inscription patterns. Seal them. The 3 inscription masters were instantly thrown into a mess. The black sphere and white sphere collided with each other and created a huge explosion, causing the entire tower to shake. Miserable screams came from the tower. Before the voices died down, a series of dozens of explosions sent the entire tower flying upwards several kilometers into a sky, like a gigantic firework. Then, with a boom, it was blown apart. Chapter 155. Your opponent. a huge firework. Nai Lai looked up into the sky and exclaimed in his heart. He first used yin-yang burst to blast a crack into the protective inscription patterns, and then used dozens of flame explosion inscription patterns to send the entire tower up into the sky. Currently, the surrounding guards were dumbfounded. They turned around and only saw half of the post tower looking lonely as it stood in the darkness. They then raised their heads. The tower was like a cannon that blasted into the sky. At the tail of the tower, there was a trail of flames. Thereafter, it exploded within the sky, scattered, and the pieces fell like rain. What happened? They weren't able to react as the post tower flew. Many of the guards in the silver-winged family had their faces replaced with panic. None of them knew what to do next. The leader, Sikong Shu, was also dumbfounded. The riled-up workers were also slightly stunned for a moment and then burst into cheers while watching this scene. The 3 inscription masters were killed. The marks on their body have been removed. These people who have been captured here to be slaves were mostly silver or gold rank cultivation. Adding on to the fact that they are mining the blood crystals, many of them use the crystals on themselves to train secretly, trying to break free of the mark. The 3 inscription masters' marks suppressed their cultivation, causing their hopes to be trampled on. But now that the mark has been removed, their cultivation made a suddenly recovery. Our seals have been removed. Kill. Furious roars bust out from these workers, like beasts that have just been let out of their cages. They have been trampled on for too long with no freedom and pride, and were mining on a daily basis. The moment they take a small rest, Sikong Shu's whip would wave down and ruthlessly lash their bodies. They have all been enduring, waiting for the day they can let everything out. Not good. Sikong Shu and his underlings' faces changed to fear. Without the suppression of the 3 inscription masters, these harmless lambs suddenly turned into fierce tigers and bite their handlers. There are at least tens of thousands of miners here. Many of them are silver and gold rank experts. The miners came like a tidal wave, killing the closest guards of the silver-winged family. Because these miners do not have any sharp weapons, they waved their pickaxes and looked at the guards with anger and hatred. PSH, PSH, PSH. Even though the guards slashed a bunch of miners, there were more miners that came at them. They were ferocious and weren't afraid of death as they madly charged towards the silver-winged family's guards. When a miner was about to be slashed by a huge sword, he quickly blocked the attack and, like a wild beast, charged up and bit the guard's neck. Arg! The guard issued a miserable shirk. Although these guards of the silver-winged family would often fight against demon beasts, in general, they are afraid of death. They were sent to guard this mining ground, so they weren't part of the elites. When they saw these miners become as savage as wolves and tigers, they felt fear, and one after another they began to run away. Kill! This cry covered the skies. Sikong Shu was able to kill dozens of miners, however, the tidal wave of miners soon had him surrounded. Normally, he was the most brutal among the guards and even killed the most people. Many of these people were filled with hatred towards him. The miners charged as one, causing him to be a little scared. He hurriedly looked around for someone to rescue him. But when he looked to the rear, the guards that were there have already abandoned their armors and were fleeing the scene as they blamed their parents for not to give them more limbs to escape even faster. He never imagined that he would fall in this place while being surrounded by slaves. At this moment, he has fallen into great despair. However, he knows that he can only wield his sword and fight because the moment he stops, these miners will tear him apart. Many powerful miners headed towards Sikong Shu, wanting to kill him. Erg! Sikong Shu was finally overwhelmed, knocked onto the ground by these miners and drowned in the river of their anger. As the cause of all of these issues, Nai Lai quickly disappeared into the darkness. No one ever noticed Nai Lai's existence. He searched the mining grounds for a long time, but wasn't able to find any traces of that small kid. With so many miners revolting, the whole area became a huge mess. He probably won't be able to find him anymore, so Nai Lai can only hope that the kid is blessed by the heavens. While the miners were attacking the guards, a group of silver-armored experts arrived. The one leading the group is Sikong Hongyu. She was also wearing silver armor and was waving a huge sword in her hands, while her eyes were filled with a chilling killing intent. A group of cheapskate slaves dare to be so presumptuous in my silver-winged family's territory. You guys are simply seeking death. Sikong Hongyu struck the sword in her hand towards the ground, and fresh blood splattered in all directions. In that instant, dozens of people fell, dyeing the floor red with blood. Sikong Hongyu's cultivation is too strong. The two gold-rank experts among the miners were also quickly killed by Sikong Hongyu. She's a fierce, tiger-like woman. Nai Lai, who was about to leave, held his steps. Sikong Hongyu has already drenched her hands with too much blood. She deserves to die. Miss Hongyu, it's been a while, said Nai Lai, sitting on a tree branch while looking at Sikong Hongyu. His mouth curled into a cold smile. It's you! Sikong Hongyu saw Nai Lai from afar. Her gaze turned ice cold. She never thought that Nai Lai would remain in the silver-winged family's territory. It seems like the ruckus here was caused by Nai Lai. Since Miss Hongyu is so busy, I won't bother you. See you later? Nai Lai smiled as he leaped to the ground. He then ran into the woods. Sikong Hongyu glanced at Nai Lai's back figure and then looked back at the miners. Biting her teeth, she chased after Nai Lai. She has to capture this culprit, Nai Lai, before anything else. If she lets Nai Lai escape this time, there won't be another chance for her to capture Nai Lai. However, Sikong Hongyu is also aware that Nai Lai purposely lured her here. Therefore, she was extremely careful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two figures flew within the woods, turning into blurs. Very quickly, they arrived at the edge of silver-winged family's territory. If they were to run any further, they would enter the territory of another family. Hold. Sikong Hongyu furiously barked. The wings behind her flapped hard, increasing her speed several-fold, and turned into a ray of light while slashing her heavy sword towards Nai Lai. The heavy sword was bursting with flames. Seeing Sikong Hongyu's heavy sword was about to slash down, Nai Lai suddenly turned around with the Thunder God's meteorite sword already in his hand. Boom! Lightning and flames collided. A powerful shockwave was sent throughout the surrounding area. Nai Lai made use of the impact and flew several dozens of meters back and then landed on a tree branch. As for Sikong Hongyu, her speed slowed down and eventually landed onto the ground. What happened? How did this kid be so powerful? Sikong Hongyu was shocked. Based on the previous exchange of blows that Sikong Hongyu made with Nai Lai, his strength was close to her own strength. She always thought that Nai Lai was only a silver rank. She never thought that he already reached gold rank. Why is Miss Hongyu being so fierce? A lady that's able to kill whenever she likes. Aren't you afraid of not being able to marry? Nai Lai leaned against the tree. He suddenly felt another surging aura moving towards this direction, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help curling into a smile. You, Runt, it seems that I have underestimated you. I never thought that your strength would already reach gold rank. However, because you met me, you're destined to die here. Sikong Hongyu's right hand was placed onto her sword, her fingers slowly stroking the sword blade. Her entire body was covered by a blazing flame. Her cultivation also soared too, threefold in an instant. Low-graded scarlet body, refining technique, not bad. You're able to train yourself to this stage. Nai Lai lightly smiled and said, However, you're still not my opponent. After hearing what Nai Lai just said, Sikong Hongyu's eyebrow twitched. With a boom, a figure landed in front of her. The person is similar to Sikong Hongyu, with a pair of wings growing out of his back. However, differ from Sikong Hongyu, the wings were much larger and were black-gold in color. Staring at the person in front of her, Sikong Hongyu's eyes narrowed and coldly said, It's you, Duan Jian? Correct, it's me. Duan Jian's voice was hoarse and carried a chilling, killing intent. He would never forget this woman in front of him. This woman is one of the culprits that forced his parents to death. Sikong Hongyu could feel a frightening aura coming from Duan Jian's body. This aura seems to be completely suppressing her, causing her heart to involuntarily produce a hint of fear. She never felt like this before. She then understood that Duan Jian is probably not the same as he used to be. Sikong Hongyu pointed her fingers at Nai Lai, who was standing on the tree branch from far away, and cursed. Back then, we shouldn't have trusted an ungrateful brat like you. We, father and daughter, trusted you. Is this how you treat us in return? Hearing Sikong Hongyu's words, Nai Lai coldly laughed. Sikong Hongyu, let me ask, what gratitude have you and your father given to me? You and your father only wanted to get the method to cure your family's illness from me. Trust? If you guys really trusted me, you wouldn't have forced me to leave my friends behind. It's true, I have no grudges with your silver-winged family. However, I don't speak for this victim before you. Duan Jian's eyes shot out a blooming red ray of light, like a beast entering berserk mode. Sikong Hongyu, you and your father forced my parents to death and even imprisoned me, forcing me suffer an endless amount of humiliation. Today, I will seek vengeance and kill you, and then I will find that old rogue, Sikong Yi. Duan Jian waved the black flame sword in his hand and slashed towards Sikong Hongyu. HMPH, Duan Jian, your mother didn't know any shame. She was seducing people outside of our clan. Death was considered giving her the easy way out. Woman like her should be stripped in front of all of the members of the silver-winged family, Sikong Hongyu viciously said, jumping and dodging his attacks. You dare to insult my mother? I want you dead. Duan Jian became even more furious. The black flame sword continued to slash at Sikong Hongyu, however. Duan Jian didn't have any sword techniques. He was just randomly waving his sword around. Sikong Hongyu smiled in her heart. You want to kill me with such pitiful endurance. The reason why she kept insulting Duan Jian was to mess with his mind. Boom. A flaw appeared in Duan Jian's sword swings, giving Sikong Hongyu a chance to strike his chest with her heavy sword. Chapter 156. Where is home? The moment Sikong Hongyu's heavy sword was about to land on Duan Jian's body, his eyes burst out with a chilling light. After so many years, how much humiliation has he suffered and endured for, waiting for this moment of revenge? How can his mind be messed with by Sikong Hongyu? Although his cultivation is stronger than Sikong Hongyu's, getting rid of her would probably require a drawn-out battle. Furthermore, this is the territory of the silver-winged family. Once the silver-winged family's reinforcements arrives, they'll be in trouble. He has to settle this fast. Therefore, Duan Jian purposely showed a flaw to Sikong Hongyu. Just when her huge sword was about to plunge into him, Duan Jian suddenly extended his left hand and grabbed onto the blade of the huge sword, and then swung his sword towards Sikong Hongyu's neck. Sikong Hongyu's pupils shrank. She never thought that Duan Jian wouldn't suffer any damage from her attack, and would even launch a fierce counterattack. In the nick of time, she abandoned her sword and bent her back backwards, avoiding Duan Jian's attack. Duan Jian suddenly threw his leg out and kicked Sikong Hongyu's abdomen, sending her flying and heavily hit a huge tree, and with enough force a boom was heard. A trace of blood oozed out from the corner of her mouth. That kick inflicted heavy damage to her. If it wasn't for the protection of her silver armor, that kick alone would have been more than enough to cripple her. Nai Lai watched the entire battle. Although Duan Jian's combat skills weren't very refined, he's familiar with his own strength. He used his powerful physical body to deal Sikong Hongyu a heavy blow, ending the battle quickly. Sikong Hongyu, die, Duan Jian coldly growled, raising the sharp sword in his hand, charging towards Sikong Hongyu. Facing this foe, he did not have the slightest hesitation in his actions, wanting to kill Sikong Hongyu straight away. The moment when Duan Jian leaped, Nai Lai suddenly felt 3 auras heading towards Duan Jian. A ray of chilling light flashed across his eyes. It's the auras of 3 black gold rank experts. Whoosh! The scarlet flame flying knife flew out of Nai Lai's hands and shot towards one of the shadows. With Nai Lai's current strength, he can only control one of the flying knives at the moment, and the scarlet flame is the one that he has best control over. Bang! Bang! 2 violent energies bombarded Duan Jian's body, sending him flying and forcing him to stagger dozens of steps back before he was able to hold his position. Due to this powerful physical body, not even black gold rank experts could kill Duan Jian straight away. At almost the same time, a miserable shriek came from the shadows. A figure flew out and was suddenly nailed onto the trunk of a big tree. It was one of the black gold rank experts. When that black gold rank expert was heading towards Duan Jian, he was silently hit on the chest by Nai Lai's scarlet flame flying knife and was nailed dead on the trunk of a tree. With Nai Lai's current strength, he's still not the opponent of a black gold rank expert. However, by using the scarlet flame against an unprepared opponent, even if it's a black gold rank expert, taking on an attack would mean death. With a manipulation of his soul force, the scarlet flame flying knife flew back to Nai Lai's hand. Turning back and seeing this scene, deep fear arose from the eyes of the two black gold rank experts as they looked at Nai Lai, who is currently standing on a tree branch with the flying knife already in his hand. They immediately barked, "Retreat!" The two black gold rank experts held onto Sikong Hongyu and leaped towards a different part of the forest. Duan Jian held onto his chest and was about to chase after them. However, Nai Lai's calm voice came, "Come back. There's no need to chase them any further. We won't be able to catch up to them. We have to leave immediately. If that old rogue, Sikong Yi, comes over here, we won't be able to escape anymore." Finishing his speech, Nai Lai leaped. He actually allowed that woman, Sikong Hongyu, to escape? Duan Jian breathed out a resentful breath, then followed Nai Lai. Regarding the silver-winged family's matters, Nai Lai wasn't prepared to intervene too much. Therefore, he let Duan Jian to make the decision. Duan Jian carried the blood feud within him. If he doesn't take them on personally, there might be a shadow left in his heart which will be unfavorable to his future cultivation. After everything he experienced in his previous life, Nai Lai understood that there are some matters that has to be done personally. It cannot be done by the hands of others. Today, the silver-winged family suffered quite miserably. He estimates that they won't be able to recover from this blow in a short amount of time. Furthermore, Nai Lai's flying knife killed a black gold rank expert of the silver-winged family, so they probably won't send any small fries after them. Nai Lai and Duan Jian met up with Xiao Ninger. Du Zi and the rest used the formulated cloud paste to change their appearances a little and quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Sikong Yi was searching the wilderness for several hours, but wasn't able to find Nai Lai and the rest, and could only helplessly return. Upon returning, he was made aware that during the time he spent searching for any traces of Nai Lai and his friends, they had actually remained in the silver-winged family's territory and caused even more of a ruckus, even killed a black gold rank expert. This caused Sikong Yi to fume with anger. Seeing the corpse of the black gold rank expert, Sikong Yi angrily punched a nearby tree, shattering it. "Lei Zhuo, this debt will be repaid. One day I will find you and tear you apart," roared Sikong Yi furiously. "Lord Father, aside from Lei Zhuo, there's still Duan Jian. Duan Jian now has a physical body that isn't any weaker than a black gold ranks. Even I wasn't his opponent." Sikong Hongyu held onto her chest and said, voice lingering with fear, "If it wasn't for the elders of the family extending their hands out to save her, she'd probably already be dead by Duan Jian's hands." "Duan Jian?" Sikong Yi's rage shot to the limit. If he knew of this earlier, he would have killed Duan Jian long ago. Now that Duan Jian has become a thorn in his side, he became uneasy. Nai Lai and rest remained in the mountain for dozens of days, spectating the situation of the various families of the Abyss prison realm. It was just as Nai Lai expected. Several families launched an attack against the silver-winged family, which was why the silver-winged family did not dispatch anyone to chase after them. Time to leave. After leaving Glory City for so long, it's about time they returned. However, Nai Lai gathered a lot of information while he was in this Abyss prison realm. Nai Lai suddenly thought of something. In his previous life, when the Dark Guild initiated the Demon Beast Horde to destroy Glory City, that kind of attack was something that consumed a lot of effort and doesn't do anyone much good. The Dark Guild has been hiding in the scent. ancestral mountain range, isolated from everyone else. Their living conditions are definitely much worse compared to Glory City. Until later, when Lord Yimo opened the ancient array. The Dark Guild couldn't wait anymore and launched an offensive strike and plotted with the Sacred Family to kill Lord Yimo. Previously, Nai Lai couldn't figure out what the Dark Guild would obtain by destroying Glory City. Weren't they worried about being destroyed by the demon beasts as well? But now he suddenly understood. After Glory City was destroyed in his previous life, there's a high possibility that the Dark Guild entered into the Abyss Prison Realm. After all, the people in the Abyss Prison Realm can attack and defend. They can still make use of the strength of the people living here. But when the demon beast horde arrived, why didn't Lord Yimo let the people retreat into the Abyss Prison Realm? This was a mystery. Perhaps, in Lord Yimo's view, the demon beast horde wasn't too frightening, and he probably never thought that he would be plotted against by the Sacred Family. In the wilderness, Nai Lai and his friends arrived at the ancient array. They then moved towards the direction of the teleportation array. Suddenly, a figure attracted Nai Lai's attention. A wave of dangerous aura blew over him. Infinity has no beginning can have no end. An old man mumbled. His clothes were tattered and he was staggering as he walked in the wilderness. What is this old man saying? Why can't I understand what is he talking about? Lu Paio asked, curiously. I don't know either. Nai Lai shook his head. His palms were drenched in a cold sweat. His intuition sensed danger. This old man actually appeared again. The other party is obviously one of Emperor Kong Ming's successors. If the opposing side knew his identity, he'd be in danger. However, what Nai Lai doesn't understand is that, if the opposing side is one of Emperor Kong Ming's successors, why is he revealing his identity so easily? Isn't he afraid of being chased after by the other successors? Could it be? This old man intends to kill their group directly. The old man walked past Nai Lai and his group, crazily laughing. His voice sounded tearful. Infinity has no beginning can have no end. Ridiculous, ridiculous. The old man's mudded eyes swept over Nai Lai's body, causing Nai Lai to be drenched in a cold sweat. Could it be that this old man realized something? Just when Nai Lai was secretly alert and prepared to fight, the old man suddenly went crazy, laughing and crying as he soullessly walked further and further away. After watching the old man disappear into the darkness, Nai Lai sighed a breath of relief. That old man couldn't have gone mad, right? Nai Lai could feel the old man's spiritual energy wasn't normal. However, what is the meaning of this old man appearing 2 times before him and repeating the same sentences? As long as he doesn't tell anyone that he understood the profound meaning of infinity has no beginning can have no end. He should be safe for the time being. Even so, Nai Lai has to raise his strength as fast as possible. Otherwise, if he were to encounter the other 4 successors, he'll only have death awaiting him. Along the way, Nai Lai got Du Zi and Lu Paio to capture a lot of scarlet ghosts, made a lot of blood-burst demonic bottles, and stored them into his interspatial ring. Who knows when these blood-burst demonic bottles will be needed? Teleportation array. Nai Lai placed the stones of light into one of the stone pillars, one by one. The stone pillars lit up, and a surge of spatial energy was constantly twisting the surrounding space. We can finally return. I don't feel comfortable here, said Lu Paio, stretching his body a little. He then took the first step into the teleportation array. The rest also entered the teleportation array respectively. Nai Lai, Xiao Ninger, and Duan Jian were the only ones left. Duan Jian looked at the dark sky with a complicated look on his face. In this abyss prison realm, he has spent his happy childhood here and his most bitter memories of his foe, which he still can't kill with his current strength. The kind Xiao Ninger also felt the grief in Duan Jian's heart and sadly sighed. Duan Jian, if you want to stay, we won't stop you from doing so. After all, this is your homeland. Nai Lai said, looking at Duan Jian. Duan Jian firmly shook his head and said, From the moment my parents died, my homeland was already gone. I only have the blood feud left. Master gave me a new life, gave me the hope for vengeance. I'm willing to follow, Master. After speaking, Duan Jian stepped into the teleportation array. Nai Lai sighed, blood feud. In his previous life, hasn't Nai Lai too been burdened with a blood feud as he roamed around? He understands Duan Jian's current feelings and said to Xiao Ninger, Ninger, we should get going as well. Chapter 157. Return. Xiao Ninger turned around and took one last look at this abyss prison realm. Although the abyss prison realm is filled with danger, she had an adventure together with Nai Lai. When she nearly died, Nai Lai saved her from the mouth of the demon beast without any regards for his own safety. She won't forget anything that happened here. It'll become a precious memory stored in her heart. Sometimes, she would even think how good it would be if they were to remain in the abyss prison realm forever. Even if the abyss prison realm is freezing cold, with Nai Lai here, she would feel warm and have someone to rely on. She sighed in her heart because this is only her wonderful imagination. Nai Lai turned his head back and puzzledly asked, Ninger, what's wrong? Nothing, said Xiao Ninger, shaking her head as her cheeks flushed red. She lowered her head as she walked into the teleportation array. Nai Lai then stepped into the teleportation array as well. Glory City, while they were gone, the 10,000 demonic beast array was completed. Both Yi Xiu and Yi Zong felt excited in their hearts. The moment the 10,000 demonic beast array is turned on, Glory City will have another protective barrier. That brat, Nai Lai, could be considered to have done a major contribution to Glory City. All of his past debts are written off. As long as he is able to continue to make many contributions to Glory City, even if he wants these old bones to apologize to him, there's no problem in it, Yi Zong said, looking at the majestic 10,000 demonic beast array. He has already seen the power of Tai Yi killing array and the divine thunder killing array. The 8 killing arrays come together to form the 10,000 demonic beast array. Its power is simply unimaginable. When the abyss demon invaded the city lord's mansion, at the crucial moment, Nai Lai passed the control of the divine thunder killing array and Tai Yi killing array over to Yi Zong. At that moment, Yi Zong's ill feelings towards Nai Lai have already vanished, and he was even vaguely liking the kid. Although Nai Lai is a little laid back, he is refined within his crude attitude. At the same time, he is also righteous. Both the elixirs and the 10,000 demonic beast array are monumental contributions towards Glory City. In Yi Zong's view, guarding Glory City is a big deal. Anything else is nothing more than small matters. Of course, he still doesn't easily miss anything in regards to his daughter. Where did that brat Nai Lai go? Why can't we find him even after so long? Yi Zong knitted his brows. Nai Lai and his group has been missing for many days now. Yi Xiu was also helpless regarding this matter. He has dispatched a lot of people to search many places, but couldn't find any trace of Nai Lai and his group's trail. He vaguely felt unease. Could it be that they were captured by the Dark Guild? Right now, they still don't have any evidence to prove that fact. At this moment, they realized Nai Lai's importance to Glory City. If they were to know of this earlier, they would have given Nai Lai some guards. A moment later, an underling hastily ran in. Report to City Lord, Lord Yi Xiu. Nai Lai is back. He's in the City Lord's mansion's hall right now. Hearing this report, both Yi Xiu and Yi Zong had traces of joy flashing across their eyes. That kid is finally back. They could finally dispel the doubts in their heart. City Lord's mansion's hall. Nai Lai and his group were feeling a little bored. Yi Ziyun hurriedly walked in. The moment she saw Nai Lai, the worry that was deeply within her eyes was finally dispersed. In this period of time, it was as though Nai Lai had disappeared, causing her to be filled with unease, making her toss about restlessly. Even if she doesn't admit it, Nai Lai has already become one of the important people in her life. Sometimes she would think of a question. If Nai Lai were to suddenly disappear from her life, what would her life be like? Every time she thought of this question, she would feel panic in her heart. Although Nai Lai is always so annoying and so hateful, he gave some color to her pale, white, simple life. He gave her his attention and the feeling of being protected. When she saw Nai Lai, she felt relief. Ziyun, Nai Lai called out, smiling. The reason for Yi Zian to rush in here couldn't be because she's worried for him and couldn't wait any longer, right? Seeing Xiao Ninger standing beside Nai without knowing why, Yi Zian felt a little depressed in her heart and turned around to leave. Nai suddenly went missing for dozens of days, and when he came back, he was with Xiao Ninger. Seeing this scene, Nai was slightly stunned. He hurriedly blocked Yi Zian's route and smilingly said, "Why are you leaving without saying anything?" "I walked into the wrong place," Yi Zian pouted. She doesn't want to admit that she rushed over here because she was worried about Nai. Nai, however, smiled as he looked at Yi Zian. To be able to see her again, how wonderful. Yi Zian suddenly woke up. For what reason was she upset? Was it because Nai left without saying anything? Or was it because when Nai came back, he was with Xiao Ninger? Why was she feeling like this? This made her confused. Wrong place. "Are you sure that you're not here looking for me?" Nai said, chuckling. Suddenly, he extended his hand, held Yi Zian's hand, and shoved the blizzard spiritual gem into them. "This gem is for you. My friends are all here. I'll introduction them to you." He then walked to where Du Zi and the rest are, together with her. Yi Zian's face flushed red and hurriedly tried to break free from Nai's grasp. Under the eyes of so many people, she felt very embarrassed. Watching this scene, Xiao Ninger's eyes had a light of dejection. Although Nai has told her long ago that Yi Zian is the most important person in his life, and that even if he has to sacrifice his life, he will still guard her side, Xiao Ninger was like a moth attracted to the flame, and chose to stay by Nai's side. However, seeing Nai and Yi Zian being so close together, she couldn't endure the throbbing pain in her heart. Xiao Ninger and Yi Zian's eyes made contact with each other, and both of them were feeling a little awkward as they turned their gazes away. Lu Piao gave Nai a small thumbs up in his heart. Nai really is the model of his generation. Even though Ninger or Yi Zian are considered goddess-level existences, they were easily taken by Nai. At this moment, seeing Lu Piao's small action, Xiao Zhu gave Lu Piao a punch and gave him a fierce look. Lu Piao winced. If Xiao Zhu could be more like Xiao Ninger or Yi Zian, who were very gentle, he'd already be very content. He couldn't help exhaling a long sigh in his heart. "We're all classmates, we already know each other." Du Zi gave Yi Zian a light smile. "This is Xiao Zhu, Lu Piao's fiancé." Although they were classmates a few months earlier, they're still very unfamiliar with Yi Zian. But because of Nai, they were able to get slightly familiar with each other. Du Zi, Lu Piao, Wai Nan and the rest were laughing and chatting. They talked about their experiences in the Abyss prison realm, which aroused Yi Zian's curiosity. She never thought that in this period of time, Nai and his friends would actually go into that kind of place. Ever since she was young, aside from the ancient Orchid City ruins, she has never visited any other place outside of Glory City, giving her all kinds of expectations towards the outside world. At this moment, Yi Zong and Yi Ziu entered the hall. When Yi Zong entered, Yi Zian's face slightly changed. If her father saw her together with Nai, he'd definitely be unhappy. Yi Zong's gaze fell onto Nai and then looked at Yi Zian, and his brows slightly came together. He originally thought of writing off all of Nai's debts, but the moment he saw Yi Zian standing so close to Nai, he felt a little unhappy about it. He himself has been played around by Nai before, not to mention the simple Yuner. Yi Zong put on a face and coughed twice. "City Lord." "Respects to the City Lord?" Du Zi, Lu Piao, and the rest hurriedly gave a bow to Yi Zong. They have not seen Yi Zong before. Since this is their first time seeing the majesty of the City Lord, they couldn't help feeling a little panic. Nai slowly turned his back and greeted while laughing. "Good day, father-in-law." Hearing Nai's words, Yi Zong almost felt suffocated. Nai did not give him any route to back off and was trying to fixate everything into reality. Nai called him father-in-law in front of so many people. If this news were to spread out, then it'd be hard for the Snow Wind family to decline it. If this was someone else, Yi Zong would definitely give him a ruthless slap. However, whenever he faced Nai, he felt powerless. He still has many things that he needed Nai's help with. He coughed and shifted his gaze. When Nai Lai addressed Yizong in this way, Yi Zian's face blushed red as she anxiously pulled the corner of Nai Lai's clothes. She originally thought that Yizong would give Nai Lai a tough lesson. She never thought that Yizong would only cough and turn his head away, pretending not to hear anything. This time, even Yi Zian was dumbfounded. Yi Zian wasn't the only one. The others were also dumbfounded. Nai Lai actually addressed Yizong as father-in-law, and Yizong actually did not reject this. This is absolutely explosive news. Could it be that the city lord have really recruited Nai Lai to be his son-in-law? The moment Yizong entered, Duan Jian felt a powerful aura coming from Yizong's body. So this supreme expert is Master's father-in-law. Duan Jian carved this into his heart. Xiao Ninger felt her nose turn slightly sour, and was enduring the tears from filling her eyes. She never thought that Nai Lai and Yi Zian would have already progressed to such a degree. Even the city lord has agreed. Seeing Nai Lai's back figure, she felt a deep loss and throbbing pain in her heart. She obviously knows that it's impossible, but she will still try her best. Perhaps she really has no fate to be with Nai Lai. However, in Xiao Ninger's heart, she still has her stubbornness. She still intends to remain by Nai Lai's side, even if she doesn't get married. She'll quietly wait until she grows old. Seeing Yizong's expression, Nai Lai lightly smiled. Yizong has finally gone soft. That being the case, Yizong can be considered an inside person. Nai Lai moved to Yizong's side and smilingly said, "Father-in-law, when I entered, I noticed that the 10,000 demonic beast array has been fully constructed. I'll pass the control imprint over to you now." Hearing what Nai Lai just said, Yizong felt his face heating up. The 10,000 demonic beast array is something he got by exchanging his daughter. This is simply filling him up with sad tears in his heart. "Father-in-law, in this recent period of time, we opened the ancient array near the city lord's mansion. It turns out that the ancient array that leads to an abyss prison realm. We've gotten several good items from there. These are blood crystals that have undergone refinement." "It's something I'm giving to honor you," said Nai Lai, grabbing a bunch of blood crystals from his interspatial ring and stuffing them into Yizong's hands. Blood crystals. Both Yi Ziu and Yizong were stunned. Blood crystals are absolutely good stuff. With blood crystals, their cultivation can increase to new heights. It might be able to give a black gold rank a better chance to break through into legend rank. Lord Yi Ziu, these are for you. Nai Lai grabbed another batch of blood crystals and stuffed them into Yi Ziu's hands. Taking so many blood crystal in one go, this is simply filthy rich. Chapter 158. Demon Lord? Yizong dryly coughed. These blood crystals in his hands are like hot potatoes as his daughter is still watching him. If he were to accept this stuff, doesn't that mean that he has admitted Nai Lai to be his son-in-law? "Father-in-law, we're one family, you're welcome." Nai Lai old-fashionedly patted Yizong on his back. Yi Zian furiously stared at Nai Lai with her face blushing red. Nai Lai is simply not showing any respect for her father. However, what made her unable to understand is that, when Yizong first saw Nai Lai, he simply couldn't wait to kill him. But now, since when did Nai Lai and Yizong become so close to each other? Nai Lai is even calling him father-in-law. How did Nai Lai do that? Recalling Nai Lai's addressing, Yi Zian became a little angry. Since when did she accept Nai Lai? Yi Ziu unceremoniously accepted the blood crystals, looking satisfied. Yi Ziu's position and power within the Snow Wind family is only second to Yi Mo and Yizong. He has already accepted Nai Lai in his heart, which also means that Nai Lai has succeeded 1/3 of the way. He actually did this. This silvery bullet attack is really fierce. Du Zi, Lu Piao, and the rest all looked at Nai Lai dumbfoundedly. Since when did Nai Lai get so familiar with the city lord? This is simply beyond their imaginations. Could it be that Yizong has really agreed to let Yi Zian marry Nai Lai? This doesn't make any sense. Chasing the girlfriend by settling the father first, this move is too extreme. Lu Piao's eyes lit up. Since Yizong was still looking very hesitant, Nai Lai moved to Yizong's ears and said, "Father-in-law, in our trip to the ancient array, we've found a huge secret." What secret? Yizong suddenly felt a little curious. That ancient array was passed down since ancient times. No one has been able to open the barrier inside it before. He never thought that Nai Lai was actually able to open it. Just what exactly is in there? About this. Nai Lai looked at the blood crystals in Yizong's hands and said, "Father-in-law isn't treating me as a family, not willing to accept my blood crystals. This is simply threatening." Yizong pondered for a while. For Glory City, he has to eat this trap. Gritting his teeth, he kept the blood crystals and asked, "What's hiding inside the ancient array?" That ancient array is linked to an abyss prison realm. There are many demon beasts inside, as well as 13 families, and they have been there for several thousands of years. Furthermore, there are also 3 legend rank experts there as well. Nai Lai softly said, telling everything he has seen to Yizong. After Yizong accepted the blood crystals, Nai Lai became more magnanimous. He did not keep much from Yizong. Abyss prison realm, 3 legend rank experts? Yizong was stunned for a while. Although he heard from Nai Lai that the 3 legend ranks were fighters, making them not as powerful as a legend rank demon spiritualists. It's still shocking news. However, it doesn't seem like the 13 family inside the Abyss prison realm aren't as firm as an iron plate. Knowing this news, it's equivalent to Glory City having a place that they can retreat to. For Glory City, this is simply too important. Nai Lai suddenly recalled the scene in front of the ancient monument and casually asked, "Oh right, father-in-law, do you know of someone that's claimed to be the Demon Lord?" Demon Lord. Both Yizong and Yizu were shocked in their hearts. Yizong asked, "Where did you see the Demon Lord?" Nai Lai shrugged. "I only heard someone talking about it." "I'm not sure if the Demon Lord that you've heard of is the same person as the one we know. It's already been something of a few hundred years now. An anomaly appeared in Glory City. There's a starving kid that was taken in by an old man who slowly grew to 17 years old. At that time, there's a family in Glory City known as the Red Jade family. It's a large family that was only second to the Snow Wind family that had many experts in their generation. They had dozens of black gold rank demon spiritualists. The strongest one was only a step away from legend rank." Yizong said in a small, sad tone, "Speaking of this matter, it's really a pity." At that point of time, Glory City was in quite a mess. Members of the Red Jade family at that time were arrogant and tyrannical. The old man worked in the Red Jade family. Because he was unable to complete a certain task appropriately, he was whipped to death. The youth suddenly disappeared after that, and no one was able to find him. Everyone thought that he had been uprooted by the Red Jade family. No one thought that after dozens of years have passed, the youth would reappear. He was wearing a demon mask and claimed to be the Demon Lord. He walked straight into the Red Jade family's territory and started a massacre. One man fought with an entire family. This person sure is powerful. Duzi, Lu Pio, and the rest were straightening their ears to listen to the story. "What were the results?" asked Nai Lai. The entire Red Jade family was slaughtered. Not one was left alive. Dozens of black gold rank experts and one whose existence was only second to a legend rank. Yizong sighed and said, "This demon lord probably had the strength of a legend rank. However, when he slaughtered the entire Red Jade family, he had suffered a great injury. His terrifying deeds caused the other families to be in a panic and made them furious. They began to send many experts to chase after him. The result was an earth-shaking battle, but the Demon Lord still managed to escape into the Scent Ancestral Mountains." "What happened after that?" Nai Lai asked. "In his previous life, when he was forced out of Glory City, he's only 16. Therefore, it's natural that there were some things he was unsure of." Yizong and Yizu looked at each other. "The Demon Lord founded the Dark Guild." Yizong said, "Many say that not long after the Dark Guild was founded, the Demon Lord died. There are also some that say that he's still alive, trying to build the Dark Guild up these last few hundred years. Furthermore, the leader of the Dark Guild has always been called Demon Lord. The leader of the Dark Guild has always been called Demon Lord. In his previous life, there were many secrets which Nai Lai was unaware of. He recalled the scene at the stone monument. That youth is the leader of the Dark Guild? He doesn't look like one. Although that youth is definitely an expert, he doesn't have any kind of leadership aura coming off from him. Could it be that scene was left behind when the Demon Lord was still young? The time when he went missing was he in the Abyss prison realm. Hearing about this matter, everyone couldn't help sighing. The creation of the Dark Guild was actually caused by one of the families in the Glory City. If there wasn't any Dark Guild, then at least when Glory City is facing against the demon beasts, they could be as united as a piece of iron plate. The current Dark Guild is already powerful to the extent of threatening the safety of Glory City. Wait till I reach legend rank. Maybe I can have a meeting with this demon lord, Nai Lai inwardly thought to himself. After he thought of something, Yi Zong's gaze fell onto Duan Jian and he curiously asked, "This is?" He can vaguely feel a powerful aura coming from Duan Jian's body, even he couldn't see through Duan Jian. His name is Duan Jian. Nai Lai introduced. Duan Jian respectfully said to Yi Zong, "I'm the servant of Master Nai Lai." Nai Lai's servant. Yi Zong and Yi Ziu were shocked in their hearts. The moment they saw Duan Jian, they could feel a powerful aura coming from him. They were thinking that he was some expert with some mysterious identity. They never thought that he would be Nai Lai's servant. For Nai Lai to actually keep such a powerful servant. They have a feeling that Duan Jian's strength is at least black gold rank. It took them a long time to calm their hearts. Anything that happens around Nai Lai doesn't seem that surprising anymore. Nai Lai, since he's your man, you'll be in charge with arranging his staying, said Yi Zong, looking at Nai Lai. Okay. Nai Lai nodded his head, then he looked at Duan Jian and said, "Duan Jian, act freely in this city lord's mansion. Treat this like your home." "Yes, master," said Duan Jian respectfully. "What do you mean by treating this place like your home?" Yi Zong couldn't help feeling helpless. After pondering for a while, Yi Zong said, "Nai Lai, remain behind. The rest of you go back and train." "Yes, city lord." Du Zi and the rest all heed the orders with respect, bid Nai Lai farewell and then left. Xiao Ninger and Yi Zian both looked at Nai Lai and then looked at Yi Zong again before leaving the hall. After the rest left the hall, only Nai Lai, Yi Zong, and Yi Ziu remained. "Father-in-law, what do you wish to speak with me about?" Nai Lai said, smilingly while looking at Yi Zong. Yi Zong's face went dark as he said, "Nai Lai, don't think that I don't know what you're planning. Don't call me father-in-law in front of so many people in the future, otherwise I will definitely not spare you." "Oh, father-in-law, you're too immoral. I already gave you the control over the 10,000 demonic beast array. You even accepted such a precious thing like the blood crystals, and I even tell you the matters about the ancient array being connected with the Abyss prison realm. In the end, you swallowed everything and don't want to admit it. Aren't you too unrighteous to be a city lord?" said Nai Lai, looking at Yi Zong contemptuously. Yi Zong was simply speechless. This brat is simply being too shameless. He wants him to exchange his daughter with only this stuff. She's the direct descendant female of his family. Yi Ziu, however, dryly coughed and smilingly said, "Let's not argue about this. Nai Lai, Lord Yi Zong is still the city lord. You still have to give him some face. Regarding the matters with you and Xian, rest assured, as long as Xian agrees to it, me and the city lord will not obstruct you. As for this father-in-law business, shouldn't you get your dowry before calling him that? Hell, such a precious item like the blood crystal is still not considered a dowry. However, I'll not argue with either of you about this. What do you want? As long as you can say it, I'll be able to deliver it with both of my hands." Since Yi Zong did not object, Nai Lai's mood is good. After he settles everything with Yi Zong, he can only slowly wait for Yi Zian's side to bear fruit. Although Yi Zian did not show anything at this moment, she is still very concerned about him. With Nai Lai's understanding towards Yi Zian, he will definitely, slowly, win over her heart. As long as there's no rival, there won't be any big problems. After all, the only rival, Shen Yu, already has no show to give. The other one is Yi Han. Yi Zian and Yi Han have grudges ever since they were young, so Yi Han's side is absolutely impossible. Matters concerning with feelings has to be nurtured slowly. Since there isn't any rival now, Nai Lai isn't in any rush. Right now, he has to focus on the urgent matters. One side, there's the sacred family and the Dark Guild. The other side, there's the rising demon beast horde. Regarding Nai Lai, Yi Zong felt very helpless. In his entire life, everyone else would listen to him, except for this Nai Lai. He can't seem to keep him under control. Yi Zong doesn't want to dwell on this matter anymore. As long as Nai Lai has enough contributions towards Glory City, is able to get the Snow Wind family's elders to accept him, and he is true to Yuner, then he can only let it progress naturally. Nai Lai, we have found the evidence of the sacred family colluding with the Dark Guild and even located a division of the Dark Guild in Glory City. The next step is how to deal with the sacred family. Do you have any ideas? Said Yi Zong. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. There will be a huge battle inside Glory City. This is the kind of scene that he is unwilling to see. However, if they don't get rid of this cancer known as the sacred family, they will certainly create huge harm in the future. Unknowingly, Yi Zong actually began to consult Nai Lai. After all, in recent times, Nai Lai has become one of the important figures in Glory City. After pondering for a moment, Yi Ziu said, "The sacred family and a division of the Dark Guild. No matter which we eradicate first, the other one will be disturbed. Unfortunately, if we want to get rid of both, our Snow Wind family won't have enough experts. If we seek help from other families, the news might leak. We're still unsure if there are other spies from the Dark Guild and the sacred family in the other families." This is a difficult problem placed in front of them. Chapter 159. Demon Beast Horde. They have to think of a way to get rid of both the sacred family and the hidden division of the Dark Guild. Otherwise, they'll be the scourge of Glory City. Nai Lai pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't we take some time and gather the experts from all of the families to the City Lord's mansion in the name of Father-in-law's City Lord? Say that the Demon Beast Horde is already at the point of being able to take action. After everyone is gathered, leave everything to Yi Ziu. With the help of the 10,000 demonic beast array and the help of other families, I don't believe that the people from the sacred family will be able to escape." During the banquet, Father-in-law can lead a batch of people to clear the Dark Guild's division and send a batch of people to destroy the sacred family that is without any experts to defend it. After hearing Nai Lai's idea, Yi Zong nodded his head and said, "This is indeed a good idea, but it needs to be properly discussed before any action can be taken." Seeing Yi Zong's expression, Nai Lai knew that Yi Zong probably has some ideas already. The three of them discussed various matters for a long time. The calm Glory City is having some movements behind the scenes. No one knows what big matters will happen in Glory City next. Previously, when Nai Lai appeared in the Holy Orchid Institute, it was to lure the snakes out of their holes. He never thought that instead of luring people of the sacred family, it was meant to lure Yihan instead. The fight with Yihan caused Nai Lai's name to be spread across the entire Holy Orchid Institute. Thereafter, Nai Lai and his bunch entered the Abyss prison realm and went missing for dozens of days. There's various legends being left behind by Nai Lai in the Holy Orchid Institute. In recent days, Nai Lai and his group appeared in Holy Orchid Institute again, openly going in and out of the library and some other places. The moment they reappeared, he was, once again, being chased around by Huyan Lanriwo, causing him to run all over the place. Sacred Family, a gray-robed middle-aged guard, knelt in front of Shen Hong and said, "My lord, I have just been informed that Nai Lai has appeared again and is remaining in Holy Orchid Institute. He's simply carefree." "HMPH, I'll let that kid have his fun for now," Shen Hong coldly laughed. "The Snow Wind family couldn't find any evidence to prove our collusion with the Dark Guild and sent a small kid to lure us out. They're trying to make our sacred family leak out any flaws. Using this kid is only one of their little tricks. They're underestimating my sacred family a little too much. Notify everyone. They are to remain in their current positions and don't do anything else." "Yes, my lord." The middle-aged guard replied with respect. Shen Hong sat high up with his fingers gently tapping on the arm rest. Although his sacred family has suffered the suppression of the Snow-Wind family, their foundation is still there. If the Snow-Wind family is trying to get rid of the sacred family, then it'll be hard for them to guard against sacred family's bite. According to the plan, the Dark Guild will induce a large-scale demon beast horde. At that time, Glory City will be engulfed, and the sacred family will retreat out of Glory City and will be safe in the ancestral mountains. After the demon beast horde does its job, they'll enter into the Abyss prison realm with the Dark Guild. Shen Hong is one of the few that is aware of Abyss prison realm's existence. Due to the Snow-Wind family suppressing the sacred family, the Dark Guild is already prepared to induce a small-scale demon beast horde. This demon beast horde will cause the Snow-Wind family to be unable to bother with the sacred family, which will allow the sacred family a chance to breathe. In a few more days, the demon beast horde will attack Glory City. What Shen Hong isn't aware of is that the Snow-Wind family has already found the evidence of the sacred family colluding with the Dark Guild. The only reason why they got Nai Lai to linger around in the Holy Orchid Institute is to get the sacred family to let down their vigilance. Deep into the night, Nai Lai and his group were practicing in Yi Zian's courtyard. Nai Lai understands that both the sacred family and the Dark Guild have many experts, especially the Dark Guild. It has been running for so many years, they will certainly have many experts within their midst. Right now, their cultivation is still far from sufficient. Nai Lai and his group at this moment were only around 1-star gold rank. The strongest among them, Duan Jian, has already reached 1-star black gold rank. With his physical strength, an ordinary black gold rank expert wouldn't be able to get rid of him easily. Nai Lai continued to refine a blood crystal. The night is as calm as water. Yi Zian couldn't sleep in her room and walked to the yard, where Nai Lai is still focused in practicing. Yi Zian watched quietly and was lost in a daydream. Nai Lai is someone that is so hard to understand. Sometimes he will act like a kid, sometimes he's deep and calm. Just what is her relationship with Nai Lai? Yi Zian is also a little confused. Moonlight shined on her body, making her look like an elf under the moon, sacred and beautiful. Feeling Yi Zian's aura, Nai Lai's heart became extraordinarily serene. Several days later, in the city lord's mansion, Yi Zong and various higher-ups of the Snow-Wind family were planning their actions to eradicate the sacred family and the division of the Dark Guild. Suddenly, a black gold rank elder hurriedly ran in. The elder reported in an urgent tone, "City Lord, it's bad. The demon beast horde is a few miles away. They're currently moving at the direction of our Glory City. In about 5 hours' time, they'll reach the Glory City." Hearing what the elder just said, Yi Zong suddenly stood up, his face dark. They're currently preparing to deal with the sacred family. He never thought that the Dark Guild would take action first. This demon beast horde is definitely induced by the Dark Guild. "What is the size of the demon beast horde?" Yi Zong asked. The size is roughly around a few million, with many ordinary and bronze rank beasts within. A portion of them are silver and gold rank with very few black gold rank. As of now, there aren't any legend ranks found. The elder said, cupping his hands. Hearing this, Yi Zong and the others felt relieved. The demon beast horde, with the size of only a few million, is still something that Glory City can handle, especially when there isn't any legend ranks within the horde. If there was a legend rank demon beast, then it will be troublesome. However, they can't let their guards down. It is, after all, a demon beast horde. It once destroyed many empires, killing countless amounts of experts, causing human civilization to drop. Glory City was also close to being destroyed many times. Therefore, they are well aware of how frightening the demon beast horde is. "Sound the alarm immediately. Prepare the whole city," Yi Zong said solemnly. Dong, dong, dong. Very quickly, the bell sounded throughout all of Glory City. Hearing this bell, Glory City suddenly lit up with many human voice that could be heard for miles. Nai Lai suddenly opened his eyes. He will naturally not forget this kind of sound. In his previous life, 2 years later, it was this bell that made Nai Lai watch a terrible disaster befall Glory City. Sacred family. Lai's anger broke out. By right, the demon beast horde should only come 2 years later. He never thought that the sacred family and the dark guild wouldn't wait anymore. Luckily, the city lord's mansion has the protection of the 10,000 demonic beast array. They'll at least have a life-saving trump card. In the worst-case scenario, they'll be able to retreat into the abyss prison realm. Their situation is a lot better compared to his previous life. Du Zi and the rest that were practicing asked, Lai, what's happening? The demon beast horde is coming? Yes, it's the demon beast horde. Lai nodded his head. Gather everyone quickly and remain here with Du and Jian. I'll go meet with the city lord immediately. At this moment, both Xiao Ninger and Yi Zian had concern filling their faces. I'll go with you. Xiao Ninger and Yi Zian said at the same time. You guys remain here and wait for any news, said Lai, shaking his head. He then turned into a blur of shadow and flew towards the city lord's mansion's hall. In the hall, Yi Zong, Yi Ziu, and the group of others were now laying down their defenses. Batches of Snow Wind family's experts would rush towards various wall locations. An army of the various families were also gathered up, standing outside the main hall. Lord Yi Ziu, how big is the demon beast horde? Seeing that Yi Zong is still busy, Lai hurriedly asked Yi Ziu. The horde this time is roughly the size of a few million. As of now, the strongest is only black gold rank, said Yi Ziu. Hearing what Yi Ziu just said, Lai lightly exhaled a breath of relief. Although a few million demon beast horde is enough to inflict a degree of damage to Glory City, it shouldn't be enough to destroy it. The demon beast horde in his previous life was at the 100 million level. It engulfed Glory City directly. There wasn't any strength to resist them. What is the main attribute of the demon beast horde? Snow Wind attribute demon beasts, said Yi Ziu. How long would it take them to reach us? Roughly around 5 hours. The first impact will probably be the southern walls, Yi Ziu said, wanting to see if Lai had any ideas. 5 hours is more than enough time. Lai thought inwardly to himself and said to Yi Ziu, Lord Yi Ziu, can you arrange 500 men to me? I'll guard the southern wall. 500 men. Yi Ziu lightly frowned his brows and said, Your current situation is very dangerous. Both the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild have their eyes on you. If they take advantage of the demon beast horde and launch a sneak attack, we won't be able to guard against it. Lai lightly smiled and said, I know the art of face changing. I can turn into someone else. What cultivation do you require of the 500 people? 500 normal fighters would be enough. Lai smiled. Hearing what Lai just said, Yi Ziu was stunned. What can 500 normal fighters do? This is a demon beast horde with the size of millions. Perhaps Lai has some unique ideas. Since it doesn't affect the overall situation anyway, there's no harm in letting Lai have a try. Yi Ziu pondered for a while and said, No problem. I'll arrange you 1,000 normal fighters. You can do what you want with them. Then, I'll have to thank Lord Yi Ziu. Lai glanced at the currently busy Yi Zong and saw that he was definitely having a headache and was distressed by the problem. Lai did not go greet him and left to arrange his plan. These few hours were simply torturous for the citizens of Glory City. In Glory City's long history, there were many demon beast hordes at the size of tens of millions. Glory City was also nearly destroyed countless times. Although Glory City managed to rebuild itself again, however, it's usually at the cost of heavy casualties with 7 to 8 deaths in every 10 people. They never thought that the demon beast horde would come again. No one knows what the current situation will be like. The streets were filled with fully armed guards, rushing to various sides of the walls. Seeing this hectic scene, the citizens remained in their houses with their lights lit up. In a household, Mummy, will the demon beast horde come? A little girl wearing plain clothes blinked her eyes, staring at a woman beside her. The woman had an ashen face but still managed a forced smile and said, Don't worry, kid. The demon beast horde won't come. Daddy will chase the demon beast horde away. The woman stared into the dark sky outside. Her husband is among the city guards. She's not sure how many people will die in this fight, nor if he will return. Chapter 160. Beast Horde arrives. Every demon beast horde is a nightmare. All of Glory City is in a state of alert. City Lord's Mansion's hall, various experts from various families were arranged to the various sides of the city. Only the sacred family was left alone. Yi Zong and Shen Hong's gazes made contact, with rays of chilling light flashing through their eyes. Shen Hong smiled as he looked at Yi Zong and said, "I did not expect Glory City to experience a demon beast horde. As a member of Glory City, and for the sake of Glory City's safety, my sacred family will naturally do anything it can to protect it. I wonder what has City Lord arranged for my sacred family?" Yi Zong's eyes narrowed as he looked at Shen Hong and said, "The sacred family's experts will go protect the northern walls. Except, I have to ask for Brother Shen to go with me to the southern walls to hold the line. With the demon beast horde coming, who knows what tricks Shen Hong will try. If Yi Zong let this fellow, Shen Hong, leave his sight, Yi Zong will naturally be unable to feel at ease. I'm willing to serve the City Lord," Shen Hong said, his eyes narrowing as he smiled. How could he not know what Yi Zong thinking about? Then, Brother Shen, off we go. "As you wish, City Lord." Nai Lai, Du Zi, Lu Piao, and the rest of the group arrived at the southern walls first. In this demon beast horde, the southern walls will have the first impact and will, therefore, be the most dangerous place. There was still 5 hours from the arrival of the demon beast horde. Under Nai Lai's command, the 1,000 fighters were digging outside the city. Due to the fact that the demon beast horde will soon arrive, everyone is very nervous and their movements were hastened. What is Nai Lai planning? Lu Piao felt very curious. Due to the fighters digging around the place, the land became very bumpy. However, these potholes are useless against those powerful snow-wind demon beasts. No matter what Nai Lai is planning, we'll just follow. Du Zi picked up a shovel and constantly dug at the mud. The guards at the top of the city walls would look below occasionally. They couldn't figure out what Nai Lai and his group were planning. They can only see the 2 deep ravines being dug below the ground with a group of people pouring an oil-like liquid in afterwards. The ground was also dug to the point that it became uneven. The ground was filled with many small pits that were the size of a fist. There was another group of people that were cutting down thousands of bamboos and sharpening the tips, making them into something like a spear. Thereafter, they poured something into the insides of the bamboo. Aside from that, a group of alchemists would rush here from everywhere. They were all holding buckets of a potion-like substance. What are these people doing? Not sure. I have absolutely no idea. What kind of potion is in those buckets? Why are they pouring those potions into the pits? Who knows? These city guards, who were guarding the wall, were curiously discussing the actions of Nai Lai and his bunch, temporarily dispersing the fear of the coming demon beast horde. Time was ticking away as minute after minute went past. The fear within their hearts become even deeper, because they know that the demon beast horde will soon arrive. Batches of experts from various families gathered on top of the wall, giving them a little peace of mind. The mottled walls of Glory City appeared to be dark in the night, causing the hearts of the people to become inexplicably heavy. There was countless amounts of predecessors dying on this wall. Every single piece of stone on the city wall was drenched in their blood. For generations, they have been constantly in battle with the demon beasts. No one knows when the terrifying demon beast horde will arrive. No one knows if this very last piece of land that they are living on will be engulfed. The 1,000 fighters below the city wall were still busy. Although they don't have much strength, their efficiency is still very high. The completed situation is still better than what Nai Lai imagined, and Nai Lai still arranged even more fortifications. While Nai Lai was busy, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger refused to remain idle. They took up shovels and also began to dig just like the normal fighters. On the city wall, Yi Zong, Shen Hong, and many experts arrived. Seeing the upright, standing, and firm Yi Zong, their hearts inexplicably felt a lot more at ease. In their hearts, Yi Zong is a godlike existence. This person second to Lord Yi Mo, the guardian of Glory City. At this current moment, Yi Zong, Shen Hong, Yiziu and the rest were all looking at the pits and holes below the city wall that were filled with all kinds of liquid substances and were feeling curious. What's happening? Yizong asked Yiziu. The corner of Yiziu's eyes glanced at Shen Hong. He shook his head and said, I'm not too sure as well. Yizong was the first person to finish reacting to it. All of this is probably linked to Nai Lai, and only Nai Lai would do such weird stuff. Shen Hong looked below and puzzledly asked, The demon beast horde will soon arrive, so what are these idiots doing? What can these things do? They think that they'll be able to stop the great army of demon beasts with those pits. Simply ridiculous. Yizong and Yiziu did not refute. Since Nai Lai has already done it, they can only wait and see. There's no point in arguing with Shen Hong. At this point of time, the various patriarchs also appeared to be more tolerant. The divine family's patriarch said while laughing, Since the demon beast horde is coming, doing something is better than doing nothing. It's a plain waste of workforce. In order to beat the demon beast horde, we will still have to rely on brute force. The fist is the true way, Shen Hong proudly said. He has always been dissatisfied with Yizong's actions. What's happening below should have been arranged by Nai Lai. Therefore, he has disdain that was beneath contempt for this matter. A short period of silence. Aside from the shoveling sounds coming from below the city wall, no one spoke a word. A moment later, someone broke the silence and said, The demon beast horde is only at the millions level. We don't have to be too nervous about it. We have also withstood the tens of millions level of demon beast hordes before. In fact, a millions level demon beast horde can still be blocked. However, there will always be large amount of casualties in every horde. In order to repel the horde, Glory City has to pay a painful price. After the horde comes through, there would be nothing but devastation. 5 hours passed by very quickly. The demon beast horde still not arrived yet. Everyone looked at the land far away. They were a little puzzled and were wondering what was happening. Could it be that the demon beast horde is not coming anymore? The demon beast horde is formed by a large amount of demon beasts. They're like a tidal wave, engulfing everything they passed. The reason for the demon beast horde forming is still unknown. Perhaps it's for migration or maybe to look for prey. Their route is uncertain, therefore who knows if they changed directions. Everyone felt a little lucky in their hearts. After all, if the demon beast horde were to change their directions, then Glory City would be able spared from this horrifying battle. Just when everyone was feeling a little more relaxed in their hearts, a demon beast roar could be heard coming from the valley. The roar of this demon beast sounded so mournful in the quiet night. Hearing the demon beast roar coming from far away, everyone's faces changed. The demon beast horde is coming. Everyone, full defense. Defense. People below, get back up. Hearing the demon beast roar, Nai Lai and the rest quickly stopped their work and entered the city gate. The city gate dropped down with a boom. The originally squatting guards at both sides of the door stood up, being in full alert. Almost every time when the demon beast horde arrives, the gate would be bridged. What they are facing is flesh and blood killing intent. Several recruits holding onto the spears in their hands were slightly trembling. You're afraid? An old soldier with scars all over his face asked. The new recruit nodded his head. It's fine, everything will be fine when the fight starts. The scarred-faced old soldier laughed. White blade enters, red blade comes out. At that time, there'll be nothing to be afraid of. Nai Lai and his group quickly went up the city walls and looked into the distance. On the flat ground far away, black dot appeared one after another and quickly become more dense, turning into a thick black strip. The ground was also rumbling like dense thunder striking it in the sun. Ancestral mountain lives countless amounts of snow-wind demon beasts. When these snow-wind demon beasts get together, they'll become a frightening demon beast horde. The horizon of the sky is lit with gray. Looking towards the sky, the horizon couldn't be seen, only demon beasts. These demon beasts are all roaring, charging towards Glory City. Yizong and the rest have already unsheathed their swords, preparing to charge out and enter into battle. With their strength, as long as they don't encounter any demon beasts above the black gold rank, they can safely retreat. Nai Lai walked to Yi Ziu's side, took a glance at Shen Hong, and said in a low voice, "Lord Yi Ziu, get Lord Father-in-law to not take any action first. Wait till the demon beast horde arrives at the city walls." "Okay." Yi Ziu nodded his head. He already has complete trust towards Nai Lai. Therefore, he did not ask for Nai Lai's reason and passed Nai Lai's message to Yi Zong. The speed of the demon beast horde is extremely fast. It was already roughly 3 miles away from the city walls. There were all sorts of huge demon beasts mixed in. Some were more than 5 meters in size and were daunting. All the various patriarchs unsheathed their swords respectively. "City Lord, we should take action soon." In the previous battles against the demon beast horde, experts like them would go up and withstand the first impact. Only after they are exhausted would they come back to rest and let the guards on the wall to cover a wave, giving time for the experts to finish resting before going up. Doing it this way, it could efficiently use the roles of the experts. "Wait!" Yi Zong waved his hand. Nai Lai got Yi Ziu to pass the message to him to not attack just yet. "City Lord, what are you waiting for?" Shen Hong said with a little impatience. When Yi Zong and the rest are fighting, he can find a chance, and if he could get Yi Zong to die by the hands of a demon beast without any flaws, then that would be perfect. Yi Zong shook his head and said, "Wait!" Hearing Yi Zong's command, all the various experts held their steps. They couldn't understand what Yi Zong was preparing to do next. Truth is, even Yi Zong doesn't know. It was Nai Lai that got him to do it. The demon beast horde was already close to the city walls. Within the demon beast horde, the majority of them are normal or bronze rank demon beasts with a height of around 2 meters, which was huge in size. The amount of silver and gold rank was slightly less. However, their heights were usually reaching 4 to 5 meters. Within the demon beast horde, there are roughly a dozen of black gold rank demon beasts. Their sizes were several times that of the silver and gold rank demon beasts, like a huge mini-mountain. These demon beasts are mostly snow wind-attributed demon beasts, so when they charged, a blizzard was blowing. The surrounding air seemed to be getting condensed. Roar, 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 discovering the human city wall, the demon beasts madly roared. Every one of them began to frantically bolt, charging towards Glory City. Chapter 161. Wicked Idea. The terrifying demon beast's roars were like thunder booming, causing the city wall to tremble enough for dust to fall. Seeing the endless amount of demon beasts, Lu Paio, Du Zi, and the rest had their faces ashened. "My goodness, with so many snow-wind demon beasts, there'll be a lot of deaths. I don't want to turn into the stool of these snow-wind demon beasts." Lu Paio had a bitter face. "God have pity on me, I'm still a virgin." "Good for nothing." Xiao Zhu kicked on Lu Paio's butt. "If these snow-wind demon beasts climb up the city walls, I'll turn them into stew." Du Zi gave Xiao Zhu a thumbs up. If even a woman like Xiao Zhu is not afraid, then what can the men be afraid of? Although Lu Paio whined earlier, he still remained on the city wall. He's just someone that will have some complaints, but still have some backbone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have generously died without having any second thoughts in his previous life. Xiao Ninger and Yi Zian stood behind Nai Lai and said nothing. Yi Zian glanced at Yi Zong, who was a good distance away. As the daughter of the city lord, she will naturally not be worse than others. When facing the demon beast horde, she will definitely not back down. This concerns the pride of the Snow Wind family. Glory City is waiting for them to protect it. Xiao Ninger was staring at Nai Lai's back figure. Back in the Abyss prison realm, she had already experienced death, so death is already mild in front of her. If the demon beast horde destroys Glory City, then she will gladly die together with Nai Lai. Nai Lai looked at far away. The front line of snow-wind demon beasts has already entered the first line of defense. When passing the sloped area, the speed of the demon beast horde had significantly slowed down. The group of demon beasts passed the sloped area very quickly, entering into the front part of the pitted area. When these snow-wind demon beasts stepped onto the ground, they were stepping into the pits and were being drowsed in a large amount of liquid. When the liquid came in contact with the fur of a snow-wind demon beast, it would immediately explode, forming a sea of flames in an instant. The demon beasts that were charging at the front line suddenly roared miserably within the sea of flames. The fire spread, immediately engulfing thousands of snow-wind demon beasts. What the snow-wind demon beasts are most afraid of is flames. However, ordinary flames are absolutely impossible to cause any burns on the body of these snow-wind demon beasts. What Ainz poured into the pits was a red oil. Within this red oil, he added some mica materials. The moment the oil touches the skin or fur, it'll ignite. The blazing heat is not something an ordinary cold can extinguish. With the demon beast horde advancing, the front line of snow-wind demon beasts were unable to stop at all. They were pushed, one after another, into the sea of flames, causing the flame to be even more intense. In just a few moments, the corpses of these snow-wind demon beasts stacked on top of each other, forming a huge mountain of flaming corpses. In just an instant, several thousands of demon beasts were dead. This scene shocked everyone present. Who could have thought that the liquid in those pits would have such frightening power? In just an instant, it blocked the demon beast's offense. Right now, even Yi Zong, Yi Ziu, and the rest were also dumbfounded for several seconds before joy took over their expressions. They had no idea what liquid Ainz used would be such a great weapon against the demon beasts. Ainz really does have a method or two. Just this move alone can save a lot of our strength, Yi Ziu said excitedly. Yi Zong also had a hint of admiration flashing through his eyes. Ainz has done a good job. Shen Hong's face went dark. He never thought that the demon beast horde's offense would suddenly be blocked. Look. One city guard yelled out in an urgent tone. Looking far away after the first batch of the horde was blocked, it quickly split into two and began to move around the flames. Yi Zong's face quickly changed. Not good. If this goes on, the demon beast horde will move towards the east and west side of the city. The guards over at those walls are rather weak. Suddenly, two arrows with the tips ignited drew two arcs of light in the darkness and landed into the deep ditches on either side. In an instant, two giant pillars of flame moved towards the other side, forming two flaming walls with the height of 5 to 6 meters and stretched for thousands of meters. The charging speed of these snow-wind demon beasts was too fast. They couldn't stop in time and charged into the flaming walls. Instantly, they issued miserable shrieks as their entire bodies were ignited by the flames, and were stumbling as they ran dozens of meters and eventually fell onto the ground with their entire bodies charred. One after another, the snow-wind demon beasts couldn't stop in time and continued to charge into the flaming walls. In an instant, another few thousand snow-wind demon beasts died within the flames. These snow-wind demon beasts can only continue to proceed through the southern wall, since they were being blocked by the firewalls. Yi Zong and the rest were simply dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Ainz seems to have already calculated the route these snow-wind demon beasts would take and used the intense flames to guide these snow-wind demon beasts. The snow-wind demon beasts don't have high intelligence. They can only avoid the flames and charge forward. They'll soon reach the second line of defense. The corner of Ainz's mouth curl into a smile. Everything has been going as he had expected. With the two flaming walls blocking their way out, the snow-wind demon beasts got intensely packed together. On their bodies, there were some small sparks. One of the sparks landed onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions of great intensity were suddenly heard that could harm the ears. Even the people standing on the top of the walls couldn't endure and were forced to cover their ears. The exploding sounds were simply too frightening. The scene before them caused everyone to be even more shocked than they already were. In a series of explosions, the demon beasts that were crowding the front were sent up into the air. Many of the snow-wind demon beasts were shattered into bits and pieces, turning into nothing more than pieces of meat flying in the sky. In this series of explosions, at least several tens of thousands of snow-wind demon beasts were killed and turned into ashes. Even a group of gold rank and 2 black gold rank demon beasts were killed. The sea of flames earlier caused Yi Zong, Yi Ziu, and the rest to be surprised. And now they were utterly shocked. This explosion is simply too frightening. Even black gold rank demon beasts were shredded to pieces. Just what did that kid Nai Lai use? Yi Zong said, fear still lingering from the explosion. At this moment, Shen Hong was even more frightened. That chain of explosions was simply too frightening. If one didn't have the proper precautions and was ambushed by it, the entire sacred family would probably fly into the sky. Nai Lai got the Alchemist Association to mix mica, black chips, and 20 over minerals together with some herbs to form into a liquid. This liquid is extremely unstable. The moment it comes into contact with fire, a terrifying explosion will occur. The might of the explosion can be described as devastating. Several tens of thousands of snow-wind demon beasts were killed without anyone fighting. This is enough for Glory City to have a lot less casualties. Furthermore, there were 2 black gold rank demon beasts that were within those explosions, which were absolute frightening existences. These explosions were simply too frightening. The snow-wind demon beasts at the back felt their fear rising. However, the amount of snow-wind demon beasts was too many. Those at the back constantly pushed the charge forward, pushing the snow-wind demon beasts at the front. Boom! 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 A series of explosions occurred, blowing another few thousand snow-wind demon beasts apart. The snow-wind demon beast army continued to march forward, closing in on Glory City. Although their approaching speed is a lot slower, the sheer amount would cause fear in people. They're at the 3rd line of defense now. Nai Lai estimated the distance of the snow-wind demon beasts. Although the army of snow-wind demon beasts did not stop their marching, their amount was being exhausted little by little. As their numbers get exhausted, there will be that many less losses that Glory City has to face. With the snow-wind demon beasts only a few kilometers away from the city walls, Nai Lai picked up a bamboo spear and threw it over to the place with the densest amount of snow-wind demon beasts. The sharpened bamboo drew an arc in the air and landed within the densely packed amount of snow-wind demon beasts. With a boom, the bamboo exploded. The potion from within the bamboo leaked out. Roar! Those snow-wind demon beasts that inhaled the potion had their eyes turn red and went insane. They were constantly biting their companions and, in an instant, turned the whole area into a mess. Bamboo was thrown at the horde from the hands of the fighters. Within the bamboo was a poison that would cause the snow-wind demon beasts to go crazy. After the snow-wind demon beasts inhale it, they will enter into a berserk mode and attack their companions. The only downside is that under such short notification, the Alchemist Association was only able to find a small amount of materials and only made roughly 5,000 bamboos-filled potions. The snow-wind demon beasts were attacking one another, and the scene immediately entered into chaos. Every bamboo can get rid of dozens of demon beasts. As the snow-wind demon beasts charged forward in waves, waves of bamboo were shot up, and soon another 50,000 to 60,000 snow-wind demon beasts fell to the ground. Bursts of cheers were coming from the guards on the city wall. They never imagined that there would actually be such a method to fight against the demon beasts. There were already over hundreds of thousands of deaths on the demon beast side before they even charged the city walls. Every single one of them were excited and couldn't wait to get some of those to give them a try. As for the ordinary fighters that were throwing the bamboo, they were even more excited. Normally, they could only manage to kill one snow-wind demon beast when few of them team up. But now, as long as they throw out a bamboo, they will be able to kill dozens of demon beasts. This is simply too easy, causing them to plunge into excitement. At this moment, all the various patriarchs were also discussing with one another. Who came up with this idea? It really gave me an eye-opener. Yeah, after battling demon beasts for so many years, I had no idea that we can use this method to kill them. The key is those potions. Without those potions, ordinary methods would be complete useless against the snow-wind demon beast. The one that came up with this potion and this method has done an outstanding service to Glory City. If it wasn't for him, who knows how many of us would die? divine family's patriarch sighed. Yeah, an outstanding service. By contributions alone, he's definitely first. All the patriarchs praised. Shen Hong remained silent without saying anything. His face was expressionless, but in his heart, he felt extremely depressed. In order to induce the demon beast horde, the Dark Guild had to spend a lot on it. Could it be that their efforts will be wasted? However, it's good that there are only hundreds of thousands of snow-wind demon beasts being killed. There is still nearly millions of demon beasts left. This demon beast horde is far from finished. Regarding this matter, we still have to be grateful to that kid, Nai Lai. These ideas all came from him, Yi Ziu said, smiling at the side. That genius Nai Lai. Never think that aside from having extraordinary talent, the kid still contained quite a few wicked ideas. What wicked idea? This is simply great wisdom. What Hu Yingsheng admires the most is smart people. Hu Yingsheng rose his thumbs up. Killing hundreds of thousands of demon beasts without seeing our soldiers' blood and blades, which one of you can achieve that? Chapter 162. Fierce battle. All the patriarchs smiled. What Hu Yingsheng just said isn't wrong. Nai Lai only used some potion and red oil materials, yet so many demon beasts were killed without seeing any blood and blade unsheathed from the soldiers. This alone could allow Glory City to avoid a lot of casualties. This contribution is undeniable. Yi Zong and Yi Ziu looked at each other, and Yi Ziu smiled. Yi Zong knows that Yi Ziu purposely said this in front of all the patriarchs, helping Nai Lai to have his contributions recorded. In the future, the patriarchs will recognize Nai Lai. Yi Zong looked towards the endless demon beast horde. Glory City has always been living under imminent crisis, having to face the attacks of the demon beast horde at any time. Who knows which day the city will be destroyed? If Nai Lai is really able to guard Glory City, then marrying Yuner to Nai Lai is nothing much. If Yuner married Nai Lai and she became the city lord, perhaps it's the best choice. Except, thinking about Yi Han, Yi Zong couldn't help lightly sighing. He looked towards Yi Han, who was wearing battle armor and standing alone at the distant watchtower. His lonely figure was like a statue. Hopefully Hanner can be more open. Although Yi Han's talent isn't that bad compared to the current Yuner and Nai Lai, he's a little lacking. Furthermore, he has no noteworthy contributions to Glory City, only having an unstable foundation. Nai Lai's contributions were too huge, completely overshadowing Yi Han. Even if Yi Han wants to fight, he probably wouldn't be able to win. Yi Han felt something and looked at Yi Zong's direction from the watchtower. He never imagined Nai Lai to have such an endless method up his sleeve, killing hundreds of thousands of demon beasts. Among them were 2 black gold rank. Yi Han gradually understood why Yi Zong would place attention on Nai Lai. He also heard that the 10,000 demonic beast array was also laid down by Nai Lai. Just based on these 2 contributions from Nai Lai alone, it'd be very hard for him to compete against him. Yi Han's right fist clenched, his sharp nails dug into his palms. Only sharp pain would be able to ease the unwilling acceptance and resentment in his heart. The city lord's position is just within his sights, but he's just simply unable to get it. He was seeing it getting further and further away from him. Yi Han recalled what Shen Ziu said. If he's unable to claim the city lord's position, then no one is allowed to claim it. Yi Han's eyes turned scarlet red, bit his teeth and thought inwardly, "This is what you guys have forced me to do right now, on top of the city wall." Lu Pio, Wai Nan and Bunch were unable to contain their excitement. They also used the bamboos to kill dozens of demon beasts. Lu Pio stood on the city wall, facing the blowing cold wind, and laughed. This demon beast horde doesn't seem to be anything much. Seeing Lu Pio's pleased expression, Xiao Zhu was just simply pissed off. Just a little earlier, he was whining, and now he's being complacent. She even thought of kicking Lu Pio down the wall. Don't rejoice too soon. Of this million-level demon beast horde, we've only managed to destroy 1/10 of them. Du Zi was a little speechless. This is just the beginning of the demon beast horde. Aside from Lu Pio being playful, the rest were quite serious. After all, the demon beast horde has already broken through the 3rd line of defense. Next up, How many trump cards can they still use? The third line of defense held on for half an hour, killing tens of thousands of snow-wind demon beasts. However, these snow-wind demon beasts were still marching forward. The snow-wind demon beasts were gradually getting closer to the city. Rumble, the city gate suddenly suffered an impact. Quick, pour the red oil down. A group of fighters poured the buckets of red oil from behind them and then lit a spark. Boom, flames were soaring into the skies. Below the city gate, this is the fourth line of defense. Flames engulfed countless snow-wind demon beasts. The area below the city wall has already turned into a sea of flames with the snow-wind demon beasts frantically roaring. The scene was simply hellish. The guards on the walls were fully armed, ready to enter into battle at any time. Once the fourth layer of defense is broken through, then the battle will be with white blades. At that time, they'll have no choice but to face the snow-wind demon beasts. Demon beasts are charging up the walls. An exclamation could be heard from far away. The red oil turned into an intense flame. Although the flames were engulfing many snow-wind demon beasts, there were still some of the more powerful gold-rank snow-wind demon beasts that managed to charge up the walls. The experts of various families also immediately charged with swords in their hands. Roar. The few gold-rank snow-wind demon beasts that managed to charge up the walls waved their claws around, smashing several guards to death. In that instant, blood drenched the walls. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk asterisk whoosh, asterisk asterisk whoosh asterisk, several figures flashed towards the gold-rank snow-wind demon beasts. All these people were at least gold-rank experts. There were even a few black gold ranks. They would come together to quickly kill the gold-rank demon beasts and throw their corpses down the walls. An intense fight broke out on top of the city walls. Although there were some casualties compared to the demon beast hordes in the past, it's much better. In the past, when the demon beast horde arrives, they would charge up the city walls in groups. Thereafter, there would be an intense fight with blades, like a meat grinder, killing many in an instant. This time, ordinary snow-wind demon beasts basically died in the sea of flames. Only a small amount of gold-rank snow-wind demon beasts were able to charge up the city walls. Furthermore, the snow-wind demon beasts couldn't stand the blazing flames. With the flames blazing up into the sky, their fighting capability fell. Experts from various families on top of the city walls would constantly kill the snow-wind demon beasts that managed to climb up. Buckets of red oil were being poured down, and waves of flames would engulf the snow-wind demon beasts. The intense fight on top of the city walls continued, and Nai Lai was also anxiously commanding. Although there was a lot of red oil, this situation can only be maintained for a few hours at best. However, Nai Lai already passed inscription pattern-related materials to the Alchemist Association to have them start making blood-burst demonic bottles. Once the red oil is finished, they'll use the blood-burst demonic bottles. Up till now, there wasn't any need for any patriarch to take action yet. They are only responsible to stay alert. Immediately send some of the men back to the family. Get everyone in the family to move any usable oil here. Today, Daddy Me will burn these snow-wind demon beasts. Huyan Xing shouted. Several people from the Huyan family immediately set off to collect red oil. Patriarchs of various families also sent someone back to gather red oil. Even if they won't be able to have any red oil for a year, they will gladly use them to destroy these snow-wind demon beasts. If the citizens of Glory City knew that red oil can be used to fight the snow-wind demon beasts, they will probably contribute all the red oil in their homes without any hesitation. Yizong stared into the distance, his gaze falling onto the dozens of black gold-rank demon beasts within the snow-wind demon beast army. These black gold-rank demon beasts are the most dangerous existences there. The whole demon beast horde is commanded by them. The fighting fell into an anxious state. The area below the city wall is like a huge meat grinding machine. Tens of hundreds of snow-wind demon beasts have been killed, and the top of the city wall was plunged into battle. There has already been thousands of casualties with hundreds of deaths. However, the current situation is still acceptable for Glory City. While Nai Lai was commanding the fighters, he suddenly felt as though he was in an empty world. The countless amounts of demon beasts below the walls wailed. Their voices seemed to be getting further and further away. Countless snow-wind demon beasts' deaths were like countless souls floating in the air. Nai Lai could feel the countless amount of soul force gathering into him. All of this soul force was rushing into Nai Lai's soul realm with no intent on stopping. Boom, boom, boom. Under the impact of all of this soul force, his soul realm frantically surged. Nai Lai's soul realm felt as though it was about to explode. The movement of his body became very slow. Nai Lai's brows were locked tight. Such an accident actually happened in such a crucial moment. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk, asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, asterisk whoosh, asterisk, a batch of gold-rank demon beasts charged up the city wall. Duzi, Lu Pio and the rest all merged with their demon spirits respectively and engaged in battle. Duan Jian took the lead and charged towards the place where the most gold-rank demon beasts gathered. Suddenly, 2 gold-rank demon beasts charged towards Nai Lai. Nai Lai, be careful. Xiao Ninger suddenly realized Nai Lai's strange reaction. Nai Lai seems to be in a daze with his brows locked tight and looked like he was in extreme pain. She immediately charged towards Nai Lai without any regards for herself. Yi Zian also noticed Nai Lai's strangeness. She watched Xiao Ninger charge forward to save Nai Lai as 2 gold-rank demon beasts pounced towards Nai Lai and Xiao Ninger. If she doesn't stop them, both Nai Lai and Xiao Ninger will definitely be in danger. Yi Zian immediately controlled the Snow Queen demon spirit. 2 storms formed in her palms, and she threw them towards the 2 gold-rank demon beasts. Yi Zian had only just stepped into 1-star gold rank, and these 2 demon beasts were at least 3-star gold rank. However, Yi Zian did not bother about the difference that much. The 2 storms landed on the bodies of the 2 gold rank demon beasts, causing their bodies to pause a little. Ice wall technique, Yi Zian quickly chanted while having the Snow Queen demon spirit control the water element's energy, forming a thick wall behind Nai Lai and Xiao Ninger. Boom! The 2 gold-rank demon beasts hit the ice wall. They let out a whimper and backed off. At this moment, Yi Zian's face turned slightly pale with a trace of blood leaking from her mouth. With her current strength, facing 2 3-star gold-rank demon beasts is still too difficult for her. When Xiao Ninger pushed Nai Lai out of the way, she gratefully gave Yi Zian a glance. It was Yi Zian that saved her and Nai Lai earlier. Boom! Xiao Ninger and Nai Lai heavily fell onto the ground. Xiao Ninger also couldn't help letting out a groan. Although her cultivation had already reached gold rank, she is a demon spiritualist. Therefore, her physical body isn't very powerful. After rolling out, she became pressed under Nai Lai's weight. Ninger, take Nai Lai and leave first, Yi Zian said in an anxious voice. She continued to control the Snow Queen and blocked the front of Nai Lai and Xiao Ninger. Yi Zian, you. Xiao Ninger looked at Yi Zian, feeling a slight pain in her heart. She still remembers the time when she was very young when they used to be best friends. However, as time passed, Xiao Ninger gradually understood the distance between them. Yi Zian is the daughter of the city lord, and she is nothing. She had to face the fate of being married off to others, marrying that bastard, Shen Fei. She was filled with grief. She constantly worked hard, trying to change her fate. Thereafter, Nai Lai helped her cure her illness and made her the most talented person within her family. Hence, she was able to get rid of that frightening chain before she was able to feel relieved. However, the only one Nai Lai likes is Yi Zian. Fate has always been playing a joke on her. Everything is for Yi Zian. However, the one saving them today is Yi Zian. Xiao Ninger is still rather kind-hearted. She also couldn't bear seeing anything happening to Yi Zian and reminded her by saying, "You be careful." Nai Lai suffered a concussion earlier on and was slowly returning. Suddenly, he felt that he's pressing into something, feeling something below him. A soft touch and a lady's fragrance got to him. He forcefully opened his eyes. It turns out to be Ninger. They were separated by a thin layer of clothes. so he was able to vaguely feel her voluptuous body. Nai Lai's consciousness became a little clearer, seeing Xiao Ninger's anxious expression, and he was slightly stunned. He suddenly recalled, earlier on, his soul realm suddenly suffered an impact. There seemed to be two gold-rank demon beasts charging towards him, and it was Xiao Ninger that saved him. Nai Lai, you're awake. What happened to you earlier? You scared us to death. Xiao Ninger, seeing Nai Lai wake up, felt relieved. Suddenly, feeling that Nai Lai is still pressing against her, her cheeks suddenly turned red. She quickly shook Nai Lai. Quick, get up. Xian is still defending us from the demon beasts, and we are in a dangerous position. As Nai Lai continued to press against her, she wanted to push Nai Lai away. But she feared hurting him and cause even more damage to the already wounded Nai Lai. The skin-to-skin contact made her shy and anxious. Nai Lai did not pay attention to her reactions. So much soul force had rushed into his soul realm, causing him to suffer from the impact. His body was still a little weak. Hearing what Xiao Ninger just said, he quickly operated his soul force. After having so much soul force rush into his soul realm seemed to have expanded a little. Nai Lai figured out why. With so much demon beasts dying in the battlefield below, there would be a large amount of soul force coming out of their bodies. All of this soul force seemed to have been controlled and entered his body. Because Nai Lai's soul realm was unable to absorb such a large amount in such a short amount of time, is why this situation formed. Nai Lai got up with great difficulty, but his soul realm felt as though it was being shredded. This struggle caused Nai Lai to grimace in pain. Nai Lai, how are you feeling? Xiao Ninger anxiously asked, quickly supporting Nai Lai. Not good, I need to refine my soul force a little. Nai Lai said. He forcefully sat cross-legged and immediately began refining the soul force in his soul realm. Only by recovering quickly can he once again enter into battle. In order to prevent Nai Lai from being attacked, Xiao Ninger guarded Nai Lai's side. Although experts from various families have killed many demon beasts, the amount of silver and gold-rank demon beasts charging up the walls was increasing, and they were entering into a bitter battle. Yixian merged with her Snow Queen demon spirit, her body shuttling back and forth to dodge to attack of the two gold-rank demon beasts. A small blizzard turned into a sword that shot towards the two gold-rank demon beasts. Boom! Boom! The icicles exploded, causing only a slight pause in the movements of the two gold-rank demon beasts. The two demon beasts furiously roared and pounced towards Yixian, causing her to be unable to dodge in time. The Snow Wind attributed demon beast that Yixian integrated with his only 1-star gold rank. Although it's able to surpass rank and battle, it's still unable to deal with 2 3-star gold rank demon beasts at once. Seeing Yixian in danger, Xiao Ninger felt anxious. Just when she was preparing to save Yixian, a gold rank demon beast came from the side and pounced towards Nai Lai. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ninger merged with her heavenly lightning sparrow, flapped her wings and shot bolts of lightning towards the gold-rank demon beast. Chapter 163. 2-star gold rank. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a ray of light shot out. The lightning struck the gold-rank demon beast, causing fresh blood to splatter around. The gold-rank demon beast, suffering from the heavy damage, took a few steps back and roared. It widened its mouth and charged towards Xiao Ninger. The power of the blizzard instantly decreased the surrounding temperature by several degrees, causing Xiao Ninger's body to be a little stiff. The pressure from the 5-star gold rank Snow Wind Behemoth Lizard's bloodlust felt huge to Xiao Ninger. Xiao Ninger had difficulty chanting as she mobilized the surrounding soul forces. 3 bolts of lightning appeared out of the thin air, shooting towards the gold rank demon beast. Bang! 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 The 3 bolts of lightning penetrated the body of the Snow Wind Behemoth Lizard, immediately making its blood splatter around the area. The Snow Wind Behemoth Lizard painfully wailed, but its body did not stop as it continued to charge at Xiao Ninger. This demon beast seems to have gone crazy, not having any regards for its own life. Xiao Ninger quickly tried to dodge the Snow Wind Behemoth Lizard's attack, but it was too fast. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the snow-wind behemoth lizard smash into Xiaoninger, causing her to suffer great injuries as she heavily flew to the floor. The snow-wind behemoth lizard raised its claws, smashing at Nai. Not good. Nai is in danger. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoninger immediately mobilized the last of her soul force, formed it into a lightning chains and shot them towards the snow-wind behemoth lizard's front paws, binding them in place. Xiaoninger's heart was in an extremely anxious state. She exhausted all of her strength. This snow-wind behemoth lizard is way too powerful. It's not something that she can compete against. However, Nai is still sitting there, cross-legged. She has no idea when Nai will recover, and she is no longer able to hold out anymore. Her soul force has already been exhausted, the corner of her mouth leaked out a trace of blood, and even her internals has suffered great injuries. No matter what, I won't let you harm Nai. Xiaoninger's eyes were firm, forcefully mobilize her soul realm, exhausting whatever's left of her soul force with her strong will, and was fighting to maintain the lightning chain. However, the lightning chain soon collapsed. Just when the snow-wind behemoth lizard's claw was about to land onto Nai suddenly opened his eyes. The soul force that rushed into his dantian has been fully absorbed into his soul realm, causing his soul realm to grow by at least a fold. His soul force has undergone a transformation. He had finally stepped into 2-star gold rank. Nai felt the changes within his body. The power of a 2-star gold rank caused his heart to be excited. He never thought that he would be able to absorb those deceased demon beasts' soul forces and make a breakthrough. Nai's right hand moved. The scarlet flame flying knife appeared in his hand, then shot into the sharp claws of the snow-wind behemoth lizard, piercing the snow-wind behemoth lizard's entire arm, then through its brain and finally out the back of its head. Auror. The snow-wind behemoth lizard let out a wail and heavily fell onto the ground with blood all over the floor. After reaching 2-star gold rank, Nai's control over the scarlet flame flying knife became much smoother. Its might is simply frightening, directly penetrating through a 5-star gold rank demon beast. With a wave of his right hand, the scarlet flame flying knife returned to his hand. Nai threw a glimpse into the distance. Yi Zian was at the brim of the wall, fighting 2 gold rank demon beasts. Nai's body quickly underwent a transformation, merging with his fanged panda demon spirit, and activated gravity field. He then opened his mouth and shot a black sphere and a white sphere from it. Yi Zian was in the midst of a bitter battle. Suddenly, the 2 gold rank demon beasts were falling down the city walls. The sudden change caused Yi Zian to be a little surprised. After taking a quick glance at Nai, she understood what's going on. A black sphere and a white sphere exploded beside them. That frightening impact instantly engulfed the 2 gold rank demon beasts. Yi Zian let out a breath in relief and slowly floated down. She gave another look into the distance and saw Nai carrying the heavily wounded Xiaoninger while using his soul force to treat her injuries. The sunset was shining, covering Nai and Xiaoninger with a layer of golden light. This scene was so magnificent and beautiful in the battlefield filled with death. What a nice pair of lovers. Not knowing why, Yi Zian felt a sharp pain in her heart when she saw this scene. She continued to stare at them, eventually lost in a daze. Ninger can forego everything for you, she likes you so much, yet what am I to you? We don't have any deep and unforgettable feelings between us. I don't have any right to snatch you away from the hands of Ninger. Yi Zian's eyes became moist. She felt as though her heart was being torn. After a long time, she quietly wiped the tears from her face. Nai, from today onwards, let's just be friends. Both you and Ninger are my best friends. You must be good to her. Yi Zian mumbled, looking at Nai and Xiaoninger. She began to think of her lonely self again. Perhaps she is meant to be lonely for her whole life. As the city lord's daughter, she bears too much responsibility on her shoulders. She has to protect Glory City with her life, and it is deemed that she couldn't be like Ninger, who is able to love someone so intensely. In this moment, She has firmly decided to bury her feelings for Nai lie deep within her heart. However, she has no idea why, but she could feel the faint pain in her heart. Nai Lai injected his soul force into Ninger's body, warming her damaged meridians. A moment later, Xiao Ninger groaned as she woke up, opening her eyes with difficulty. Xiao Ninger's face was ash white. She took in a breath, feebly smiled, and said, "Nai Lai, it's good that you're fine." Her breathing was very feeble at the moment. Her beautiful face didn't have a single trace of blood in it. Luckily, she only exhausted her soul force and wasn't in a life-threatening situation. "Don't talk, your soul force is too exhausted. You can no longer partake in the battle. I'll get Yixian to send you back. Both of you must go back to the city lord's mansion to recover before you do anything else," said Nai Lai. Looking at the current state of Xiao Ninger, Nai Lai couldn't help feeling a little pain in his heart. Because of him, Xiao Ninger had to exert all of her strength. However, he can't give Ninger what she wants. Before he could repay the debt from his previous life, he now has another debt in this life. Nai Lai's heart was filled with guilt as he walked over to Yixian and gave her a look. "Leave Ninger to me," said Yixian, supporting Xiao Ninger. Her head was lowered, and she did not make any eye contact with Nai Lai. Nai Lai looked at Yixian and, wanting to thank her for having no regards about herself, and blocked the 2 gold-rank demon beasts. "Let's talk about it later if you have anything to say. Ninger is not in a suitable state to remain here. I'll bring her back." Yixian interrupted, unwilling to wait for Nai Lai to finish his speech. She then supported Xiao Ninger and leaped far from the battlefield. Nai Lai was slightly stunned. He could somehow feel that Yixian's expression was a little strange. He couldn't say what was exactly wrong. However, now that the demon beasts were still charging at the city walls, there's no time to think about anything else. The scarlet flame in Nai Lai's hand flew out. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk asterisk whoosh. Asterisk asterisk whoosh, asterisk the demon beasts fell, one after another, by Nai Lai's hand. Taking a look at the far distance, he saw that Yixian and Xiao Ninger's figures were already gone. With his cultivation reaching 2-star gold rank, there wouldn't be any problems, even if he were to leap up in rank and challenge a 5-star gold rank demon beast. Furthermore, with a weapon like the Scarlet Flame, he can kill dozens of demon beasts in just a moment. The Snow Wind demon beasts attacked for over 30 hours, from night to day, day to night. The city guards were swapped, batch by batch, to take turns to fight. 1/3 of the million-level demon beast horde was killed. In the midst of this intense fight, a loud, deafening roar was heard coming from far away. The Snow Wind demon beast army somewhat retreated to few kilometers away from the city wall before holding their position. The Snow Wind demon beasts actually stopped their attacks. This is simply unbelievable. In the past, the demon beast horde would only charge forward endlessly. Seeing the Snow Wind demon beast stopping a few kilometers away, Yi Zong, Yi Ziu, and the rest looked at each other, wondering why the demon beast horde suddenly stopped. Could it be related to the roar from earlier? The roar earlier was sharp and clear. It was issued by at least a black gold rank demon beast. Could it be that these ordinary demon beasts heed the command of a black gold rank demon beast? After a sudden thought, Yi Zong lightly gasped. That black gold rank demon beast had unlocked its spiritual wisdom, Yi Ziu's heart slightly trembled. He had once heard this happening in a legend. Among the demon beasts, there are some with extraordinary wisdom. Upon unlocking their spiritual wisdom, they would obtain intelligence that wasn't any less than a human's. However, under normal circumstances, shouldn't only a legend-rank demon beast have its spiritual wisdom unlocked? Yi Zong looked into the distance and sighed. Over the years, the experts in our Glory City have been getting less and less. However, the evolution of these demon beasts are getting faster and faster. Even the demon beasts surrounding Glory City have grown stronger than before. Hearing what Yi Zong said, Shen Hong curled his mouth. That had been determined a long time ago. If they were to bitterly guard Glory City, they'll be destroyed sooner or later. The only way to survive is to join the Dark Guild, since they are able to open Ancient Array. Surrendering to the Dark Guild is the only way out. The other patriarchs also felt a little sad, however. With those rise of the younger generations, Glory City is not without hope. Yizong recalled Nai Lai, Yi Zian, Xiao Ninger, and the rest. The elders' era was slowly passing away. The younger generation is currently growing up. The future is in the hands of the younger generation. As elders, they can only try their best to create a better condition for the younger generation to grow. No matter what, Glory City cannot fall while it's in their hands. With the demon beast horde backing off, various patriarchs moved a lot of the red oil to the wall. The Alchemist Association also delivered many completed bamboo spears, and large amounts of blood burst demonic bottles. To fight this demon beast horde, all of Glory City has been working at high speed. Wonder when they will launch their next attack. Nai Lai couldn't help thinking about this question. "What are they doing?" someone exclaimed. The demon beast army was mobilizing. The huge-sized snow-wind demon beasts were moving huge stones from a far-away mountain. Everyone's faces changed upon seeing this scene. They're preparing to throw stones at Glory City? Good heavens! We're doomed! Chapter 164, Raging Flames of Explosion. These snow-wind demon beasts have extraordinary strength. They are able to throw boulders of a few kilograms from several meters away. If the sky becomes covered with falling stones, it'll be troublesome. Seeing this scene, Yizong and the rest were showing different facial expressions. Black gold ranks like them will be all right. Even if the huge stones come flying, they can simply destroy them. However, the amount of experts in Glory City is quite small. They can't cover the entire area. Furthermore, the walls of Glory City stretches for dozens of miles. What should we do? All of the patriarchs felt fretful and uneasy. Shen Hong was also frightened within his heart. A demon beast that has its wisdom unlocked. What will happen now? Luckily, he's smart and has already surrendered to the Dark Guild. Once Glory City is destroyed, the Sacred Family can secretly withdraw into the Abyss prison realm with the Dark Guild. He couldn't confirm whether the existence of the Abyss prison realm that the Dark Guild told him about is true or not. However, he no longer has any other choice. Yiziu quickly went to find Nai Lai. When he found him, he asked, "Nai Lai, what should we do? If they start attacking, we'll be doomed." It seems like we can only use that move. Nai Lai looked at Yiziu and asked, "Lord Yiziu, how many giant crossbows do we have that have a range of 5,000 meters? Huge crossbows? We have a lot of those, but the huge crossbows can only deal with ordinary demon beasts. They can at most wound a few of them. There's very little chance any of them will be to kill them. Once the range reaches 2 meters, the power behind the bolt will be very small. We don't need any powerful offensive ones. Tie these onto those that can reach a range of 5,000 meters. Nai Lai said, taking out a blood-burst demonic bottle. These last few days, the Alchemist Association has been able to make tens of thousands of these. They are ready to be used. Does this thing have a lot of power? After experiencing the chain of explosions, Yiziu no longer dared to belittle anything that Nai Lai takes out. The power is quite adequate. One bottle is able to kill a few silver-rank snow-wind demon beasts, said Nai Lai. Phew. Yiziu's brow twitched. This power is simply frightening. He immediately looked back at the experts of the Snow-Wind family and shouted, "Quick, bring the huge crossbows out." Very quickly, huge crossbows were being moved, one after another, up the walls. While the Snow-Wind demon beast were still moving the huge stones, they quickly began to fill up the crossbows. When a group of Snow-Wind demon beasts entered a position of 1,000 meters and were preparing to toss those huge stones, Yiziu quickly pulled the trigger of one of the huge crossbows and a bolt shot out. Asterisk whoosh asterisk, the bolt drew a long arc in the sky. As a black gold rank demon spiritualist, this kind of task is considered a trifle for him. The bolt fell among the group of snow-wind demon beasts, and the blood-burst demonic bottle exploded. In that instant, a fountain of blood filled the skies. The frightening part about the blood-burst demonic bottle is that, after killing a few demon beasts from explosion, It can cause the blood of those demon beasts to explode as well, launching a chain of explosions. Due to the demon beasts having such a large physical size, the effects became even more obvious. In that instant, several snow-wind demon beasts were turned into slag. Not a single part of them was left. However, these blood-burst demonic bottles are absolutely harmless to gold-rank demon beasts. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. These bottles were even more frightening than the earlier explosions. If those snow-wind demon beasts want to toss the stones, they will have to get within a 1,000-meter distance. However, these huge crossbows have a range of 5,000 meters or even more. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk asterisk whoosh. Asterisk asterisk whoosh. Asterisk bolts of arrows flew into the sky and fell towards the snow-wind demon beasts' army. In that instant, there was a series of blood explosions. These snow-wind demon beasts were all enraged after being attacked. They furiously roared and charged the wall. Some gold-rank snow-wind demon beasts that weren't killed by the blood-burst demonic bottle rushed up, lifted the stones, and threw them towards Glory City. As the stones flew towards Glory City, the gold and black gold-rank experts immediately waved their huge swords, smashing the stones, and managed to destroy a lot of the huge stones in the air. However, some of them managed to fall and instantly killed many guards. Luckily, only a small portion of the huge stones were tossed. If they didn't have the blood-burst demonic bottles, it wouldn't be long before Glory City is engulfed by a sky filled with stones. The intensity of the battle was filled with anxiety. Waves and waves of blood explosions would occur in the snow-wind demon beast army, instantly killing tens of thousands of snow-wind demon beasts. After several rounds, the snow-wind demon beasts couldn't hold on any longer and once again retreated few thousand meters back. This is the first time Glory City has been able to obtain the upper hand when facing the demon beast horde. In the past, the demon beast horde would often break through the city walls and cause havoc within the streets. Countless houses would be destroyed, tens of thousands of deaths would be considered little. But in this round, only a few thousand people died. The wounded have only amounted to nearly 10,000. This is simply an unbelievable matter, and all of this is Nai Lai's contribution. Without all those items from Nai Lai, it would be hard for Glory City to hold its place. Roar. The black gold rank demon beasts among the snow-wind demon beast horde couldn't hold themselves back anymore, and madly charged towards the city walls. Their huge size caused the earth to tremble with every step. Ordinary demon beasts couldn't get close to the city walls, therefore they have to do it themselves. With the height of roughly around 10 to 20 meters in height, the demon beasts were like moving fortresses. A few of the blood-burst demonic bottles landed onto their bodies and exploded. However, there was no damage. The speed of these black gold-rank demon beasts, when they are madly running, is extremely fast. They reached the bottom of the city walls in an instant. Seeing this scene, Yi Zong, Yi Zhu, Huyanqing and the other higher-ups pulled out their large swords and entered into the battle. Boom! A black gold-rank demon beast leaped into the sky, falling towards the city walls. Asterisk boom. Asterisk it ripped off a huge portion of the city walls. Several city guards miserably screamed as they were thrown around. 5 black gold-rank experts quickly waved their sharp blades and charged towards the black gold-rank demon beast. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. An intense battle broke out on the city walls. The black gold-rank demon beasts continued to fall from the sky and land onto the city walls. Some of them even directly entered the city. The black gold-rank experts of Glory City charged up. With 5 of them to 1 black gold-rank demon beast, they instantly entered into an intense battle. Quick dodge. Some with lower cultivation were blown away by the aura that came from the black gold-rank demon beast and were vomiting blood. A few pieces of the city wall collapsed. Houses within the walls were also being destroyed by the huge size of the black gold-rank demon beasts. These black gold-rank snow-wind demon beasts have extremely sturdy bodies. It's as though their bodies were as crafted from metal. Even the attacks from black gold rank experts could only do a small amount of damage to their bodies. Lure them towards the city lord's mansion, Yizong ordered. Yi Ziu, you'll be in charge here. Afterwards, he flew away. Shen Hong hesitated for a moment, then also flew with his sword. Although the sacred family is being suppressed, it has not completely gone down with the Snow Wind family yet. The Snow Wind family has been unable to find an excuse to get rid of the sacred family after all this time. Therefore, Shen Hong still has to act on the surface. Several of the black gold rank demon beasts were like movable fortresses that destroyed everything in their path. Nai Lai could vaguely see that the attacks of these black gold rank Snow Wind demon beasts were not clueless. With the Snow Wind Great Ape as the head, it was the key to all the other Snow Wind demon beasts. Nai Lai said to Lu Piao and the rest, "You guys remain here and guard the city walls." After speaking, Nai Lai headed towards the direction of the Snow Wind Great Ape. The Snow Wind Great Ape is extremely powerful. Its strength is probably a step away from legend rank. It continuously sent the black gold rank experts over on the Glory City's side flying. Yizong also saw that the strength of the Snow Wind Great Ape is the strongest around. He let out a roar, merged with the black-scaled earth dragon and charged at the Snow Wind Great Ape. Boom, boom, boom. Two powerful forces collided together, sending leaked energy in all directions, destroyed the surrounding houses. The Snow Wind Great Ape furiously roared as it charged towards Yizong. That frightening aura released from the Snow Wind Great Ape simply wanted to shred Yizong to pieces. Yizong suddenly fell into a bitter battle. Shen Hong also waved his sword and attacked the Snow Wind Great Ape. However, he did not use his full strength to fight it. Instead, he had a gaze filled with ill intentions to Yizong. If Yizong is killed by the Snow Wind Great Ape, it'd be perfect. Nai Lai hid in a corner and saw this scene. Immediately, his eyes shot out rays of chilling light. Shen Hong is planning to assault Yizong. The huge palm of the Snow Wind Great Ape smashed into Yizong. Yizong can only go shoulder to shoulder with the Snow Wind Great Ape with his physical body's strength. Under the terrifying storm of attacks from the Snow Wind Great Ape, a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Yizong's mouth. The strength of this Snow Wind Great Ape is too great. Shen Hong leaked out a cold smile. Although Yizong is powerful, he is obviously not a match for the Snow Wind Great Ape. This wave of attack alone would probably be enough to make Yizong suffer. If the Snow Wind Great Ape was left alone, who knows how many residents of Glory City would suffer from its hands. Therefore, Yizong could not retreat. Shen Hong was watching this like a tiger staring at its prey, causing Yizong to not be cautious. Killing the Snow Wind Great Ape is simply too difficult. Yizong retreated as he fought, slowly luring the Snow Wind Great Ape towards the City Lord's mansion. When the Snow Wind Great Ape saw the pillars at the City Lord's mansion, it seemed to have sensed something and let out a loud roar. The black gold rank demon beasts that were nearing the City Lord's mansion suddenly retreated. Could it be that the Snow Wind Great Ape saw something? Demon beasts with wisdom is simply too frightening. Yizong let out a furious roar and waved his sword around as he continued to try to drive the Snow Wind Great Ape towards the direction of the City Lord's mansion. The 10,000 demonic beast array is, after all, immobile. Therefore, Yizong is also helpless. The Snow Wind Great Ape was hit hard by Yizong's sword attack. Disregarding the wounds on its body, the Snow Wind Great Ape let out a furious roar and charged. Boom! The huge body of the Snow Wind Great Ape impacted Yizong's body, sending him flying back dozens of meters and spurting out a mouthful of blood. "City Lord, are you all right?" Shen Hong tried to get close to Yizong. Yizong's eyes flashed with a ray of fierce cold, clasping onto the sharp sword in his hand and stared at Shen Hong. Shen Hong no longer dared to approach. Although Yizong is wounded, he is still very powerful. Therefore, Shen Hong doesn't dare to be rash. After the Snow Wind Great Ape banged onto Yizong, it went ravage, knocking down buildings as it charged at Yizong. That fella, Shen Hong, has ill intentions. If this goes on, the situation will be extremely dangerous. I have to think of a way to kill that snow-wind great ape before anything else. Nai Lai, who is hidden in the darkness, took out a legend rank inscription scroll. He bit his finger, and several drops of blood landed onto the legend rank inscription scroll. A ray of fiery red light emerged from the scroll. The red light quickly changed, turning into a huge fireball. Waves of heat swept throughout the city, looking as though it wanted to melt everything in its way. Legend rank forbidden technique, raging flames of explosion. Nai Lai lets out a low bark with his eyes focused. The raging flames of explosion drew a long arc in the air and shot towards the snow-wind great ape. The snow-wind great ape was still dealing with Yi Zong. It was caught off guard by the huge fireball coming towards its back. It immediately wanted to roll to dodge it. However, this fireball seemed to have tracking capabilities as it changed its course in midair. Roar! The snow-wind great ape let out a furious roar, and a thick ice wall immediately formed around its body. Boom! A terrifying explosion. The might from the fireball's explosion caused even black gold ranks like Yi Zong and Shen Hong to fly several dozens of meters away. The shockwave was already so frightening, not to mention the center of the explosion. The instant the fireball made contact, the ice wall created by the snow-wind great ape was destroyed. It then hit the snow-wind great ape's body without any resistance. The snow-wind great ape wailed as its body flew through the air, smashing countless houses till it heavily smashed into a one-story building down the street and fell down. Its entire body was charred black. The snow-wind great ape wailed incessantly. Suffering a legend rank forbidden technique caused it to be seriously injured. Such frightening might! Could it be that Lord Yimo has returned? Shen Hong was immediately scared to the point that his entire body shivered. Such a frightening legend rank forbidden technique would at least require a legend rank expert to unleash it. Luckily, he did not take any action against Yi Zong earlier. Otherwise, this hidden legend rank expert would have claimed his life. Yi Zong held onto his chest as he slowly got up. The legend rank forbidden technique earlier on was so terrifying that it even caused him to be scared. Looking into the darkness, he did not see anything. Only a legend rank expert could unleash such a frightening legend rank forbidden spell. Could it be Lord Father? No, Lord Father has been practicing snow-wind attributed cultivation techniques. It's impossible to release such a frightening fire legend rank forbidden technique. In Glory City, who else could unleash such a frightening legend rank forbidden spell? Yi Zong suddenly thought of a person. Could it be him? That mysterious expert? Thinking about it here, Yi Zong felt relieved. It's highly possible that that expert lent a hand and saved him. If it is indeed that expert, then it's definitely something worth celebrating about. Because now there is another legend rank guardian in Glory City. With Nai Lai and Yunner's relationship, if Glory City is in trouble in the future, the expert would most likely lend a hand to them as well. Truth is, after unleashing the legend rank forbidden spell and sending the snow-wind great ape flying, Nai Lai left. As long as Yi Zong is fine, Shen Hong will definitely be afraid to take any action against Yi Zong so long as he doesn't show himself. In that way, Yi Zong will definitely be safe. Shen Hong looked at Yi Zong. His gaze wandered around, embarrassedly smiled and said, "City Lord, are you all right?" Yi Zong gave Shen Hong a glance, smiled and said, "Thanks for the concern, Brother Shen, I'm fine." Chapter 165, Used to It. The snow-wind great ape is heavily injured and no longer has any strength to resist. As for the legend rank forbidden scroll, I'll add it to the account for now. Nai Lai thought inwardly to himself after taking a glimpse of Yi Zong. Yi Zong has once again owed him a favor. Consider these the dowry. Nai Lai smiled and continued to where the other black gold rank demon beasts were. However, this time, he's not going to use the legend rank forbidden technique inscription scrolls. These legend rank inscription scrolls are hard to come by, and he only had 7 of them. Every time he uses one, he loses it. Right now, he only has 6 of them left. Who knows if he'll need them in the future? Nai Lai only has a flying knife that could wound a black gold rank. However, it's troublesome to control. Nai has been hiding along the areas that were still in battle, waiting for the right chance to take action. Although the flying knife can penetrate the defense of a black gold rank demon beast, black gold rank demon beasts are not easy to handle. It won't be that easy for the attack from his flying knife to break through their defenses. Over at Yizong's side, the snow-wind great ape had suffered a heavy injury and barely had any strength to fight. Ice thorns formed around its surroundings as it furiously stared at Yizong. "Beast, you violated my glory city, killed my people. Even if I were to fight till the last of my strength, I would have killed you." Yizong furiously barked. He formed a huge sword aura around the sword in his hand and slashed towards the snow-wind great ape. At this moment, Yizong seemed to have entered into a kind of mysterious realm. In this cut, he gathered the martial insight of his entire life. The tyrannical aura slashed down. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk the spikes that were around the snow-wind great ape easily broke apart. The snow-wind great ape furiously roared, wanting to charge at him. Boom! The sword's aura slashed the body of the snow-wind great ape. The snow-wind great ape whined as it fell onto the ground with blood splattering everywhere. Even though the snow-wind great ape was lying on the ground, Yizong still couldn't be sure if this violent snow-wind great ape was truly dead. He immediately leaped, added another strike to the snow-wind great ape's head, and caused blood to spill all over the place. The snow-wind great ape is truly dead. Yizong let out a breath in relief. Seeing the snow-wind great ape on the ground and looking back at Yizong, Shen Hong had a complicated expression on his face. He could feel from the last attack that Yizong used, Yizong seemed to have improved even further in the martial path. His heart was filled with resentment and indignation. Such a good opportunity, and he didn't take it. It'll be even more difficult now to find another chance. Especially when there seems to be a super expert in the area. Without the snow-wind great ape leading them, the other black gold rank demon beasts suddenly retreated in fear. Even their attacks weren't like before. The black gold rank demon beasts only wanted to retreat from Glory City, but they were blocked by the experts of Glory City. Just when Yizong was about to leave and help deal with other black gold rank demon beasts, he felt something. Yizong split the head of the snow-wind great ape open and saw a glowing demon spirit slowly rising up. The demon spirit of snow-wind great ape Yizong extended his hand out and grabbed it with his hand and stored it in his interspatial ring. Watching this scene, Shen Hong's eyes turned red. His heart was filled with resentment and was unwilling to accept it. Not only was Yizong not dead, he even got such a precious demon spirit. In this world, only one demon beast among several tens of thousands of demon beasts can have a demon spirit. High-graded demon spirits are even harder to find. At the same time, the higher the demon beast's wisdom, the more powerful the demon spirit is. Among the millions of demon beasts, there is probably only one demon beast that has unlocked its wisdom. This is the demon spirit of a black gold rank demon beast that has unlocked its wisdom. No matter if it's Yizong or Shen Hong's current demon spirits, they weren't comparable to that snow-wind great ape. Now that Yizong was only a step away from legend rank, once he merges with snow-wind great ape demon spirit, it might be possible for Yizong to cross that door and directly step into the realm of a legend rank demon spiritualist. Legend rank, a realm that countless people have yearned for. Thoughts of snatching the snow-wind great ape from Yizong's hands appeared in Shen Hong's mind. However, he still tossed that idea away. On one hand, his cultivation technique isn't suitable for him to integrate with a snow-wind-attributed demon beast. On another hand, he's still not Yizong's opponent, not to mention the hidden supreme expert. Once Yizong steps into legend rank, it'll give Shen Hong even more of a headache. Although Shen Hong was depressed to death, he said with respect, "Congratulations to the City Lord for obtaining a black gold rank demon spirit that has unlocked its wisdom." Yizong gave Shen Hong a light glance. The reason why he quickly grabbed the demon spirit is because he's worried that Shen Hong might have some ideas for it. He said, "Thanks, Brother Shen." Although it's highly possible for him to step into legend rank with the Snow-Wind Great Ape, the Snow-Wind Great Ape was not killed by him. Therefore, he has no intention to use the Snow-Wind Great Ape for himself. If it were someone else, they'd definitely integrate with the Snow-Wind Great Ape without any hesitation. However, Yi Zong is magnanimous. Since the Supreme Expert saved him, returning the demon spirit of the Snow-Wind Great Ape is only natural. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, the scarlet flame flying knife flew out from Nai Lai's hand and penetrated a black gold rank demon beast's chest. The surrounding black gold rank experts immediately took the chance and killed that black gold rank demon beast. As more and more black gold rank experts became free, they immediately headed towards the other battlegrounds and entered the fray. Very quickly, the black gold rank demon beasts were being killed one after another. After dozens of hours, the battle within Glory City gradually settled down. As for those demon beasts outside of Glory City, due to having no one to lead them and from suffering a series of attacks, they scattered in all directions. The million-level demon beast horde has finally collapsed. Seeing the devastated Glory City, everyone couldn't help fear lingering in their hearts. The demon beast horde is simply frightening. However, the losses this round was the smallest yet. In the previous demon beast hordes, there would be several tens of thousands of people dead. In this round, the deaths only amounted in the thousands, and the wounded were tens of thousands. In everyone's hearts, they felt lucky to have survived. It has finally ended. After the continuous battle that lasted for several days, their tightened hearts could finally relax. Nai Lai stood on top of the city wall and looked towards the battlefield outside the city. The only things captured in his view were the corpses of snow-wind demon beasts lying around, stretching endlessly. After thinking about the terrifying demon beast horde from his previous life, he didn't have any joy in his heart, but he did feel dignified. A million-level demon beast horde had already caused such a terrifying result. What would happen if 100 million-level demon beast horde showed up like it did in his previous life? The urgency in Nai Lai's heart grew stronger. His rebirth has already caused the history of Glory City to change. However, he will probably have to face that 100 million-level demon beast horde sooner or later. Nai Lai, are you all right? After finding Nai Lai, Lu Paio, Du Zi, and the rest went up to him. Nai Lai's sudden absence caused them to feel unease. "I'm fine," Nai Lai smiled. Looking at their concerned eyes, he couldn't help feeling moved. After roaming around for so many years in his previous life, if it wasn't for Nai Lai having something wrong with his nerves so that he's always able to find something to keep himself entertained to get rid of his loneliness, he would have probably died with the endless emptiness. Now that he has so many people that care for him, this kind of feeling is great. Nai Lai will not allow anyone to snatch those around him anymore. "Let's go back to bitter training," Nai Lai seriously said, looking at everyone. Du Zi and the rest all nodded their heads, having serious expressions on their faces. The demon beast horde this time gave everyone a wake-up call. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Lu Paio's face turned bitter and said, "About that, can you not include me? Even if I don't practice, my cultivation will still rise very quickly." "What do you think?" Xiao Zhu crossed her arms and smilingly looked at Lu Paio. Lu Paio instantly deflated. Walking through the wreckage, the group headed towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the city guards were all busy. Some of them were hugging a corpse, crying. Some carried a corpse and quietly left. This sad scene caused Xiao Zhu and the rest to have traces of tears flash across their eyes. The walls were scattered all over the place, causing Nai Lai to sigh. In his previous life, he had returned to Glory City. At that time, Glory City was in ruins. No corpses could be found. The majority of the corpses had already been eaten by demon beasts. The once crowded place changed into that kind of state, causing even Nai Lai to cry out his heart out. However, only sounds of his cries were heard in that empty Glory City. A kind of endless loneliness and fear engulfed him. All of this feels like a dream. Nai Lai never had imagined that he could use the temporal demon spirit book to return, giving everything a new start. Many times, Nai Lai would think that everything right now is still a dream. He even had countless nightmares deep in the night. However, these surrounding friends of his gave Nai Lai a sense of reality. Seeing Nai Lai's somewhat dazed expression, Duzi concernedly asked, "Nai Lai, what's wrong with you?" Nai Lai retracted his gaze, shook his head, smiled, and said, "I was just thinking of a lot of things. Let's go." The group of people were walking in this twilight, city lord's mansion. As everyone else was bitterly training, Nai Lai was called over by Yizong. Yizong looked seriously at Nai Lai and said, "Nai Lai, in this battle, your contributions were the largest. As representative of our glory city, I thank you." Yizong's serious attitude caused Nai Lai to feel a little embarrassed. In his previous life, he had only known about Yizong from the mouth of Yizian. Nai Lai's understanding towards Yizong had always stopped at the image of Yizong being a strict father. After having so much contact with him in this lifetime, Nai Lai felt that beneath Yizong's cold surface, there's a sincere and selfless heart. Nai Lai's view of Yizong had already been changed greatly. Of course, in some matters regarding principles, Nai Lai will absolutely not take a step back. Because after his rebirth, Nai Lai understood what he is chasing after. "Father-in-law, we're all the same family, you don't have to be so polite. It's something that I should be doing," Nai Lai said, smiling. Nai Lai is still so infuriating. However, after being with him for so long, they seem to be getting along. Although Nai Lai is a little too much with his mouth, Yizong gradually began to like this kid. He was already treating Nai Lai like one of his own. Yizong subconsciously compared Nai Lai with Yihan. Yihan's character was not sociable. His thoughts were also deep. He could never understand what Yihan was thinking in his heart. He would always give others a faint sense of alertness. As for Nai Lai, although he does some unreliable actions after thinking about it, everything was well planned with knowing his limits. Although Nai Lai also has some deep thoughts, his character is casual. At least Yizong could feel that everything that Nai Lai has done has been well-intentioned. Yizong is the same as Yihan, belonging to the first kind of people. Due to the similarity in their characters, Yizong admired Yihan from the start. However, after the appearance of Nai Lai, Yizong realized that he admired Nai Lai's character more than Yihan's. Since when did that change start? Yizong himself has no idea when. Ever since Nai Lai first called him father-in-law, he felt furious about it. He couldn't help feeling like he wanted to beat Nai Lai up. But as time passed, Yizong got used to being called that. Without knowing when, he accepted this title and did not feel any disgust about it anymore. Perhaps Nai Lai had this planned from the beginning, to get him used to hearing it. "No matter what, regarding this matter, you're still the greatest contributor. This will be remembered in all our hearts," said Yizong. Aside from him, right now, all the other patriarchs of the other families are well aware of Nai Lai's contributions. Such a big matter cannot be done with only a few praises. He's the city lord and has to be impartial with his actions. However, he has no idea what to give to Nai Lai as a reward. "Right, father-in-law, those few prescriptions of the potions cannot be known to the public. If it spreads to the ears of Dark Guild." Chapter 166, An Accident. "I'm well aware of this. I have already made the arrangements," Yizong said, nodding his head. How could he not understand the importance of this matter? "Then it's all good," said Nai Lai, nodding his head. "Right, there's still another matter," Yizong recalled and said. "When I was facing the snow-wind great ape, a mysterious expert released a forbidden technique to save me. I'm guessing that expert would probably be your master." "My master?" Nai Lai was stunned for a moment. He almost forgot about this matter. He nodded his head and said, "That should have been my master." "Why?" Nai Lai wasn't prepared to seize the credit for this matter, so his non-existent master lucked out. "Thank your master for me. Furthermore, I've obtained a demon spirit from the corpse of the snow-wind great ape. This snow-wind great ape had its wisdom unlocked. It's extremely precious as a demon spirit. Help me pass it back to your master," Yizong said, Taking out the snow-wind great ape demon spirit, Nai Lai smiled and said, "My master already told me that this snow-wind great ape demon spirit is of no use to him. He has been pondering over what to send father-in-law as a gift, so consider this snow-wind great ape a dowry." Dowry? Yizong was dumbfounded. Nai Lai and Yi Zian have yet to even have their engagement ceremony, and he's already giving a dowry. His face went dark. "Nai Lai, this wouldn't be something that you came up with, right?" Nai Lai's face suddenly turned serious and solemnly said, "A day as a master, father for life. My respect for my master is something only the heavens and earth can express. Without the permission of him, how could I dare to give away something so precious?" Yizong was stunned by Nai Lai's expression. Could it be that this is really the dowry of that expert? Should he accept this or not? If he doesn't accept it, it'll mean that he's not giving that supreme expert any face. If he accepts it, it'd be the same as marrying his daughter off. However, was everything that Yizong have accepted any less? The 10,000 demonic beast array, the blood crystals, and now adding a snow-wind great ape demon spirit into the pot. This is simply an arrow that has no way of returning. It's easy to accept all of this, but hard to send them back. Yizong was simply tearing silently in his heart. If he were to continue to oppose this marriage, he won't even know who to show his face to anymore. Once he integrates with the snow-wind great ape, Yizong might be able to step into the legend rank realm. He has to admit, this kind of temptation is too great. When Yizong reaches legend rank, it won't be as dangerous when he's facing the demon beast hordes. Accept it or not. Yizong struggled with the decision for a long time. Gritting his teeth, he accepted it. After accepting so much already, adding one more doesn't really matter that much. Cough, cough. Nai Lai, I've accepted this snow-wind great ape. As for Yuner, as long as she is willing, I'll have no other comment. But if she is not willing, Yizong dryly coughed. It's all good as long as you don't disagree to it. Nai Lai laughed and said, "As for Zian's side, I will definitely not make her feel any sadness." Yizong's face heat up, but he could do nothing about it. "I'll return first," said Nai Lai, bidding farewell. Seeing Nai Lai's leaving figure, Yizong smiled and cross-leggedly sat down and began integrating with the snow-wind great ape. Although Yizong's black-scaled earth dragon is a demon spirit that carries a trace of dragon tribe's blood, it still pales in comparison with the snow-wind great ape. There are extremely few demon spirits that had its wisdom unlocked, even if it's a legend-ranked demon spirit. As long as they have their wisdom unlocked, they can be considered a step closing to legend rank. In the end, Yizong removed his black-scaled earth dragon without any hesitation and chose to integrate with the snow-wind great ape. Sacred family, all kinds of valuables were thrown onto the ground. After returning home, Shen Hong was simply going crazy and was destroying anything within reach. Even after so many years, his cultivation continues to be beneath Yizong's. Although both of them have reached black gold rank, he is still not Yizong's opponent. Shen Hong has always been very unresigned about this fact. This time, when Yizong obtained a precious snow-wind great ape demon spirit, it made him even more enraged. Once Yizong integrates with the snow-wind great ape, he might even be able to step into legend rank. Why don't I have such a good life? Shen Hong was extremely furious. Yizong, even though we have grown up together, your cultivation had always been stronger than mine, suppressing me in everything and even obtained the city lord's position. You even married the once most beautiful woman in Glory City. How am I worse than you? The only reason as to why my cultivation lost out to you is because you're the direct descendant of the Snow-Wind family. On what basis should you keep all the benefits to yourself? Shen Hong's was so angry, his face became twisted. One fine day, I will take away everything you have. Just like when I poisoned your woman, I will take everything from you. Shen Hong's fists were cracking from his tight clench. After a long time, Shen Hong's anger slowly settled down. The vicious in his eyes also slowly went away. Aside from Yizong, Shen Hong hates one other person the most, and that is Nai Lai. Since Nai Lai's appearance, his sacred family attracted the attention of the Snow-Wind family and was landed in this current position. It was slowly being pulled out of the core power of Glory City. Originally, in just 1 or 2 more years, the sacred family's arrangements would have been completed. By the time the Snow-Wind family took action, they wouldn't be able to defend against them. But now, they're being monitored and are unable to do anything about it. Yizong, you think that my sacred family is unable to do anything? You're underestimating my sacred family far too much. Before long, I will let you taste the bitter fruit. Shen Hong coldly snorted. A ray of ferociousness flashed across his eyes. A guard hastily ran in, kneeled in front of Shen Hong, and said, "Lord Patriarch, we have just received news that the city lord, Lord Yizong, is gathering all the family's experts in 10 days' time to discuss the various methods to deal with the demon beast horde." Discuss methods to deal with the demon beast horde? Shen Hong fell deep into his thoughts. The demon beast horde just ended, and him wanting to gather the experts from all the families is something that makes sense. But the sacred family is now in a dire state. Shen Hong fears that Yizong will have some plans made. In this kind of situation, if he doesn't participate in the gathering, he would become a topic among the other experts. It seems like this trip has to be made. Shen Hong thought inwardly to himself. However, some preparation still needs to be made. Inside Yizian's room, Yizian is helping Xiao Ninger tend to her wounds. She picked up a towel and carefully wiped her body. The two of them were quiet and did not speak for some time. They were good friends when they were children, but gradually distanced each other as they grew older. They weren't brought back together till they met Nai Lai. Because they have grown up, some things have changed, but some things have not. Ninger, we haven't been speaking for quite some time. Yizian said sadly. Yeah, Xiao Ninger softly replied. Yizian's thoughts returned to their early childhood. At that time they were innocent, leaving their laughter everywhere in the city lord's mansion. However, Ninger eventually left, only leaving Xian to the cold and tall walls of Glory City and the endless loneliness. She still remembered that there was once a time when she threw tantrums. Xiao Ninger cried as she left and said, "Yizian, I hate you. You're the daughter of City Lord and I am nothing. You always live high up, never caring about my feelings." Thereafter, Xiao Ninger never came back to the City Lord's mansion. Yizian was also very regretful, hating herself. She was the one that chased her best friend away. When she entered the institute, Yizian did not go to the genius class, but to the fighter apprentice class, where Xiao Ninger was. At that time, when she met Xiao Ninger had a cold expression on her face. She tried to get close to Xiao Ninger, but was coldly shaken off. "We are not of the same world." This was Xiao Ninger's reply to her. At that time, Yizian wanted to let out a big cry. She wished that she wasn't the daughter of the city lord. She didn't feel even a little happy being the daughter of the city lord. It wasn't until later that Yizian was able to see Xiao Ninger's smile once again. It happened whenever she was facing Nai Lai, that gentle and peaceful smile. It's also at that point of time, Yizian became somewhat curious about Nai Lai. How exactly did Nai Lai lure the attention of Xiao Ninger? Later on, even under Nai Lai's pestering, Yizian never hated Nai Lai. Instead, she was getting little good impression about him. However, she wasn't like Xiao Ninger, who was able to selfless love someone. "Don't worry, I won't snatch him from you. I won't be someone who's indecent all day long like that fella, Nai Lai." Yizian smiled, looking at Xiao Ninger. However, when she said those words, she couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. "Nai Lai, Ninger likes you so much, so why are you still pestering me?" Yizian, Hearing Yizian's words, Xiao Ninger wanted to say something. Yizian lightly smiled as she shook her head and said, "Let's not discuss this right now." As she continued to help Xiao Ninger wipe the blood off her body. Because of her injuries, there were traces of blood all over Xiao Ninger's body. After wiping it all off, that smooth and delicate, jade-like skin had, once again, become crystal clear. At this moment, only her chest was slightly covered. Her curvy figure was clearly being showed. Yizian was also only covered by a thin layer of cloth. Her delicate skin could vaguely be seen underneath. She sat on the corner of the bed with grace and elegance, having a different kind of beauty from Xiao Ninger. If there was someone else here, they'd definitely be shocked by their beauty and sigh at the magic of good luck. Just when Yizian was helping Xiao Ninger wipe the rest of her body, the door outside squeaked and opened. A figure jumped into the room, and that figure was Nai Lai. "Xian, Ninger, how are you guys?" Nai Lai's gaze fell onto Yizian and Xiao Ninger's bodies and was stunned. When Nai Lai suddenly barged in, both Xiao Ninger and Yizian were stunned. They never expected Nai Lai to barge in here. With how fast he got there, they didn't even have the time to get properly dressed. Nai Lai rushed here from Yizong's place and was anxious about Xian and Ninger's conditions. How could he think too much about it before coming in without warning? Who would have known that both of them were not properly dressed? Chapter 167. Seen it all. Yizian was wearing a near-transparent silk over her body like hair flowing down. The beautiful shape of her chest can be vaguely seen. The silk only covered down to her upper thigh. Her slender legs were completely exposed, giving off an alluring feeling. Xiao Ninger, who was on the bed, exclaimed, covering her chest. However, her slender palms couldn't conceal her impressive figure, causing anyone who saw to imagine even more. Yizian's face was cold while she stared at Nai Lai. Xiao Ninger was shy and lowered her head, a layer of red covering her face. "Aha, it seems that I came at the wrong time. Sorry about that," said Nai Lai with an embarrassed smile. He turned around and quickly left. "Nai Lai, who allowed you in here? Get out," coldly snorted Yizian. Her anger continued to increase as she moved her right hand. She then sent an ice spear towards Nai Lai. Feeling the temperature of the room drop by a lot, Nai Lai immediately slipped out and closed the door. *Pa. The ice spear exploded, making a layer of frost cover the room. Seeing Yizian's angry expression, Xiao Ninger let out a light smile. She looked towards the direction of the door. Nai Lai's heated gaze did indeed cause her to be a little shy. However, she didn't like the idea of losing. Between her and Yizian, who attracted Nai Lai's attention more. That fella has always been doing whatever he wanted without bounds like this. He really has to be taught a lesson. Yizian said, fuming. Her face was red all the way to her neck. Not mention Xiao Ninger's current state, even her body was only slightly covered. Although she was wearing clothes, it's nearly transparent silk. Not to mention how lit up Nai Lai's thieving eyes were, she was completely seen by Nai Lai. Nai Lai mustn't have done it on purpose. It's probably because he's worried about us. That's why he charged in so anxiously. Xiao Ninger said, pursing her lips. Ninger, you have yet to be married to Nai Lai, and yet you're already defending him. Won't you be bullied to death by him in the future? Said Yizian, pouting with dissatisfaction. Hearing Yizian's words, a trace of sadness flashed across Xiao Ninger's eyes. Marry Nai Lai? Is she really a match for Nai Lai? Nai Lai has such extraordinary talent. Only Yizian, this heavenly blessed girl, can be a match for him. What is she? How can the winged dragon family be compared to the snow wind family? Suddenly seeing Xiao Ninger becoming silent, not knowing why, Yizian felt her heart slightly pained. Although Xiao Ninger is icy cold and gave others the feeling of being unable to get close to her, the truth is her heart is fiery. Once she liked someone, she will become exceptionally tender and gentle. She'll be anxious to give them everything she has. She is different from Xiao Ninger. As the daughter of the city lord, she bears many responsibilities. She has to accomplish those first before she can think about her own feelings. Based on this matter alone, she is not worthy of Nai Lai. In the yard, Nai Lai's mind was still flashing with the earlier scene. The two beautiful ladies together. No wonder they're considered the two most beautiful goddesses in Glory City in the future. Barging into the room this time, even if he was to be bashed up, it'd be worth it. In his previous life, if it wasn't for Glory City being destroyed, a useless and poor kid like Nai Lai would never enter into the eyes of the goddess, Yizian. After experiencing life and death in his previous life upon rebirth, Nai Lai's feelings for Yizian were absolutely unshakable. As for Ninger in his previous life, Nai Lai didn't have any interaction with her. He only felt pity for her, an accident arising from many causes. Nai Lai has changed Xiao Ninger's life. He also felt confused on how he should face Ninger's feelings. Except, Nai Lai is born open-minded. Matters that couldn't be resolved now will be left to the future. Nai Lai sat cross-legged in the yard and continued to refine his soul force. After reaching 2-star gold rank, Nai Lai obtained more insight. Every single organism has a soul. The soul force in this word is left behind after death by various organisms. His soul realm has a strong attraction towards the surrounding soul forces. The more one enters into a battlefield kind of area, the faster their cultivating speed will be. However, he has to be careful to prevent an accident like what happened before from happening again. When it was close to evening, Yi Zian walked out from her room. "Zian." Nai Lai waved his hand, a little embarrassed as he greeted Yi Zian. Yi Zian had a cold face. Nai Lai still thought that Yi Zian was mad about the earlier matter, so he can only continue to smile. Seeing Yi Zian is nothing much, since they have already done much more in the future. However, seeing Xiao Ninger is still his wrong. Yi Zian coldly looked at Nai Lai and said, "Nai Lai, you are not allowed to live in my courtyard anymore. Move out of here tonight." "Why?" Nai Lai asked, frowning his brows as he looked into Yi Zian's eyes. He can only see layers of frost and an unprecedented firmness within. "Don't you feel that it's unsuitable for you to live here? I'm the direct descendant daughter of the Snow Wind family. Having a guy like you living here, if this is made known to other families, how would they think about it?" Yi Zian stared at Nai Lai coldly. "Your father agreed to it." Nai Lai felt that Yi Zian's expression wasn't right. He couldn't help knitting his brows together. "My father agreed, but that doesn't mean that I have. In the past, I was too soft and did not say it clearly to you. In the future, without my approval, you are not allowed to be here," she said in a cold voice. "Zian, I was too anxious earlier and accidentally rushed in." Nai Lai still thought that Yi Zian was angry about the earlier matter and tried to explain himself. "It's good that you understand. Move out tonight." Yi Zian stared at Nai Lai and said, "These last few days, I've understood. Truth is, you're not any different from Yi Han. You are not true to me, you only treating me like a tool to use to raise your position. Marrying me would be the equivalent to getting the city lord's seat, becoming the most powerful man in Glory City. Really laughable. Rubbish, I don't care about the city lord's position at all. Nai Lai frowned his brows for a while. Why did Yi Zian sudden speak of such harsh words? It's not like her at all. Nai Lai, don't think that you are so great just because of your high talent. Ultimately, you're still a poor kid from the Heavenly Marks family. What qualifications do you have to marry the daughter of the city lord? Don't be naive." Yi Zian ruthlessly said, "We have a gap between us, something that you'll never be able to cross." Hearing Yi Zian's harsh words, Nai Lai felt a little angry. He doesn't understand where this was coming from. He obviously knows that Yi Zian isn't like this, but she won't even give him an opportunity to speak. "You still haven't left. Do you still want to shamelessly remain here?" Yi Zian coldly stared at Nai Lai. Seeing Yi Zian's gaze, Nai Lai thought of the various matters in his previous life. Indeed, if Glory City hadn't been destroyed, the members of the Snow Wind family opposed of Nai Lai and Yi Zian getting together. Their words were exactly the same as what Yi Zian just said. He's a poor kid from the Heavenly Marks family. How is he worthy of the daughter of the city lord? Thinking about what was said by those Snow Wind family's elders in his previous life, Nai Lai suddenly felt a little dispirited. He did not argue with Yi Zian anymore, turned around, waved his hand, and said, "Don't say any more, I'll move." After speaking, Nai Lai walked straight for the gate. "You're not taking your stuff with you." Yi Zian's voice was still cold. "There's not much there. If there is anything, you can throw them away." Nai Lai walked out of the courtyard. Seeing Nai Lai's slightly desolate back figure, Yi Zian continued to stand where she was for a long time. Why is she feeling such pain in her heart? It's as though something in her heart had been drained dry and was filled with helplessness and confusion. Her tears uncontrollably fell. Was she wrong? A moment later in Yi Zian's room, Xiao Ninger, who is now clothed, looked at Yi Zian as she walked in and asked, "Zian, where's Nai Lai?" "He had some matters to attend to and returned to his family," said Yi Zian, looking away from her. You're not fully recovered yet. It's best if you take some elixirs and train for a little while longer. Xiao Ninger looked at Yi Ziyan with a puzzled expression. Yi Ziyan's expression was a little strange. Her eyes were slightly swollen. The more curious thing is, why did Nai Lai suddenly leave? However, she did not inquire any further. She still has that rivalry between her and Yi Ziyan. Therefore, she will not give Nai Lai to Yi Ziyan easily. She will quietly wait for Nai Lai to make his choice. If Nai Lai still chooses Yi Ziyan, she will quietly accept her fate. Lu Pio, Du Zi, and the rest have all returned to their respective families. Nai Lai brought Duan Jian and Nai Yu back to the Heavenly Mark's family. Seeing their clansmen still safe and sound, he felt relieved. The Heavenly Mark's family is no longer like it used to be. The Snow Wind family and the Alchemist Association will not let any harm come to the Heavenly Mark's family. After leaving Nai Yu to her parents and have Duan Jian to remain in Heavenly Mark's family, Nai Lai walked towards the Alchemist Association. Although Yi Ziyan's words deeply hurt Nai Lai, he still had some other things to do for the safety of Glory City. After all, this is the place that they are living in. The Alchemist Association, the Grand Hall, is exceptionally magnificent. Yang Xin was alone sitting in the chair located at the very front, studying something. She wore a red tight dress, giving her an elegant appearance, a kind of indescribable grace. That swollen chest of hers seemed to be wanting to burst through her clothes, filling her with sensuality and charm. This woman is a charming demoness. Raising her head, she saw Nai Lai. Yang Xin's eyes flashed with surprise and smilingly said, "Little brother, why are you so free to look for sister today? I thought that you wouldn't be willing to come here anymore after staying at Yi Ziyan's gentle home." Nai Lai doesn't dare to joke around with Yang Xin. What if he was eaten by this demoness? He lightly smiled and said, "I have some matters to speak of today." "Oh." Yang Xin stared at Nai Lai with resentment and said, "If you have no official matters, you won't be willing to come to Sister's place anymore. Speak, what is it?" "I want Sister Yang Xin to prepare some of those potions. If possible, a few 100,000 catty one of those within a year," said Nai Lai. "So much." Yang Xin's brows frowned. In this round of million-level demon beast horde, they've only used a few thousand catty of potions. Why does Nai Lai want so much? She suddenly thought of something and asked, "Your meaning is that in the coming year, Glory City will experience an even bigger demon beast horde?" Chapter 168. Beauty is Fragile. Nai Lai nodded his head. That is the 100 million level demon beast horde that they're talking about. Therefore, they have to start making preparations. Yang Xin's face turned stern and said, "Understood, I'll make arrangement to this matter." "Then I'll take my leave first." Nai Lai said, after thinking a while, "It's enough now that Yang Xin understood. Little brother Nai Lai, you're leaving so soon. Do you still have some urgent matters?" Yang Xin said, smiling charmingly while looking at Nai Lai. "I don't have any urgent matters at the moment," said Nai Lai, shaking his head. "Then why don't you stay and accompany sister to have a drink?" Yang Xin pursed her lips and smiled, seeing Nai Lai's hesitant look. Could it be that little brother Nai Lai is worried that sister will eat you up? Coming from Yi Ziyan's place, Nai Lai's mood hasn't been that good the whole trip here. He wasn't worried that Yang Xin would eat him up at all. Although Yang Xin has showed such an appearance, but within her heart, she just wanted to tease Nai Lai. The reason why Yang Xin was able to sit at the position of the Alchemist Association's director position wasn't because of her looks, but because of her methods of handling stuff. She's able to manage the entire Alchemist Association so well. In the future, there will be many things that he will need help from Yang Xin with. "Okay then, I'll accompany Big Sister Yang to have a drink." Nai Lai replied after pondering a while. The sky darkened. Nai Lai and Yang Xin were sitting on the stone table in the courtyard. What kind of world is beyond Glory City? Ever since birth, I, Yang Xin, have grown up within Glory City. The furthest I've gone is to some ruins tens of miles away. Like a caged bird, this life is so boring. Yang Xin lamented, slightly drunk. Taking a look at Yang Xin, Nai Lai's gaze shifted to the distant sky and said, "Outside Glory City, there's the Saint Ancestral Mountains." The Saint Ancestral mountain stretches for thousands of miles with two tribes still luckily surviving, further out of the Saint. Ancestral mountains to the east would be the endless desert. In the west there are barren lands, plains, toxic forest, and a lot other places. All of those places still have people surviving. There are demon beasts everywhere in the divine continent. There are even dozens of continents beyond the divine continent. These continents are the main worlds. Within the main world, there are many other subsidiary realms. Outside these worlds, there's another domain. Hearing the latter part, Yang Xin couldn't understand anything that Nai Lai is talking about. What main world? What subsidiary realm? What other domain? She can only guess that the world that Nai Lai spoke of should be extremely huge, to the extent that she'll never be able to gaze her eyes upon in her entire life. Yang Xin sighed at the insignificance of humans. In this vast world, they're trapped in this small glory city and are struggling to survive. To the vast world, cheers. Yang Xin rose her head and gulped the entire cup in one go. I, Yang Xin, am an orphan. I suffered all kinds of ridicule when I was a child and slowly climbed my way up to my current position. What did I rely on? Appearance? Wrong, I relied on strength. Until now, those men who competed with me, which one of them are not convinced? Yang Xin is drunk. When Nai Lai thought about Yizian, he couldn't help feeling dejected and then gulped the wine in his hand as well. For big sister Yang's strength, cheers. This director of the Alchemist Association position that I have sat on, there have been many people eyeing it, but I still sat on it firmly. But so what? I have acquaintances all over the world, but no one understands my heart. Yang Xin bitterly smiled and drank another cup. I have fought for my entire life, but found out that everything is so meaningless. Big sister Yang Xin, don't you still have me? Nai Lai laughed. He suddenly understood the loneliness of Yang Xin in his previous life had he not felt the same. Although he has roamed the world, the amount of people he acquainted with was simply countless. However, the closest to him, his friends, his loved ones, all died. Haha, little brother Nai Lai, having those words of yours, big sister Yang is satisfied. Yang Xin charmingly smiled. Big sister Yang only has one request. If the snow-wind demon beasts do penetrate into Glory City, I want little brother Nai Lai to make big sister Yang a happy and then burn my corpse. Don't let those demon beasts feast on it. No, as long as I'm here, I won't let Glory City be destroyed by the demon beast horde. Nai Lai said, his expression turned solemn. Okay, sister believes in you. Yang Xin said, nodding her head. The two of them drank till late into the night. Nai Lai told her all of his goals. He wants to become an extreme expert among the endless domains, having no one to threaten his family, friends, and loved ones. In Yang Xin's room, Yang Xin placed the slightly drunk Nai Lai on the bed. Watching Nai Lai's sweet sleeping smile, she was lost in a daze for some time. She had indeed drank a lot, but she noticed that Nai Lai had drank even more than her. She had a gifted physique and very quickly sobered up. Within the darkness, her eyes were so clear. Yang Xin moved her body down a close distance against Nai Lai's face. The ravine in her collar could be vaguely seen, extremely tempting. While staring at Nai Lai's face for a long time, Yang Xin's cheeks turned red. She actually has feelings for a teenager. She let out a sigh. When I was born, my king wasn't born. By the time my king was born, I was old. If big sister was 10 years younger, perhaps I would be like Zaya Ninger, chasing after you without any regards. Little brother Nai Lai treats others with sincerity. You're definitely a good man. Pity that we're never meant to be together. Little brother Nai Lai is destined to be the dragon that roams the 9 heavens, and sister is fated to stay here till I'm old, with my appearance fading. However, to be able to get to know little brother Nai Lai, I already have no regrets. Yang Xin looked at Nai Lai's face, slowly leaned over and kissed his forehead. She bitterly smiled, slowly stood up and walked out. Even if she's a strong woman, so what? She still doesn't have any man to rely on who can understand this kind of loneliness. Under the moonlight, her graceful posture was like a snow lotus, pure and moving. Although Yang Xin left, the room still lingers with her fragrance. Although Nai Lai did drink a lot, he was still able to barely maintain his consciousness. Otherwise, if Yang Xin were to do anything, then it'd be too late for him to regret it. If Yang Xin was to do anything, Nai Lai would absolutely reject. Seeing Yang Xin leaving, Nai Lai let out a breath of relief. Although Yang Xin is charming and tempting and always teases Nai Lai, she still knows her limits. Nai Lai seemed to be able to understand the sadness within Yang Xin's heart. Yang Xin appears to be a strong woman from the surface, but in fact, she's a pitiful person. Nai Lai sat up, cross-legged, and dissolved the alcohol within his body before he continued to train his soul force. The night is dark, pitch dark. Only a few places in the city lord's mansion was still lit up with light. There's a faint candlelight in Yizong's study room. Yizong was reading various papers. Every day, he has to handle reports coming in from all kinds of sources, including the surrounding demon beast's behavior and the movements of the Dark Guild. Feeling slightly tired, Yizong stood up. He slightly condensed his soul force, and instantly, the physical fatigue in his body became alleviated by a lot. He looked at the direction of Yi Zian's courtyard, recalling of the situation where he spanked Nai Lai previously at the Tai Yi killing array. He couldn't help leaking a smile on his face. Once upon a time, the moment Yizong think about Nai Lai, he would clench his teeth in anger. But now, after his impression of Nai Lai changed, whenever he thinks of Nai Lai, it changed to a different mood. Just when Yizong was preparing to continue reading the reports, a man walked to the door and knocked. "Come in." Yizong took a glance at the door. He could already feel Yihan's aura. "Lord Father?" Yihan walked into the room and cupped his hands towards Yizong. "Hanner, why have you come?" Yizong said, smiling. "I want to have a chat with Lord Father," said Yihan after pondering a while. "Okay." Yizong nodded his head. "These last few days, I've noticed that there are lots of strangers living at Yi Zian's courtyard and felt a little puzzled about it, so I was wondering if I should talk about it." Yihan lowered his head. His gaze was uncertain and did not face Yizong. It should be Nai Lai and his friends. "They are classmates of Zian and are just living at Zian's yard at the moment," said Yizong. How could he not see that Yihan still has intentions for Yi Zian? Except, the two of them have too large of an age gap between them, not to mention their relation is that of brother and sister. They're absolutely not a match for each other. Observing now, if Yihan is compared with Nai Lai, Yizong would be more willing to marry Yuner to Nai Lai. Because Yihan's motives are too deep, letting Yizong to feel a trace of unease. "Lord Father, I understand. All along, Lord Father has been nurturing and teaching me, wanting to pass the city lord's position to me. And I am lacking in talent, unable to meet Lord Father's expectations. In the past, when I was living in the streets, it was Lord Father that brought me to City Lord's mansion. I only wanted to repay Lord Father's grace. I never had any expectations for the City Lord's position." Yihan suddenly knelt down with tears all over his face. Yizong, seeing this situation, immediately said to Yihan, "Hanner, I understand you. Your talent is extraordinary. You'll definitely surpass me in your lifetime. However, there are many things that won't go as you or me had wished. I only hope that you're able to let it go. I understand." Recently, Zian's cultivation has soared leaps and bounds, exhibiting extraordinary talent and has already far surpassed me. Yihan interrupted. His hoarse voice was trembling. "Having Zian in the position of City Lord, it's natural. Except, you have always been telling me to bitterly train to become a good City Lord, and I have always heeded your words and worked hard, not slacking in the slightest. And now you tell me that everything isn't your decision. Have you considered my feelings, that kind of spirit with all hope lost?" "Hanner, I'm sorry," Yizong said apologetically. "From the moment I saw Zian, I told myself that I must marry her as my wife. However, you have never recognized me in your heart. You have been looking down on me in your heart, right? You feel that I'm only a homeless child. I'm not worthy of your snow-wind family. I have been looking forward to one day being up in the City Lord's position, able to marry Zian. And now, you tell me that I'm not suitable to become the City Lord. It was you who deprived me of my dreams, and now I have become an empty shell. I have nothing. Yihan said in daze. Hanner, Yizong felt extremely guilty. Ever since he came in contact with Nai Lai, he has understood that the belief that he has was wrong. He should give more concern for Yuner and Yihan and not constantly force them to reach his expectations. He took a step forward and hugged Yihan. Hanner, I understand all the grievances in your heart. It's my mistake. I shouldn't have put such a heavy responsibility onto your shoulders, forcing you to meet my expectations. You should have a better life, and not what I've forced upon you. Just when Yizong was holding onto Yihan, Yihan's eyes flashed with a ray of chill. His expression suddenly turned ferocious. Chapter 169. Draconic Tongue Herb. A dagger suddenly appeared in Yihan's right hand and fiercely pierced Yizong's back. In that instant, fresh blood splattered out. Yizong was suddenly assaulted by Yihan, feeling a toxin heading straight for his heart. His heart was suddenly replaced with anger and gave Yihan a palm strike, making him fly out. He staggered for a few steps to firm himself, and his eyes were filled with rage as he stared at Yihan. You wretch! After Yihan fell onto the ground, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Yizong and said, using a crazy tone, Lord Father, this is what you've forced me to do. Right now, I have nothing else, no road to walk upon, therefore I have no other choice but to do this. Why? Yizong tried to gather a trace of soul force, but realized that his soul force collapsed. It couldn't be gathered. His face changed. He's unable to refine the poison on the dagger at all. Originally, with Yizong's strength, even if he were to be assassinated, he wouldn't be wounded by someone who's only a gold rank. However, Yihan is one of the closest people to him. He wasn't prepared at all. Who would have thought that Yihan would take such a risk out of desperation? Why? Haha, laughable. Don't you understand? By killing you, I will be able to get the seat of the city lord. Yihan crazily laughed. The fresh blood at the corner of his mouth made him look even more ferocious. Even by killing me, you won't be able to sit in the city lord's position. Yizong said solemnly. That's not your final say. A few days later, there will be news of you being killed by people from the Dark Guild, and I fought with the assassin and killed him. The real culprit that assassinated Lord Father is Nai Lai. Not long after that, the Dark Guild will launch an attack against the Snow Wind family. At that time, the Snow Wind family will be scattered, no longer having any qualifications to control Glory City. And I, under the support of the Sacred Family, will attain the City Lord's position. Yihan crazily laughed. Lord Father, if you had just given me the City Lord's position, all of this wouldn't have happened. Wretch, you actually collude with the Dark Guild? Yizong gasped for a mouthful of breath. The toxin had already quickly spread over his whole body. He fought off the poison until now with his soul realm. He never thought that the poison would be so tyrannical. So what? Following Dark Guild has more of a future than following you. You only wanted me to become a puppet city lord. Then the Dark Guild is not. Haha, by becoming your puppet city lord, I would have to think of ways to please you every day, bend to a task and spare no effort unto my dying day. Yizong, don't you feel that you're tired of living? But becoming the puppet city lord of the Dark Guild, I can do what I want, anything I want. How joyful would that be? Yihan madly laughed. Yizong was filled with regret. He never thought that after so many years of hard work in nurturing Yihan, he was actually nurturing a tiger and invited calamity. Perhaps it can be considered a punishment for him. Yihan, your treacherous scheme will never succeed. Yizong coldly stared at Yihan, gathering the last of his soul force. Whether it succeeds or not, Lord Father, you will not be able to see it. Thank you, Lord Father, for the years of bringing me up. Next, I'll send Lord Father on your way. Yihan walked closer to Yizong step by step. The reason why he talked so much with Yizong was to wait for the poison to slowly take effect. Seeing Yizong struggling to support himself, Yihan smiled. Don't bother struggling. The poison that I've used is the Draconic Tongue Herb. This type of poison can claim a person's life in half an hour, and will have an even stronger effect with those from the dragon tribe. Lord Father has integrated with the black-scaled earth dragon demon spirit. At best, you only have a quarter of an hour of time left, and you will die with your 7 holes bleeding. Right now, I'm afraid that Lord Father can't even gather a trace of soul force anymore, right? Yan moved closer to Yizong, raising the dagger, and then mercilessly leaped towards him. Yizong let out a furious roar. His body hastily undergo a transformation and turned into a snow-wind great ape, throwing a palm towards Yihan. Yihan never expected Yizong to still have the energy to fight. He was shocked in his heart and quickly merged with his golden-horned land dragon. Boom! Both fists collided. A majestic aura blew out to the surrounding area. Yihan's body couldn't help fly out and heavily smashed into the wall of the study room. The entire wall was smashed through. Yihan flew dozens of meters out before stopping. Yihan's eyes showed traces of deep fear. After an exchange of fists, he has suffered heavily injuries, however. He did not care about his current heavy injuries. He was fixedly staring at Yizong, who was at the center of the study room. Why is it the snow-wind great ape and not the black-scaled earth dragon? Yihan furiously roared, unresigned to believe what he's seeing. He never thought that Yizong would integrate with the snow-wind great ape so quickly and abandon his original black-scaled earth dragon. If it was the black-scaled earth dragon, the toxins of the draconic tongue herb would have already caused him to lose his strength. However, Yizong had integrated with the snow-wind great ape, which caused the toxins to slow down a little and caused such a scene. The plan was flawless, but the results were totally unexpected. Who would have thought that Yizong would abandon the black-scaled earth dragon that he has been using for so long and integrate with a snow-wind great ape? The huge commotion from the study room caused the city lord's mansion to light up and become riled. Assassin! Capture the assassin! Experts of the city lord's mansion rushed to the study room. Yihan's face went dull. It's impossible to find another chance to kill Yizong. He turned around and quickly ran, frantically running towards the darkness. The guards that rushed over asked, "Young master, where are you going?" "Go and protect my father, quick. I'll go chase after the assassin." Yihan shouted and quickly ran. In the study room, Yizu quickly rushed over. After seeing Yizong, he immediately went anxious. He held onto the shaking Yizong and urgently asked, "City Lord, how are you?" "It's Yihan, that wretch. He colluded with the Dark Guild. I've been struck with the poison of the draconic tongue herb. My time isn't much. Quick, get Ziyan and Nai Lai over here." Yizong breathed, coughing a few mouthfuls of blood. Draconic tongue herb. After listening to Yizong's words, Yizu immediately became anxious. There's no cure to the poison of the draconic tongue herb. He's afraid that Yizong won't be able to hold out for an hour or even half an hour before it claims his life. "Quick, get little Miss and Nai Lai," Yizu said towards the rushing guards. His heart was in a haze. He never thought that it would be Yihan, that wretch. It's all his fault for being unable to expose Yihan's vicious heart. Yizu felt extreme remorse. Very quickly, Yizian rushed in. After seeing the scene before her, she was slightly stunned. Yizian rushed to Yizong's side, held onto Yizong and cried, "Father!" Yizong patted Yizian's shoulders. He never thought that he would be assassinated by Yihan. If he were to die, Yizian would be left alone. Thinking about it, Yizong couldn't help feeling pain in his heart. Remorse filled him for not keeping his daughter company more often in the past. Yizong looked at Yizu and feebly asked, "Where's Nai Lai?" "Nai Lai seems to have gone to the Alchemist Association. I've already sent some people to get him," Yizu said. After nearly half an hour, Nai Lai hastily rushed in. Making eye contact with Yizian, both of their expression were stunned for a while but did not say anything. "What's wrong with father-in-law?" Nai Lai asked, looking at Yizu. "It's that traitor, Yihan. He poisoned Lord Yizong with the draconic tongue herb." Yizu's face showed indescribable grief. After being poisoned by the draconic tongue herb, it's basically a death sentence. "Oh, the draconic tongue herb?" Nai Lai was rather calm. He never thought that it would be Yihan. That brat really is a revolting fella. No wonder Yizian refused to mention him in his previous life. It turns out that there's something wrong with Yihan. As long as they are a revolting person, no matter what the reason may be, they will always end up being a traitor. Yizian's tears fell from her white and delicate cheeks. Although Yizong has always been strict with her, in her heart, he is still the person she respects the most. She could only see her father once after a long, long time. She never thought that the next time they meet, it would be their final farewell. She recalled the moment when her mother died. Is her father going to be like her mother, leaving her for eternity? Yuner. Yizong coughed a few mouthfuls of blood and feebly said, "In my lifetime, the two people that I owed the most to is your mother and you. I'm sorry for not being able to do my duty as a father, for not taking good care of you." He then raised his head, looking at Nai Lai, and spoke in a pleading voice. "Nai Lai, I, Yizong, have never begged anyone in my entire life. I only beg you that from now on you are able to take good care of Yuner." Hearing these words, Nai Lai felt a little sour in his heart. He sighed and said, "Father-in-law, only when you are facing death are you able to realize what is truly important. As to your request, I can promise you that I will take good care of Yuner. You have to be good to her in the future as well and accompany her more in the future." Looking at Yizian's crying face, Yizong sighed, shaking his head and dejectedly said, "Since I have been poisoned by the draconic tongue herb, I can only live for half an hour at most. I'm afraid that I no longer have the chance to do so." His vision was gradually getting worse, already turning a little blurry. He would very much like to have a close look at his daughter's face. He grabbed onto Yi Zian's hand as though he was dearly grabbing onto his life, his voice trembling a little. "Yuner, I wish I could see your wedding, your child, and your blessed life, but I'm afraid that I will no longer able to see it anymore." A guy like Yizong, even when facing death, he wouldn't be afraid, but today he felt afraid. The way to death is an eternal darkness. "Father, no. Please don't die. Yuner still doesn't want to be separated from you yet." Yi Zian cried out, grabbing Yizong's clothes and shaking with all her strength. Looking at Yizong and Yi Zian, Nai Lai recalled something from his previous life. He was once in the same situation, grabbing his father's hand as his father slowly closed his eyes, tears uncontrollably flowing down his face. He wiped the tears on his face and grinned. What death? How unauspicious. Being poisoned by the draconic tongue herb only makes it look like death. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Yi Ziu and Yi Zian were stunned. "You can save the city, Lord." Yi Ziu's eyes flashed with a ray of hope. "Nai Lai, you can save my father. I beg you, please save him. I'll agree to whatever you ask of me as long as you can save my father," Yi Zian said, crying. Yi Zian's saddened look caused Nai Lai's heart to be filled with pity. The unpleasant incident that happened earlier in the afternoon was gone. He wiped the tears on Yi Zian's face and calmly smiled. "Rest assured, it's just the poison from a draconic tongue herb. He won't die. He's my father-in-law. He has to witness our marriage. Even if he wants to die early, I will not allow it." After speaking, Nai Lai gathered a small amount of soul force to his finger and placed it on Yizong's chest, slowly pressing in. Although the toxicity of draconic tongue herb is strong, it will not result in death. It will only make the person's entire body paralyzed and head into cardiac arrest, giving others a state of living death. As a black gold rank expert, as long as it does not exceed 10 days, he will be saved. Chapter 170. Treasury of the City Lord's Mansion. Nai Lai circulated his soul force. He's using the Dao Yin technique to slowly guide the poison in Yizong's heart out. Starting from the heart, he slowly presses as he moves the poison to one of the fingers on the left hand. Nai Lai then used a needle to prick the finger and saw a small puddle of black blood leaking from the wounds. Seeing this scene, both Yi Zian and Yi Ziu were stunned. Just what kind of magic is this? Yi Ziu was speechless. Is Nai Lai really able to force the poison out of Lord Yizong's body? Does Lord Yizong really have hope of being saved? Thinking about it, Yi Ziu couldn't help feeling joy. Nai Lai has really given him a huge surprise. Nai Lai continued to use the Dao Yin technique for several hours, removing the poison from the draconic tongue herb little by little from Yizong's body. Even though Nai Lai's cultivation has reached gold rank, after continuously using the Dao Yin technique for so long, even he was out of breath from exhaustion. However, the effect of the technique is still quite obvious. Although Yizong has yet to awaken, his breathing and heart rate were very stable. Seeing Nai Lai's exhausted look, Yi Zian hastily got a pail of water and squeezed the towel dry and wiped the sweat off Nai Lai's face. She's filled with gratitude for what Nai Lai's doing. It was Nai Lai that pulled Yi Zong back from the death's gates. If not for him, she would have lost her father forever. Earlier that day, she had used words to hurt Nai Lai, yet Nai Lai is still selflessly helping her. Yi Zian raised her head and looked at Nai Lai. While looking at his focused expression, her thoughts began to drift into the distance. She originally thought that she would be able to give Nai Lai to Xiao Ninger. But now, her heart has fallen into a deep contradiction and was struggling. Without knowing when, Nai Lai had stepped into her world, becoming an indispensable and irreplaceable person. If there was no Nai Lai, her father would most likely leave her. Knowing that Yi Zong will be fine, Yi Ziu immediately dispatched some people to look for Yi Han. Yi Han assassinating Yi Zong has deeply enraged him. He vowed to tear Yi Han into 10,000 pieces. Huo! After a long while, Nai Lai let out a breath. Yi Zong is going to be fine. He looked over and saw Yi Zian by his side. She's currently supporting her chin with her hands, quietly staring at him. That gentle and quiet appearance of hers caused Nai Lai's heart to move. When Nai Lai turned around, Yi Zian felt as though she got exposed and her face flushed red. Nai Lai lightly chuckled. "Your father is fine now. He'll wake up soon. Thank you, Nai Lai." Yi Zian's eyes were moist with tears. "If it wasn't for you, I have no idea what I'd do." "As long as it's for you, you don't have to consider these matters." Nai Lai recalled something from his previous life. It was the scene of Yi Zian blocking the demon beast's attack for him. He sighed in his heart. What he owes the Yi Zian from his previous life, he won't be able to repay it all in this life. For Yi Zian, even if it means death, Nai Lai will not frown for even a moment. As for the quarrel that afternoon, Nai Lai did not even put it in his heart. Yi Zian lowered her head, nibbled on her lips, and said, "Nai Lai, I'm sorry about the matter from this afternoon. For you, it's a simple matter of extending your hand out, but for me, you've saved my father. No matter what you want me to do, I will agree to it." Hearing Yi Zian's words, Nai Lai's heart fluttered. It instantly got him to remember those scenes from his previous life. This girl, Yi Zian, is getting more and more charming. Yi Zian's face turned slightly red as she moved her face close to Nai Lai's and gave him a kiss on his face. Instantly, her face turned crimson. Nai Lai was slightly stunned for a moment and couldn't help smiling. He gently took Yi Zian in his arms. She meekly leaned into his chest and felt his heart thumping. The current her felt exceptionally secure. Nai Lai's broad chest gave her a feeling that she can rely on him. Although she still feels guilty for Xiao Ninger, Yi Zian made a decision. Quietly, time passed by. Nai Lai was also experiencing this wonderful moment. In his previous life, the loneliness that penetrated to the bone marrow had instantly obtained comfort. Yi Zian's maiden fragrance was refreshing to the mind. Nai Lai gently stroked Yi Zian's back, feeling that smooth and delicate skin. He could feel her undulating heartbeat and her somewhat irregular breath. This is indeed not a dream. I have really returned. Zian is by my side, standing so close. A moment later, Yi Zong opened his eyes. Seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately sat up and slapped Nai Lai's head. Suddenly being attacked, Nai Lai let out a cry in pain and furiously said, "Hey, why are you hitting me? You still dare to speak. I have yet to die, and yet you dare to bully my daughter in front of me." Yi Zong's face turned black as he tugged Nai Lai's ear. "Hey, Yi Zong, you're undiscriminating and ungrateful. It was me that saved you, and yet you still hit me," Nai Lai said depressingly. "You deserve a beating for bullying my daughter," Yi Zong coldly snorted. "Hey, which eyes of yours has seen me bullying her?" Nai Lai looked at Yi Zong with indignation. "Then where have you been placing your hand?" Yi Zong snorted and picked up a nearby pillow. "You dared to bully my daughter. See if I don't beat you to death." TL, Nai Lai was grabbing two small round mountains. Bad boy Nai Lai. While watching Yi Zong and Nai Lai's quarreling scene, without knowing why, Yi Zian felt her heart filled with warmth. She covered her mouth and giggled. The white silk dress that she wore made her even more charming when she smiled. That tender and lovely appearance made Nai Lai dumbfounded. "You're still looking." Yizong threw the pillow at Nai Lai. Nai Lai jumped and furiously stared at Yizong. "Yizong, you're unreasonable. You're not even letting me look at her. How is there any justice to that?" HMPH. In the city lord's mansion, I am justice," Yizong said proudly. "You, Xian, let's go. Let's not bother with this old rogue," Nai Lai said, looking at Yixian. Yixian gave Nai Lai a peaceful smile and said, "Nai Lai, my father has yet to fully recover. I want to remain here and look after him." Nai Lai can only depressingly sit in a nearby chair. Seeing Nai Lai's face, the corner of Yizong's mouth leaked an unnoticeable smile. His hand was slightly clenched. At that time, he thought that he had already died. The light before his eyes had slowly disappeared, and he could only hear Xian's cries. He tried very hard and struggled, wishing to come back. He wanted to open his eyes, but no matter what, he couldn't open them. He's worried about Yuner. Once he's gone, Yuner will really be all alone. He prayed in his heart. Even if it's for a day, he only wanted to take a good look at Yuner again. However, he was helpless, slowly submerging into the terrifying darkness. His heart has always been worried for her. Then, all of a sudden, as though the gods have answered his prayers, strength finally returned to his body. He gradually came back. When he woke up, he secretly wiped the tears that came at the corner of his eyes. He knows that it was Nai Lai that saved him. However, when Yizong wanted to shout loudly to vent out his joy, he saw Nai Lai gently hugging Yixian. He suddenly felt the dependence of family. That kind of quiet, even he couldn't bear to disrupt it. The reason why he smacked Nai Lai was just to express the joy in his heart. Yizong has also gradually liked the company of Nai Lai. There were very few people that would contradict him like has Nai Lai done. Those kinds of actions made him feel close to him. Now you know what human relations are like. It's a surprise that you've been the city lord for so many years. You don't even have an eye for people. You brought up a wolf and nearly lost your life." Nai Lai pouted. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Yizong's expression dimmed down. Yihan is the unhealable wound in his heart. "Nai Lai, my father is already very saddened by it." Yixian's gaze was filled with pleading as she looked at Nai Lai. Yizong recovered his calm demeanor. After all, he is the city lord. Sometimes he has to place his personal emotions aside. He solemnly said, "Yihan has colluded with the Dark Guild and betrayed Glory City. It's intolerable in both heaven and earth. He's someone that has to be executed by everyone. In the future, no matter who sees him, he must be executed without any trial." Although he felt pain in his heart, he still said it without hesitation. Nai Lai couldn't help sighing. After this incident, Yihan has no choice but to leave Glory City. In the future, he can only keep an eye out and be wary of Yihan. Yihan knows the city lord's mansion like the back of his hand. Instead of leaving, he might be lurking somewhere. The two of you need to be careful. Yuner, bring Nai Lai to the treasury of the city lord's mansion and choose something for protection, said Yizong. "Father, your body?" Yixian said, concerned. "I am fine. The poison from the draconic tongue herb has already been removed," Yizong said, shaking his head. Yizong's room has 6 black gold rank experts guarding around it. His safety isn't a problem. The treasury of the city lord's mansion, Nai Lai couldn't help looking forward to it. The things in the treasury of the city lord's mansion isn't something that the treasury of the Heavenly Marks family can compete against. After thinking a while, Yixian said, "Let's go. Nai Lai, I'll take you there." In this matter, thanks to Nai Lai, her father was able to ride through the danger. Yixian understood her father's meaning. Because Nai Lai has such vast knowledge, he might be able to discover something in the treasury of the city lord's mansion. They are being wasted while they are left in the treasury. While watching Yixian and Nai Lai leave together, Yizong stared at their back figures. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. Both of his eyes stared at the ceiling. No matter what, Yihan is still someone that he brought up himself. Yihan's betrayal has left a deep wound in his heart. This kind of pain isn't something an ordinary person could understand. Treasury of the city lord's mansion, revisiting an old memory. When Nai Lai came here in previous life, the place was only an empty space, a place of ruin. but now it's a hall with a circumference of a few meters. All kinds of treasures filled the place. The luster of treasure was dazzling. There's probably over tens of thousands of treasures here. Yi Zian walked to the front, turned her head back, and said to Nai Lai, "This is one of the 18 treasuries of the city lord's mansion. The items here are the most precious treasures that have been passed down since ancient times. When the age of darkness arrived, countless amounts of people fled to the city lord's mansion. What they brought with them were treasures from all over the divine continent. Among them, there are many items that have been passed down since ancient times, which have ended up in the treasury of the city lord's mansion." Chapter 171. Spacetime Demon Beast. As Nai Lai walked in, he quickly looked around. He was quite surprised. He never imagined that the treasury of the city lord's mansion collected so many ancient items. "I can casually take them?" asked Nai Lai, lightly smiling while looking at Yi Zian. Yi Zian nodded her head. Nai Lai saved her father. This kind of grace isn't something that can be repaid with only a few items. Not to mention taking a few items, Yi Zian decided that she will agree to whatever Nai Lai requests of her without hesitation. "Then, I'll casually take what I like." Nai Lai stretched his waist, and his eyes fell upon some stones that were among the treasures. He extended his hand and looked them over. When Nai Lai grabbed a few of the ordinary-looking stones from among the shining treasures, Yi Zian curiously asked, "What is that?" "This is a divine guardian rock. It's said to have been produced in a mine that's at the northern end of the divine continent. It's currently being occupied by demon beasts. Inscription masters would place an inscription pattern on the rock the moment they obtains it. Once it's powered by someone's soul force, it'll be able to form a small barrier. Take this divine guardian rock, for example. It has a black gold rank inscription pattern placed on it, allowing it to withstand 2 attacks from a black gold rank expert. However, the inscription pattern is worn. It needs to be repaired." Nai Lai unceremoniously grabbed the 6 divine guardian rocks, soaked them in demon beast blood, and repaired the inscription patterns. Thereafter, he placed 3 of the repaired rocks in Yi Zian's hands and stored the other 3. "This..." Yi Zian looked at the 3 divine guardian rocks in her palm. "Such precious items." "It belongs to your family anyway, so why are you holding back when I'm not?" Nai Lai laughed as he continued to look around. Yi Zian's cheeks turned slightly red as she stored the 3 divine guardian rocks. Nai Lai continued to walk around the treasury and came to a treasure mountain. How can he return empty-handed? He's wondering if there are any legend rank forbidden technique inscription scrolls around here. If there is any, he will definitely take them without reservation. Right now, his current strength far from satisfactory, but with these treasures, he will have more life insurance. If anything good caught his eyes, especially those that can be utilized during battle, Nai Lai will throw them into his interspatial ring without any hesitation, or into Yi Zian's interspatial ring after telling her their usage. After a while, Nai Lai took hundreds of varieties of strange treasures, like a pilfering bandit. If Yizong saw this scene, he'd probably have a heart attack. Nai Lai is treating this place like it's his own home. "Pity, there isn't anything that really caught my eye. This treasury is lacking a little," Nai Lai said, a little disappointed. When Yi Zian heard this, she didn't know what to say. Nothing caught his eye, yet Nai Lai still took few hundred items. Nai Lai found 15 inscription scrolls that have legend rank forbidden techniques on them. Unfortunately, they're not very well preserved. 10 of them were ruined, but the remaining 5 were repairable. After Nai Lai repaired the 5 inscription scrolls, he gave 3 to Yi Zian and stored the remaining 2. Nai Lai stretched his waist. Almost everything that he can get his eyes on has been taken. With so many treasures by his side, he felt more at ease. Suddenly, Nai Lai's gaze fell onto a mysterious egg among what was left of the treasures. This egg is about 1/3 of the size of a millstone, scarlet and gold in color, with many mysterious inscription patterns on it. Nai Lai believed himself to have an encyclopedic knowledge. However, he couldn't understand any of the inscription patterns that were on it. It's filled with mystery. None of these inscription patterns were familiar to him. He has never seen them before. When Nai Lai's gaze fell onto the strange egg, Yizian curiously asked, "Nai Lai, what is this?" "I have no idea." Nai Lai bitterly smiled as he shook his head. Nai Lai knows the majority of the demon beasts out there. However, he has absolutely no idea what this is in this egg, causing him to feel depressed. The inscription patterns on this egg are too mysterious. For a moment, Nai Lai didn't dare to even touch it. Nai Lai doesn't know anything about it. Just what exactly is this egg? Yizian felt a little shocked. Based on her understanding, Nai Lai knows everything. Yizian believes that there was nothing in this world that Nai Lai doesn't know of. "Then what should we do?" Yizian asked, looking at Nai Lai. Nai Lai stared at the mysterious egg. He can vaguely feel an aura coming from it. The creature inside the egg is still alive. The aura gave Nai Lai a mysterious sense of pressure. Just what exactly is this? Nai Lai inwardly thought to himself. Nai Lai thought of something, and, with a slight move, he converged the soul force in his soul realm into a thin thread and tried to inject it inside the egg. He has no idea what demon beast is in the egg, but once it absorbs his soul force, it will be assimilated to his soul force and will be tamed by him. When he injected that of soul force into the egg, Nai Lai felt resistance from the egg's aura, as though it was rejecting Nai Lai's soul force. It formed some kind of barrier and blocked Nai Lai's soul force out. When he felt the barrier's power, Nai Lai was shocked. This is definitely an extremely high-grade demon beast, most likely not from this world. If a demon beast has this kind of barrier energy while still an egg, it usually means it's at least deity rank. Nai Lai tried to inject his soul force into it countless times, but kept on resulting in failure. This was a little discouraging. Suddenly, Nai Lai saw the temporal demon spirit book's remnant page on his chest was glowing with a faint light. Could it be that this egg is drawn to the temporal demon spirit book's remnant page? Nai Lai took out the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book. The remnant page flew into the air, and a faint white light fell onto the mysterious egg. A lustrous glow was quickly circulating the egg's inscription patterns. It suddenly burst out a golden light that shined together with the light from the temporal demon spirit book's remnant page. This mysterious scene caused Nai Lai and Yizian's gazes to be a little dumbfounded. The temporal demon spirit book, could it be that this egg is linked to the temporal demon spirit book? Demon beast, space-time demon beast, Nai Lai mumbled. Suddenly, a strange thought formed in his mind. Could it be that this demon beast is a legendary space-time demon beast? Space-time demon beasts are the most mysterious existences among all demon beasts. They are recorded in only a few documents. Legend has it that the space-time demon beasts are extremely hard to capture, and the amount of space-time demon beast eggs are even extremely few. They're not even registered in any documents. In ancient times, there were some people that were able to find the tracks of space-time demon beasts. One of these demon beasts is called the space-time moose. They are more common compared to the rest. Whenever someone found these demon beasts, they were usually eating grass. There would be space-time portals appearing around them. Once someone gets close to one of them, the demon beast will suddenly be engulfed by the space-time portal and disappear. They would be shuttling at some grassland in this timeline, then suddenly appear in another far-away location the next moment, or even disappear altogether. Once it disappears, that particular space-time moose could appear in the same location 100 years back, or even 1,000 years back, because it can freely shuttle between the river of time. However, the space-time moose does not make much contact with man or other demon beasts. They will also not affect the flow of history. Aside from the space-time moose, the space-time demon beasts that were recorded in history are the space-time divine wolves and the space-time demonic lions, the natural predators of the space-time moose, as they live by hunting space-time mooses. Whether it's the space-time moose, space-time divine wolf, or the space-time demonic lion, they're not the kind of creatures that lay eggs. The light from the remnant page of temporal demonic spirit book continues to shine on the egg. The inscription patterns on the egg would sometimes be dazzling, sometimes dull. Nai Lai converged his soul force into a thread and searched for a flaw in the barrier. As soon as the light on the egg dulled, Nai Lai felt a crack in the barrier and thrusted his soul force into it. Boom! Nai Lai felt as though his head had exploded. His head was starting to spin at fast speed, as though his mind was suddenly going through several centuries. All the scenes of his previous life were flashing within his head. The mysterious egg continued to absorb Nai Lai's soul force, draining him. When Nai Lai felt his soul force was being drained, he was shocked and quickly retracted his soul force from the egg. When he sensed that the egg was no longer draining his soul force, Nai Lai sighed in relief. Nai Lai suddenly had a mysterious feeling. The aura within the egg seems to have grown a little stronger. Furthermore, Nai Lai felt a strange link formed between him and the egg. "I'll take this egg and slowly study it," said Nai Lai, looking at Yi Zian. "Okay." Yi Zian nodded her head. Nai Lai can take anything he wants from this treasury. Nai Lai stored the mysterious egg in his interspatial ring. He could vaguely feel how mysterious this egg is, and was wondering if he can break the mystery in the future. As soon as he grabbed the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book, Nai Lai and Yi Zian walked out of the treasury. Suddenly, a cooing sound came from the sky. Nai Lai raised his head and saw a huge bird hovering in the sky. Its ancestral founder Yi Yan. Nai Lai's heart was moved while he watched the soul puppet descend from the sky. Ancestral founder Yi Yan depressingly said, "Brat Nai Lai, in the future, I will not do this kind of work anymore. It's absolutely boring." Ancestral founder Yi Yan, "The members of the Dark Guild are lawless. They're doing whatever they want. You're helping Glory City to rid it of this tumor. It's such a glorious and noble task. Aren't you happy?" Nai Lai said, smiling. "Even though I have been dead for thousands of years, these descendants still don't allow me to be worry-free. Creating a dark guild, that's asking for trouble." In Yi Yan's view, no matter if it's the various families of Glory City or the Dark Guild, they are all his descendants. Chapter 172. Unable to repay favor. "What have you discovered?" asked Nai Lai. "I have indeed made a huge discovery on this trip. It turns out that the hideout of the Dark Guild is an extremely deep crypt. The size of it is vast. I have only inspected a portion of it and noticed traces of troglodytes and dark elves. I didn't dare to go too deep and returned." Ancestral founder Yi Yan said, his eyes looking deep. He never thought that there would be such a underworld inside the Saint Ancestral Mountains. A crypt, troglodytes and dark elves? Nai Lai lightly frowned his brows. Troglodytes are humanoid creatures. Due to living underground for so long, they are totally blind and making their eyes useless. Similarly to humans, they have a unique language which they converse in, which Nai Lai has knowledge about. As for the dark elves, they are humanoid creatures that specialize in a variety of dark magic and are always lurking in the darkness. They are natural assassins. Nai Lai originally thought that the Dark Guild would be hidden in some valley among the mountains. He never thought that they would be hidden in a vast underground world. Nai Lai is filled with curiosity towards this underground world. First, let's settle with the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild's branch before going to take a look. Nai Lai thought inwardly to himself. Nai Lai was wondering what kind of person is the Demon Lord who has control of the Dark Guild. He understands that he will have to fight the mysterious Demon Lord one day. Only by finding the Demon Lord and killing him will he be able to genuinely destroy the entire Dark Guild. Returning back to Yi Zian's yard, Nai Lai and Yi Zian began to practice, quietly waiting for the arrival of the big battle that'll happen 3 days later. They would occasionally pay Yizong a visit. After consuming several kinds of elixirs, Yizong's body was able to quickly recover back to the pinnacle of his power. However, Yizong didn't show himself to the public. They publicly declared that Yizong has fallen sick and is not taking any visitors. Sacred Family Shen Ziu raised her head and looked at Shen Hong. There's a kind of unconcealable joy within her eyes. "Big brother, Yihan has sent some news over. Yizong has been poisoned by the draconic tongue herb and will definitely die. Are you sure that Yihan did not lie? Is he the spy that Yizong sent over?" Shen Hong walked back and forth several steps with his brows frowned. Yizong has been poisoned and will die just like that. He somehow felt that Yizong wouldn't die so easily. He shouldn't be lying. We have lots of evidence in our hands. He wouldn't dare to lie to us. That night, the city lord's mansion had its lights on. Yi Ziu led many experts to search for Yihan for several hours. When Yihan escaped, he killed many guards. He wouldn't fake that. Shen Ziu said, smiling, "Okay, if he has killed some guards, then it's probably be true." Shen Hong nodded his head. Yizong is a hypocrite and a soft-hearted person. He wouldn't joke around with the life of his guards. What Yihan said should be the truth. The city lord's mansion has declared the news that Yizong has fallen sick. It's probably to conceal the fact that Yizong has suddenly died, preventing people from falling into chaos. During the city lord's mansion gathering of experts 9 days later, they will no longer be able to conceal Yizong's death. "Yizong, you and I have fought for so many years. In the end, I'm the real winner?" Shen Hong laughed. "It's extremely savage. Congratulations, brother." Shen Ziu couldn't help leaking out a charming smile and asked, "The gathering 9 days later, are we still participating?" "Absolutely. We definitely have to participate. Such a beautiful moment, how can we be absent to it?" Shen Hong said, coldly laughing. After pondering a while, Shen Ziu asked, "What about Yihan?" After thinking about it for a moment, Shen Hong said, "Arrange a way out of the city for him and have the people from the Dark Guild receive him." Originally, Yihan no longer had any need of existing, but his talent is still pretty good. Not to mention that he has become an enemy of the Snow Wind family. There's no harm in leaving him alive. "Okay, I'll make the arrangements immediately." Shen Ziu nodded her head. In Yi Zian's yard, Nai Lai sat on a stone in a tranquil state as he trained his soul force. He constantly recalled scenes of his previous life. In his previous life, he had been afraid of this and that, hiding all over the place. Although he had cultivated to the highest realm, his life was that much of a failure. His relatives and friends were all killed. When he had great results from his training, his enemies were nowhere to be found. When he wanted to live a peaceful life, he realized that he was all alone, surrounded by emptiness. In the final battle with the Sage Emperor, Nai Lai witnessed countless people being massacred and was powerless to stop it. In the end, he died. Although he was not resigned to it, it's also a relief. Until his death, he couldn't understand his purpose of living. When he woke up, he realized that he had been brought back to this world by the temporal demon Spirit Book. Nai Lai would not have this life be like his previous life. He'll be cautious about everything. He practiced the heavenly god cultivation technique to charge forward until he reaches the pinnacle of the martial way. Nai Lai was continuously absorbing the essence from the blood crystals, quickly reaching the pinnacle of 2-star gold rank, steadily advancing towards 3-star gold rank. The blood crystal is something that's even rare to legend rank experts. An ordinary gold rank expert wouldn't dare to use so much of them at once because they couldn't refine so many so quickly. However, Nai Lai doesn't have to worry. The high volume of soul force rushed into his soul realm, constantly nurturing the vine within, making it thicker and more solid. At the same time, it was also nurturing the Shadow Devil and Fanged Panda demon spirits, causing both the Shadow Devil demon spirit and the Fanged Panda to undergo an intense transformation. A current of tyrannical aura was flowing out of Nai Lai's body, forming a fierce vortex around him. At the same time, at another side of the garden, Duan Jian, who is currently practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. After obtaining many cultivating resources and a cultivation technique chant from Nai Lai, his cultivation has been able to soar leaps and bounds for the past few days. He has already reached the pinnacle of 2-star black gold rank. With the strength of his physical body, even a legend rank expert would have a headache when facing him. However, he felt a faint oppressive aura coming from Nai Lai's body. In his eyes, Nai Lai has always been an extremely mysterious person. Although Nai Lai is younger than him, there doesn't appear to be anything that Nai Lai doesn't know about. The dragon blood flowing in his body has given him a very strong perception ability. The circulating dragon blood tells him that Nai Lai is far stronger than he could imagine. Aside from repaying Nai Lai's grace, he is delighted and is sincerely willing to follow him. To him, Nai Lai is like a sun, lighting up and guiding him. Duan Giant never felt lost nor fear while he is there. A big battle will break out a few days later, and Nai Lai has to make preparations beforehand. Although he had obtained many life-protecting treasures, Nai Lai doesn't dare to underestimate the sacred family's strength. After all, a family that has been passed down for thousands of years will definitely have many trump cards up their sleeves. Nai Lai has prepared all kinds of stuff that are ready to greet the big battle. While Nai Lai was concentrating on training, he suddenly felt a familiar aura. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. It's Yi Zian. He opened his eyes and saw Yi Zian standing at few meters away from him, hesitating to approach. Nai Lai couldn't help lightly smiling at her. "Do you have anything that needs my attention?" Yi Zian looked at Nai Lai with a guilt-ridden look and said, "Nai Lai, earlier I said many hurtful words. You weren't bothered by it and even saved my father. It's nothing." Nai Lai waved his hand and unconcernedly smiled. "Although I have no idea why you said those things, I understand that you are not that kind of person. That alone is fine." Yi Zian's eyes flashed full with tears. She originally thought that Nai Lai wouldn't forgive her. She really was frightened earlier. Her father had almost left her, and she had no idea what to do about it. Because Nai Lai's grace, she probably won't be able to repay him in her lifetime. Yi Zian clenched her teeth with her face red as she looked at Nai Lai and said, "Nai Lai, thank you." "N." Nai Lai nodded his head. He felt that the Yi Zian today is somewhat weird, but he couldn't tell what was going on with her. Yi Zian returned to her room with her head lowered. Looking at Yi Zian's back figure, Nai Lai scratched his head. If he couldn't understand, then he won't think about it. Nai Lai returned to his room and closed his door as he continued to practice the heavenly god cultivation technique. He estimated that he'll be able to step into 3-star gold rank very quickly. As the night darkened, the moonlight shined onto Nai Lai's bed as he is quietly trained while sitting cross-legged. His door opened. Nai Lai opened his eyes and saw Yi Zian coming in. She was wearing a thin silk, drawing the outline of her wonderful figure. That white and delicate face of hers made her even more charming under the moonlight. Seeing this scene, Nai Lai's eyes widened. At this moment, Yi Zian's face was covered in a layer of scarlet, looking rather shy. The silk fell, her flawless, naked body was like a beautiful gem shining in the moonlight. Her purple hair was like a waterfall coming down. Those exquisite cheeks, her brows and eyes were picturesque. She looked holy and pure like a fairy. Those slender long legs and her jade feet would definitely cause others to have their hearts madly flutter. "Zian, you..." Even if it's Nai Lai, seeing this scene, he couldn't help feeling his mouth dry up. After all, the one standing before him is the girl he likes the most. Although the current her isn't as charming as the one from his previous life, there's still a kind of graceful beauty to her. "Nai Lai, Ninger is a good girl. You cannot let her down. Your grace towards me, I have no way to repay it. I can only give myself to you." Yi Zian seriously said, nibbling her lips. "I heard from Aunt Zhu that men always like what you can never obtain. If you've obtained it, you will not cherish it. From today onwards, let's just be friends." Yi Zian lowered her head as she took a few steps forward and dug into Nai Lai's bed. She appeared to be extremely nervous. Her body was lightly trembling. Seeing this scene and hearing what Yi Zian just said, Nai Lai couldn't help smiling as he shook his head. This silly girl, how can this kind of matter be pushed here and there? As for this view about not being able to cherish something after obtaining it, that's all because her Aunt Zhu fell in love with Yi Zian's father, but wasn't able to take a step forward. Yi Zian curled up in the bed. She thought that Nai Lai would come in as well, causing her heart to be like a little rabbit, wildly pounding against her ribs. Although she's a child of a noble family, having knowledge towards men and women matters, experiencing it with her body is still rather different. Originally, she had made up her mind, but since it's actually going to happen, she couldn't help being a little afraid. Nai Lai's heart is filled with gentle feelings for Yi Zian. After pondering about it, He laid beside Yizian, both of his hands supporting his head as he smiled and said, "The one I like is you. It's something that's impossible to change. Just like Ninger, I'm also unable to change my thoughts. However, there's a difference. For you, even if I have to fork out everything I have, I will not hesitate to do so." Nai Lai recalled the moments in his previous life and was filled with heartache. Yi Ziyan waited for a long time, but realized that she's been separated by a layer of quilt. Lying down against it, she felt relieved. After hearing Nai Lai's words, Yi Ziyan's expression went from panic and nervous to calm in the end. Droplets of tears fell from her delicate cheeks. She couldn't understand why Nai Lai has such deep feelings for her. The two of them did not speak. In that moment, they could hear each other's breathing. Nai Lai's aura gradually made her feel relieved and secure. In the end, Yi Ziyan gradually fell into a deep sleep. Nai Lai turned his head and looked at Yi Ziyan's beautiful, quiet, and gentle face. If this could continue forever, quietly staring at her, growing up together with her, having children together, growing old together, how good would that be? However, the current Yi Ziyan is still too young. Chapter 173, Furious Bashing, dawn slowly rose from the edge of the sky. When Yi Ziyan woke up, Nai Lai was sitting cross-legged, practicing. Thinking about her actions yesterday, her face felt burning hot. Looking at Nai Lai's back figure, Yi Ziyan didn't know how to face Nai Lai anymore. She quietly began to put on her clothes. While she was in the middle of dressing herself, Nai Lai suddenly turned around, lightly smiled, and said, "You're up." The current Yi Ziyan was stunned. She wasn't fully clothed yet, and both of her hands couldn't hide her from Nai Lai's heated gaze. "Nai Lai, you pervert." Yi Ziyan picked up a pillow and threw it towards him. Her clothes were messy. Because she was not properly clothed, the clothes are slightly squeezing the two soft mounds, making her look even more attractive. The sight of her white abdomen and pure white arms made her look even more charming. Nai Lai quickly caught the pillow and rolled his eyes. "Who was it that dug into my bed without wearing anything? You actually call me a pervert?" The corner of his mouth couldn't conceal his smile. It's not common to see Yi Ziyan go crazy. Yi Ziyan felt as though she no longer had any face to face others. What exactly did get into her last night for her to actually do such a thing? "Nai Lai, if you continue to mention about last night, I won't talk to you anymore." Seeing Yi Ziyan's shy posture, Nai Lai couldn't help smiling and shrugged his shoulders. "Then I won't mention it anymore." Yi Ziyan dressed herself and hastily ran out of his room with her face flushed red. At the moment, her mind was elsewhere. She originally thought that Nai Lai would be like any other guy. Once they obtain what they want, they would lose interest in it. If that's the case, she would have repaid Nai Lai's grace. However, the results were completely opposite of her expectations. Nai Lai slept beside her the entire night, separated by quilt. Yi Ziyan felt a little bewildered. Why does Nai Lai likes her so much? Far surpassing Xiao Ninger. By right, he has spent more time together with Xiao Ninger and has experienced much more together. This mystery left her perplexed. But no matter what, Nai Lai saved her father. If she was requested one day to return the favor, she would definitely not hesitate. Winged dragon family, ever since Xiao Ninger returned and recuperated from the battle, her body quickly took a turn for the better. Furthermore, her cultivation had small signs of making a breakthrough. She has to admit, the lightning dragon cultivation technique is so powerful that it's shocking. Her cultivation has already soared by leaps and bounds to 2-star gold rank, preparing to stride forward towards 3-star gold rank. Every day, her soul realm would frantically absorb the surrounding soul force. The speed is simply shocking. It's hard to imagine what kind of cultivation technique Nai Lai gave her. Xiao Ninger has a feeling that this lightning dragon cultivation technique won't have any difficulty breaking through to the gold rank. Even legend rank might not be that difficult. Xiao Ninger quietly fixed her gaze to the window. Her mind flashed with Nai Lai's confident smile. She couldn't help smiling. What is Nai Lai doing now? A maid hastily walked in and said, "Miss, the patriarch seeks your presence." "Okay." Xiao Ninger nodded her head and walked towards the direction of the winged dragon family's main hall. Winged Dragon family's main hall, Xiao Yunfeng and the 6 elders are all in their seats. Upon seeing Xiao Ninger's arrival, the 6 elders stood up and gave her a respectful smile. Xiao Ninger recalled the situation where the 6 elders tried to force her to give up the purple haze grass. Her face went frost cold. There was no trace of emotion. She looked at Xiao Yunfeng, who was sitting at the highest position, and asked, "Father, you have some matters to speak to me about?" When the 6 elders saw Xiao Ninger's unwill to respond to them, they couldn't help smiling in embarrassment. However, even if they have a stomach full of anger, they have to hold it down. They had already received news that Xiao Ninger stepped into gold rank and is already a 2-star gold rank. This kind of cultivating speed, she's definitely the first in the entire history of the Winged Dragon family. According to this training speed, reaching legend rank is just a matter of time. Right now, how could they be disrespectful to a future legend rank expert? Xiao Yunfeng looked at the elders, then looked at Xiao Ninger again. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. It's not surprised that Xiao Ninger can't be bothered to bother with them, considering what they did to her before. "Ninger, we have had a discussion. We old fellas have already grown quite old. I want to pass the patriarch position over to you. What do you?" Xiao Yunfeng said, lightly smiling. Although the Winged Dragon family has not had a female patriarch before, Ninger is an exception. With her talent, who would dare to talk bad about her? "Father, I'm not interested in the patriarch's position. I only want to concentrate on my training," Xiao Ninger said, shaking her head. She doesn't want to be like her father, having to look after so many people, especially those with ill intentions. All she wants is to be together with the one she loves and live their lives together peacefully. Since you're unwilling, then forget it. Xiao Yunfeng nodded his head. Naturally, he won't force Xiao Ninger. Right now, in this family, no one has the rights to force her to do what she doesn't like. Niece Ninger, the few of us have discussed this a little bit. Do you know that genius, Nai from the Heavenly Marks family? We heard that his power is astronomical right now. Even the Alchemist Association has to listen to him. We would like to ask you if the Alchemist Association could do us a favor. Xiao Yi said, flattering. Xiao Ninger coldly stared at Xiao Yi. Does Elder Xiao Yi still remember that it was you that wanted me to take the purple haze grass back from Nai? Now you want me to go and beg him? This. Xiao Zai was endlessly embarrassed. At that point in time, even I didn't know of his identity. Back then, when you bought the purple haze grass for him, it can be considered that he owes you a favor. Favor? He cured my illness? I have yet to even return his favor. I will absolutely not do such a thing. If you want to beg so badly, go and beg yourself. Xiao Ninger rejected in absolution. Seeing that Xiao Ninger wasn't giving him a chance to argue, Xiao felt vexed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He could only apologize and said, "Niece Ninger, don't be angry. I'm only just casually saying it." Since Niece Ninger is not willing, then forget it. Pretend that I've never mentioned it. When Xiao Yi's voice died out, a person barged in. "Xiao Ninger, you wretch, you actually seduced another man behind my back and made me a cuckold. You think that my sacred family is so easily bullied. Today, I want the Winged Dragon family to give me an explanation." The one that barged in is Shen Fei. Although Shen Hong had made it clear for Shen Fei to not cause any trouble, Shen Fei couldn't endure it any longer. When he found out that Xiao Ninger returned to her family, he instantly rushed over. As a direct descendant of the sacred family, with his engaged fiancée mixing around with another man, how can he endure it? Hearing Shen Fei's words, Xiao Ninger's expression went ice cold. She stared at Shen Fei and said, "Shen Fei, this is the main hall of my Winged Dragon family. If you don't wish to be beaten out, get lost this instant. Beat me out. It seems that your Winged Dragon family has grown to be daring. Who was it that begged us to set up an engagement? Now that your wings have grown tough, you want to break the engagement. Fat chance." Shen Fei pointed to Xiao Yunfeng, who was sitting on the high chair, and furiously barked. "Xiao Yunfeng, even if my sacred family is under the oppression of the Snow Wind family, crushing your Winged Dragon family is still possible." Xiao Yunfeng swept his eyes at Xiao Yi, feeling a little angry. If it wasn't for Xiao Yi forcing back then, he would not have let Ninger have a marriage engagement with Shen Fei. And right now, the sacred family still wants Ninger to marry over to them. Fat chance. Mr. Shen Fei, this matter still needs to be discussed. I will send some men to inform Patriarch Shen Hong about it. You should return first. Xiao Yunfeng said in a solemn voice. A wave of imposing aura was emitting from his body. HMPH, Xiao Yunfeng, you think that I will leave with only your word. Today, I will bring Xiao Ninger back to sacred family. Otherwise, I'll make you guys suffer. Shen Fei furiously barked. Hearing what Shen Fei just said, both of Xiao Ninger's fists were tightly clenched. She was angered to the point that her body was trembling. That marriage engagement caused her to have countless thoughts of dying, making her life ash-gray. She had shed countless amount of tears in the dark. That was until Nai Lai's appearance broke her free from that bitterness. With her current talent, she no longer has to be forced by the elders in the family. However, Shen Fei still did not spare her. Xiao Ninger stared at Shen Fei and coldly said, Shen Fei, today I will challenge you. If you are able to beat me, I'll follow you back to sacred family. If you lose, HMPH, then I'm sorry. I want you to disappear from my sight. Haha, ridiculous. Xiao Ninger, you want to challenge me by yourself. Have you gone crazy? Shen Fei stared at Xiao Ninger. Seeing the coldness in Xiao Ninger's eyes, he looked at Xiao Yunfeng and the 6 elders and said, You all have heard her. This is what Xiao Ninger said herself. We'll have our deal. Roar, Shen Fei's body quickly underwent a transformation as he quickly merged with the scarlet black tiger. After the fight with Nai Lai, a shadow formed in his heart. Now, no matter who he is facing, he will first merge with his demon spirit before he does anything else. The current him is also not comparable to his past self. He has already reached 1-star gold rank. Adding in the scarlet black tiger, he's confident that aside from Yi Han, Nai Lai, and a few others, he doesn't have to fear anyone among his peers. Not to mention a woman like Xiao Ninger. Today, I'll execute some family punishment. A trace of cruel black flames raged. The heat wave flooded the entire hall. Xiao Ninger gave Shen Fei a stare from above, from the front of the stage. She never thought that Shen Fei would reach 1-star gold rank, not to mention that the scarlet black tiger is a demon spirit that has extremely powerful combat abilities. No wonder Shen Fei agreed to her challenge so quickly. However, Xiao Ninger's body quickly underwent a transformation as she merged with her heavenly lightning sparrow. Instantaneously, a light flashed that was dazzling to the eyes. A powerful aura with several folds of strength headed towards the scarlet black tiger. Seeing Xiao Ninger integrate with a heavenly lightning sparrow, even Xiao Yunfeng, Xiao Yi and the rest felt a little surprised. The lighting flashing in the sky even gave them a sense of pressure. Previously, they had no idea that Xiao Ninger had actually integrated with such a powerful demon spirit. After Shen Fei merged with his scarlet black tiger, he thought that this win was already in his pocket. However, in contrast to his expectations, Xiao Ninger had also reached gold rank and even integrated with a powerful heavenly lightning sparrow. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning fell down, bombarding the body of the scarlet black tiger. This instantly caused Shen Fei's entire body to feel a little numbness. Shen Fei barely reacted. He had greatly underestimated the strength of Xiao Ninger. He furiously roared and breathed a scarlet flame out from his mouth. Even though the scarlet flame was shooting towards her, Xiao Ninger was extraordinarily calm. Such a person like Shen Fei, even if he has a pretty decent talent, he's not hard-working at all, always fooling around. She won't lose to someone like him. The wings of the heavenly lightning sparrow fanned. A thick bolt of lightning shot towards the scarlet flame. Boom! The lightning collided with the scarlet flame and instantly ripped the scarlet flame completely apart and quickly flew towards Shen Fei without stopping. This is an absolute crushing defeat. Shen Fei's strength is not on the same level as Xiao Ninger's. Although they are both gold rank, Shen Fei couldn't even be considered average among his peers, and Xiao Ninger is an existence that can bypass rank in battle. A tearing explosion was heard as Shen Fei was blown away, flying out and heavily smash into a pillar in the hall. Cracks appeared on the pillars and floor as he fell onto the ground. Shen Fei immediately let out a painful whine. This lightning bolt injured him quite badly. He never thought that Xiao Ninger's strength would be so much stronger than his own, completely suppressing him. The heavenly lightning sparrow is most suitable in regional area battles. The wider the space, the more combat abilities it can display. But even in this hall, it's unable to exhibit its entire strength. However, it's still not something that Shen Fei can withstand. Chapter 174. Hide as much as possible. Xiao Ninger, who has merged with her heavenly lightning sparrow, proudly looked from high up. What qualifications does a scumbag like Shen Fei have to become her husband? Xiao Ninger's mind flashed with a figure. She is very proud in her heart. She will not heed the arrangements of her family, nor will she become someone's vassal. Only that person is someone she can rely on full-heartedly. Shen Fei was dizzy from the lightning bolt that had hit him. He shook his head, trying to get up. However, an even thicker lightning bolt shot him back down immediately. Boom, boom, boom. Shen Fei was constantly being blown away. His scarlet black tiger wasn't on the same level as the heavenly lightning sparrow. All the pent-up anger that Xiao Ninger had accumulated all these years was unleashed. She has no intentions to be lenient towards Shen Fei. Before Shen Fei could recover, he was hit by lightning again and again. That ripping pain has already made him forget where he was. Xiao Ninger, you dare to lay a hand on me? My sacred family will definitely not let you off. At the start of it, Shen Fei was still talking back. But after being hit by bolts of lightning in a continuous series, his soul force completely collapsed. That heart-tearing pain is already impossible to endure. Spare me. Don't kill me. Shen Fei wailed. As the direct descendant of the sacred family, when has he suffered such mistreatment before? Xiao Yi hurriedly called out, Niece Ninger, quickly stop. If this continues, Mr. Shen Fei will definitely die. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, although Xiao Ninger was still very furious, her chest was still rising up and down, but her aura had ultimately calmed down. Indeed, killing Shen Fei wouldn't do her any good. Now that Shen Fei has suffered such heavy injuries, if he's sent back to the sacred family will definitely not let them go so easily. Thinking about it here, Xiao Ninger's face turned slightly white. Earlier on, she was being rash in that moment. Now that she thought about the consequences, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Right, Nai. Nai will definitely have a solution. Only Nai can disregard the sacred family. The first person that Xiao Ninger thought of was Nai. Shen Fei shook his head, clearing his consciousness. However, he has wounds all over his body. That intense pain made him wail out. The scarlet black tiger also retracted. He couldn't move. He was lying there, waiting for death. How could the current him still have anything to say? Xiao Ninger didn't even show a trace of mercy when she acted. He's worried that the crazy woman, Xiao Ninger, might really go crazy and kill him. If that happens, even if the sacred family helps him get his face back, he would have died in vain. However, there's one point he couldn't figure out. Why is Xiao Ninger's strength so powerful? Xiao Yunfeng solemnly said, Men, send Mr. Shen Fei back. Xiao Yi hurriedly said, Wait, Shen Fei has suffered such heavy injuries. If we don't tend to his injuries before sending back, I'm afraid that it's a little inappropriate. If the sacred family were to blame us. Xiao Yunfeng glanced at Xiao Yi and ordered the guards, Send him back to the sacred family. Yes. The few guards respectfully said, carrying Shen Fei like a dead pig. Father, have I invited disaster? Xiao Ninger worriedly said, retracting her heavenly lightning sparrow. Her face was slightly pale. Niece Ninger, you know this could bring the extermination of our winged dragon family. Xiao Yi sighed. Xiao Yunfeng shook his head and said, Ninger, continue with your training. Even if the sky falls, we old fellas will support it. Now that the sacred family has been suppressed by the snow-wind family, they won't take any action against our winged dragon family at the moment. We'll see the situation after a while? Okay. Xiao Ninger nodded her head. She made her decision. If the sacred family were to oppress the winged dragon family, she'll go look for Nai Lai. Nai Lai will definitely have a solution. Since Xiao Yunfeng has already decided, Xiao Yi and the rest felt a little helpless. They can only pray hard in their hearts that the sacred family will not pursue this matter. Sacred family, when Shen Hong became aware that Shen Fei was carried back after being given a beating, he was extremely furious. The entire hall was filled with Shen Hong's violent aura, causing the guards to be afraid. I asked you to keep it down a little. You did not heed my words and went to the winged dragon family. It serves you right, even if you're beaten to death. Shen Hong was furiously scolding the wounded Shen Fei. Shen Fei's expression was miserable as he said, "Father, that Xiao Ninger is my fiancée. She went and seduced another man. How can you have me endure this? It's bad enough that the Snow Wind family are oppressing us. But now, even a small family like the Winged Dragon family doesn't put us in their eyes. Since when has our sacred family been so cowardly? Father, see how miserably that wretch, Xiao Ninger, has beaten me too. You have to seek justice for me." "Rubbish justice. You can't even beat a woman. You're nothing but rubbish. Now that the Snow Wind family has their eyes on us, I don't have enough manpower to deal with the Winged Dragon family." A lack of forbearance in small matters upsets the greater plans. Even after we deal with the Snow Wind family, are you still afraid that Xiao Ninger won't obediently listen? Shen Hong gazed at Shen Fei. He is really feeling resentful towards Shen Fei for failing to meet expectations. "We'll settle with the Winged Dragon family sooner or later, but right now is not the time." Shen Fei was disheartened. He couldn't bear Xiao Ninger hanging out with Nai Lai. However, he can only reply depressingly, "I got it." He understands that this beating that he suffered was all in vain. However, he never expected to lose against Xiao Ninger and was given a beating instead. His heart was simply pent up with anger. Seeing Shen Fei's disheartened look, Shen Hong's eyes flashed with a ray of chilling light. He never thought that even the Xiao Ninger, who's been by Nai Lai's side, would have trained to such a level. It seems that if he doesn't get rid of Nai Lai, he will become the calamity of their sacred family. Over at Yi Zian's yard, it's filled with bird songs and fragrant flowers, making the serene courtyard even more peaceful. Even though he was chased out, Nai Lai has once again returned here. Right now, Yi Zian doesn't dare to chase him out anymore, because Yi Zian realized that this city lord's mansion can't do without Nai Lai. And with him around, her father seems to be smiling a lot more. Xiao Ninger hastily walked in. "Ninger, you've come." Seeing Xiao Ninger, Yi Zian recalled her actions from last night and couldn't help feeling her cheeks a little heated. Although she felt a little guilty in her heart, she understood a principle now. Emotions cannot be forced. Xiao Ninger looked at Yi Zian and nodded her head in response. The one Nai Lai likes is Yi Zian, and Xiao Ninger has also slowly accepted this reality. She doesn't have any resentment in her heart, only helplessness and a sense of loss. After all, Yi Zian has done nothing wrong. She can only blame the fact that she did not meet Nai Lai earlier and walk into his world. "Ninger, what have you come for?" Nai Lai saw Xiao Ninger and greeted, lightly smiling. "Nai Lai, Shen Fei went to my family and was heavily wounded by me. Thereafter he was sent back to the sacred family by my father," Xiao Ninger said with her brows showing a trace of worry. Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Nai Lai stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Shen Fei is really lousy. He was previously trashed by me, then he went looking for you. A person like him deserves to be beaten up. It's best if he's bedridden for years." "Nai Lai, the sacred family will definitely cause trouble to my winged dragon family." Xiao Ninger frowned as she bitterly looked at Nai Lai. At a time like this, how could Nai Lai take joy in others' misfortune? Seeing Xiao Ninger's worried expression, Nai Lai waved his hand and smiled. "You don't have to worry about that. The sacred family can barely protect themselves. How can they have the strength to deal with the winged dragon family? Furthermore, we will soon take actions against the sacred family. You can be sure of that." He's taking actions against the sacred family. Xiao Ninger was slightly stunned. The sacred family is, after all, one of the three major families in Glory City. However, after hearing Nai Lai's words, Xiao Ninger felt a lot more relieved. She knows that Nai Lai wouldn't lie to her. For several days, Glory City was very quiet. Aside from the surrounding city walls being more heavily guarded, there wasn't many changes. Due to the fact that they have just suffered an attack, it's normal for the city walls to be more heavily guarded. No one finds it weird. The day finally arrives. As the evening approaches, the lights in the city lord's mansion were lit up. Guests walked into the city lord's mansion one after another. They are all experts from the various families. Every family brought many people over because when the city lord's mansion sent the notifications, they requested that all the experts from the various families were to be present. The sacred family brought 5 to 6 people with them and entered the city lord's mansion. Shen Hong looked at the surrounding huge stone pillars, and his expression turned even more dark and serious. They have already seen how frightening these huge stone pillars are. The previous abyss demon was killed by the divine thunder killing array. Shen Hong whispered something in the ear of an old man. The old man nodded his head and hid himself among the city lord's mansion's dense buildings. Thereafter, Shen Hong and his group walked along the long corridor all the way to the main hall, at the center of City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion's main hall. Nai Lai, are my clothes beautiful? Huyan Lanriwo wore an elegant nightgown. Her figure was explosive. The ample bulge on her chest drew out a shocking arc. She made a few turns in front of Nai Lai. The surrounding guys were all dumbfounded. If Huyan Lanriwo allowed them to have intimate terms with her, even if it means their death, they would still be willing. Nai Lai speechlessly stared at Huyan Lanriwo and said, "Beautiful or not, it has nothing to do with me. Miss Huyan, why do you keep following me? Look at my tattered clothes. I'm obviously a poor brat. What do I have that caught your eye? Although your appearance is a little common, and your clothes are a little lacking from your eyes, I can see that you are a good man. Furthermore, who in Glory City can say that you have bad talent? You're totally different from those fly-like young masters." Huyan Lanriwo proudly raised her cheeks and seriously said, "I'm very accurate at judging someone?" Nai Lai rolled his eyes. He have never felt himself to be that good, he depressingly said. "Miss Huyan, if you still pester me, I'll have to call out for someone. Can you let me go, I beg you?" "Nai Lai, which part of me is no good? I'm the young miss of the Huyan family. How many people wish to get close to me but weren't even given a chance? Don't tell me that I'm not acceptable to you." Huyan Lanriwo clenched her teeth and said fumingly, "With so many people surrounding her, on what basis is she not acceptable to Nai Lai? Miss Huyan, can't I beg you? What have you seen in me? I will change it." Nai Lai had a face of bitterness. Although Huyan Lanriwo's temper is a little too heaty, she is definitely one of the top 5 beauties in Glory City. How many people tried to talk to her but weren't even given a chance? Such a beauty like Huyan Lanriwo took the initiative to chase after Nai Lai, but in the end, Nai Lai treated her like a plague and kept hiding from her. This caused the guys from various families to be dumbfounded. They all felt depressed. Why can't the one that Huyan Lanriwo is chasing after be them? If it's another person, they'd definitely go up and ruthlessly teach them a lesson. For even daring to offend Miss Huyan shows that they are simply tired of living. That way they can show off in front of the goddess. However, the opposite party is Nai Lai. They definitely don't dare to do it to him. Nai Lai is someone that even dared to beat up Shen Fei of the sacred family. Nai Lai, you're too much. I hate you. Huyan Lanriwo had tears flash across her eyes as she turned around and ran. Seeing Huyan Lanriwo run away, Nai Lai felt relieved. My goodness, it's hard to shake off Huyan Lanriwo once she has her eyes on you. In Nai Lai's view, Huyan Lanriwo is just a guest in his life. Furthermore, Huyan Lanriwo's feelings for him might not even be that sincere. Sometimes it's just curiosity at work. Compared to Nai Lai and Yi Zian's feelings from his previous life, who have walked through life and death together, it's too far apart. Nai Lai's feelings for Yi Zian has never changed. He'll hide as much as possible from a person like Huyan Lanriwo. As long as Huyan Lanriwo doesn't look for him, Nai Lai will be thankful to the gods. Chapter 175. Gift. City Lord's Mansion's secret chamber. The banquet will soon start. After Nai Lai ran from Huyan Lanriwo, he brought Yi Zian here. The chamber is surrounded with towering stone walls. These stone walls are engraved with all kinds of inscription patterns to increase its sturdiness. It was prepared as a hiding spot for when the demon beast horde arrives. The successive generations of city lords were constantly perfecting it, making this secret chamber the safest place in the city lord's mansion. Nai Lai, you said that my father wanted you to bring me here, but what are we doing here? Yi Zian curiously asked. Aside from rooms within the empty chamber and the piled-up provisions, there is nothing else around here. The banquet will soon begin. Once we've taken action against the sacred family, they will definitely do whatever it takes to counterattack. At that time, I'm afraid that the situation will be hard to control. Nai Lai said, looking at Yi Zian in pity. But what has this got to do with us coming here? Yi Zian's brows slightly frowned. Suddenly thinking of something, she anxiously said, Nai Lai, you guys. As soon as Yi Zian reacted, Nai Lai activated the mechanism on the stone wall. A faint barrier appeared between Nai Lai and Yi Zian, trapping Yi Zian inside the stone chamber. This is what your father requested? Nai Lai said, smiling. In fact, in this matter, Yi Zong and Nai Lai were unusually unanimous. Nai Lai could finally find something in common between him and Yi Zong. In order to ensure Yi Zian's safety, even if Yi Zian were to be violently against it, Yi Zong and Nai Lai will still make her remain in the city lord's mansion's secret chamber. Nai Lai, let me out, quick. The fight will soon begin. How can you trap me in here? Yi Zian stared at Nai Lai in anger. She gathered her soul force to try to break through the barrier. However, her soul force was quickly bounced back. I'm afraid this is not possible. Once the sacred family launches their counterattack, you, as the direct descendant of the Snow Wind family, will easily be the target. You're our weak point, therefore you have to remain here. Nai Lai lightly smiled and said to Yi Zian, rest assured, just the sacred family by itself won't be able to cause that much of a problem. You remain here, I'll be back soon. After speaking, Nai Lai flew out. Nai Lai, come back. Yi Zian angrily yelled, if you don't let me out today, then don't come and find me in the future. Her voice echoed in the empty secret chamber as Nai Lai's figure quickly disappeared at the entrance. Yi Zian furiously stomped her foot. How could she have fallen for Nai Lai's trick like that? When Nai Lai brought her here, she should have known better. She kept trying to break the barrier in this secret chamber, but no matter how much she tried, she couldn't break it. She must either wait for someone else to come in to help her, or wait till the barrier automatically opens in 3 days' time. However, by that time, the battle would have already come to an end. If her father and Nai Lai were to encounter any danger, rows of clear tears fell from her white, delicate cheeks. There's nothing she could do at this moment. She hated Nai Lai to death in her heart now. Although Nai Lai said that he'll return very quickly, she still couldn't help worrying. Guests began to arrive at the banquet. The city lord's mansion's main hall was very lively. Experts from various families were exchanging greetings with one another. The ones sitting in the seat on top are Yi Ziu and Yi Shuo. Nai Lai heard from Yi Ziu that Yi Shuo is an extremely mysterious person in the Snow Wind family. He's in charge of managing a secret force in the Snow Wind family. He would occasionally get people from the Holy Orchid Institute to nurture them, and he wields a formidable power in his hands. In Glory City, not many people would know of Yi Shuo. But in the City Lord's mansion, his position is only second to Yi Ziu, the number 4 in the Snow Wind family. This is a robust old man. When Yi Shuo saw Nai Lai, he lightly smiled. Seeing Yi Shuo's smiling expression, Nai Lai curiously asked, Senior, have we met before? In both his previous life and this life, Nai Lai is very unfamiliar with Yi Shuo. Normally, once Nai Lai sees a person, he'll be able to remember them. After all, he's a cultivator that has a soul from 2 lifetimes. Nai Lai's memory can be described as photographic. But Nai Lai is absolutely sure that he has never seen this old man before. You have never seen me before, but I am aware of you. That day when you were arguing with Shen Ziu, I was watching from outside. Even your library position later on was arranged by me. I never imagined that within such a short amount of time, we would meet again and to meet in this situation. Yi Shuo said as he laughed. On the day when Nai Lai was arguing with Shen Ziu, he could sense that an expert was watching. Also, from the blizzard aura, Nai Lai guessed that the expert should be from the Snow Wind family, but he wasn't aware that it was Yi Shuo. If it wasn't for the presence of the Snow Wind family, Nai Lai wouldn't have argued so intensely with Shen Ziu. I never thought that senior was you. Thanks for watching out for me. Nai Lai cupped his hands and thanked him. Yi Shuo laughed and said, "It can't be considered me watching out for you. I'm afraid that everything was within your calculations. I was only going with the flow." Nai Lai and Yi Shuo laughed, having a mutual understanding. I never thought that you would be able to break through the barrier of Red Soul Realm and have your cultivation soar leaps and bounds to such an extent. Even I did not expect this. I'm really ashamed of speaking about it. Old men like us should probably retire. The future world is in the hands of you youngsters. Yi Shuo laughed as he shook his head. Senior, you must be joking. You're old but not obsolete. We in the younger generation batch still need to be under the shade of you seniors. This is nothing much, but consider it my respects for you. Please, accept these. Nai Lai took out several blood crystals and passed them to Yi Shuo. He has to get a good connection with the several black gold rank elders of the Snow Wind family. Seeing the blood crystals in his hand, Yi Shuo was slightly stunned. Blood crystals are absolutely good stuff. Even legend rank experts would be in need them. He wondered where Nai Lai got them from. Yi Ziu already understood what Nai Lai was planning and said, while laughing, "Accept them? I have already accepted them a while back." If you don't accept them, Nai Lai probably won't be able to be at ease. Yi Shuo looked at Nai Lai and then at Yi Ziu. He understood what's going on. The reason why Nai Lai is gifting such precious items is probably because of Yuner. He is already aware of the matters between Nai Lai and Yi Zian. He laughed and said, "Then I will accept them." Nai Lai chuckled. Yi Ziu gave him a close feeling, so does Yi Shuo. It seems that the black gold rank elders of the Snow Wind family are rather easy to talk with. Settling authority figures of the Snow Wind family, and with Yi Zong's approval, it won't be too long before everything comes to fruition. The amount of people that gathered from the various families was growing in number. Soon, the entire hall was filled with people. They were all sitting at their arranged locations. Every family occupied a corner. However, the amount of people from the Snow Wind family was rather few in numbers. Why haven't the people from the Snow Wind family arrived yet? Shen Hong felt ineffably uneasy. All the experts from the other families have arrived. Only 1 to 2 out of 10 from the Snow Wind family came. The important figures are only Yi Ziu and Yi Shuo. The sacred family was positioned in the middle, surrounded by all the other families. At this moment, if they were to take any action, they will most likely be exposed by the other families. Nai Lai swept his gaze across the main hall and saw Ninger, Lu Piao, and the rest. Even people from the Heavenly Marks family and Duan Jian have come. In this banquet, even if Nai Lai doesn't allow them to participate, they will also join in. However, he has to give them a little warning. Nai Lai walked towards the location where the Heavenly Marks family was at. Seeing Nai Lai, Nai Hai, Nai En, and the rest became excited. When Nai Lai was at the front of the main hall, they saw that even the 2 major people from the Snow Wind family were polite to him. Based on that alone, is there anything that can question his position? It's also been crazily spread around that Nai Lai is the best choice to be the city lord's son-in-law. The moment they spoke about this matter, they all felt excited and proud. Some of the patriarchs that had bad history with them lowered their heads and walked around them the moment they saw them. Nai Lai walked to Nai Hai and Nai En's side and spoke into their ears. "Tonight, some things might happen. Take care of the clansmen." Hearing Nai Lai's words, Nai Hai and Nai En's hearts trembled a little as they nodded their heads. Although they have no idea what was about to come, they will definitely be very careful. Luckily, Nai Lai sent someone to notify them earlier, which is why Nai Hai and Nai En only brought a small amount of experts over. However, Nai Lai did not leak any information on what was about to happen to them. After all, secrets like this are best if less people know about it. Nai Lai glanced at Duan Jian and said, "Duan Jian, follow me." Yes. Duan Jian stood up and followed behind Nai Lai. While Nai Lai was walking, he used a soft voice that only the two of them can hear and said, "Tonight, the moment the battle starts, you need to keep a close eye on that fellow, Shen Hong. Even if you can't beat him, you have to hinder him." Right now, Duan Jian just reached black gold rank, so he isn't an opponent for Shen Hong. However, with Duan Jian's physical strength, even if he versus a legend rank expert, he will have a chance to drag the battle. Okay, I understand. Duan Jian seriously nodded his head. Nai Lai and Duan Jian moved towards the direction of the Winged Dragon family. When Xiao Yunfeng and Bunch from the Winged Dragon family saw Nai Lai approaching, they all stood up. Right now, Nai Lai is someone that has overpowering influence and authority. Nai Lai. Xiao Ninger stood up and looked at Nai Lai. Her eyes flashed with an extraordinary splendor. Nai Lai lightly smiled and said towards Xiao Yunfeng, "Nice to meet you, uncle." Hearing Nai Lai's words, Xiao Yunfeng felt a little overwhelmed by favor and hurriedly said, "Nephew Nai Lai, I have to thank you for taking care of Ninger for so long." Xiao Yunfeng and Bunch sized Nai Lai up and then looked at Duan Jian, who was standing behind him. The both of them gave a feeling of fathomable depths. "Uncle, you're being too kind. Ninger is my good friend, so Uncle can be more at ease. Since this is our first meeting, this gift is a show of respect to you. Please accept them." Nai Lai took out several bottles and passed them over to Xiao Yunfeng. When Nai Lai gave Xiao Yunfeng his gift, Xiao Yi and the rest's eyes had reddened. Nai Lai is really rich. These jade bottles obviously have scarlet body-enhancing pills, soul-tempering pills, and 9 transformation pills names on it. Every single one of these are extremely precious, and Nai Lai gave away quite a few bottles of them. Not to mention the few scarlet body-enhancing pills, which are even more valuable. However, all of these are gifts for Xiao Yunfeng. Xiao Yi and the rest felt depressed. Why didn't they bear such a good daughter? As well, Chapter 176. Monster, Xiao Yunfeng's face was stunned for a little while before he hurriedly said, "Nephew Nai Lai, how can I? In recent times, Ninger has been helping me a lot. Consider this gift as thanks. Uncle doesn't have to be polite with me." Nai Lai passed the items to Xiao Yunfeng and gave Ninger a smile. Xiao Ninger's face turned slightly red, but did not say anything. Xiao Yunfeng looked at Xiao Ninger. A father knows his daughter the best. He already understood something. He nodded and said, "Then, I'll accept them." Although he has heard that Nai Lai has a close relationship with Yi Zian, Xiao Yunfeng doesn't mind it at all. After all, children of aristocratic families tend to have 3 or 4 wives. It's absolutely normal. Now that Nai Lai is the #1 genius in Glory City, Ninger wouldn't be considered suffering if she were to follow him. Aside from that, Xiao Yunfeng knows that the talent that Xiao Ninger has in her cultivation has been granted to her by Nai Lai. As the direct descendant of the Winged Dragon family, it's normal to know how to repay the kindness of others. Nai Lai never thought that his casually given gift would let Xiao Yunfeng think so much. Seeing Nai Lai and Xiao Yunfeng talking together, Shen Hong's brows slightly twitched. The Winged Dragon family has always been the vassal of the Sacred Family. Even Xiao Ninger is the fiancé of his son. But now, the Winged Dragon family has separated themselves from the control of the Sacred Family. Leaving the broken promise of the marriage aside, they even gave Shen Fei a beating. Although Shen Hong is patiently bearing with it, the anger inside him was continuously accumulating. Shen Hong looked at Duan Jian, who was beside Nai Lai. Duan Jian's firm step and sharp gaze gave him a vague feeling to fear. "Shen Ziu," Shen Hong said with a deep voice. "Right here, brother, what do you wish?" Shen Ziu asked Shen Hong. "Bring Shen Yan over and test the strength of the youngster standing behind Nai Lai. Furthermore, get someone else to investigate their relationship," Shen Hong said. If this youngster has a decent amount of strength and doesn't have a close relationship with Nai Lai, then he can try recruiting him. Yes. Shen Ziu gave Nai Lai and Bunch a cold stare. Her eyes flashed with a ray of chilling light. She stood up and walked towards the direction of Nai Lai with Shen Yan following behind her. Noticing that the people of the sacred family were walking in their direction, Xiao Yunfeng's brows slightly frowned. Xiao Yi and the rest all became nervous. Even though the sacred family is being oppressed by the Snow Wind family, their tyrannical power is still there. Based on strength alone, the Winged Dragon family is not the opponent of the sacred family. Yi Xiu and Yi Shuo, who were on the stage, also saw this scene. Yi Shuo looked at Yi Xiu and asked, "Yi Xiu, Shen Hong has sent a black gold rank expert over. I'm afraid that Nai Lai won't be able to handle it. Should we give him some aid?" Yi Xiu smiled, shook his head, and said, "It'll be weird if Nai Lai can suffer a loss. We'll just watch from the side. He will definitely handle this. Furthermore, we can take this chance to see what kind of strength the youth beside Nai Lai has." Yi Shuo looked at Yi Xiu in astonishment. He never thought that Yi Xiu would have such confidence in Nai Lai. In the end, he nodded his head. Nai Lai gave a glance at the approaching Shen Ziu. Shen Ziu wore a nightgown. Her alluring figure lured the attention of the surrounding experts from various families. All these experts began to discuss among themselves. Have you guys heard? Originally, the Winged Dragon family had a marriage engagement with the Sacred family, but now they want to break it off. The Sacred family's eldest son, Shen Fei, was unhappy with it and went to the Winged Dragon family to cause a scene. In the end, he was bashed up by Xiao Ninger and was carried out. Such a thing actually happened. I heard that Shen Fei has already cultivated to gold rank, so how he's still not Xiao Ninger's opponent? He was beaten up by Xiao Ninger. Could it be that someone else in the Winged Dragon family gave her help? I bet you still don't know about it. Xiao Ninger has recently cultivated to gold rank and has integrated with a heavenly lightning sparrow demon spirit. How could that trash, Shen Fei, be Xiao Ninger's opponent? The Sacred family's recent luck has been rather bad, and the Winged Dragon family is throwing stones at them. At this time, it doesn't seem too good. Rubbish. Are we still unsure of what that kid, Shen Fei, is? That kid committed many outrageous acts. How many innocent girls do you think he has impregnated? That kid, Xiao Ninger, is not bad, so why should she be wasted on Shen Fei? The experts of various families all had their eyes in this direction. They are still very curious on what the Sacred family is going to do and how the Winged Dragon family will react. However, the majority of people still stand on the side of the Winged Dragon family. After all, Shen Fei's character isn't that good. Hearing those discussions, Shen Ziu's face had a layer of frost on it. When she found out that Shen Fei was beaten up by Xiao Ninger, she was furious. It was the same as slapping the face of the Sacred family. Tusk, Xiao Ninger, when I was still at the Holy Orchid Institute, I saw you seducing another man behind Shen Fei's back. Right now, you're even doing it publicly. Have you no shame? Shen Ziu said, having both of her arms on her chest, despising Xiao Ninger. When Xiao Ninger heard these words, she stood up, furiously looked at Shen Ziu and said, "Shen Ziu, you're speaking pure rubbish. Your Sacred family has no right to bother about my actions." Xiao Yunfeng's brows lightly knitted together. He coldly looked at Shen Ziu and Shen Yan. The Sacred family has obviously come here to look for trouble. He has to see what the Sacred family is planning to do. After all, the Sacred family can't take any action against the Winged Dragon family in front of the eyes of so many. You've been poked where it hurts. HMPH, if you don't want others to know about it, you shouldn't have done it to begin with. Shen Ziu's mouth had a trace of cold smile. Under the eyes of so many experts from so many families here, I'll expose the face of you, wretch. You. Xiao Ninger was simply angered to the point that she almost teared. She's had her heart filled with misery. For all these years, she had suffered so many wrongs, and all of them came from the Sacred family. Do these people want to force her to death before they are happy? What, you're not convinced? HMPH, you have a marriage engagement with my nephew, Shen Fei. This is something that has been witnessed by the adults of two families. Even the wedding contract is still present. You want to deny it, since when is my sacred family so easily bullied? It doesn't matter if you follow my sacred family or not. It's not your choice. Shen Ziu looked from the top as she stared at Xiao Ninger. This woman is vicious with her words. How is the tender Ninger the opponent of Shen Ziu? Shen Ziu, you're really hard to get rid of. Such a mean person like you should have her mouth sewed shut. Xiao Ninger is not willing to uphold the wedding contract, so what? Or is your sacred family going to use force? Nai Lai coldly stared at Shen Ziu furiously. Xiao Ninger has a good temper, so she won't do anything to you. However, you have made me angry. I'm too lazy to speak nonsense with you, so are you asking for a beating? A powerful aura burst forth from Nai Lai's body. When he took a step forward, his aura pressed towards Shen Ziu. Seeing Nai Lai's ferocious look, Shen Ziu was scared to the point that she took several steps back. That chilling aura felt like a huge pressure on her. She recalled the previous banquet when Nai Lai was being arrogant. Nai Lai is really daring to do such a thing. When Shen Ziu did not put Nai Lai in her eyes, she was silver rank at that time, and Nai Lai was not even a bronze rank. Now, Nai Lai was a gold rank, and she is still silver rank. If they were to fight, she would definitely suffer. She couldn't help saying in a trembling voice, "What are you trying to do? A man hitting a woman, you're not a man. A man that beats a good woman is indeed not a man, but a vicious woman like you, even if you're beaten to death, you deserve it." Nai Lai furiously snorted, taking a step forward. Shen Ziu was scared to the point of having her heart trembling. Nai Lai is simply a rogue. He doesn't even have an aura of an aristocrat. Being able to talk big is still not comparable to being able to directly take action. Shen Ziu was trembling, looking a little scared. Xiao Ninger couldn't help feeling moved. Every time she was in danger, it would be Nai Lai helping her. If it wasn't for Nai Lai, she really doesn't know what she would do. Looking at Nai Lai's back figure, she felt secure. As long as there is Nai Lai, she will be able to feel secure and having someone to rely on. A woman like Shen Ziu, arguing with her will only make her become more and more vigorous. She can only be dealt with by playing rogue. The city lord's banquet will soon begin. Why don't you two stop fighting at this time? Xiao Yi stood up, trying to become the peacemaker. Get lost. Shen Ziu coldly snorted at Xiao Yi. She took several steps back. After gaining some distance from Nai Lai and standing beside Shen Yan, she felt a little at ease. She coldly smiled, stared at Xiao Ninger, who was behind Nai Lai, and said, "You're indeed shameless. Since you've done it, why are you afraid of being talked about by others? You even got you adulterer to speak up for you. HMPH, it's really an eye-opener?" Shen Ziu's vicious words made Nai Lai simply unable to stand listening. Nai Lai coldly snorted and said, "This woman's mouth is too foul. Duan Jian, give her beating for me and throw her out of this place?" "Yes." Duan Jian took a step forward and moved towards Shen Ziu. Shen Ziu instantly felt a terrifying pressure from Duan Jian's body. An intense fear rose up within her, causing her to immediately take even more steps back. Shen Yan, who was standing beside Shen Ziu, smiled as his right hand reached for Duan Jian. "Black gold rank expert?" Nai Lai's brows slightly twitched. However, even if it's a black gold rank expert, they're completely useless when facing Duan Jian. No one in the entire sacred family would be able to control Duan Jian, not even Shen Hong. Shen Yan felt a black gold rank aura bursting forth from Duan Jian's body. His heart was slightly shocked. He never thought that this ordinary-looking young man would have such strength. He no longer dared to underestimate the opposite party and directly utilized his entire strength. Boom! Shen Yan used his personal unique combat ability. The strength of his palm increased several-fold as he grabbed Duan Jian's arm. An ordinary black gold rank expert would have his arm broken by Shen Yan's grip if they were careless. However, when he grabbed Duan Jian's arm and squeezed as tight as he could, Duan Jian did not move. He did not even frown a little. Duan Jian was just using his cold gaze as he stared at Shen Yan. A ray of frightening, chilling light was seen within his eyes. Since Duan Jian did not move the slightest, The corner of Shen Yan's mouth curled into a smile. This kid is indeed still young. He's too self-opinionated. Shen Yan instantly gathered the soul force within his body, and his palm ignited with a scarlet flame, as though it's trying to melt everything it touches. Seeing this scene, even Yizu, Yishuo, and the rest were stunned. This is the flaming palm combat ability of the sacred family. This combat ability can instantly melt steel. With Duan Jian's arm being grabbed by Shen Yan, and Shen Yan was using the flaming palm at such a distance, even if the arm is made of steel, they would instantly be wasted. Shen Yan, stop, Yizu barked. However, he was too far of a way to lend a hand. Feeling the flowing heat wave, the surrounding experts of various families' facial expressions changed. They couldn't help sighing in regret for Duan Jian. They're afraid that Duan Jian's arm will be wasted. Using such a vicious method in this banquet hall, the experts of various families felt that the sacred family is going a little too far. This young expert should be exerting a hand to help Glory City. If he's wasted by this kind of internal contradiction, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Shen Yan was complacent for several seconds, however. His facial expression suddenly became stunned. Duan Jian is still using his cold gaze as he stared at him. His flaming palm did not even leave a trace on Duan Jian's arm. How is that possible? My flaming palm is something that can even melt steel. Just what exactly is this kid's arm made of? The corner of Nai Lai's mouth curled into a smile. Among the dragon tribe, the majority of them are fire attributed. The physique of a dragon tribe wouldn't even need to fear a dragon's flames. How can he be afraid of a small flaming palm? How can the flaming palm be compared to a dragon's flames? Shen Yan felt as though he had a plug in his throat. He simply felt like he was going to suffocate. He never expected that his flaming palm wouldn't have the slightest effect. Not only was Shen Yan dumbfounded, even the surrounding people were looking at Duan Jian and his undamaged arm dumbfoundedly. Just that kind of physique is that. Is this kid a monster? Chapter 177. Help getting out of embarrassment. Even the sacred family's patriarch, Shen Hong, did not recover from the shock. Not even Yizong would be able to eat the flaming palm at such distance and not be harmed by it. Just who exactly is this mysterious young man? How could he have such a powerful physique? Could it be that he has reached legend rank? Before everyone could recover from the shock, Duan Jian's hand suddenly grabbed Shen Yan's arm and threw a kick at the side of his abdominal area. Instantly, Shen Yan's face turned green and almost vomited his intestines out. This heavy blow isn't something his current physique can handle. Even a few of his bones were cracked. Nai Lai slightly nodded his head. Duan Jian is very well aware of how to utilize the advantage of his physique. First showing a flaw, giving his opponent the chance to attack. Thereafter, without Shen Yan holding his guard up, grab onto his arm, which made it impossible for Shen Yan to dodge and send him a merciless kick. Simply and rough, but it can exhibit the most powerful might. If an ordinary black gold rank expert were to suffer such an attack without any warning, the attack would be able to abolish his fighting strength. Duan Jian, don't kill him, Nai Lai calmly said. If they were to start killing people from the sacred family here, the situation later on would be out of control. Now is still not the time? Okay. Duan Jian released his grip, and Shen Yan fell onto the ground, crouching like a shrimp. In just one move, he left a black gold rank expert lying on the floor. The entire hall was deadly quiet. Everyone was shockingly looking at the calm Duan Jian. This young man is simply too frightening. Yizu and Yishuo glanced at each other. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although they can feel that Duan Jian's strength isn't bad, they never imagined that Duan Jian's strength would be this powerful. To have contact with the flaming palm at such a close distance and not harmed, then attack with a ruthless kick. This kind of strength, isn't that not beneath Yizong's? The main point is, this young man obediently follows the orders of Nai Lai. Nai Lai actually has such capability to even tame an expert of his level. The experts of various families took a long while to recover from the shock. They all inhaled a mouthful of cold air. With Duan Jian's strength, The ones that are able to suppress him wouldn't exceed 3 in all of Glory City. Problem is, they have never heard of this young man before. They have no idea which family he is from. He rose abruptly like a comet, causing others to be simply shocked. At this moment, Shen Hong's hands were trembling a little. If he was to display his strength, Duan Jian probably wouldn't be beneath him. Nai Lai actually has such a powerful man under him. At this moment, Xiao Yi and the rest almost had their eyes popped out. They took a deep look at Nai Lai, and their eyes were filled with fear. They have underestimated Nai Lai far too much. Aside from his own talent cultivation, the strength that Nai Lai controls is simply fearful. Seeing Shen Yan lying on the ground, Shen Ziu couldn't help feeling the fear in her heart again. Her face paled as she retreated. "I hate vicious woman the most." Duan Jian coldly swept his eyes on Shen Ziu. He recalled the look of Sikong Hongyu whipping him, that kind of vicious expression. He coldly raised his sleeve. Shen Ziu was sent flying from the slap. Her face swelled up as she laid on the ground. Her hair was scattered, looking extremely miserable. "You!" Shen Ziu's mucus and tears flowed together. She wanted to say something, but her mouth was swelling up, making her look extremely miserable. As the sacred family's patriarch's sister, when has she ever felt such humiliation before? Shen Ziu couldn't help herself as she started to cry. Just when Duan Jian was preparing to drag Shen Ziu out, a figure flashed in front of him. He was like a mountain. A powerful aura was sent out to oppress Duan Jian. This person is an expert? Duan Jian's heart was slightly shocked. He raised his head and saw that this person is the patriarch of sacred family, Shen Hong. "Young man, leave this chance out. It'll be better for the future. I represent Shen Yan and Shen Ziu and apologize for their offense." Shen Hong said, looking at Duan Jian. Nai Lai's brows twitched. Even though the matter had already developed to such an extent, this old fox, Shen Hong, is still able to endure it. Nai Lai is interested to see what this old fox, Shen Hong, is planning. Duan Jian glanced at Nai Lai, and Nai Lai gave him a light nod. Duan Jian stood his ground, but did not continue the conflict with Shen Hong. He was only coldly standing there. Several people of the sacred family came and extracted Shen Yan and Shen Ziu. When they were secured, Shen Hong turned around and was prepared to leave. He took a glance at Duan Jian, softened his voice and said, "Young man, with your strength, it's a pity for you to heed the orders of a youth. If you're interested, after this matter ends today, you can make a trip to my sacred family. The door of my sacred family will forever be open to you." After speaking, Shen Hong returned to the location of his own family. Hearing what Shen Hong said, Duan Jian lightly smiled. Shen Hong is actually trying to recruit him. But Shen Hong is really thinking too much. He and Nai Lai don't have a normal employment relationship. He is willingly following Nai Lai. No matter what his conditions are, even if it threatens his life, he will absolutely not betray Nai Lai. Seeing Shen Hong returning, Nai Lai looked at Xiao Yunfeng and Xiao Ninger and lightly smiled. Those people with foul mouths have been chased away. The world is quiet again. I'll not disturb the mood of Uncle and Ninger. You guys can continue what you're doing. Xiao Ninger stood there. Her face had traces of tears on it. She gratefully looked at Nai Lai and wanted to say the 1,000 things she was feeling, but she had no idea how to express them. Nai Lai straightforwardly smiled and said, "Ninger, you don't have to be bothered about it. If anyone from the sacred family still dares to bully you, you can tell me about it and see how I'll take care of them." Xiao Yunfeng cupped his hand and sincerely said, "Nephew Nai Lai, thanks for helping us solve our situation." As the patriarch of the winged dragon family, he has to think about the big picture and did not dare to offend the sacred family too much, which only made Ninger suffer. However, Nai Lai did not let Ninger suffer even a little. Xiao Yunfeng looked at Ninger. Women are destined to be married off. He pondered for a moment. Should he go have a talk with the patriarch of the Heavenly Marks family? Xiao Ninger and Shen Fei's marriage engagement. If it's any other family, they absolutely wouldn't dare to offend the sacred family. Nai Lai's probably the only one that would dare to fight the sacred family so intensely. Although the Heavenly Marks family is a small aristocratic family, with Nai Lai and Duan Jian there, their future is definitely a glorious one. Not to mention about becoming a noble family, they even have the chance of becoming a major family. Nai Lai walked to Xiao Ninger's side and whispered in her ears, "Tonight, we're going to deal with the sacred family. At that time, you have to be careful." Hearing what Nai Lai said, Xiao Ninger shockingly glanced at him. This news is too shocking. After a moment, she nodded her head. If they are going to take actions against the sacred family, this would definitely be an intense battle. "Uncle, I'll take my leave," said Nai Lai as he smiled. There is still so much that he has to handle. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ninger, Xiao Yunfeng and the rest, he continued to notify Lu Pio and the others. As people continuously walked into the main hall, the amount of people that gathered grew in number as time passed. After Nai Lai inspected the place, he walked back to the upper area and sat beside Yi Xiu and Yi Shuo. Duan Jian stood beside Nai Lai with a solemn expression. Yi Xiu and Yi Shuo raised their heads to look at Duan Jian. Seeing Duan Jian's expression, they did not dare to start a conversation with him. Yi Xiu looked at Nai Lai and said, "Nai Lai, arrange a seat for Duan Jian." For Duan Jian to have such strength at such a young age, this caused them to pay special attention to him. Duan Jian's future is simply not possible to estimate. Nai Lai glanced at Duan Jian and saw Duan Jian shake his head. Nai Lai smiled and said, "Forget it, he's not willing to sit." Yi Xiu and Yi Shuo felt curious. Exactly what kind of method did Nai Lai use to gain such loyalty from Duan Jian? They simply couldn't figure it out at all. Yi Xiu already knows that Duan Jian is someone that Nai Lai brought back from the Abyss prison realm. As for the events that happened in the Abyss prison realm, he was unsure about them. Nai Lai, Yi Xiu, and Yi Shuo began to chat and were laughing. When the experts from the various families saw this scene, they were all pondering in their hearts. There was always a rumor about Nai Lai having close relationships with the city lord's daughter. Previously, everyone felt that even if Nai Lai has extraordinary talent, wanting to marry the daughter of city lord is a little too high praise. But now they no longer think that way. Having such a right-hand man like Duan Jian, they all had to reevaluate Nai Lai's position. Duan Jian is someone of black gold rank that have reached the level of the city lord. Furthermore, his age is still so young. With such capital, no matter if it's the city lord, Yi Zong, or the Snow Wind family, they will probably take the initiative to push Nai Lai and Yi Xian's marriage together. There have been many times when various families would interlink through marriage and consolidate their positions. What matters is that the families are well matched together. By doing that, the marriage would allow both families to reach a greater height, and Nai Lai already has all of those qualifications. The patriarchs of various families walked towards the Heavenly Marks family, exchanging greetings with Nai Hai. With so many patriarchs approaching, with many noble families within, Nai Hai suddenly felt overwhelmed by the favor. He immediately stood up. His face lit up from the splendor as he raised his cup to accept the toast from the various patriarchs. He naturally understands that all of this glory came from Nai Lai. "Patriarch Nai Hai, let me toast you a cup. This is my daughter, Ninger. She's friends with Nai Lai." Xiao Yunfeng brought Xiao Ninger over to give a toast with Nai Hai. Xiao Ninger's face turned slightly red. However, in this kind of venue, she will naturally not have stage fright and raised her wine cup naturally. "Thanks, Patriarch Xiao. I'll take the toast first." Nai Hai drained the entire cup in one gulp. He took a glance at Xiao Ninger. He has naturally seen the matter of Nai Lai helping Xiao Ninger speak out. This Xiao Ninger should be important towards Nai Lai. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk falling out with the sacred family. However, he has heard that Nai Lai is chasing after the city lord's daughter. This made him a little confused. Chapter 178, Revolt? Niece Ninger is really beautiful and elegant. I wonder, what's her current cultivation? Nai Hai asked. He had previously heard of the news of Xiao Ninger beating Shen Fei up. which is why he asked such a question. The patriarchs of various families are still present. Although they were exchanging greetings with Nai En and the rest, they were also listening to Nai Hai and Xiao Yunfeng's conversation. Xiao Yunfeng gave Xiao Ninger a benevolent glance, lightly smiled and said, "My daughter is currently 2-star gold rank, probably reaching 3-star gold rank soon." Hearing Xiao Yunfeng's words, the various patriarchs were all shocked in their hearts. Although they have heard the rumors, to suddenly hearing it now made them extremely shocked. She has already cultivated to 2-star gold rank at such a young age. She's ranked at least in the top 3 among the younger generation. Nai Hai's brows twitched. This Xiao Ninger does have potential. Becoming Nai Lai's wife is also pretty good. If he couldn't get the city lord's daughter, marrying Xiao Ninger is also not bad. Furthermore, Xiao Ninger has delicate features. There's nothing to be fussy about in terms of looks. Nai Hai was still planning on how to get a wife for Nai Lai. He chuckled and said, "Nai Lai has always been causing trouble. Since niece Ninger is his friend, do look out for him. If you have time, you can visit my Heavenly Mark's family more often." Nai Hai will naturally not jump the gun. After all, Nai Lai hasn't made the decision himself. How could Xiao Ninger not understand the meaning in Nai Hai's words? Her cheeks were slightly burning, but she still replied, "Thanks, uncle. I will definitely visit." Xiao Yunfeng, Nai Hai, and the various patriarchs began chatting. Although the Heavenly Mark's family is only an aristocratic family, no one dares to regard the Heavenly Mark's family as an aristocratic family. In the upper seats, Yi Ziu looked at Nai Lai and smilingly said, "Nai Lai, I would like for you to be the host in this banquet. What do you think?" Due to the fact that the Demon Beast Horde event has just ended, Nai Lai's prestige has reached a pinnacle in the eyes of all the patriarchs. Adding to the re-evaluation from the patriarchs right now, they made a new evaluation of Nai Lai's position. Nai Lai looked at Yi Ziu. He probably has some intention for doing this. He nodded his head and said, "No harm in letting me hosting it." Yi Ziu lightly smiled. Facing such a huge occasion, with nearly 5,000 to 6,000 of experts from the various families present, Nai Lai actually didn't have the slightest bit stage fright. But thinking about it again, it's not surprising. Nai Lai cannot be seen as an ordinary youth. The place was bustling with noise. Experts from various families were greeting each other. However, Nai Lai, Yi Ziu, and Yi Shuo don't show any intention of starting the banquet. They were patiently waiting for the experts to finish their greetings. After all, the longer they drag this on, the more time Yizong will have for his mission. Yizong's side has also been arranged. In half an hour's time, he will lead the experts of the Snow Wind family and set off. Most likely, from the moment the sacred family entered the city lord's mansion, Yizong started as well. It's just that they have no idea what the situation is like. At the location of the sacred family, aside from the people of the sacred family drinking wine alone, they looked a little lonely inside the hall. Since the sacred family is being oppressed by the Snow Wind family, the patriarchs from the various families were all watching from the sidelines. How could they go up and talk to Shen Hong? If they were to go and initiate a chat with Shen Hong, wouldn't that mean that they are working against the Snow Wind family? In addition, the sacred family has been an overbearing bully in the past. It's already very polite of the various families to not throw stones at them, so how could they go and stroke the bad luck at this time? However, there was one person that did not care about this, and that is Huyan Xing of the Huyan family. Huyan Xing carried a cup of wine over and laughed. "Brother Shen, it's been a long time since we drank. Let's make use of this moment with big brother Yizong being the host. Come, cheers." Brother Huyan is being too polite. Shen Hong was smiling on the surface, but not inside his heart, as he bottled up the cup of wine. "What good capacity for wine, how about we have another one?" "Men, fill Brother Shen's cup," Huyan Xing laughed. With the Snow Wind family oppressing the sacred family, the patriarchs of the various families were frightened of them, fearing to be misunderstood by the Snow Wind family into thinking that they have some relation with the sacred family. Only Huyan Xing did not care about that. Who doesn't know that the Huyan family is one of the right hands of the Snow Wind family, having absolute loyalty towards them? The Snow Wind family would never suspect the Huyan family having any relationship with the sacred family. Dealing with Huyan Qing's toast, the noisy scene caused Shen Hong to feel ineffably jittery. Shen Hong suddenly felt that something was wrong with this banquet, but he couldn't tell where it was going wrong. A huge question mark rose in Shen Hong's heart. Is Yizong dead? If Yizong is dead, then this banquet would be used to elect a new patriarch. The Snow Wind family probably wouldn't be able to find a suitable candidate in such a short amount of time. If Yizong did not die, then this banquet might be used to deal with the sacred family. With the experts of sacred family here, if the Snow Wind family was really going to deal with the sacred family, Yizong will definitely appear. Since Yizong did not appear, it should be like what Yihan said. He was poisoned by the draconic tongue herb and has already died. However, why doesn't Huyan Qing show any sadness on his face? By right, Huyan Qing should have been notified of the news about Yizong's death. I'll take a look to see what you guys are planning, Shen Hong inwardly thought to himself. He coldly snorted and made a stern expression as he continued to bottle up the wine. The sky gradually darkened. The darkness was shrouding the entire land. Other areas of Glory City have quieted down. However, the City Lord's mansion was still lit up. Right now, in the City Lord's mansion, aside from the main hall, all the other areas are being heavily guarded. All the guards are fully armed, with chilling intent bursting from the armor on their bodies. There were crossbows, spears, and huge shields on the walls of the City Lord's mansion, leaking freezing cold killing intent. At the City Lord's mansion's gate, a man wearing a gray robe hastily ran in. His face had an anxious expression on it when he was being blocked by the guards. I want to look for someone inside. This is the City Lord's mansion. People with no status are not allowed to enter. A guard coldly barked. His expression was solemn. I want to look for my patriarch, said the man. Which family are you from? The man rolled his eyes and anxiously said. Huyan family. The group of guards looked at each other, exchanged gazes with one another, and one of the guards said, Follow us. We'll bring you to see your patriarch. Thank you. This is a small token of appreciation. The man said, flattering them as he passed some demon spirit coins to the two of them. The two guards accepted the coins without batting an eye and calmly said, Follow us. Yes, yes, yes. The man laughed, following behind the two guards. The two guards lead the gray-robed man forward, detouring through a long corridor and into a small black yard. Where are you taking me? This doesn't look to be the path to the banquet main hall. The moment that man finished speaking, one of the guards covered his mouth and the other guard stabbed his sword to the man's stomach. The man struggled, trying to issue a sound, but his eyes gradually went dark and he soon stopped breathing. HMPH. Rebellions from the sacred family deserve to die. You think that by claiming to be one of the Huyan family, we wouldn't be able to recognize you? Ridiculous. The appearance of every member of the sacred family have been clearly remembered by us. The two guards searched the man's corpse, but did not manage to find anything. This guy probably only brought news. Previously, the City Lord gave them the order to not let anyone at the City Lord's mansion to enter or exit. If any of the sacred family's members are found to enter or leave, kill without hesitation. The night was as dark as ink. The dusky fog in the night seems to carry a dense killing intent. The main hall of the City Lord's mansion was still bustling with so much noise. All kinds of voices were going up and down everywhere. After Huyan Qing and Shen Hong drank dozens of cups together, Huyan Qing suddenly laughed. In his laughter, with the penetrating power of his soul force, he suddenly dropped the cup on the ground. The cup instantly shattered into fragments. This sudden noise caused the originally silent sacred family's expert to be shocked. They all stood up and retrieved their weapons from their interspatial rings. In that instant, flashes of light reflected off their swords. The atmosphere suddenly became nervous. Before coming here, Shen Hong told them to be extremely careful after entering the City Lord's mansion. The Snow Wind family might take action against them. Therefore, Their mental states have always been tense. Since they were caught off guard by Hu Yingxing's action, they originally thought that Hu Yingxing was giving signals to Snow Wind family. They thought that that was the signal to take action. People from various families had their gazes on the sacred family's people. Every single one of them were shocked, not knowing what happened. Why did the people of the sacred family suddenly taking out their weapons? A smile froze on the face of the experts of various families. The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly became tense. Hu Yingxing was totally unaware and laughed. "Good wine capacity you have there, Brother Shen." "Admire, admire." Hu Yingxing looked as though he had no idea what had just happened. His eyes swept over the experts of the sacred family and said, while staring blankly, "Oh, Brother Shen, what is the meaning of your sacred family? Why are you taking out your weapons? Hu Yingxing is cheating them." Shen Hong felt furious. His gaze coldly stared at the experts of sacred family and snorted, "What are you guys doing? Why did you bring out your weapons? This is the City Lord's mansion, the City Lord's banquet. Why are you guys causing a ruckus?" Those experts stored their weapons and sat down. Hu Yingxing laughed and said, "I was frightened by the brothers of the sacred family. Why draw weapons at a banquet?" Those who don't know the reason might think that the sacred family is revolting. However, how can the sacred family revolt? This is simply the greatest joke in the world. What benefits does the sacred family get by revolting? Chapter 179. Prestige. Shen Hong had a smile on the surface and spoke with his face ashened. "Brother Huyan must be joking. The sacred family has shared both honor and disgrace with the Glory City. Why would we revolt? Ha, then I can rest at ease." Hu Yingxing laughed out. Although they were still polite, the experts of various families were no longer talking to each other so loudly. They could sense the aura of hostility. These patriarchs are all old foxes. They could vaguely sense that the relationship between the Snow Wind family and the sacred family has already deteriorated to an extreme extent. Hu Yingxing is the right-hand man of the city lord, so his current actions are definitely meant to test the sacred family. And the reaction from the sacred family was so huge, they have obviously prepared to engage in battle. Nai Lai, Yi Ziu, and Yishuo all saw this scene from the upper seats. Yishuo shook his head and sighed. Brother Huyan looks like he's being rash, but he knows what he's doing. Previously, he was just testing the sacred family. Turns out that the sacred family does have the heart to revolt. Shen Hong has rapacious designs. He has already had his eyes on the city lord's position since long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't let that disgraceful thing, Shen Yu, get close to Yuner. Yi Ziu sighed. The greatest danger of the Snow Wind family is that the city lord, Yi Zong, has no son, only a daughter. Although he has Yi Han as his foster son, but the betrayal of Yi Han made the Snow Wind family ashamed. Nai Lai was slightly moved. He never thought that Huyan Lanriwo's father would have such capability to be allowed to know the secret of the sacred family's betrayal. From the looks of it, one can see the amount of trust Yi Zong has for Hu Yingxing. The hall wasn't as noisy as it used to be. Shen Hong looked around and was able to vaguely feel that all the criticism was pointing towards sacred family. Hu Yingxing was warning the other families that the relationship of the sacred family and the Snow Wind family has already reached to the point of collapsing, and was asking every other family to keep their distance. Although the sacred family is also one of the three major families, if they were given a choice between the Snow Wind family and the sacred family, then every other family will choose the Snow Wind family without any hesitation. One must know that the Snow Wind family has been the leader of Glory City for the past few hundred years. The Snow Wind family's foundation has already reached an unimaginable extent. It's not something any other family can shake. Shen Hong coldly swept his gaze at the surrounding patriarchs. The patriarchs all turned their heads in order to avoid him. Shen Hong raised his head to look at the upper seat of the main hall where he saw Yi Ziu, Yishuo, and Nai Lai. His face went dark and drank. Originally, the sacred family had a very complete plan. If it was successfully carried out, the sacred family wouldn't have to fork out a huge price and will be able to topple the Snow Wind family's leadership position. But now, all of this has been ruined by the appearance of that damned Nai Lai. Shen Hong couldn't figure out. Could it be that the sacred family were enemies of Nai Lai's in a previous life? Why is this Nai Lai always going against the sacred family? Shen Hong felt ineffably depressed. Now that the sacred family has reached such an awkward state, with the other families in Glory City putting some distance against them and the oppression of Snow Wind family still in progress, the sacred family has been given only two choices. One is to gradually decline, the other is to collude with the Dark Guild and launch the attack. Shen Hong would definitely not resign to taking the first choice, but by choosing the second choice, if they were to fail, they'd be eternally damned. The sacred family will fall in his hands. Right now, at a restaurant somewhere in Glory City that's the sacred family's headquarters, the battle has already begun. Yi Zong charged into the headquarters of the sacred family, taking the lead, and sent several black gold rank experts flying. The city guards surround the sacred family, making a wall that not even a single drop of water can trickle through. Even a bird wouldn't be able to escape. However, Yi Zong and the experts from the Snow Wind family did not start killing. They only wounded the members of the sacred family. Just when Yi Zong was preparing to step into the main hall of the sacred family, the main hall burst out with dazzling light. Dozens of mysterious inscription patterns were constantly rotating, like an eye of a storm, forming a barrier. Yi Zong's brows twitched. This is the protection array laid down by the ancestors of the sacred family. This is the sacred family's self-defense method. Your array can only be useful towards demon beasts. How can it block me? Yi Zong's robe fluttered as he slowly walked towards the array. The sacred family has been in Glory City for so many years. So how could the Snow Wind family not know about the many trump cards the sacred family has? Yi Zong already knows almost everything about the sacred family. The only thing he doesn't know is when the sacred family started colluding with the Dark Guild and what level they have been colluding. For the betrayal of Glory City, perish. Yi Zong's expression went dark. His figure transformed into a huge Snow Wind great ape, and with a roar, the entire sky was filled with a blizzard that bombarded towards the sacred family's protection array. Ever since he integrated with the Snow Wind great ape, Yi Zong's strength has undergone another huge surge. Just a little bit more before he reaches legend rank. With him in control of the Snow Wind great ape, he burst forth an extremely shocking amount of power. Boom, boom, boom. The blizzard continuously hit the protection array of the sacred family. Nai Lai and Bunch don't appear to be discussing any proper business. The experts of the various families started to go along with them and began to chat loudly once again. After Shen Hong drank several cups of wine, he felt certain that something was amiss. Even though there were people from various families present, why hasn't the banquet started? They seem to be dragging for time. What is the Snow Wind family thinking about? After he suddenly thought of something, Shen Hong burst out with a cold sweat. Shen Hong smacked on the table and stood up. The sound from smacking the table caused the entire hall to be quiet. Everyone had their gazes on Shen Hong. Weren't we gathered here to discuss how to deal with the demon beast horde? However, I would like to ask, where is the city lord? Why is the city lord still not present? Why is he just making the people from various families wait? Shen Hong coldly said. Although his voice wasn't heavy, it's deep and powerful. Every single person in the hall could hear his voice. Hearing Shen Hong's words, the experts from the various families started discussing. Indeed, they are feeling doubts as well, because they have waited till now and still have not seen the city lord. Isn't a banquet such as this usually hosted by the city lord himself? However, Shen Hong's actions were also a little too presumptuous. Senior Shen Hong, the city lord himself, has some other matters to attend to. He'll arrive shortly. Senior Shen Hong doesn't have to be so impatient. Before the city lord himself arrives, I'll be the host. Nai Lai calmly said. His brows twitched. This old fox has finally reacted. A cornered beast will fight back even more fiercely. Nai Lai wondered what kind of counterattack Shen Hong will make. At this moment, everyone had their gazes fixed on Nai Lai. Before Yizong comes, Nai Lai will be the host. No one ever thought that Nai Lai would have such a position. Haha, ridiculous. How can a brat that still stinks of milk be the host for such a gathering? Is the Snow Wind family playing a joke on us? Shen Hong's mad laughter sounded throughout the entire main hall. Hearing Shen Hong's words, the experts from the various families had a different expression. The patriarchs of various families had either seen Nai Lai or were aware of who Nai Lai is, so how could they have any other opinion about it? After all, when the demon beast horde arrived, it was Nai Lai that made the largest contributions. Nai Lai allowed Glory City to have the lowest amount of casualties when the demon beast horde attacked. As for the ordinary experts, since even their patriarchs did not have an opinion, they will naturally not dare to jeer blindly. Some that have never seen Nai Lai before began to discuss in soft voices. Do you know him? That person is Nai Lai. Nai Lai, the recent super genius rising star of our Glory City. I heard that he's from the Heavenly Marks family. Although they have never seen Nai Lai before, they have heard of Nai Lai's name. The experts all looked at the location of the Heavenly Marks family, and only saw Nai Hai, Nai En, and the rest with excited expressions on their faces. Even their chests subconsciously rose. This banquet is actually hosted by Nai Lai, since when have they experienced such glory before? They are all aware of Nai Lai's actions in the recent times. Right now, Nai Lai has become one of the most important people of Glory City. Because of Nai Lai, the Heavenly Marks family has recently moved into one of the largest courtyards in the core of Glory City, being only a few hundred meters away from the City Lord's mansion. It was something that the Alchemist Association bought for the Heavenly Marks family. At the same time, the guards of the Heavenly Marks family has also expanded to thousands, becoming a big clan. Never in their wildest imaginations had they thought that the Heavenly Marks family would have such glory. The gaze of the experts from the various families caused them to feel excited. This was glory that the Heavenly Marks family obtained from Nai Lai. I heard that during this demon beast horde, it was Nai Lai that used some mysterious methods that lowered our casualties to the lowest, having only 1/10 of the casualties compared to the past demon beast horde attacks. So that's the case? I admire him. If it wasn't for him, I might have even died in the demon beast horde. In this demon beast horde, a snow wind demon beast's sharp claw streaked across my neck, nearly slicing my head off. Luckily, only several gold-rank snow wind demon beasts had charged up the wall. If it was a tidal amount, who knows what might have happened? I also admire him, just based on the fact that he have saved so many of my brothers. The experts of the various families were aware that it was Nai Lai that helped them during the demon beast horde. They all admired him. Glory City could be devoured by a demon beast horde at any time. Therefore, every family knows that only by uniting can they prevent Glory City from being swallowed and continue down the line. As long as it's someone that can help them during the demon beast horde, he would worthy of their respect. Shen Hong never thought that Nai Lai's prestige would reach the hearts of these experts to such a level. His heart became even darker. The prestige of the sacred family is actually not even comparable to that of a kid chapter 180, to confuse right and wrong. Zio Ninger looked at Nai Lai from far away, her eyes flashed with ripples of splendor. Even though he was facing such a huge occasion, Nai Lai did not have the slightest bit of stage fright. If it was someone else of the same age, they'd probably be frightened to the point that their legs would go soft. She sighed in her heart. The more outstanding Nai Lai becomes, the more inferior she feels. She's tried to work hard to catch up to Nai Lai, but only realized that she has only seen the back of his figure. Sometimes, she couldn't help feeling a little dejected. Nai Lai stood on the stage, calmly looking at everyone below. Shen Fei, Shen Yu, and the other younger generations of the sacred family didn't dare to raise their heads to make eye contact with him. They had their heads lowered, with no one knowing what they are thinking about. Since no one was backing Shen Hong's words, Nai Lai lightly smiled. Shen Hong's attempt to sow dissension is simply impossible to realize. If it was the sacred family in the past, then they would indeed have the prestige to do so. However, after so many things have happened, the sacred family no longer has that much power to rally supporters. Yi Ziu and Yi Shuo looked at each other and smiled. Veins were popping out from Shen Hong's hands. He, naturally, is not be willing to take this lying down. He continued to speak in a loud voice. Since all the families are present, there's something I have to say. My sacred family has absolute loyalty and been faithful to Glory City, protecting it for hundreds of years. Countless amounts of our warriors have died in battle. However, a recent issue has made us utterly disappointed. Not knowing where the city lord heard the slanderous report from, the Snow Wind family has been oppressing my sacred family in all areas recently, causing my sacred family to suffer an extremely large loss. I request the city lord himself to come out. I want to ask in front of him, what wrong has my sacred family done to deserve such humiliation? Shen Hong looked at Nai Lai and paused for a moment before he said, choking with emotions. Indeed, there are some matters that the younger generation from my sacred family has done wrong and offended young Master Nai Lai. But as a youngster, it's unavoidable to have conflicts. I ask young Master Nai Lai to forgive them. I'll apologize in their stead. Hearing Shen Hong's words, Nai Lai couldn't help scolding inwardly. This old fox is purposely pushing all the grudges to the younger generation, attempting to mislead the public. If the origin of all this was caused by the younger generation, it'd make the Snow Wind family look too petty to vent anger in the stead of Nai Lai by oppressing the sacred family. It's normal for the younger generations to have a little conflict. After all, they are full of vim. If such a small matter required an entire family to move, then Glory City would have already fallen into a mess long ago. Shen Hong's cunningness made Yi Ziu and Yi Shuo let out cold smiles, but they did not say anything. They wanted to see how Nai Lai would deal with this. Senior Shen Hong must be joking. Indeed, I have some conflicts with Shen Yu and Shen Fei, but if Lord Yi Zong were to hear a few of my words and oppress the sacred family because of that, then it'd be too outrageous. The Snow Wind family has always been impartial in Glory City. So since when have they oppressed other families? Nai Lai brightly laughed. Although his voice wasn't as deep as Shen Hong's, it's as clear as his expression. His grandeur wasn't any lower than Shen Hong's. The experts of various families all started to discuss among themselves. For the Snow Wind family to oppress the sacred family just because of a conflict between the younger generation is simply too far-fetched. The Snow Wind family has always been straightforward and upright. They wouldn't be so small-minded. Since it wasn't because of young Master Nai Lai, then why would the Snow Wind family oppress my sacred family? Shen Hong wasn't bothered by the discussions happening around him by the experts of the various families and snorted. Furthermore, my other question is, why is the city lord himself still not present? Are you trying to cover something and gathered us on purpose? What is your intention? Shen Hong's eyes narrowed as a flash passed with a trace of chill. He cupped his fist towards the other patriarchs and said, Previously, the people from my sacred family once came across young Master Yi Han. At that time, young Master Yi Han was gravely wounded, running for his life. He said that Lord Yi Zong had been assassinated by someone and already died. Even he was almost assassinated, nearly losing his life. And the main culprit is some treacherous and cunning person trying to seize the city lord's position. I ask for the patriarchs present to uphold justice. Shen Hong's words were like stones, causing thousands of ripples. City Lord Yi Zong has been killed. How did this happen? This is absolutely impossible. However, if the city lord himself is still alive, wouldn't Shen Hong's words be easily exposed? Everyone was utterly shocked. If it was at normal times, they would naturally not believe in Shen Hong's words. However, the city lord himself have yet to appear, which made this matter smell little fishy. It's such a huge banquet, yet how can they let Nai Lai to host it? Sweeping his eyes at the attitude of the various experts, the corner of Shen Hong's mouth rose into a smile. He looked at Nai Lai again. Brat, you want to play with me? You're still not experienced enough. The experts all had the look hesitation on their faces. Could it be that such a thing actually happened? The city lord being assassinated. This isn't some trifling matter. It'd shake all of Glory City. Yi Ziu, Yi Shuo, and the other people who knew truth felt extremely furious upon hearing what Shen Hong had said. The one that tried to assassinate Yi Zong was Yi Han. They never thought that Shen Hong would know no shame and actually use this matter to make a false countercharge. Luckily, Yi Zong was saved by Nai Lai. Otherwise, Shen Hong's attempt to frame someone might actually succeed. At that time, all of Glory City would probably be flipped upside down. Shen Hong truly is as cunning as a poisonous snake. Ha ha ha. Hu Yingxing laughed loudly. Brother Shen must be joking. I'm not sure when Brother Shen's men encountered Yi Han, but I just met up with Brother Yi Zong earlier. Brother Yi Zong has the consciousness of a tiger and will soon step into legend rank. You actually cursed him dead. I wonder what ulterior motive you have. Brother Yi Zong will soon arrive, and I'll see how you explain yourself then. After listening to Hu Yingxing, although the experts still felt a little doubt and unease, their emotions calmed down a lot. Hu Yingxing is one of Yi Zong's most trusted men. There is no reason for Hu Yingxing to lie at all. Shen Hong coldly snorted. The city lord has extraordinary cultivation. In Glory City, aside from Lord Yimo, he has no opponents. I also don't believe that he would be killed so easily. If it's not someone close to him, then how could an assassin succeed? Shen Hong's meaning is that Hu Yingxing is one of the culprit's accomplices. Hu Yingxing's face ashened as he furiously stared at Shen Hong. However, he understands that he has to endure this anger. He has to find his footing in front of this old fox, Shen Hong. After calculating the time, Yi Zong should have already brought the experts of the Snow Wind family to the Dark Guild's branch and the Sacred family, and surrounded them. As long as they are able to stall Shen Hong and stabilize the other experts, then it's all good. Brother Shen, you're simple slandering. If anything did happen to Brother Yi Zong, anything white can be black through your words. Luckily, nothing has happened to him. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean that we'll be the scapegoats? Hu Yingxing said, coldly laughing. Shen Hong's heart trembled. Is Hu Yingxing trying to bluff, or is Yi Zong really fine? He coldly smiled and said, Since that's the case, why don't you tell the city lord to come out? If Yi Zong was really poisoned by the draconic tongue herb, then only death awaits him. Even if the Snow Wind family does have a life-maintaining method, they also won't be able to save Yi Zong. When the time comes, he will naturally appear. Nai Lai looked at Shen Hong and said, Why is Patriarch Shen Hong being so anxious? Then what is the explanation for Yi Han? Why is it that in such a big gathering, Yi Han is not present? If Yi Han is here, wouldn't we be able to know by asking him? Shen Hong pushed. Nai Lai also couldn't let the truth come out. Once the patriarchs from the various families know that Yi Zong was poisoned by the draconic tongue herb, Nai Lai's afraid that all it needs in an instant, and the entire situation could be thrown into a mess, and they will want to see Yi Zong. This is a trap from Shen Hong. Even if Nai Lai were to tell them that he has already cured Yi Zong of his poison, it will be useless. Nai Lai lightly smiled and said, The city lord is the pillar of Glory City. The people around him want to assassinate him. Ridiculous. What good is there in assassinating the city lord? If anything were to happen to the city lord, once Lord Yimo returns, the culprit would definitely die a horrible death. The experts of the various families all looked at each other and nodded their heads. After all, there is still Lord Yimo. Even if Yi Ziu, Yi Shuo, and the others were to assassinate Yi Zong, they wouldn't be able to seize the city lord's position. They have no reason for doing that. HMPH, who knows, maybe you all have colluded with the Dark Guild. Shen Hong still doesn't spare a chance, since he can only give it a gamble. If this question were to be continuously discussed, the patriarchs of the various families will probably get to the bottom of this and seek the location of Yi Zong. Nai Lai lightly smiled. Does the sacred family want to see someone? Don't try to change the topic. Shen Hong coldly smiled. You think that you can hide the truth like this? As long as Lord Yizong himself doesn't come out, you guys won't be able to break free from suspicions. Is the sacred family afraid of seeing him? Bring him up, Nai Lai coldly snorted. After a moment, Shen Ming was escorted up. His face was filled with franticness and helplessness. Shen Ming? Shen Hong's eyes went narrow and was leaking a trace of killing intent. Correct, this is Elder Shen Ming of the sacred family. Nai Lai calmly looked at Shen Hong. Shen Hong coldly smiled and said, "In recent days, Shen Ming had made a grave mistake. He actually took money from the sacred family to gamble and lost several hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins. He has already been expelled from the sacred family." I never thought that young Master Nai Lai would capture Shen Ming. Young Master Nai Lai couldn't be trying to use Shen Ming's mouth to attack my sacred family, right? My sacred family has stood in Glory City for hundreds of years. How can it be tarnished by a brat like you? Shen Hong pointed Nai Lai, directly gave Shen Ming the position of family traitor. Since he's the family's traitor, no matter what he says, no one will believe him. Haha, Patriarch Shen Hong is indeed eloquent with your words. You're able to turn black into white through your words, and don't let others find a way to refute them, said Nai Lai, looking at Shen Hong coldly as though he had predicted he would say such words. Shen Hong knitted his brows. Could it be that Nai Lai still has other methods? Chapter 181, Real Intentions Revealed. Does Patriarch Shen Hong know about the third chapter's sixth secret technique from the Book of Sacred Spirit, Soul Refining? Nai Lai laughed as he looked at Shen Hong. Soul Refining. Soul Refining is one of the more forceful interrogation methods. It can pull out a person's soul. When it's pulled out, the soul won't have a consciousness. Therefore, anything it's asked will be the truth. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Shen Hong's face slightly changed, and he solemnly said, "I naturally know of the soul refining method. Those that master such a vicious technique are probably only a few. Could it be that Mr. Nai Lai knows it? The Book of Sacred Spirit is one of the few most widely known secret books. Although many people have heard of the soul refining method before, those that are able to use it are extremely few in number. Nai Lai naturally knows of such a low-ended technique. With his current gold rank cultivation, it's sufficient for him to pull Shen Ming's soul out. I know a little about this soul refining technique. I can give Mr. Nai Lai a hand." Yishuo as he smiled. Hearing Yishuo's words, Shen Hong's face changed. Yishuo has an extremely mysterious identity. Others may not know of Yishuo, but he definitely knows about him. Yishuo is a specialist in charge of intel gathering, assassinations, and forced interrogations for the Snow Wind family. He's definitely someone hard to deal with. Patriarch, save me. I, Shen Ming, have been loyal to the sacred family for so long. I beg for Patriarch to save my life. Hearing Yishuo's words, Shen Ming's face turned ash pale. Once his soul's pulled out, he'll probably die. Shen Hong looked at Yishuo and the others coldly and said, "Isn't the Snow Wind family being too cruel to take such action?" Whatever the case may be, Shen Ming still worked for my sacred family for many years. Even if he's expelled from my sacred family, I won't allow anyone to insult him. I can see why Patriarch Shen Hong would turn out to be so righteous. After all, Shen Ming is an old servant of the sacred family, so it's not too good for us to commit such an action. Nai Lai then said in a solemn voice, "Bring the other one out." After a moment later, Deacon Yun Hua was brought up, wearing gray clothes, looking very scared. Does Patriarch Shen Hong recognize him? Nai Lai lightly smiled as he looked at Shen Hong. Shen Hong's brows twitched and said in a cold voice, "Why would I recognize him? His name is Yun Hua. He's a deacon in the Dark Guild who is responsible for keeping in touch with the sacred family." "How are you possibly not able to recognize him?" Nai Lai said, lightly smiling as he calmly looked at Shen Hong. Nai Lai is aware that no matter how he tries to expose Shen Hong, it's absolutely useless. What he have to do now is to stall for time and wait for Yizong to return. HMPH, does young Master Nai Lai have any evidence to back your words? Shen Hong coldly laughed. Since we can't bear to use the soul refining method on Elder Shen Ming, Then we can use the soul refining method on Deacon Yun Hua of the Dark Guild. Of course, Patriarch Shen Hong doesn't have an opinion about it, right? Nai Lai said, lightly smiling as he glanced at Shen Hong. I, naturally, don't have an opinion about it. Shen Hong said in a cold smile. He glanced at the tightly bound Deacon Yun Hua, and his right hand quickly formed a seal. If a person like Deacon Yun Hua is left alive, the only outcome would simply be disastrous. When Deacon Yun Hua heard of Nai Lai's words, his face ashened in fear. Just when he was about to say something, both of his eyes suddenly turned black, and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his lips. A powerful energy impacted his heart, instantly rupturing it. He pointed his fingers at Shen Hong and said, "You." Before he could say the next word, his body already collapsed to the ground. In a flash of an eye, his breath stopped. HMPH, he deserves to be dead. Seeing Deacon Yun Hua dying, Shen Hong's expression did not have the slightest change as he kept his cold eyes on Nai Lai. Deacon Yun Hua's body laid quietly on the ground with fresh blood spreading over the entire floor. Young Master Nai Lai, what happened to him? Why did he suddenly die? Young Master Nai Lai couldn't be trying to use a dead man to slander my sacred family, right? Shen Hong said as he coldly laughed, appearing to show no fear. Nai Lai slightly knitted his brows, the soul shackles technique again. Once someone is branded with soul shackles, even Nai Lai will be incapable of removing it. As a member of the Dark Guild, it's normal for Deacon Yun Hua to be branded with soul shackles as well. Previously, Deacon Yun Hua did not die because the one that implemented the soul shackles was too far from him, making it impossible to activate the soul shackles. The moment Deacon Yun Hua appeared, Shen Hong was able to use the soul shackles technique and kill Deacon Yun Hua. In this confrontation, the sacred family can be described with rigorous. Even Nai Lai couldn't gain an advantage. However, all the patriarchs here have sharp eyes. They have definitely noticed something. Before this Deacon Yun Hua died, Shen Hong made some seal actions with his hands. They already had a little fear rise within their hearts towards the sacred family. Could it be that the sacred family has indeed colluded with the Dark Guild? They weren't too anxious, but they quietly watched what would happen next. Nai Lai wasn't expecting Deacon Yun Hua to do anything to the sacred family. Deacon Yun Hua's death is meant to give a warning to all the patriarchs here. Right now, they have to just stall for time. If they were to directly use the evidence against the sacred family, they would definitely have a life and death struggle in their hands. Once the battle starts, who knows how many people will die? If they can stall long enough for Yizong to come back from finishing the Dark Guild's branch and the nest of sacred family, that'd be the best scenario. Shen Hong is confident that the Snow Wind family wouldn't be able to take out any evidence. As for Shen Ming and Deacon Yun Hua, he can kill them at any time. With empty words and no evidence, they won't be able to do anything to the sacred family. However, what caused Shen Hong to be a little depressed is that the other patriarchs have their guards against him now. Even if the Snow Wind family is not able to take out any evidence to testify the sacred family's defection, as long as the Snow Wind family points a finger at the sacred family, the majority of the other families will believe it to be true. Although Yizong isn't around and Shen Hong said that he died, the Snow Wind family's oppression of the sacred family started long ago. Furthermore, it's by the orders of Yizong. In comparison, the other patriarchs obviously have more trust towards Yiziu, Yishuo, and Huyingsheng. Sacred family Yizong broke open the huge array, lead the group of people in, and charged into the main hall. The 3 black gold rank great elders of the sacred family attacked simultaneously, charging towards Yizong. One of the black gold rank great elders furiously said, "City Lord, what wrongs have my sacred family committed to lead you to take such great trouble to destroy us? We request for Lord Yimo to uphold justice for this." Yizong coldly barked. "The sacred family has colluded with the Dark Guild and betrayed Glory City. If you guys surrender, I might still be able to give you guys the choice of living. If you continue to resist, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing Yizong's words, The three great elders looked at each other, remained silent, and attacked Yizong. After seeing the actions of the three great elders, how could Yizong not know that the three great elders of the sacred family were prepared to stick to their ways? Yizong furiously roared as he merged with his snow-wind great ape and attacked. The three black gold rank fighters that were with Yizong went up and surrounded the three great elders. A fierce fight broke out. City Lord's mansion's main hall, Nai Lai's dispute gave Shen Hong a sense of unease. He can sense that Nai Lai and the rest were stalling for time on purpose. Shen Hong suddenly thought of something. If Yizong didn't die or Yihan was one of Yizong's men, then Yizong already confirmed the betrayal of the sacred family. With Yizong's swift and decisive character, he might have already started a calamity in the sacred family's nest. Since the Snow-Wind family doesn't trust my sacred family, then what's the meaning of my sacred family still staying here? Let's go, Shen Hong coldly said as he smacked the table and stood up. The few hundred people from the sacred family also stood up. Patriarch Shen Hong, our city lord has already given us our orders. This gathering concerns the safety of Glory City. If anyone is not willing to participate or leaves in the middle of it, they will be regarded as a traitor. Yi Xiu's voice coldly sounded. They never thought that Yi Xiu would be so firm. The experts from the other families had their eyes focused on Shen Hong and the other sacred family's members. Anyone could sense the hostile atmosphere. They were all very doubtful as to how this situation will develop. Could it be that they really will fight against one another? Could it be that the Snow-Wind family is going to deal with the sacred family? Shen Hong looked at Yi Xiu and the rest with a cold look and said, "If City Lord Yizong himself wants us to stay, then we naturally have nothing to argue about. However, what are you considered? Can you represent the Snow-Wind family? Can you represent the City Lord? No one knows if the City Lord himself is still alive at this moment. You people definitely have some ulterior motive and are trying to make a mess of Glory City." Although the patriarchs of the various families still have more trust towards Yi Xiu and the rest, they were still hesitant about Yi Xiu and the rest. Are they really taking actions against the sacred family? What if Shen Hong speaks the truth? Since the sacred family doesn't believe in our words, why are you rushing to leave then? At most, we'll all remain here and wait for City Lord to return, how about it? Yi Xiu's eyes narrowed. He is aware that this old fox, Shen Hong, definitely senses something. Right now, he can only intimidate Shen Hong. Who knows if you have some ulterior motive for gathering the experts from the various families here? Shen Hong coldly snorted. It might be a strategy to lure us away and send someone to clean up our families. Every single word from Shen Hong was poking into their hearts. Even the patriarchs of the various families were all hesitant. Shen Hong, the gathering this time is personally notified by the City Lord himself. Could it be that you suspect the City Lord? Nai Lai stared at Shen Hong. He knows that this old fox will soon not be able to stay down, he just has to stall for as long as possible. Who knows what has happened to City Lord? Who knows what you guys are planning? Shen Hong coldly snorted. We're leaving now. I want to see who will hinder us. The experts from the sacred family walked towards the exit of the main hall. The other family's experts got out of their way. After all, without any evidence, they have no idea who to believe. They can only remain on the sidelines and watch. Yi Xiu and the rest all coldly snorted. Stop them. Chapter 182, Great Battle. The moment Yi Xiu's voice died down, countless guards charged into the main hall and all said simultaneously, "From the orders of the City Lord himself, if anyone from the sacred family leaves this hall, they will be regarded as a traitor and will be shown no mercy." All of Huyan family's members listen up, as said by the City Lord himself, if any of the sacred family leaves here, kill without mercy. Huyan Xing shouted, "Members of the divine family, this is the order personally written by City Lord to me this afternoon. If any of the sacred family members leaves this place, kill them." Divine family's patriarch also spoke in a deep voice. Nai Lai's brows twitched. Even the divine family has joined into the fray. Yizong has made some well-placed preparations. Just the divine family alone would be able to hold off the sacred family. It's impossible for the sacred family to escape. The main hall was in an unpredictable situation. A big battle can break out at any time. The other patriarchs were a little caught off guard. They never thought that this matter would have deteriorated to such an extent. If it's just Yi Ziu, Hu Yingsheng, and a few others surrounding the sacred family, they would still feel a little suspicious. However, now that even the divine family's patriarch joined the fray, furthermore, he has a written order from City Lord himself. It's simply impossible for them to help the sacred family talk out of this now. Among the three major families, the Divine Family and Snow Wind Family have aligned together. What else is there for them to hesitate for? Even the Divine Family has taken action. Shen Hong's face ashened. How can he not see that the Snow Wind Family was going to take action against them? Is this written order from Yi Zong real or fake? Could it be that Yi Zong is still alive? Could it be Yi Han? Was he fooled by Yi Han? Luckily, he already made preparations for this. Otherwise, he fears that all of them might die here. I'm really disappointed. My sacred family has made so many huge contributions to Glory City, and now the Snow Wind family is intending to destroy the bridge after cross the river. With the demon beast horde eyeing at us from outside, this bunch of ambitious wolves are trying to cause an internal fight. How lamentable! Shen Hong said loudly. Shen Hong, since you mentioned it, we would like to discuss this a little bit. It's about how the sacred family became one of the three major families. Do you want us to take out the death list from the previous demon beast hordes? In the previous demon beast hordes, the sacred family participated in the least amount of battles to maintain your strength and climbed up to one of the three major families. In the process, have you guys done anything less in oppressing other families? Nai Lai coldly laughed and said, Speaking of contributions, any one of the families here have made larger contributions than your sacred family. Hearing Nai Lai's words, the other patriarchs all began to recall the facts. In the past, the sacred family's losses had always been the smallest. In every other previous demon beast hordes, all the other families suffered from major losses, yet the sacred family's strength continued to rise after every demon beast horde. They went from being a small family and slowly rose to being one of the three major families. Shen Hong stared at Nai Lai in a towering rage. You're trying to sow dissension among us. Indeed, my sacred family always had the lowest losses, but during every demon beast horde, we spared no effort in guarding Glory City without any traces of us preserving our strength. Without any trace of preservation. Ridiculous. I believe that all the other families have seen the actions of sacred family. Patriarch Shen Hong, there's no point in refuting. Nai Lai coldly laughed and said, Aside from that, we hold evidence of the sacred family's collusion with the Dark Guild. Do you want us to take out the letter between your sacred family and the Dark Guild? You give us a bad name and then hang us. Shen Hong's fists clenched till crackling sounds were heard. Lamentable. My sacred family has contributed so much to Glory City, and we're being given this kind of ending. We're supposed to be intimately interdependent. But today, you accuse the sacred family. Who knows which family will be next? This old fox is indeed eloquent with his words. Even Yi Zong understands that even if they were to take out undeniable evidence, Shen Hong will not admit it till his death. Furthermore, wanting the sacred family to surrender is simply impossible. At that time, it will be told by force. Suddenly, a gray-robed elder flew in, landed beside Shen Hong, and said something in his ears. Instantly, Shen Hong's face changed. Yi Ziu and the rest have already betrayed Glory City. They're distracting our attention and lured us here so that Glory City will suffer the Dark Guild's attack. Members of the sacred family will kill our way out. Shen Hong furiously shouted, bringing the other members of the sacred family together, and charged out. Shen Hong is indeed cunning. Even at this timing, he's still trying to twist the facts. Hearing Shen Hong's words, aside from the Huyan family, Divine Family, and a few others that stood on the Snow Wind family's side, the members of other families had looks of hesitant on their faces. What if their families really are under the attack of the Dark Guild? However, even so, they still don't dare to join the battle without careful consideration. They can only send someone back to their families to check the situation. The experts of the Snow Wind family, Divine family, Huyan family, and the few other families all fought together. The scene is simply a mess. Shen Hong took the lead as he charged at the front, sending dozens of experts from the Snow Wind family and Huyan family flying along the way. In Glory City, Shen Hong is the third-ranked expert, only beneath Yi Mo and Yi Zong. His strength has also reached the pinnacle of Black Gold rank. Without Yi Zong around, he is simply unblockable as he leads the sacred family out of the main hall. The experts of the Snow Wind family and Huyan family chased after them from the main hall. Instantly, the battle became even more intense. Yi Zhu flew out, preparing to activate the 10,000 demonic beast array. Once the 10,000 demonic beast array is activated, Shen Hong and his group can dream on leaving. The moment Yi Zhu moved, 3 black figures suddenly charged at him. These 3 black figures are Black Gold rank experts. Belittling my sacred family, you'll have to pay the price. Shen Hong coldly snorted. His gaze fell onto Nai Lai. Suddenly, his eyes burst with killing intent. The reason why the sacred family fell into such a position is all because of Nai Lai. Die, little thing! Let's see how I tear you to pieces! Shen Hong furiously barked and became as fast as a flash of lightning, charging towards Nai Lai. In Shen Hong's view, with his strength, killing Nai Lai and then retreating wouldn't be a problem. Nai Lai already expected Shen Hong to take action against him. He did not have the slightest thought of engaging him and immediately rushed towards the 10,000 demonic beast array. Although he only has the cultivation of a gold rank, he wasn't a little panic, even if he's being chased by Shen Hong. HMPH, how far can a gold rank run to? Shen Hong's speed is several folds that of Nai Lai's. He watched as the distance between him and Nai Lai closed up. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Since Shen Hong's attack was about to hit Nai Lai's right hand moved and a divine guardian rock appeared in his hand. With a banging sound, the divine guardian rock was crushed and a transparent barrier slowly appeared around him. Boom! Shen Hong's attack landed on the transparent barrier. The backlash from the attack caused Nai Lai to shake a little, but the barrier did not break. What is this? Some kind of barrier? Even the strength of a Black Gold rank couldn't break it. Shen Hong knitted his brows. He clearly doesn't know what the divine guardian rock is. However, after suffering a palm strike from Shen Hong, the barrier began to crack. While Shen Hong was stunned, Nai Lai's right hand moved. The scarlet flame flying knife appeared in his hand and turned into a ray of light, streaking towards Shen Hong's head. HMPH, you dare to use insignificant tricks in front of me? Shen Hong coldly snorted as he gathered his soul force into his right hand to catch the flying knife. In his point of view, catching a flying knife thrown from a gold-rank demon spiritualist is no difficulty at all. *PSH*, the scarlet flame flying knife penetrated Shen Hong's palm and shot towards his head. Such a sharp flying knife, it actually penetrated my palm. Shen Hong was greatly shocked. In moment of desperation, he immediately flung his head to the side. The flying knife grazed past his face, drawing a trace of blood. If he was a bit slower, his head would have been penetrated by that knife. Shen Hong was scared into a cold sweat. Just what kind of flying knife is that? It actually has such frightening power. Looking at his penetrated palm, Shen Hong was thrown into a towering rage. A Black Gold rank pinnacle expert was actually wounded by a gold rank ant. This is simply a huge humiliation. He quickly sealed the acupuncture point on his palm and the blood stopped flowing. Bastard, I'll see where you'll run to. Shen Hong furiously roared, throwing another palm strike towards Nai Lai. Boom! The barrier around Nai Lai shattered into pieces, broken by Shen Hong's attack. Shen Hong did not pause as he made a grab for Nai Lai. Taste my blood explosion technique? Nai Lai suddenly flung his hands, and 6 rays of light shot towards Shen Hong. Hearing what Nai Lai just said, Shen Hong, who was trying to grab Nai Lai, suddenly changed his expression. Previously, at the walls of Glory City, he personally witnessed the terrifying power of the blood-burst demonic bottles. Those sinister items, Shen Hong would definitely dare not to touch them. Sensing the 6 rays of light shooting towards him, Shen Hong's body flashed, backing up dozens of meters away and threw palm energy into the air. Boom! 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 The 6 chilling lights exploded in midair and powdery stones streamed down from the air, but nothing else happened. This 6 chilling lights were just 6 stones, not some blood-exploding technique. In that instant, Nai Lai already flew out hundreds of meters. Oops, I took out the wrong stuff. Sorry about that, I'll take my leave first. Nai Lai charged towards the central position of the 10,000 demonic beast array. He was actually fooled by Nai Lai. Shen Hong was angered to the point that his face twitched. He pointed at Nai Lai's escaping direction and furiously roared, "You actually dared to trick me. You really thought that I have no other preparations? Block him." 2 figures streaked towards Nai Lai's direction. They're 2 black gold rank experts. These 2 black gold rank experts have been hiding in the darkness, waiting for Shen Hong's orders. Yi Ziu, who is battling with a few black gold rank experts, anxiously yelled at Yeshuo, "Back Nai Lai up." They never thought that the sacred family would have so many black gold rank experts hiding in the darkness. These black gold rank experts are ruthless with their actions. They are definitely from the Dark Guild. Feeling the 2 shadows chasing behind him, Nai Lai understood that if he doesn't use his killer technique, he won't be able to escape. With a move of his right hand, he took out a legend rank inscription scroll from his interspatial ring and started chanting. A moment later, the legend rank inscription scroll shined with a dazzling light. Setting Sun's Thunderstorm Technique, Chapter 183, Snow Wind Spiritual God. Bolts of terrifying lightning energy were forming into snakes in the air above the inscription scroll. The frightening lightning snakes extended to the surrounding area, and a millstone-sized lightning sphere appeared in the sky, followed by several hundreds of others. The terrifying lightning aura made everyone feel a suffocating pressure. The 2 black gold rank experts had fear on their faces. They can sense how powerful this setting sun's thunderstorm technique is. Before they were able to react, the lightning spheres fell from the sky. The 2 black gold rank experts were engulfed by the falling lightning spheres. Boom! 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 The dense amount of lightning explosions caused countless craters to appear in the surrounding 100-meter area in that instant. The 2 black gold rank experts were caught off guard. They never expected Nai Lai to have such a move and be unable to dodge in time. Things like the legend rank inscription scrolls were created by a legend rank expert after exhausting a large amount of soul force with countless precious materials. It's the life-saving equipment for a legend rank demon spiritualist. How can an ordinary black gold rank expert withstand something like that? Countless amounts of lightning exploded on them, instantly tearing their defenses into pieces. The explosions sent them flying. Their bodies were charred black. Their clothes were pathetically torn, and they eventually fell back to the ground, no longer able to get up. As for Shen Hong, who was following close behind Nai Lai, sensed something was wrong, and immediately escaped from the lightning explosion's range. However, he was hit by some of the stray lightning, tearing the clothes on his body and leaving numerous wounds on his skin. Seeing the 2 black gold rank experts on the floor, Shen Hong's face slightly changed. Luckily, he escaped in time. Otherwise, he'd probably be as miserable as the 2 black gold rank experts. Setting Sun's Thunderstorm Technique, this is a legend rank forbidden spell. Right now, the only demon spiritualist that can unleash a legend rank forbidden spell is Yimo. As for the inscription scrolls that were passed down from ancient times, they should have already lost their effects. Just where did Nai Lai's legend rank inscription scroll come from? Shen Hong felt very depressed. The opponent is obviously only gold rank, but he's as slippery as a mudfish. He can't get close to him at all. Furthermore, Nai Lai has so many methods up his sleeve that he's unable to guard against completely. Nai Lai glanced at the two black gold rank experts lying on the floor and the battered Shen Hong. He stood his ground and smiled. Patriarch Shen Hong, you're not going to continue chasing after me. Brat, don't run if you've got guts. Don't think that just because you have some methods up your sleeve, I'll be helpless against you. Shen Hong was raging with towering anger. He let out a furious roar, and his body quickly transformed into a huge condor that soared into the sky and headed towards Nai Lai, sacred flaming condor. Nai Lai lightly smiled. This sacred flaming condor is much weaker than Yi Zong's previous black-scaled earth dragon. No wonder why Shen Hong was always unable to reach legend rank, and his cultivation was so much weaker than Yi Zong's. In terms of talent, Shen Hong is not inferior to Yi Zong. However, his integrated demon spirit lost a level to Yi Zong's. This is probably also the reason why Shen Hong was unresigned in his heart. Even though Shen Hong is a black gold rank pinnacle expert, Nai Lai still doesn't put him in his eyes. He has sufficient methods to retreat when Shen Hong is closing in on him. However, there's no need to continue playing with Shen Hong anymore. Duan Jian, I'll go start the 10,000 demonic beast array. I leave him to you, Nai Lai said in a loud voice. Thereafter he rushed out without even turning his head back. With Duan Jian's strength, even if he's not Shen Hong's opponent, Shen Hong won't be able to do anything to Duan Jian in such a short amount of time. Once the 10,000 demonic beast array starts, every single one of the sacred family can only dream of escaping. Just when the sacred flaming condor came flying down, a figure quickly flew over. Duan Jian was always near Nai Lai, but only appeared after Nai Lai's order. Duan Jian stretched his pair of black wings, wielded the black flame sword and charged towards the sacred flaming condor like a demon. Boom! 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 A terrifying explosion was made in the air. Duan Jian was hit again and again by the frightening power of the sacred flaming condor, but he did not seem to be even slightly wounded. Instead, he continued to charge at it with bravery and fearlessness. Large balls of fire exploded in the sky. This intense fight lured the attention of many. He suffered such a concentrated attack, yet he came out unscathed. The strength of this young man's physique is too frightening. Is this young man even human? That physique is simply comparable to the dragon tribes. Duan Jian did not merge with his demon spirit. He's only using his physique strength. It's frightening that the strength of his physique can actually reach such a level. Shock flashed across the eyes of Yi Ziu and the rest. They are clear of Shen Hong's strength. He's in existence only second to Yi Mo and Yi Zong. Even if Yi Ziu and Yi Shuo were to join hands, they can only make an effort to block Shen Hong when he merges with his sacred flaming condor. They never thought that this young man would actually be able to stand off against Shen Hong with his physical strength alone, and not look like he's in a disadvantageous position. When the experts of the sacred family saw this scene, their faces changed. If Shen Hong is being held up, then they can only dream of escaping. Boom! Shen Ziu was sent flying by Yi Ziu with a palm, spitting blood from her mouth and looking very miserable. Shen Yu and the rest were even worse off. After being beaten up by the experts from Huyan family and the Divine family, they were captured. As for the black gold rank experts of the sacred family, they were absolutely unable to resist the black gold rank experts from the Snow Wind family, Divine family, and the Huyan family. After all, the gap is too wide. Several black gold rank elders of the sacred family looked at each other. They unleashed a low roar and some inscription scrolls were taken out, hovering around them and turning into lumps of flames. Instantaneously, a dark aura blew out from them. It's the Dark Guild's Shadow Devil technique. Everyone be careful. Yi Ziu and the rest barked, gathering their groups to dodge what came next. Red flashes of light shot out from the sacred family's black gold rank elders' eyes, expressing killing intents. Boom, boom, boom. The fire surrounding them exploded, as a mysterious and powerful existence awakened from the darkness. A few people from the Snow Wind family and the Divine families exploded and turned into a bloody mist, when they got close to the sacred family's black gold rank elders. A huge shadow appeared in the sky, covering it like a curtain. A pair of bloodthirsty pupils overlooked the entire area. A black shadow looked like a sharp blade swept past them. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk, asterisk, PSH, asterisk, fresh blood splashed around. In that instant, hundreds of experts were killed. HMPH, I want all of you to die, the leading elder Shen Yuan furiously roared, looking very insane. Yi Zhu, Yi Shuo, and the others managed to dodge the attack, but couldn't help the fear lingering in their hearts. This shadow devil technique is simply too frightening. Even they were almost killed by it. However, the shadow devil's claws still followed behind them, making them have no other choice but to dodge. Damn it! They were actually forced to use the shadow devil technique. Cursed Shen Hong, as he battled Duan Jian. He was beyond furious now. By being forced to use the shadow devil technique given to them by the Dark Guild is simply announcing that they betrayed Glory City. This will definitely attract the hostility and attacks from the other families. He is being held up by Duan Jian and couldn't leave his position, making him unable to support the sacred family or chasing after Nai Lai. His cultivation is obviously much stronger than Duan Jian's, but Duan Jian's physical strength is simply too powerful. No matter what kind of attack he uses, he can't kill Duan Jian, only cause superficial wounds. Your opponent is me, yet you still have the time to concern about others. Duan Jian coldly growled, pressing his black flame sword towards Shen Hong. Boom, boom, boom. It was another fierce battle. The black gold rank elders of the sacred family were forced to use the shadow devil technique, which allowed them feel a little more at ease from the surrounded attacks for the time being. However, there were terrible consequences. Originally, only the Snow Wind family, Divine family, Huyan family, and few other families attacked the sacred family. The other experts were just standing by the sidelines. The moment they saw the black gold rank elders of the sacred family using the shadow devil technique, they made their decision that instant. The sacred family really did betray Glory City and joined the Dark Guild. The sacred family betrayed Glory City. Surround them. Don't let them escape. Knowing that the sacred family betrayed them, everyone's eyes turned red and were filled with killing intent. Betrayal is not tolerated. The Dark Guild has done many evils, creating irreconcilable vengeances with all the other families. The other families all have members that died from the hands of the Dark Guild. Seeing the people surround them, the black gold rank elders of the sacred family revealed cold smiles. If these people still dare to charge at them after they summon the shadow devil, they're basically seeking death. Boom, 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 black shadows streaked across the sky like sharp claws, instantly killing hundreds of people from the other families. The few black gold rank elders slowly floated into the air. Their bodies are shrouded in dreadful darkness and lumps of fire that lingered around them. HMP. With just a shadow devil technique, you dare to be so arrogant in my city lord's mansion. Yi Zhu coldly snorted as he flew to one of the walls in the main hall. The wall is engraved with strange inscription patterns. Both of Yi Zhu's hands quickly formed a seal, then slammed his palms onto the main hall's wall. Since we dared to gather you to the city lord's mansion itself, do you think we don't have any preparations? The main hall started to release a dazzling light. A white-armored giant god slowly stood by the main hall. It's shrouded in a blizzard and was wielding a giant ice axe with both of its hands. As it stood in the endless sky, it looked like some type of superior might was being emitted from him. The eyes of the giant god looked like they were made from bronze. The eyes stared at the shadow devil in the sky. The terrifying might instantly made everyone tighten their necks, causing them to feel a little suffocated. This is the Snow Wind spiritual god. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the few elders from the sacred family were scared to a ghostly pale color. They heard of the name Snow Wind spiritual god before. A few hundred years back, when the demon beast horde came to violate Glory City, it was the Snow Wind spiritual god that fought off the 3 legend-rank demon spirits' attacks, turning Glory City's peril into safety. Chapter 184. Even in death, I will have no regrets. Seeing the two terrifying existences in the sky, the present experts were astonished. No wonder they are two of the major families. Their foundation is simply unimaginable. The two major families, who knows how many trump cards they've been keeping. The Shadow Devil and the Snow Wind spiritual god fought. In that instant, everything was in a state of chaos as the sky darkened. Multiple amounts of condensed ice hammers shot towards the Shadow Devil. The Shadow Devil wasn't going to take the attack lying down. It turned into shadow claws to counter the hammers. Boom, 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 an exploding force burst out that looked like it wanted to drown all the other experts below. This type of force isn't something gold-rank fighters and demon spiritualists can withstand, so they all pulled back and looked from afar. The power of the Snow Wind spiritual god is a little stronger than the Shadow Devil. The sky-filled blizzard rolled towards the Shadow Devil. The icy temperature was causing the Shadow Devil's body to go stiff as it became covered with layers of ice. Roar. The Snow Wind spiritual god was like an ancient deity. The lower half of its body is within the blizzard. Its physique is large and sturdy, like a mountain. It made slashing movements with its ice axe, creating twisted, inexhaustible wind blades. Under the attacks of the Snow Wind spiritual god, the Shadow Devil issued a miserable shriek as it was slowly pushed back. The faces of the black gold rank elders were all very unsightly. They originally thought that the Shadow Devil that they summoned would be enough to suppress the other experts from the other families. However, they never expected Ainz to summon the guardian of the Snow Wind family, the Snow Wind spiritual god. The frightening power of the Snow Wind spiritual god completely suppresses the Shadow Devil. How many years has it been before they all thought that the Snow Wind spiritual god was only a legend? When Nai saw the mountain like Snow Wind spiritual god, he held his step and said, I was wondering why Ainz didn't make any preparations earlier and start the 10,000 demonic beast array the moment the battle began. They were already prepared. The Snow Wind family really aren't simple. Nai can still vaguely recall what happened in his previous life when Glory City was destroyed. He once saw the huge Snow Wind spiritual god from afar. Except in his previous life, even though the Snow Wind spiritual god is a powerful existence, it was still engulfed by the endless demon beast horde. The reason why Ainz did not start the 10,000 demonic beast array is because he chose the Snow Wind spiritual god instead. They probably intended to keep the array as the last, unrevealed trump card, since the Snow Wind spiritual god was already exposed. That being the case, there's no need to activate the 10,000 demonic beast array for the time being. They want to first see how this will go before they decide to use the array. The Snow Wind spiritual god is enough to suppress everyone in the sacred family. The Shadow Devil miserably shrieked as its endless amount of blades clawed towards the Snow Wind spiritual god. The Snow Wind spiritual god let out a deep roar, and its huge palm reached towards the Shadow Devil's blades. Ding! 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 The black blades attacked the palm of the Snow Wind spiritual god. However, all of the attacks sounded as though they were striking steel, unable to cause any damage to the deity at all. Bang! The Snow Wind spiritual god caught the Shadow Devil, and waves of snow wind energy went rolling towards it. The body of the Shadow Devil quickly froze up as it continued to struggle to break free from the deity's grasp, and was issuing miserable shriek as it turned into a block of ice. The black gold rank elders of the sacred family all spat out blood and were sent flying. The Shadow Devil was summoned at the price of their soul force, so after the Shadow Devil was turned into ice, their soul force also suffered an impact. Ainz, standing below the Snow Wind spiritual god, coldly snorted. Just a puny Shadow Devil, how can it shake my Snow Wind family? You still dare to be so presumptuous in the territory of my Snow Wind family. Every time they summon the Snow Wind spiritual god, they must use a large amount of sacred spiritual rocks. The stockpile of sacred spiritual rocks that is left in the Snow Wind family is only sufficient to summon the snow wind spiritual god 3 times. They have to be very careful in every summon they make. However, since they have the 10,000 demonic beast array, the snow wind family now has another trump card, which is also the reason why Ainz could be so decisive in summoning the snow wind spiritual god. With the shadow devil being defeated by such a powerful existence like the snow wind spiritual god, the people from the sacred family were doomed to death. The snow wind spiritual god bent down, extended its huge palm, and made a grab for the black gold rank elders of the sacred family. If they are caught by the snow wind spiritual god, these elders from the sacred family will instantly be frozen and shattered into pieces. Shen Hong, seeing this scene, felt his heart ruffling. Every time he tried to break away, he would be hindered by Duan Jian. He couldn't break away, no matter what he tried. If he were there, even if they couldn't defeat the snow wind spiritual god, at least the shadow devil wouldn't lose so easily, and Ainz's side wouldn't be able to have such an easy win. Shen Hong's face went dark. Why hasn't that guy come yet? The sacred family wouldn't have been abandoned by the Dark Guild, right? Nai Lai looked into the distance. The foundation of the sacred family is still lacking compared to the snow wind family. It seems that there is no need for him to activate the 10,000 demonic beast array. Just when the huge palm of the snow wind spiritual god was about to grab the black gold rank elders, a black light suddenly shrouded them. Boom! The snow wind spiritual god's palm collided against the black light and was rebounded, unable to proceed any further. The snow wind family really does have a deep foundation. This snow wind spiritual god does have decent strength, said a man floating in midair in front of the snow wind spiritual god with a pair of black light wings on his back. Although his voice is faint and soft, everyone present was able to clearly hear it. Seeing the youth floating in the air, Ainz's gaze went slightly narrow. "We have not met before, you are." "Dark Guild, Gui Sha," the youth laughed. Currently holding the position as the law enforcement elder of the Dark Guild. My master has already entered into his secluded training, so the Dark Guild is managed by Long Sha and me for now. Once my master comes back from his training, he will show you guys an unimaginable pinnacle realm. All of the Snow Wind family's resistance will be pointless. As long as the Snow Wind family is willing to bow before my Dark Guild, we will grant the Snow Wind family a chance, and let you guys become one of Dark Guild's branches. Conceited nonsense? Ainz coldly snorted. Talk to the Snow Wind spiritual god? The Snow Wind spiritual god reached for Gui Sha. Gui Sha's body suddenly bursted with black light, forming a black sphere. When the Snow Wind spiritual god's palm landed on the black sphere and used its strength to crush it, ice instantly covered this sphere. However, no matter how much strength the Snow Wind spiritual god used, it wasn't able to break this black sphere. Seeing this scene, Ainz frowned. A defense that even the Snow Wind spiritual god couldn't break through, this Gui Sha definitely has the strength of a legend rank. A legend rank expert actually claims to be a servant. Then, exactly how powerful is this master? Exterminating the branch of my Dark Guild, and even upturning the sacred family's nest, it seems like the Snow Wind family truly is harder to deal with than I imagined. However, my offer stands. If the Snow Wind family is willing to bow down, there is still a chance of survival. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Gui Sha coldly snorted, slowly raising his right hand towards the Snow Wind spiritual god. He let out a low growl, and blazing black flames burst out from his palm that confronted the Snow Wind spiritual god's biting frost. The flames slowly took the upper hand, and was slowly suppressing the Snow Wind spiritual god. Just a puny Snow Wind spiritual god, yet you still dare to confront me. Gui Sha let out a cold snort as he stood in midair. His body emitted an unrivaled, frightening aura. Even the Snow Wind spiritual god is unable to withstand him. This Gui Sha is actually strong enough to such a pinnacle degree. Then, what about the Dark Guild's true master? What kind of terrifying existence is that? At this moment, the experts from the various families were utterly shocked. Gui Sha's powerful strength has intimidated them. One must know that even the snow wind spiritual god is someone that even Lord Yimo couldn't fight against, and he already reached the pinnacle of legend rank. Could it be that this Gui Sha is also a legend rank pinnacle existence? With that extraordinary strength of his, destroying Glory City might not even be a problem. Yi Ziu knitted his brows. Although he could sense that something was not right, he couldn't tell what it was. The strength that this floating Gui Sha has exhibited is indeed terrifying. Since Gui Sha has such terrifying strength, adding on a demon lord, why didn't they directly destroy Glory City? What is the reason? While watching this scene, the corner of Shen Hong's mouth instantly had a rampant smile. He has personally witnessed Gui Sha's strength before, and knows that he's already a legend rank existence. Adding on to Long Sha and the Demon Lord, they are 3 legend rank experts. Once the Demon Lord comes out from his seclusion, the Snow Wind family is doomed to be destroyed. This is also the reason why the Sacred Family joined the Dark Guild. Over the accumulation of the long years, the Dark Guild's strength was already not something that Glory City can confront. The Dark Guild still has that fear, since Yimo is still alive. However, he is gradually getting old. It was already determined that Glory City will fall into the Dark Guild's hands. Seeing this scene, in contrary to everyone else, Nai Lai sneered. He's at the pinnacle of black gold rank. At most, he's only on par with Yi Zong. He actually pretends to be at the pinnacle of legend rank. Although those treasures he's got are quite decent, but in front of me, you're still too inexperienced. Nai Lai could see through the facade in just one look. Whether the Demon Lord himself has legend rank strength or is even in the legend rank realm, Nai Lai is not sure. However, this Gui Sha in front of him doesn't have the strength of someone that reached the pinnacle of legend rank. With those treasures, he can advance and retreat at least, unless I activate the array. Nai Lai looked towards the 10,000 demonic beast array. Only this 10,000 demonic beast array can get Gui Sha to stay behind. Hearing Gui Sha's tone, he should be the number 3 in the Dark Guild, a big fish. Therefore, he's worth for Nai Lai to use the 10,000 demonic array. The 10,000 demonic array is the trump card of the Snow Wind family. In the views of Yi Ziu and the others, if they can avoid using the array, then that'd be for the best. However, Nai Lai doesn't have the same view as them. If one trump card is revealed, then he'll just have to prepare a few more. Very quickly, Nai Lai reached of the 10,000 demonic beast array and started to form the seals. Gui Sha suppressed the Snow Wind spiritual god and looked at the experts of Glory City from high up. This caused these experts to be pessimistic. Without Lord Yimo here, who else can be the opponent of this Gui Sha in Glory City? Suddenly, a voice came. Look, over there. It's the City Lord. The City Lord has returned. After Yi Zong exterminated the Dark Guild's branch and upturned the nest of the Sacred Family, he immediately rushed back without stopping. However, the moment he returned, he saw the scene of Gui Sha suppressing the Snow Wind spiritual god. The Dark Guild's experts have also taken action. He never imagined that the experts of the Dark Guild would actually come to Glory City. Even the Snow Wind spiritual god has been suppressed. The strength of this Gui Sha has indeed reached into a realm that's even unimaginable for him. For the Dark Guild to send such an expert, are they thinking of destroying Glory City? With Yi Zong's current strength, even he couldn't be the opponent of Gui Sha. If he goes up, it'll be the same as meeting death. However, he can't retreat now. He's the war god of Glory City, the pillar of all of Glory City's citizens. If he retreats, then wouldn't everyone in Glory City be the slaves of the Dark Guild? Scenes flashed past Yi Zong's mind, Yi Zian, Nai Lai, Yi Ziu, and many others. His gaze gradually become firm. To protect the safety of my Glory City, even in death, I, Yi Zong, will not have regrets. The moment Yi Zong faced this opponent, who is several times stronger than himself, his eyes were very firm. He took a step into the air in front of him. Asterisk bang asterisk, a soul force ripple extended beneath his foot. Chapter 185. Gui Sha, boom, 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 A current of powerful soul force was set off at the spot that Yi Zong had his feet on and was spreading out. Beneath Yi Zong's feet, an intense blizzard was formed. Yi Zong was standing on the air as he slowly walked over to Gui Sha. This is the traceless snow-wind technique of the snow-wind family. Those able to execute such a technique are at least legend rank experts. Yi Zong actually reached legend rank. Gui Sha's pupils abruptly shrank as Yi Zong approached. Yi Zong knows that Gui Sha's strength is most likely at the pinnacle of legend rank. However, even when facing such a powerful opponent, his heart didn't have a trace of fear within. A fierce fighting intent surged the surrounding area. Right now, Yi Zong entered into a very profound realm. As he's walking, he feels a mysterious resonance with the heaven and earth. He came to realize that this mysterious state is actually legend rank. He never thought that he himself would actually step into legend rank at this moment. While they watched Yi Zong step into the sky, the experts from the other families were all stunned for a moment. Thereafter, they burst out with frantic cheers. Facing such an expert like Gui Sha, they were practically in despair. Now, Yi Zong is like a war god as he stood in front of them. Yi Zong is a powerful god in their hearts, holding the fate of all of them. Violators of my glory city, die. Look at Yi Zong's back figure. Nai Lai was slightly stunned. He never thought that Yi Zong would actually step into legend rank at this time. Sure enough, he really is the guardian of Glory City. When facing a powerful opponent, the resolute in Yi Zong's heart caused him to undergo a transformation. Becoming a legend rank expert, Yi Zong gathered his powerful fighting intent and pointed his sword at Gui Sha. That terrifying energy looked like it wanted to tear through the sky. Seeing Yi Zong's sword attack, Gui Sha let out a cold snort. Even if you have reached legend rank, you're still not my opponent. In an instant, dozens of fist-sized black spheres appeared around him. The black spheres suddenly burst forth with blazing light and shot towards Yi Zong. Since Yi Zong is now in that mysterious, profound realm, he saw the dozens of black spheres shooting towards him like meteors and slashed with his sword. Frost Flash Sword Aura. The sword in Yi Zong's hand turned into dozens of sword afterimages as it slashed towards the dozens of black spheres. Boom! 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 When the aura collided with the black spheres, a series of terrifying explosions was heard. Yi Zong originally thought that even with his strength, it's impossible to be the opponent of Gui Sha, which is why he pressed forward and burst forth with power exceeding his own physique. However, from these black spheres, Yi Zong could feel that his opponent did not have the strength of a legend-rank pinnacle expert. Gui Sha coldly snorted, and a blazing flame shot out from his palm. At this moment, Yi Zong saw that there was something hidden in Gui Sha's palm. This thing is able to shoot out blazing dragon flames. Ice and flames subdues each other in the laws of nature, not to mention dragon flames. No wonder he could suppress the snow-wind spiritual god. Tusk, tusk. It's not fun at all over here. I'll take my leave first. Gui Sha knows that if he were to continue fighting with Yi Zong, he won't be Yi Zong's opponent. Gui Sha was suddenly hidden in a flash, and after a moment, he already flew more than a few hundred meters. Both of his hands quickly formed a seal, and a black vortex started to appear beside the black gold rank experts of the sacred family. Stop them! Yi Ziu coldly snorted. A group of black gold rank experts hurriedly rushed over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few of the sacred family's black gold rank experts stepped into the black vortex and vanished. However, there are two black gold rank experts couldn't make it in time and were killed by Yi Ziu and the others. Trying to leave? It won't be so easy. Yi Zong coldly snorted, waving his sword as he chased after Gui Sha. This glory city is a place where I can come and leave as I wish. You think you can stop me? Gui Sha laughed, quickly forming a seal in his hand, creating a second spatial door of darkness. Seeing this scene, Shen Hong's face changed. If Gui Sha leaves, then he'll be doomed. Immediately, he used all of his strength to push Duan Jian away with his palm and rushed towards Gui Sha's direction to try entering into the spatial door of darkness and leave with Gui Sha. Wait for me. Shen Hong's heart was burning with anxiety. He doesn't want to die here. Not good, too late. Yizong's face changed. If Gui Sha is really able to come and go as he wished, then he, as the city lord, wouldn't have any face to face others. Thump, thump, thump. The black spheres bombarded Yizong, obstructing his path. The snow-wind spiritual god also stretched its arm, trying to grab Gui Sha. However, everything is too late. No one is able to stop Gui Sha. At this moment, Nai Lai, who is in the center of the 10,000 demonic beast array, suddenly opened his eyes and calmly snorted. Trying to leave? You still haven't asked if I agree to it. Just when Gui Sha was about to open the spatial door of darkness, the surrounding air froze. 3 phantom-like creatures slowly appeared by the side. Seeing the 3 creatures, Gui Sha's face changed. He never thought that the Nether Phantom would appear here. Nether Phantoms don't have any powerful combat abilities. They're only at the cultivation of a 1-star black gold rank. However, they do have a special ability, which is the locking of space. The slightly opened spatial door of darkness that was summoned by Gui Sha instantly froze. Damn it! Gui Sha looked at the surroundings and saw those weird pillars in the city lord's mansion that were emitting a faint luster, releasing an aura that made others feel uneasy. He has heard about this array before. It truly is extraordinary, after all. It killed the Abyss Demon. However, he has never tasted the true might of this array before. Nai Lai was floating in the center of the array, like a demonic god. Without the spatial door of darkness, it will be a little difficult for Gui Sha to escape. After all, Yizong and the snow-wind spiritual god are still staring at him. When he saw that Gui Sha's spatial door of darkness did not open, Shen Hong's face changed. They are like a turtle in a jar now. HMPH, even without the spatial door of darkness, you guys won't be able to make me stay. I'll let you guys experience the bloodthirsty devil that my master granted me. Gui Sha laughed wildly. His body suddenly became more solid and was turning into a demonic shape. A powerful dark aura came out from his body. Yizong, you have to consider this carefully. If you want to make me stay, you guys will have to pay a horrible price. So what if you reached legend rank? If I were to take action, killing a dozen or 2 black gold rank experts is still possible. Gui Sha coldly laughed. If you let today's matter go, then everyone can mind their own business. If you insist on taking action, then you'll have to see the consequences. Looking at the experts from the other families, Yizong became a little hesitant. The bloodthirsty devil is one of the most secretive demon spirits. They are very hard to pursue. If Gui Sha decided to massacre the experts from the other families, it will probably be hard for him to stop. What consequences? I'll have a look at what consequences there will be. Nai Lai's voice boomed like thunder under the enhancement of the 10,000 demonic array. Gui Sha coldly snorted and looked into the void. I'm talking to Yizong. What are you to actually butt in? You don't know me, but after today you'll remember me. Nai Lai calmly said, activating the 10,000 demonic beast array. In that instant, the sky turned dark, Glory City became shrouded in endless darkness. The surrounding auras suddenly became heavy as thousands of black gold rank demon spirits appeared in the air, forming into a mysterious array. Just 1/10 of the strength will be sufficient to kill Gui Sha. Suddenly, a huge boom was heard. Multiple mountain-like shadowy images were heading towards Gui Sha. When he felt that terrible pressure heading towards him, Gui Sha tried to escape. However, he realized that an unrivaled powerful aura was locked onto him. He let out a cold snort and smashed both of his fists into the sky, trying to break the mountain-like shadowy images. Bang! The energy exploded, but Gui Sha's fists did not even dent the mountain-like shadowy images. They didn't even shake as they continued to head towards Gui Sha. Boom! When that frightening power got to Gui Sha, he felt as though they were trying to rupture his internals. His face turned ghastly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He never expected the mountain-like shadowy images would have such terrifying strength. This power isn't something he can fight against. Even though he merged with the bloodthirsty devil, he's still not their opponent. Even a legend rank expert would be suppressed by these mountain-like shadowy images. Gui Sha is already lucky to not have his body rupture in that instant. If it wasn't for the fact that the physique of a devil is different from an ordinary creature, he would have already died. Gui Sha was utterly thrown into dismay. This is the first time he felt the threat of death. Originally, with the bloodthirsty devil-demon spirit, Gui Sha felt that even a legend rank expert might not be able to do anything to him, and he could come and go as he wishes. But at this very moment, he realized that even with the bloodthirsty devil, he can't withstand a single blow in front of this horrifying array. Not only Gui Sha, even Yi Zong and the rest were astonished. This is the first time that they witnessed the power of the 10,000 demonic beast array's true might. They never imagined that this array would be so powerful. The arrogant Gui Sha was actually heavily injured by this 10,000 demonic beast array after a single strike and was unable to move. Shen Hong, who was running towards Gui Sha, was also utterly shocked when he saw this scene. He never thought that even Gui Sha would be suppressed by the array. He suddenly felt his mind go blank. Originally, in his heart, he felt that Gui Sha was at the pinnacle of legend rank, an unparalleled existence. However, he now realized that he was cheated. He had forked out his sacred family and got such an ending in exchange. Shen Hong simply wanted to spit out blood. What he is not aware of is that, according to the track in the previous life, the sacred family was indeed able to stand on top of Glory City and enter into the Abyss prison realm. However, with Nai Lai's appearance in this life, everything changed. Chapter 186. Spiritual Constellation Technique. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain-like shadowy images bombarded Gui Sha to the ground. Gui Sha could feel that each attack became several times stronger than the one before it. This terrible power isn't something that Gui Sha can withstand with his physique. Even though he has the devil's physique, the power gradually reached the limit to what he could handle. Gui Sha can feel that the muscles in his arm were constantly being torn apart. If this continues, his body would crumble under the power. This is the power of the 10,000 demonic beast array. A powerful array made with 10,000 black gold rank demon spirits. Nai Lai is only using a tenth of its power, and it's already enough to kill Gui Sha. Seeing this scene, Shen Hong was scared out of his wits. He turned into a streak of light and tried to escape. At this moment, he only wants to escape and leave Glory City. How could Yi Zong overlook Shen Hong? Seeing Shen Hong running away miserably, he sighed. If he has to be like this now, then why did he make that decision before? The sword in his hand turned into a streak of light and shot towards the escaping Shen Hong. Since you chose to betray us, we can't contain you anymore. Yi Zong, who is a legend-rank existence now, isn't what Shen Hong can withstand. Whoosh! The sword pierced through Shen Hong's chest. Shen Hong unbelievably looked at the sword that pierced through his chest. He never expected that he would have such an ending. His great ambition and everything else vanished into thin air like a puff of smoke. It turns out that all of this was nothing more than a dream. He died. The centuries-old sacred family has fallen in his hands. Shen Hong sighed, slowly closing his eyes. Could it be that all of his actions were wrong? Perhaps this is his ending. The energy gradually left his body as it fell from the sky. The other patriarchs witnessed Shen Hong's fall. Only Gui Sha was left, painfully enduring the attack. He tried to break the mountain-like shadowy images that were suppressing his body. However, no matter how much he tried, the mountain-like shadowy images were filled with an unparalleled power, making him unable to move a single step. By killing Gui Sha, Glory City will be safer. Nai Lai coldly snorted as he increased the power of the 10,000 demonic beast array. Once this power crashes down, Gui Sha will definitely die. Suddenly, a boom was heard, the mountain-like shadowy images shattered. A figure quickly flew towards Gui Sha, grabbed him, and soared into the sky. He's actually able to break the 1,000-layer mountain of the 10,000 demonic beast array. This guy probably has, at least, the strength of a legend rank. Nai Lai focused his eyes and saw a man wearing shallow white robes. It's a very handsome youth. Within the Dark Guild, there are only 2 people with the strength above Gui Sha. He never thought that another one would appear. When Gui Sha was about to be saved, Yizong coldly snorted. Trying to leave? That won't be so easy. He quickly merged with the snow-wind great ape demon spirit and created an inexhaustible blizzard that rolled towards the youth. At the same time, the snow-wind spiritual god, who has been on standby, also furiously roared and made a grab for the white-clothed youth. When Gui Sha opened his dazed eyes, he saw the white-clothed youth and let out a breath of relief. Long Sha, why have you come? The white-clothed youth did not answer, but had his deep eyes staring at the center of the 10,000 demonic beast array. The corner of his mouth leaked a profound smile. Aside from Yimo, there's another interesting guy. I believe that the demon lord will definitely be interested this person. Seeing Yizong and the snow-wind spiritual god charging up, the white-clothed youth swept his sleeve, and two mysterious rocks fell out. The two mysterious rocks created a formless energy and suddenly exploded. The shockwave threw the snow-wind spiritual god a few steps back, making its body sway to keep balance. Yizong, however, was sent flying and was spitting a mouthful of blood. No one knew what these two stones were, but they have such powerful energy. The white-clothed youth remained calm as he looked at Nai Lai's direction and asked, I wonder what's your name? How many times have you undergone spiritual constellation? In my experience, there is no need to cling to this battle. If you're interested, you can make a trip to my dark guild and meet the demon lord with me. We will look forward to your visit. Hearing the words spiritual constellation, Nai Lai, who is standing in the center of 10,000 demonic beast array, had his eyelids twitched. The spiritual constellation technique is a very sinister secret technique. In order for it to work, an innumerable amount of children are needed as sacrifices so you can implant your own soul into the body of a single child, gaining new life. As long as the soul doesn't get destroyed, they can live for several lifetimes. Of course, there's lots of side effects in using it. The soul will suffer from the burning pain, and the new body will be damaged very quickly. Since a kid like Nai Lai possesses unimaginable knowledge and is able to lay down such a huge array like the 10,000 demonic beast array, in the views of this white-clothed youth, he must have definitely used the spiritual constellation technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve so much. However, what he doesn't know is that Nai Lai came back to life because of the temporal demon spirit book, not because of the spiritual constellation secret technique. The spiritual constellation technique is very mysterious. Aside from the few who have heard of it, there is basically no one else that knows of its existence. After a human reaches the pinnacle of legend rank, they would find it very hard for their cultivation to progress any further. Their body would start to deteriorate and would often reach a state where they are unable to do any more breakthroughs. Countless experts have died with this regret. As a result, one extraordinary genius thought of a method to surpass this limit, which is the spiritual constellation technique, to retain the soul and occupy a new body. Thereafter, he'll be able to cultivate from the start. Every time he reaches the pinnacle of legend rank and finds out he's unable to make any more breakthroughs, and his body started to deteriorate, he would use the spiritual constellation technique to try again. That way, he'll be able to get closer and closer to the breakthrough. The successive Dark Guild's leaders have self-proclaimed to be the Demon Lord. Could it be that this Demon Lord also used the spiritual constellation technique? This white-clothed youth should be the number 2 of the Dark Guild, Long Sha. Nai Lai definitely can't let this fella get away. Otherwise, there will be no end to trouble. The strength of this white-clothed youth should have reached at least legend rank. Want to have a chat with me? Sure, however, you have to handle one of my strikes to see if you're qualified. Nai Lai calmly said as he rapidly started the 10,000 demonic beast array. He wasn't in a rush this time, so he's going to push the power of the 10,000 demonic beast array to the maximum. The 10,000 demonic beast array quickly rotated, and tens of thousands of black gold rank demon spirits appeared in the sky. Their energies quickly gathered to one point. Haha, sure, an apex expert speaks with his strength. The white-clothed youth proudly smiled, concentrating his attention to the sky. He has absolute confidence in his strength. He will soon reach the pinnacle of legend rank. Why would he be afraid of this array? The white-clothed youth proudly stood his ground, his clothes fluttering in the wind. If one paid close attention, his face is fair. His black eyes have a deep luster. Those thick brows, tall nose, and delicate lips were showing his elegance and grace. If no one knew about his identity and based him on his looks alone, it'd be enough to charm countless girls. Nai Lai coldly stared at him. If he saw him in some streets in Glory City, he would definitely not link this man to the long Sha that causes the expressions of others to change just by hearing his name. If this long Sha wants to run, although Nai Lai can use the 10,000 demonic beast array to stop him, it wouldn't be very effective. Since the opposite party is so confident, Nai Lai won't be polite. He'll use all of the strength of the 10,000 demonic beast array. Tens of thousands of black gold rank demon spirits quickly converged into a terrifying energy, turning into a scarlet gold giant palm and headed towards Long Sha. Long Sha, careful. Don't underestimate this 10,000 demonic beast array, Gui Sha quickly reminded him. Long Sha coldly snorted and said, I don't believe that this array will be able to do anything to me. He will soon step into the pinnacle of legend rank. He has a pure dragon blood body and has all kinds of treasures to protect him. Why would he be afraid of this array? He just wants to test the power of this 10,000 demonic beast array. Everyone that stepped into legend rank would feel that they stepped into the pinnacle of this world. In their view, legend rank is equivalent to a god. At least in the level of humanity, they have become a supreme existence. This kind of confidence of standing in the pinnacle isn't something that can be shaken by the 10,000 demonic beast array. Nai Lai understands the thoughts of these legend rank experts. When facing a powerful opponent, they would want to try and have a test to verify their strength. Seeing Long Sha's unparalleled power under the sky's gaze, the corner of Nai Lai's lips formed into a smile. This Long Sha is the same as he was when he reached legend rank. At that time, he disdained everything under the sky, feeling that he was an unparalleled existence and caused trouble everywhere. However, he never imagined that he would be chased by several demon beasts, run all over the world, and unintentionally enter into the space in the temporal demon spirit book. After that incident, he understood the meaning that knowledge is infinite. There is always someone stronger than himself. Since that's the case, then taste my strike. Nai Lai's eyes burst forth with light, controlling the array, and pushed his palm out with a low growl. This palm contained all of the strength of the 10,000 demonic beast array. Pushing the palm forward, the sky went into chaos, and the land became shrouded in darkness, covering the sun and moon. That terrifying pressure was like a wave that was heading for Long Sha. Sensing this terrifying power, Long Sha's brows slightly twitched. This is the most powerful energy he has ever faced since reaching legend rank. Glad you've come. Long Sha still didn't have any fear, and gathered all of the energy in his body. The muscles on his body bulged, making his size grow by several times. A huge tail grew out from his back. His shoulder blades were torn apart as a pair of flesh wings grew from his back, and he pushed a palm forward. As a legend rank expert, if he had to shrink back because the opponent is powerful, then he wouldn't be able to improve his cultivation in his entire life anymore. The demon spirit Long Sha integrated with is a golden-winged dragon demon spirit, a creature from the genuine dragon lineage, much stronger than Yi Zong's black-scaled earth dragon. I'll take a look at how powerful your 10,000 demonic beast array really is, said Long Sha. He has a powerful body from the dragon tribe. Naturally, he doesn't think that the 10,000 demonic beast array will be able to harm him. Chapter 187, Confrontation. Nai Lai's eyes slightly narrowed. In this palm, he is using the 10,000 demonic beast array at full power, without preserving any strength. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as this terrifying sound turned into wave and swept throughout the surrounding area. In an instant, everyone underneath this power were in a complete mess from the shockwave, and the surrounding buildings were cracking and falling apart. Such terrifying energy. This isn't a power that a human can reach. Yi Zong and the other black gold rank experts' expressions changed. Any one of them would instantly turn into dust when facing such power alone. When Long Sha came into contact with this power, his face instantly turned ghastly pale. The skin on his arm had split open, exposing torn muscles. This power is capable of thoroughly destroying his dragon physique. Since he was about to be engulfed by these raging waves of energy, Long Sha immediately activated the few treasures he has on hand. Boom! 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 Each treasure he used turned into ashes. These treasures were given to him by the Demon Lord when he had reached legend rank, including the Divine Guardian Armor, Darkness Shield, and many others. However, when these items canceled a portion of the 10,000 demonic beast array's power, they instantly turned into ashes. Long Sha never imagined that the power of the 10,000 demonic beast array would reach such a pinnacle degree. Even the few legend rank treasures were unable to protect him. Boom! Long Sha was sent flying several hundred meters before he was able to stop. His chest heavily moved up and down to catch his breath. His clothes were torn to pieces by the explosion, and his body was full of wounds. He was in a very sorry state. If he didn't sacrifice the few pieces of legend rank treasures, Long Sha would have probably died. Even though his strength is at legend rank, he was unable to withstand a single blow from the 10,000 demonic beast array without assistance. A trace of fear flashed across Long Sha's eyes. He overestimated his own strength. Yi Zong and the rest did not expect Long Sha to be so powerful. If he's the number 2 in the Dark Guild and is already wielding such strength, then just what kind of existence is the Dark Guild's strongest demon lord? Long Sha held onto his chest. That ghastly pale face had a trace of respect as he said, "This 10,000 demonic beast array is indeed something. If it wasn't for the treasures that I used to protect myself, I would have probably been turned into ashes. Since I have withstood a strike from you, I will wait with the Demon Lord for your visit at the Dark Guild. In 3 months' time, if you still have not visited us by then we can only come personally to invite you." Finished speaking, Long Sha grabbed a hold of Gui Sha and flew away, disappearing into the sky in just a blink of an eye. Looking at Long Sha and Gui Sha's escaping figures, Nai Lai narrowed his eyes. If he continued to utilize the 10,000 demonic beast array, he can still force Long Sha and Gui Sha to remain. However, if he were to kill Long Sha and Gui Sha, then Nai Lai would be worried that the Demon Lord of the Dark Guild would come personally. If Long Sha is already strong to this extent, then the Demon Lord must be even more formidable. Furthermore, he's most likely a supreme expert that has undergone several spiritual constellations. His strength might even be above Yimo's. If he found out that Long Sha and Gui Sha were killed, he might go crazy, and that could put Glory City in an even more dangerous crisis. Right now, Long Sha became a little afraid of his strength and has appointed the time frame of 3 months. He will then deal with it 3 months later. Although 3 months is a little short, it's sufficient for Nai Lai to raise his strength by several levels. Furthermore, Lord Yimo should also return by that time. Long Sha mistook him for an expert that has undergone spiritual constellation reincarnations several times, which is why he has a little fear towards Nai Lai. Since he has already appointed the time of 3 months, then he naturally won't go against it. Nai Lai's brows twitched as he inwardly thought to himself, then let's meet 3 months later. Yi Zong, Yi Ziu, and the others landed beside Nai Lai. Yi Zong sighed. That Long Sha is at least a 3-star legend rank expert. Above him, there's still the Demon Lord with unpredictable strength. If these people attack Glory City, I fear that we'll have a very hard time stopping them. Fear still lingered in the hearts of Yi Ziu and the rest. That one strike that Nai Lai launched was strong to an astonishing degree. However, it's still not able to kill Long Sha. Long Sha's strength is truly too shocking. As for that mysterious Demon Lord, he is even more unimaginable. We're afraid of the Dark Guild, so are they. Over on our side, we have Lord Yi Zong and Yimo who have reached legend rank. If we were to really engage in a life and death struggle, they would suffer heavy losses as well. said Nai. Nai, are you really not a spiritual constellation expert? Yizong's gaze fell onto Nai. Previously in Nai and Long Sha's conversation, Yizong more or less understood what was being said. A person that utilizes the spiritual constellation technique would have to suffer the eternal torture of having their souls burnt every night. Who would use this kind of demonic technique? I'm only more intelligent than others and unlocked the legendary divine knowledge. Nai hurriedly found an excuse. Divine knowledge. Yizong and the rest were a little blank. However, thinking about it again, Nai doesn't look like someone that has undergone spiritual constellation reincarnation before. After undergoing the spiritual constellation reincarnation, one will become closer and closer to the pinnacle of legend rank. As long as they are able to step through that stage, they will be able to reach an even higher realm. I believe that the Demon Lord should have already been infinitely closer to that realm. Nai's gaze became deep. This mysterious Demon Lord made Nai feel a huge amount of pressure. If he wished to protect Glory City, then he has to defeat the Demon Lord. He has to quickly think of a way to raise his cultivation. Yizong, Yizu, and the rest looked into the distance. The crisis that Glory City is facing is even larger than they had imagined. Yizong now understands why Yimo would have his brows knitted together and filled with anxiety every time he comes back. Although Yizong has no idea where he goes, he knows that he is monitoring the Dark Guild's actions while exploring some secret realm, and was letting Glory City have more capital to fight against the Dark Guild. The Sacred Family was annihilated, and the Dark Guild had retreated. For Glory City, it's still more or less a good thing. Looking around after going through a major battle, this place was now a total mess. The losses of the experts from the other families is still very large. However, Yizong can handle these aftermath matters. The time limit is 3 months. Nai's heart is still filled with urgency. Between him and the Dark Guild, there will definitely be a battle. This Demon Lord is in existence at the pinnacle of legend rank. A few thousand miles away, deep in the mountains, Long Sha landed with Gui Sha, leaving footprints in the snow. Long Sha, how are your wounds? Asked Gui Sha. Long Sha is someone that has the physique from the dragon bloodline. However, after the strike from the 10,000 demonic beast array, he was suffering from heavy injuries. When he recalled the power of the 10,000 demonic beast array, Gui Sha felt the fear lingering in his heart. I never thought that the 10,000 demonic beast array would be so powerful. It almost shattered my soul realm. Long Sha said as he bitterly smiled. Although I have used 3 legend rank treasures to protect my life, the damage to my body is too big. I estimate that with such injuries, I won't be able to recover even after 2 years. It will also have huge impact to my future cultivation. Long Sha held onto his chest as he coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the pure white snow to a more attention-grabbing red. It's this serious. Gui Sha said in shock. From the start of my cultivation till today, aside from the Demon Lord, not many people were able to cause harm to me for the past 12 years. I never thought that I would suffer today. I underestimated the might of that 10,000 demonic beast array, Long Sha said. In my mind, that 10,000 demonic beast array can kill an ordinary legend rank expert at most. With my methods and physical strength, I was more than enough to handle it. I never imagined that my soul realm would be damaged by it. The person controlling that 10,000 demonic beast array is extremely dangerous. We have to be very careful to guard against it in the future. Long Sha said, fear holding in his heart. He was glad that he was able to escape from Glory City. Luckily, his physical strength was strong enough. Otherwise, he'd have been consigned to eternal damnation at that moment. Okay, Gui Sha nodded his head. After he recalled everything that happened earlier, he felt the chill run down his spine. Since even Long Sha almost died from the 10,000 demonic beast array, he's already lucky enough to have survived through it. We'll return to the Dark Guild and notify the subordinate to not step out without our orders for the next 3 months. We'll make a further decision after the Demon Lord comes out from his secluded training, said Long Sha. He has a deep fear for Nai, since the opponent could be a powerful spiritual constellation expert. If the other party had pursued after them before the demon lord returned, then he'd certainly be dead. Furthermore, his cultivation has been weakened to 1/10 of his original, and fears that he might not even be Yizong's opponent. After the two of them rested a while in that location, they hurried back to Dark Guild's headquarters. The longer they remained outside, the more dangerous it was, because the City Lord's mansion experienced that huge battle. It was in ruins. When the people of Glory City found out that the Sacred Family betrayed Glory City and joined the Dark Guild, they all spurned the Sacred Family and felt fortunate that the Sacred Family had been annihilated. The Dark Guild members that came to violate Glory City had also retreated. They even heard that 2 experts from the Dark Guild escaped with heavy injuries. Regarding this battle, the topic that most people were on was Nai, who had control of the 10,000 demonic beast array at the time. It was Nai's credit that the Dark Guild was repelled. After experiencing the demon beast horde and the huge battle with the Dark Guild, Nai's prestige in Glory City was only second to Yi Mo and Yizong. Many people believed that Nai is going to be the next city lord that Yi Mo and Yizong have been nurturing. Even if he's not the next city lord, he'll at least be Yizong's son-in-law. As for Yi Han, he became the traitor of Glory City and is disdained by everyone. Although the strength of the Dark Guild is still a haze that shrouds everyone's hearts, they still firmly believe that when Lord Yi Mo returns, he will naturally have a method to deal with the Demon Lord. The future of Glory City is bright. They will not give up on that hope. Yizong, Yi Ziu and others were dealing with the aftermath, whereas Xiao Ninger and the rest returned to their families. The first glimmer of dawn shot into Glory City, though the mountain range. After experiencing a night of battling, everything returned to peace. The collapsed buildings are currently being rebuilt and seem to be shining with new life. Chapter 188. Journey. In Yi Zian's yard, Nai was sitting cross-legged as he quietly trained. Scenes flashed across his mind, including all the events that happened with Yi Zian, Xiao Ninger, and the rest after his return. Now that the Sacred Family has been destroyed, it can be considered that he accomplished his first wish. No matter how the future turns out, at least everything will be utterly changed. After the Sacred Family, the Dark Guild is next. The mysteriously hidden Dark Guild and Demon Lord that has been threatening Glory City at every moment. Unless the Dark Guild are annihilated and the Demon Lord killed, Nai won't be able to rest and eat in peace. However, with the normal speed of his cultivation, he won't be able to step into legend rank in a short amount of time. He can only use other methods. Nai had many ideas flashing in his mind. However, they would require him to leave Glory City for a period of time. Aside from raising his cultivation, Nai still wanted to search for the location of the Dark Guild's nest. Nai looked into the sky, saw a soul puppet slowly descending and land on his shoulders. After pondering a while, Nai said, "Ancestral Founder Yi Yan, I'm preparing to leave Glory City in order to train. I'll write several letters and will have to leave it to you to have them sent to my friends and parents." "Brat, where are you preparing to go?" Ancestral Founder Yi Yan asked. "Do you want an Ancestral Founder, to follow you?" "No need." Nai shook his head and said, "The place that I'm going won't be far. Furthermore, I want to go and have a look at the underground world that you spoke of and trace the location of the Dark Guild. Otherwise, the enemies will be in the light. While we're in the Dark One, we can forget about getting rid of the Dark Guild." Hearing what Nai said, Ancestral Founder Yi Yan was a little startled and said, "You're preparing to investigate the Dark Guild alone? Won't that be too dangerous?" "No, I have some methods that can protect my life," said Nai. As long as he doesn't encounter the Demon Lord himself, Nai should be able to protect himself. Nai pondered a while. "Is the Temporal Demon Spirit book still in the Desert Palace?" Because he has to make it back within 3 months, he might not be able to make the trip to the Desert Palace right now. However, other than the Desert Palace, there is still one other place that Nai has memories of. there is still a high amount of difficulty for him to reach the legend realm in such a short amount of time. Aside from him, there is no one else that is able to save Glory City. He has to bear this responsibility. Therefore, the only way for his cultivation to quickly rise is to go out to train. Nai Lai wrote several letters and passed them to ancestral founder Yi Yan. "Be careful," Yi Yan reminded Nai Lai. He then grabbed the letters and flew off. After he watched Yi Yan fly into the distance, Nai Lai looked towards Yi Zian's room. Yi Zian is in her room, feeling angry. She managed to train to gold rank, after huge difficulty, and thought that she had sufficient strength to help her father share the trouble and was able to help Nai Lai. However, when the battle arrived, Nai Lai and her father locked her up in the secret chamber. Although she knows that Nai Lai and her father did it out of care for her, she still felt a little grievance in her heart. At least for today, she doesn't want to see Nai Lai, who asked Nai Lai to trick me. This is his punishment, Yi Zian pouted as she thought inwardly to herself in indignation. She sat cross-legged on the bed and began cultivating her soul force. Behind her, the shadowy image of the Snow Queen slowly appeared, shrouding her body in a layer of frost. The moonlight was shining on her body, making her look as beautiful as a fairy. Nai Lai stared at the quiet night, feeling the soul force emitting from Yi Zian's room. He knows that she is doing her utmost to train. He understands Yi Zian's feelings. She's trying to become stronger to guard Glory City. Previously, when he locked Yi Zian in the secret chamber, it was because Nai Lai didn't wish to see her hurt. After his rebirth, Nai Lai didn't want to suffer any more loss. If he told Yi Zian, Zio, Ninger, Du Zi, and the rest that he's going out to train, they will certainly want to follow. It would be even more dangerous with more people. Therefore, Nai Lai is going to leave quietly. However, his heart, at this moment, felt reluctant to part with them. Nai Lai walked to Yi Zian's door and stood there. He wanted to knock on the door several times, but was hesitant. Yi Zian felt an aura outside her door and opened her eyes. The one standing outside should be Nai Lai. "I'm not going to open the door for you. You locked me up in the secret chamber today." Yi Zian thought inwardly to herself. It's already so late, yet Nai Lai still wanted to come into her room. Yi Zian felt her heart shake a little and her face turned red. Who knows what Nai Lai will do? Therefore, she won't open the door for him. After she recalled the time she dug into Nai Lai's bed, she wished she could dig a hole and jump into it. After standing outside Yi Zian's room for a long while, and after Nai Lai thought about it, he did not knock her door in the end. It's best to leave without saying anything. Otherwise, he might not be willing to leave. To gain the strength to fight the Demon Lord and the Dark Guild, Nai Lai has to use the fastest method to raise his own cultivation. In order to raise his cultivation, secluded training won't be enough. He has to use some stuff to act as the catalyst. After seeing Nai Lai's shadow standing in front of her door for a long time, Yi Zian hesitated. Should she go and open the door for him? After locking me up in the secret chamber during such a dangerous fight, wanting me to forgive you won't be so easy, Yi Zian pouted thought in her heart. Nai Lai is too annoying. Knowing that her father, clansmen, and Nai Lai were fighting in a matter of life and death while she was locked up, one can imagine what she is feeling right now. She doesn't want to talk to Nai Lai for the entire day. There were several times that Yi Zian wanted to open the door for Nai Lai. However, she stopped herself from doing so. I'm not going to open the door for you in case you bully me again. Yi Zian snorted. Under the moonlight, the cheeks of this lady had a layer of blush on them, causing her to look even more charming. After Nai Lai hesitated for a long while, he placed a letter on the step. He then turned around and quickly left, disappearing into the darkness. When Nai Lai left, Yi Zian felt a little panicked. She stomped her feet. Idiot, why didn't you knock? She walked to the door and opened it. Looking around, she couldn't see the figure of Nai Lai at all and only saw a letter lying on the floor. She suddenly had a bad premonition, bent down and picked up the letter and started reading it. Soon after, columns of tears fell from Yi Zian's attractive and elegant face. It turns out that Nai Lai came here to bid his farewells. When leaving for the distant world of cultivation, who can expect the kind of danger one will face? She wanted to tell Nai Lai that she doesn't wish for him to leave. However, when she looked in the surrounding area, she couldn't see Nai Lai's figure. Yizian understood that Nai Lai left to train so that he can give Glory City more protection. He saw everything as his responsibility. However, doesn't Glory City still have her grandfather and father? However, Nai Lai already left. Yizian tightly grasped the letter, feeling her heart throbbing with pain. If she knew that Nai Lai came to bid farewell, she wouldn't have purposely not opened the door. Where did Nai Lai go to? Will he encounter danger? Winged Dragon Family. When Xiao Ninger received the letter, Nai Lai was already nowhere to be seen. She held the letter against her chest. She still has lots of things to say to him, but they all turned into thoughts, accompanying Nai Lai's empty presence. I will definitely wait for your return. Xiao Ninger looked into the distance. Glory City is not something you alone have to protect. We can also do it. Her hair fluttered in the wind. The load on her mind was hidden deep in her heart. Her expression became firm. The thoughts of becoming strong was ignited even more fiercely. Holy Orchid Institute. Nai Lai is too much. He left without taking us. Lu Pio angrily clenched his fists. If Nai Lai was here, he would definitely charge up and give him a beating. When he returns, I'll definitely give him a beating. If we were to go, we would only be a burden. Du Zi said as he shook his head. He understood why Nai Lai did this. We at least have the same level of cultivation, Lu Pio said with resentment. Indeed, we have the same level of cultivation. However, what about strength? Du Zi bitterly smiled and said, even if all of us were to go at him at once, we wouldn't be able to beat him. Furthermore, he has the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. If he faces any danger, he can come and go as he wishes, but we would only burden him. Then, what should we do now? Lu Pio also said, bitterly smiling in disappointment. Focus hard in our training. Du Zi firmly said, at least when Nai Lai returns, we will still have the cultivation of the same level. Every time Nai Lai raises his cultivation, his difficulty becomes tenfold our own. If we can't maintain the speed of our cultivation, then we can just bang our heads against the wall and commit suicide. Lu Pio looked over at Duan Jian and asked, Duan Jian, what about you? Didn't Nai Lai leave you a letter? Duan Jian is someone that has the abilities of a black gold rank and a body with the strength of a legend rank. So why didn't Nai Lai bring Duan Jian along? Master said that the place that he's going, even if I were to follow, would only lead me to my death. Therefore, he wanted me to stay behind or stay near Glory City and train. Duan Jian said, looking in the distance. He has no idea where Nai Lai is going. However, since Nai Lai said so, he has absolute faith that Nai Lai will return safely. After hearing what Duan Jian said, everyone's faces changed. Duan Jian is someone that has a legend rank physical body. Ordinary creatures wouldn't be able to kill him. Even if Duan Jian was to go to that place, it'll only lead to his death. Where is Nai Lai going? Everyone couldn't help worrying about him. However, thinking it over again, since Nai Lai said so, then he should have a certain amount of confidence. After all, Nai Lai would never do something that he has no confidence in. Before leaving, Nai Lai gave Duan Jian a cultivation technique. He looked into the distance. While Nai Lai is gone, he will constantly raise his strength and become Nai Lai's right-hand man. Enemies know about them, and they know nothing about their enemies. Chapter 189, Heavenly Fate Plateau. City Lord's Mansion. Yizong also received Nai Lai's letter. Nai Lai is actually going out to train. Yizong's brow slightly knitted. The calamity that had been hiding within Glory City had just been eliminated, and the Dark Guild retreated for now. For the time being, Glory City will be very safe. When Nai Lai is around, Yizong would feel worry-free. After all, Nai Lai helped him with much of the burden. Now that Nai Lai left, he can't get used to the difference so suddenly. Yet you left so many items before your departure. Yizong smiled as he shook his head. Among the items that Nai Lai left behind, some of them can be used to protect Glory City, and one of them was a cultivation technique. The cultivation technique is specially suited for someone that integrated with the snow-wind great ape. All thanks to your luck, little rascal. It doesn't feel any wrong to be this father-in-law at all. Yizong couldn't help thinking inwardly. In his heart, he already made the decision to have Yuner marry Nai Lai, far in the scent. Ancestral Mountain, the infinite forest. Nai Lai was quickly moving through the infinite forest, appearing as though he knows his way. Everything here is very familiar to him. This is one of the tracks that he fled to once before, which is rather safe. However, there is the occasional terrifying demon beast appearing. After merging with the shadow devil demon spirit, Nai Lai's movements became very fast, allowing him to change his direction before he encountered any danger. After a few skims in the dark forest, he reached his destination. In his previous life, everyone in Glory City believed that they were in the only place that held surviving humans. The demon beast hordes from the Age of Darkness was simply too terrifying. Every place that they passed by wouldn't have a single human alive. However, the fact is that there are some people that managed to survive through some special methods and continued to grow in numbers in this world, even though danger was lurking around in every direction and formed into tribes. The surviving ability of humanity is stronger than they imagined. The place that Nai Lai is heading towards is the first place with human inhabitants that they encountered when they were escaping in his previous life, the Heavenly Fate Plateau. The Heavenly Fate Plateau is at the summit of a mountain. The entire mountaintop looked as though a portion of it was sliced off, creating a huge plain in its place. There is only one path that leads to the mountaintop. There are thousands of people that gathered there and formed a tribe. Due to the Heavenly Fate Plateau being located in a high terrain area, there was only one way up and down. It's a place that even demon beasts would have a hard time heading to. Therefore, it's rather safe there. However, there is an issue of food deficiency, so the thousands of people were only barely surviving. Underneath the Heavenly Fate Plateau, there is an extremely terrifying and dangerous place known as the Black Spring. No one knows where the Black Spring came from, but they do know that it flows from the Saint Ancestral Mountain directly into the bottomless abyss. The demon beasts surrounding the Black Spring are existences above black gold rank. Legend has it that in the bottomless abyss, there lives a group of extremely powerful legend-rank demon beasts. If it wasn't for the natural obstacles, the Heavenly Fate Plateau wouldn't have been able to survive. When the morning sun shined on the Heavenly Fate Plateau, Nai Lai was already in the market of the Heavenly Fate Plateau, wearing a short robe. The market was very bustling. Those around here were wearing tattered clothes. Compared to them, Nai Lai's clothes appeared to be clean and neat. I wonder which young master he is from. Why haven't we seen him in the tribal meetings before? Many of the people in the market were all discussing this new person. It has been a few hundred years since someone came into the Heavenly Fate Plateau. Therefore, they did not think about it much. Nai Lai stretched his waist as he inhaled a mouthful of air. The corners of his mouth leaked a carefree smile. Everything here is just like it was in his previous life. Nai Lai walked routinely to a kanji shop before stopping. A long, golden-haired man was busy in the kitchen, and a delicate, pretty girl was serving the customers kanji. The business in Old Man Yun's shop is as good as always, Nai Lai said as he smiled. After he sat down on a seat, he yelled, 2 bowls of wood powder kanji. After a moment, a girl came carrying a wooden serving tray and placed 2 hot kanjis. This girl looks to be about 15 or 16, wearing cyan plain clothes. Although the clothes were amended several times, but that did not affect her beauty. Under her long and slender eyebrows flickered a pair of pure blue eyes. She has fair and rosy cheeks and a graceful nose. Whenever she smiles, there would be 2 dimples on each side of her mouth, giving others a sweet feeling about her, and her golden, long hair naturally drapes over her shoulders. Sister Yunling is still as beautiful as she was in his past life, except she is slightly younger compared to when they met in his previous life. In his previous life, when they moved here, it was Old Man Yun and Sister Yunling who offered him and Yi Zian shelter. At that time, both himself and Zian were given lots of care, and it was all seen with Nai Lai's eyes. Although Nai Lai and the rest were forced to continue their journey later, it wasn't the fault of Old Man Yun and Sister Yunling. He clearly remembered the moment when they left. Yunling was shedding tears then. After placing the 2 bowls of congee in front of Nai Lai, Yun Ling's gaze fell onto him, and her gaze flickered with astonishment. She and her father have seen many customers on a daily basis, and her memory is exceptionally good. She had basically seen almost everyone that resides in the plateau. However, she has never seen Nai Lai before. Yun Ling's slender hands shook a little and asked in astonishment, "Little brother, I have never seen you before. You're not from the Heavenly Fate Plateau, right?" "No, I'm just a traveler that is passing by," said Nai Lai, smiling. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Yun Ling covered her mouth in shock. For the past few hundreds to thousands of years, there hasn't been a single outsider that has passed by before. She practically thought that there was no longer any other humans living in the outside world, so she never thought that there would be a foreign customer today. Yun Ling immediately sat down, glanced at Nai Lai, and asked out of curiosity, "Where are you from? Why have you come to our Heavenly Fate Plateau?" "I intend on entering to the depths of the scent, ancestral mountains to train, and unintentionally arrived here," Nai Lai said as he lightly smiled. Seeing Yun Ling blinking her curious big eyes and asking this and that, he couldn't help recalling his previous life. In his previous life, when he and Yi Zian had come here, Yun Ling was also acting like a curious baby. "I heard that the outside world is filled with terrifying monsters. Even a black obsidian rank expert wouldn't be able to move a single step in the outside world. Could you be a black obsidian rank expert?" Yun Ling asked in shock. Since Nai Lai dares to enter the scent, ancestral mountains to train, his cultivation must surely be very strong. The black obsidian rank expert that Yun Ling spoke of is a black gold rank expert. Because of the incomplete cultivating techniques in the Heavenly Fate Plateau, the strongest around here is only a dozen 1-star gold rank experts. "I'm not a black obsidian rank expert, but I do have some methods that are able to protect my life, which is why those powerful demon beasts couldn't do anything to me," said Nai Lai, smiling. Suddenly, a discontented voice was heard. "Why hasn't my congee arrived yet?" "It's coming," Yun Ling hurriedly replied. She then said to Nai Lai, "Where are you planning to live?" Nai Lai pondered for a while and said, "The hotel close by. However, I don't have any copper used in the Heavenly Fate Plateau for transaction. Can I use some items to exchange for some with you guys?" Hearing Nai Lai's words, Yun Ling's eyes immediately lit up. Nai Lai came from the outside world. He must have definitely brought along some mysterious items that she has never seen before. Okay, I'll go serve the congee. Just wait a while, I'll be back immediately," said Yun Ling, smilingly pursing her lips. "Okay." Nai Lai nodded. Yun Ling went to serve the congee, and Nai Lai drank his congee while he looked over his surroundings. Along his way here, aside from some merchants selling various items, there were some groups of hunters. These hunters all have tall and strong builds, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. Due to the Heavenly Fate Plateau having a shortage of food, they have no choice but to have a group of people hunt for demon beasts to obtain their meat in order to barely fill their stomachs. However, hunting demon beasts is a very dangerous job. Therefore, only those that are rather strong can become hunters. Aside from hunting demon beasts, they also accept jobs and get employed by others, something like mercenaries. Right in Old Man Yun's congee shop sat a group of hunters, a total of 6. Their builds are very tall and sturdy, especially the leading man. He wore a white long robe and is a handsome youth. "Miss Yun Ling, sorry about earlier. My underlings are too hot-headed." The youth smiled as he apologized to Yun Ling. Looking at Yun Ling, his eyes flickered with a trace of affection. "No worries, sorry about making you guys wait so long," Yun Ling said as she shook her head, putting the bowls of congee down. In one of the bowls was a piece of meat. It was given to the youth. Meat is very precious. Only a small amount of people that have status and money can enjoy it. Although the few hunters had envy on their faces, after sweeping a glance, they all began to drink their congee. "Let's eat." The youth smiled as he took a knife out, splitting the meat into a few pieces. In the Heavenly Fate Plateau, aside from the chief, there is the Elders Association that controls all kinds of decisions in the plateau. The Elders Association has a total of 5 elders, all having control over a portion of the power. Regarding the handsome youth, Nai Lai has a slight impression about him. He should be the son of a certain elder. His character is decent, however, he forgot what his name was. After Yun Ling finished serving the kanjis, she hurried over to Nai Lai's seat. She is filled with curiosity about Nai Lai and couldn't wait to know more. "Right, I still have no idea what your name is," said Yun Ling as she smiled. The corner of her mouth revealed 2 shallow dimples, looking very cute. "My name is Nai Lai." Nai Lai smiled as he nodded his head. Thanks to the experience in his previous life, he had some understandings towards Yun Ling. She's a pretty good lady. "Nice to meet you, Nai Lai." "May I ask what you are going to exchange with me?" asked Yun Ling. Naturally, she is interested about anything from the outside world. Chapter 190. Exchange. Nai Lai pondered a while and said, "What about these cloths?" He took out several cloths from his interspatial ring and placed them on the table. Yun Ling widened her eyes. Nai Lai even has an interspatial ring. One must know that the interspatial ring is very rare. Within the entire Heavenly Fate Plateau, probably only the chief would have one. Her gaze was attracted by the cloths placed on the table. She let out a cry in surprise and touched one of the cloths. The cloth was very soft and smooth, filled with simple and elegant flowery patterns. After touching these cloths, Yun Ling could not move her eyes away for a moment. In their plateau, there were only rough clothes. How could there be such fine cloths? "How many coppers are you planning on selling these for?" Yun Ling raised her head and asked Nai Lai with her cheeks red. She was so mesmerized by these cloths that she lost her composure for a moment. "Let's go with 200 coppers, Nai Lai said, lightly smiling. "Only 200 coppers. Even if these were exchanged for 5,000 coppers, there would be lots of people queuing up for them," Yun Ling said in astonishment. Yun Ling is like she was in his previous life, treating people with sincerity and kindness. Nai Lai smiled and said, 200 coppers would be enough for me to eat for several days, and it's enough. Consider these cloths a gift for Miss Yun Ling. I also want to ask Miss Yun Ling to help me with a favor." "What favor?" Yun Ling asked with curiosity. She suddenly became a little flabbergasted. "How did you know my name is Yun Ling?" "I heard from the people in the market." Nai Lai smiled and said, "Who doesn't know of Miss Yun Ling here?" In this place, Yun Ling can consider herself to have a little well-known. She is a well-known beauty and diligent with her work. The amount of people knocking up the door for marriage would be enough to trash the door apart. "Oh," Yun Ling nodded. "Does Miss Yun Ling know of a purple-colored stone around here having a shape of rhombus?" Nai Lai smiled as he gestured. "Furthermore, it can also emit a faint purple smoke under the sunlight, becoming very hot." "Oh, you must be talking about the purple smoke rock. We have many of those around here. These rocks are completely useless. Furthermore, they carry a little poison." Yun Ling said, "No one would want this kind of stuff in our area." The purple smoke rock that Yun Ling spoke of is actually the purple catrop rock, a kind of very precious stones. By collecting them and using a special method, they can help Nai Lai cultivate his soul force, allowing him reach 3-star gold rank at the fastest speed. "Right, I want these purple smoke rocks, no matter how much they are worth. As for the price, I can exchange for them with food." 10 purple smoke rocks for a bag of rice, said Nai Lai. For this trip out, Nai Lai was fully prepared. Hearing what Nai Lai had said, Yun Ling became shocked. 10 pieces of purple smoke rock for a bag of rice? Are you serious? Yun Ling asked in shock. Of course I am. Nai Lai nodded his head. The only reason why he used rice as an item to exchange is because the surrounding land in the Heavenly Fate Plateau is too infertile. Therefore, the amount of food is also very insufficient. In his previous life, when he, Yi Ziyan, and the rest arrived here, although they suffered some unfair treatment. However, he had also received all kinds of help from some of the kind-hearted people. Using rice to exchange can be considered giving back a favor. Then I'll go get the purple smoke rocks, Yun Ling hurriedly said, immediately leaving to gather purple smoke rocks. Compared to those delicate and fine cloths, rice is very precious. A bag of rice can save a life. The Heavenly Fate Plateau is really suffering from the insufficiency of food. Very quickly, Yun Long brought over 20 purple smoke rocks and 200 coppers. Nai Lai gave Yun Ling the cloths and food as he had promised. Purple smoke rocks can really be exchanged for food. After taking the 2 bags of rice, Yun Ling felt as though she was in dream. What they have been eating were wooden powders, scraped from a tree called the Myang tree. Rice is a very precious thing. It is only affordable by a small amount of aristocrats. Even a bag of rice can be exchanged for a beautiful lady from the poor families. And she was actually able to obtain some for 10 pieces of purple smoke rock. Nai Lai, will this exchange stay valid? Yun Ling asked, appearing to be very excited. Naturally. Nai Lai nodded his head. However, I only have a limited amount of rice. 10 pieces of purple smoke rock can also be exchanged for 5 kattas of meat. Before coming, Nai Lai brought along many interspatial rings and filled them with food and all kind of other stuff. Okay, I'll go inform everyone. Yun Ling happily stood up. Purple smoke rock can be exchanged with rice and meat. She couldn't wait to let everyone know about it. If it's someone else, they would definitely keep this a secret and try to secretly get rich. However, Yun Ling did not have these kinds of thoughts. She only wants to let everyone exchange some food so that their lifestyles can be a lot better. After Yun Ling left, the youth walked towards Nai Lai and sat in front of him. Nice to meet you. My name is Xiao Yang. I heard that brother is willing to use rice and meat to exchange 10 pieces of purple smoke stone. Xiao Yun said as he looked at Nai Lai. This is the first time he had seen an outsider in so many years. Therefore, he is filled with curiosity about Nai Lai. Correct, Nai Lai nodded. I wonder what uses does the purple smoke rock have? Asked Xiao Yang, trying to probe. Everyone had their attention on the part about being able to exchange rice and meat, but Xiao Yang had noticed the bit about the purple smoke rock. I'm not able to tell you that, said Nai Lai, shaking his head. Xiao Yang nodded his head and did not ask any further. Since Nai Lai is willing to use rice and meat to exchange for purple smoke rocks, they should definitely have a great usage for it. It's totally understandable that Nai Lai isn't willing to say. Originally, there wasn't a need to make a big deal out of the collection of the purple smoke rocks, because Nai Lai isn't prepared to stay in the Heavenly Fate Plateau for a long time and will be leaving after a few days. Furthermore, the strongest in the plateau is just a 1-star black gold rank fighter. Practically no one is able to threaten him. Therefore, Nai Lai did not bother about it. If it's a 1-star black gold rank demon spiritualist, then perhaps Nai Lai would need to be a little afraid. However, since it's just a 1-star black gold rank fighter, there isn't a need to bother about it. Although Nai Lai only has the cultivation of 2-star gold rank, by using all kinds of methods, he's able to cause headaches to black gold rank experts. The amount of black gold rank experts dying in the hands of Nai Lai is also not just a few. After the information had been spread out, the efficiency of exchanging increased. Regarding the news of being able to exchange rice and meat for purple smoke rocks, many people were doubtful about that. However, there were still many people who believed in Yun Ling's words. They all carried the attitude of giving it a try and brought some purple smoke rocks over. Many people only gathered 1 or 2 of them. Even though there are many purple smoke rocks, they weren't everywhere. A purple smoke rock for half a caddy of meat and 10 for a bag of rice, Nai Lai quickly became busy. Purple smoke rock can actually be used to exchange for meat and rice. Good heavens, it's actually real. Very quickly, the news began to spread even faster after some of the people obtained rice and meats. Continuously, many people brought purple smoke rocks over to exchange with Nai Lai. The amount of people that went to search for purple smoke rocks in the wild also suddenly increased in numbers. From the constant gathering of purple smoke rocks, the amount quickly rose to a few thousand. The amount of people that were exchanging food were also increasing more and more, practically stuffing the door of the kanji shop. Xiao Yang and the rest did not think that Nai Lai would have so much rice and meat. Furthermore, he did not show any signs of stopping. This guy is simply too rich. Suddenly, a ruckus was heard outside. Out of my way. Out of my way, get out of my way. Several well-built men pushed the crowd apart and walked into the kanji shop. The leading man was a bald young man. He wasn't wearing a shirt, so he was revealing his firm muscles. His face and body were also filled with sinister scars. "It's him. Nai Lai, he's the son of the chief. Be careful." Yun Ling anxiously reminded Nai Lai. Xiao Yang also had his brows knitted together. He never thought that Xiao Quang would come. Xiao Quang is the second son of the chief, having a cultivation of a 3-star yellow obsidian rank. In normal times, he is extremely arrogant and tyrannical. The amount of fights and people he's beaten for fun is more than just a few. Xiao Yang looked at Nai Lai, not knowing how to deal with him. If Nai Lai can't be dealt with, then he will have to come out and settle this. "Oh, outsider." Xiao Quang arrogantly stepped on the chair with one foot, looking very overbearing. "Do you know where this is? If you want to start a business here, you have to pay taxes." "Taxes? I wonder what taxes do I have to pay?" Nai Lai lightly looked at Xiao Quang. "Business taxes? You exchanged so many purple smoke rocks. First take 500 bags of rice out before anything else. Otherwise, I'll show you a good time." Xiao Quang coldly snorted, emitting a violent killing intent from his body. After killing many demon beasts for a long amount of time, his body carried a bloodthirsty killing intent. "Xiao Quang, you're too arrogant." Yun Ling stepped forward and stared at Xiao Quang. "Yun Ling, on the face of your dad, I won't make things difficult for you." "Don't bother about this matter, go away." Xiao Quang coldly snorted. Nai Lai pulled Yun Ling to the side and said, smiling, "Young Master Xiao Quang, I indeed have 500 rice with me. If you want to take them away, then we must see if you have the capability to do so." "Oh, foreigner, you're quite arrogant. Do you know what this place is?" Xiao Quang stared viciously at Nai Lai. "I know, the Heavenly Fate Plateau. The strongest leader here appears to be only 1-star black gold rank." Nai Lai lightly smiled. Under his intimidation, Nai Lai did not even have the slightest weakening in his manner. Xiao Quang couldn't help pondering, just who is this Nai Lai? After all, he is the son of the chief. Although he is usually a little arrogant, he's not the kind of person that doesn't have any brains. He coldly smiled and asked, "Brat, where are you from?" "Glory City." Nai Lai calmly said, maintaining his calm composure. "Glory City? Where is that? Do you guys know about that place?" Xiao Quang turned around and asked his underlings. "No idea." His underlings all shook their heads. They have never even stepped out of the Heavenly Fate Plateau before. Chapter 191. Don't need it anymore. What kind of place is Glory City? Xiao Quang sneered, disdain showing on his face. Although he said that he was pondering deep within his heart, the opposite party might have a big background, which must be why Nai lies so fearless. Glory City is a city. We have withstood the attacks from the demon beasts and established a city in one of the mountain valleys in the Saint Ancestral Mountains. Although we would suffer from the attacks of the demon beast horde once every 100 years, and there are many times where Glory City was nearly destroyed, but due to the countless seniors sacrificing their lives, the city always managed to survive through it all. Nai Lai proudly said. If it wasn't for the 100 million level demon beast horde, Glory City would have still been able to remain down the line in his previous life. Hearing what Nai Lai said, both Yun Ling and Xiao Yang had expressions of anticipation on their faces. Just what kind of city is it? They have been hiding in the plateau, which is why they managed to escape the fate of being killed by the demon beast hordes. However, Glory City has fought with the demon beasts face to face. What is the population of Glory City? Xiao Quang asked, his heart slightly trembling. They're able to withstand the attacks from the demon beast horde. It's something even their Heavenly Fate Plateau doesn't dare to do. If Glory City has towering power and is close by, and if he were to offend Nai Lai, wouldn't that mean? My Glory City has a population of millions with hundreds of thousands of experts. The lowest cultivation is bronze obsidian, silver obsidian, and gold obsidian. Among these experts, a majority of them are demon spiritualists. We also have hundreds of black obsidian experts and 2 legend rank experts. Nai Lai calmly said as he lightly stared at Xiao Quang and the rest. Hearing what Nai Lai said, An uproar was caused by some people on the side. Hundreds of thousands of experts, countless amounts of black obsidian ranks, and 2 legend rank expert, my goodness. Yun Ling and the rest were all shocked. This is simply unimaginable. After listening to the conversation, even the people in the surrounding area had their hearts trembling. With such terrifying strength, a casual group of people would be sufficient to crush their heavenly fate plateau. Even Xiao Quang was scared to the point that his face ashened. After calming down a little, he raised his head and snorted in disbelief. Hundreds of thousands of experts! You must be boasting. Boasting? Nai Lai glanced at Xiao Quang with disdain. You can follow me to have a look and see if I'm boasting. Nai Lai's right hand moved and suddenly shined with the radiance of his blazing soul force. Demon spiritualist, gold obsidian rank? Seeing this scene, Xiao Quang's eyes almost popped out. How old is Nai Lai? At most, he's only 14 or 15, and yet he is already a gold obsidian rank demon spiritualist. Then, the information about Glory City having powerful strength might not be such a strange thing after all. Xiao Quang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although he can do as he wished in the Heavenly Fate Plateau without caring for the consequences, the opposite party came from such a huge city and has such terrifying strength behind him. If he were to offend Nai Lai, then it'll definitely bring the calamity of annihilation. Kill Nai Lai. Ridiculous. What if the opposite party came prepared and some of Glory City's experts tracked this area? After pondering for a long time, Xiao Quang understood that it's best not to provoke this person in front of him. Xiao Quang awkwardly removed his leg from the chair and scratched his head as he chuckled. The rest were also shocked. So there is such a magnificent city in the Saint, ancestral mountains that has hundreds of thousands of experts, not to mention that they also have 2 legend rank existences. Many people had expectation rise in their hearts. Due to their Heavenly Fate Plateau suffering from insufficient food, someone would often die from hunger. A city with countless experts must be very fertile and rich. Otherwise, why would Nai Lai use rice and meat to exchange for their purple smoke rocks? Aha, there must have been some kind of misunderstanding. I thought there was someone causing trouble. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, we will naturally welcome the young master as a guest of the Heavenly Fate Plateau, since you've exchanged so much food with us. In the Heavenly Fate Plateau, if you have any needs, I, Xiao Quang, will do my best to help the young master. It was a surprise to see a smile on Xiao Quang's scarred and vicious face. The changes in Xiao Quang's attitude was simply too fast. This caused Xiao Yang, Yun Ling, and some others to look at him with despise. He's multi-faced and a coward. After he heard that the opposing party had such a deep background, Xiao Quang was only short of kneeling down to the other party. Xiao Quang doesn't care about others' thoughts about him. He has to deal with Nai Lai first before anything else. He wants to please this young master. If the other party became irritated and decided to destroy his plateau, then he would have nothing left. As for backbone, how much does that thing cost? Xiao Yang opened his mouth and asked. I wonder how far is Glory City from here? He can sense that Nai Lai isn't someone that is hard to associate with. The reason why he said all that earlier was to show Xiao Quang true strength. After hearing Xiao Yang's question, the surrounding people couldn't help quieting down and listen attentively. Rushing here from Glory City would require roughly 10 days. If you guys want to walk the safest route, you might need roughly 2 months. Nai Lai said. After a sudden idea, he said, I can draw the map out for you. If an opportunity arises, you can go and have a look to see if I'm lying. After you get there, you can announce my name and say that it was me that told you to go there. The guards of the City Lord's mansion will naturally arrange something appropriate for you. Although the amount of experts in the Heavenly Fate Plateau isn't much, it is a place with a black gold rank expert and many gold and silver rank experts. If they moved into Glory City, then they would be able to give Glory City a little boost in strength. Furthermore, the only reason why the Heavenly Fate Plateau doesn't have many experts is because the amount of cultivation techniques is too little. There are many people with the talent to cultivate, but they would have to cultivate another technique from the start. In that way, their strength will have a huge increase. Furthermore, the Heavenly Fate Plateau is so small, it won't be able to threaten the safety of Glory City at all. Glory City is actually so close from here, and they only have to announce Nai Lai's name to get properly arranged by the City Lord's mansion. Could it be that Nai Lai is from the City Lord's mansion? If so, then he simply can't be belittled. Xiao Quang deeply glanced at Nai Lai. Luckily, he did not offend him, nor did he have any thoughts of pursuing the matter. After Nai Lai finished speaking, the inhabitants of the Heavenly Fate Plateau couldn't help feeling a little happy. If there is such a place, then it's just too great. Nai Lai took a drawn, dense map out and said, "This is the map to Glory City's surroundings. I will draw a map and a route for you guys so you can reach Glory City. Glory City's map." Everyone couldn't help glancing at the table. The city with thousands of miles of circumference is Glory City. Isn't the amount of space a little too huge? The Heavenly Fate Plateau wasn't not even a tenth of Glory City. Furthermore, there are large pieces of farmland close by, making everyone green with envy upon seeing them. Isn't there any food insufficiency since Glory City has so many people? Someone asked. Nai Lai lightly smiled as he shook his head and said, "The farmland is enough to provide for millions of people. The majority of the farmland is used to cultivate herbs. In the mountain range of Glory City, there is a countless varieties of fruit trees that can be plucked as one wishes. Every year, the experts of Glory City would kill tens of millions of demon beasts. The surplus of meat that can't be consumed can only be left there to rot." At this moment, even Xiao Quang, as the chief's son, couldn't help expectation rise up within his heart. Is Glory City as fertile as Nai Lai said? Even though he's the chief's son, he has to personally hunt for his own food, which is where the scars on his body came from. The Heavenly Fate Plateau is simply too poor. There are many people often dying from hunger. Nai Lai drafted a map, passed it over to Xiao Yang, and said, "I will only be staying here for 2 to 3 days. I still have to go deeper into the ancestral mountains to train." Xiao Yang carefully took hold of the map, and Xiao Quang was already rubbing his hands, looking very excited. These youngsters were looking forward to a good life. It's highly possible for some of these people to long for Glory City. However, some of the elders probably won't agree to it. After all, those old men have already lived in the Heavenly Fate Plateau for too long. However, all of this isn't something that Nai Lai can control. He provided them with the map, but whether they go or not up to them. Nai Lai continued exchanging purple smoke rock for food. An uproar rose up from the crowd of people. Some of them were discussing in soft voices. Purple smoke rock is definitely a priceless treasure in Glory City, but he is only giving us a bag of meat in exchange. We wanted him exchange for more rice and meat. Yeah, exchange for more. These people were blocking some of the others from exchanging with Nai Lai. "We're all about to die from hunger. Are you still letting us live?" Some of the people were still determined to exchange with Nai Lai. Sensing the commotion among the people, Nai Lai lightly sighed. It's true that the purple caltrop rock is a treasure, but there is only a small amount of people that knows the usage of it. As for Nai Lai, purple caltrop rock is only something he will use while he is a gold rank. After he reaches a higher rank, the purple caltrop rock will be useless. Just because he is able to use the purple caltrop rock doesn't mean that others will also know how to use it. The poison in the purple caltrop rock needs to be handled with special methods in order to dissolve it safely. No matter what treasure it is, if one doesn't know how to make use of it, then it'll just be garbage. The reason why Nai Lai used food and meat to exchange purple smoke rock with these people is because some of the people here have given assistance to the Glory City survivors when they were escaping in his previous life. However, there were many people who wanted to chase them away, and eventually chased them out of the Heavenly Fate Plateau, which caused Nai Lai and the rest to have no choice but to move on in their unknown journey. Nai Lai feels that he has already done his utmost. Since these people are greedy and never satisfied, there is nothing more to be done. After a while, when no one was willing to exchange purple caltrop rock anymore, he faced the crowd and lightly smiled. Since everyone has finished exchanging their purple smoke rocks for food, I'll stop. I already have enough to use, so everyone can go back now. There will not be any more acquisitions in the future. Hearing Nai Lai's words, the crowd immediately explode into a loud commotion. Young master, I still have some purple smoke rocks here. Exchange with me. Young master, I have some with me too. Nai Lai glanced at the ones that called out. These people are the greediest among them all. He shook his head and said, I don't need them anymore. Chapter 192, 3-star gold rank. After hearing Nai Lai's words, some of them showed ferocious expressions on their faces. However, since Xiao Quang and Xiao Yang were on his side, they withstood taking action. They don't care what happens to Heavenly Fate Plateau, they only want more food, more wealth. Nai Lai's expression was calm as he said to Xiao Quang and Xiao Quang, Since I have finished my acquisition, I'll take my leave first. Nai Lai isn't willing to stay here for too long. After all, he has a tight schedule and has to quickly train. After speaking, Nai Lai left. With his departure, the place went into a long silence. Xiao Yang, do you think that what this Nai Lai said is true? Xiao Quang asked. Xiao Yang glanced at Xiao Quang with expectation. Xiao Quang is normally domineering and arrogant. It's rare for him to put his status down and ask him his opinion. Xiao Yang lightly smiled and said, If it's false, young master, Xiao Quang should have been able to differentiate. He has no reason to lie to us, with how poor our Heavenly Fate Plateau is. Even if Nai Lai used 1 bag of rice for 100 purple smoke rock, there would be people willing to continuously give him purple smoke rock. Do you think he's stupid to use 1 bag of rice to exchange for 10 purple smoke rocks? Obviously not. He only took pity on our plateau and wanted to give assistance to us. Xiao Quang lowered his head to ponder and said, It seems that this Glory City is a really rich land. That could be right. However, young Master Xiao Quang, if we were to move the tribe, then you would no longer be the young master of the plateau. After all, we would be lodging under another person's roof in that place, said Xiao Yang. With Xiao Quang's arrogant character, he probably wouldn't get used to being in another people's territory. Xiao Quang's brows twitched. Am I that kind of garbage? I admit that I've acted very tyrannical, but do you think that I would be reluctant to give up my position as the young master of the tribe? Heavenly Fate Plateau is so poor, and people are dying of hunger every day. If we can be moved to a fertile location, and I was to kneel in front of another person, so what? I will personally lead our people to follow this route to Glory City and have a look. If there is such a place, then I will use any possible method to convince the old man. At least, it's better than dying from hunger in this kind of place. Hearing what Xiao Quang said, Xiao Yang stunned for a while. For the first time, he actually had a faint amount of respect rise up for this arrogant young master. If you're bringing some people to investigate the situation in Glory City, then bring me along, Xiao Yang proudly said. Although the trip will be dangerous, he will not cower because of it. Okay, deal. Deal. At this moment, Nai Lai was already proceeding towards the depths of the Heavenly Fate Plateau. This plateau has a circumference of 100 miles, surrounded by sheer cliffs and precipitous rock faces, making it extremely dangerous. Which is also the reason why the majority of demon beasts couldn't come up. Therefore, the Heavenly Fate Plateau was able to survive till now. But on the plateau, there are some monsters that would appear from time to time. However, those monsters aren't exceptionally strong. Therefore, with Nai Lai's life-protecting methods, he doesn't have to worry about them. Nai Lai entered into the depths of the Heavenly Fate Plateau. In a place where the sun's rays are the most concentrated, he stopped before a huge stone. Thereafter, he laid an array down using a few hundred purple caltrop rocks and carved mysterious inscription patterns on the array. He sat on top of the stone and began his training. The reason why Nai Lai acquired the purple caltrop rocks was so that he can raise his cultivation and reach a higher world. The blazing sun shined on the purple caltrop rocks and was emitting a bright radiance. Thereafter, strands of purple smoke slowly rose up and gathered together above the array, enveloping Nai Lai. The purple smoke became thicker and thicker, and Nai Lai's figure was gradually blurred. Nai Lai inhaled a deep breath, and the purple smoke was suddenly emptied from the area as it was breathed in by Nai Lai into his abdomen. As Nai Lai began refining the smoke, the soul force in his soul realm constantly expanded. The shadow devil and fanged panda in his soul realm were also absorbing the soul force, growing stronger and stronger. This heavenly fate plateau is located on top of the mountain. Although the temperature is rather low, it's exposed to sunlight 3/4 of the time every day. This is also the reason why Nai Lai can have a large amount of time to train. This purple smoke does contain toxin. Nai Lai could feel that a countless amount of soul force was constantly piercing his soul realm, causing the veins on his body to pop out. This kind of feeling of being continuously pierced by needles is very painful, causing him to grind his teeth in silent pain. However, Nai Lai continued to endure this pain and continued to expand his soul realm, making his soul realm have a larger capacity. Nai Lai could feel that the vine that is connected with his fanged panda and shadow devil is also growing stronger and larger, and actually grew a leaf on one side. He has no idea how this vine was formed. He knows that the entire thing is formed by soul force and is nurtured with soul force, making it grow larger. It's extremely miraculous. As time passed, Nai Lai felt his soul realm explode. Under the terrifying pain, waves of soul force circulated throughout his limbs and veins, constantly exploding within his body. Nai Lai could feel his own strength growing without restraint. Originally, Nai Lai's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of a 2-star gold rank, but after catalyzing the purple caltrop rock, it had finally undergone a transformation. From head to toe, there would be the constant sound of exploding. His soul force already entered 3-star gold rank. His physical body also received a huge increase. Right now, he had only used a few hundred of purple caltrop rocks. With so much purple caltrop rocks in his hand, it's already sufficient for Nai Lai to continue his breakthrough into 4-star gold rank. The effect of these purple caltrop rocks is still quite obvious. Nai Lai continued to swallow the smoke from the purple caltrop rocks and trained his cultivation. While Nai Lai was focused with his training, a group of people, a few miles away, were walking towards his direction. The leading man had loosely shattered hair and a well-built physique that's even more robust than Xiao Quang's. He wasn't wearing a shirt, only pants, and carried 2 huge hammers with both of his hands. His entire body is full of powerful, robust muscle. 7 people with different heights and physiques, but looking very vigorous, were following behind him. Boss Xiao Lang, we've confirmed that the kid had gone in that direction. As long as he doesn't go down the mountain, he will surely be on the Heavenly Fate Plateau. A skinny monkey-like man said beside the well-built man. Although his physique is slim, he is very lean. Rubbish, you think I don't know that? Xiao Lang scolded. Yes, Boss Xiao Lang is right in scolding me. The skinny monkey chuckled. The few people on the side also said, that kid had so many interspatial rings, there is definitely quite a number of good stuff in them. Although he is a gold obsidian ranked, we have 3 gold obsidian rank and 5 silver obsidian rank men. Are we scared that we can't deal with that kid? After we kill him and snatch his stuff, we won't have to worry about food anymore for the rest of our lives. Yeah, that kid actually used 1 bag of rice to exchange 10 purple smoke rocks. Even if he were to use 1 bag to exchange for 100 or 1,000, there would be lots of people willing to exchange with him. If he were to offer 5 bags of rice, he might even be able to exchange that Wang family's beautiful doll. Boss Xiao Lang is a 5-star gold obsidian rank pinnacle expert. We'll snatch his stuff and exchange them for a few beautiful wives to play with, haha. The few people savagely laughed. Nai Lai is in midst of his training, currently in the selfless state. The vine was slowly growing, and Nai Lai felt as though his soul perception was expanding outside his body and continued to expand to the surrounding area. He can sense the surrounding trees and even a little bug. Flowers, Birds, trees all have a soul. Nai could see the souls within them. When they came in contact with his soul force, these soul bodies couldn't help feeling overjoyed. At this moment, Nai understood. He has already stepped on a different cultivation Tao from his previous life. If he were to continue down this Tao, he might be able to see a different heaven and earth. Roughly a few minutes later, Nai sensed something and slowly opened his eyes. He was aware that there would be some people in the Heavenly Fate Plateau that were unable to restrain themselves from taking action against him. The Heavenly Fate Plateau is too poor. There are too many vicious people. They will definitely not sit quietly and let him leave. However, Nai was prepared for them a long time ago. 3 gold rank and 5 silver rank. When Nai used his soul force to perceive the leading Xiao Lang, his eyes shot out a ray of chilling radiance. This Xiao Lang had been drenched by quite a lot of blood. He had once killing many refugees from Glory City. In this life, one revenge for another. Nai was already prepared to not let Xiao Lang leave alive. "Boss, that kid is over there." The skinny monkey cried out. He already discovered Nai's location with his sharp eyes. "Surround him." The corner of Xiao Lang's mouth leaked a cold smile, filled with endless killing intent. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk, asterisk whoosh, asterisk, asterisk whoosh, asterisk. 8 people took a corner and enveloped Nai, surrounding him. After confirming that Nai could no longer escape, they stood their ground. Seeing the 8 people coming, Nai calmly stood up. "HMPH, kid, hand over everything you have and I will spare your life. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this Heavenly Fate Plateau." Xiao Lang coldly said as he lifted his 2 hammers. His voice caused the surrounding trees to rustle. As a 5-star gold rank expert, he is ranked 3 in the entire Heavenly Fate Plateau. Even the chief couldn't do anything to him. "If you want me to hand everything over, then we'll have to see if you have the capability to do so." Nai's tone was very calm. Xiao Lang felt his eyelid twitching. Even though he was facing the encirclement of 8 people, Nai was still so calm, his cultivation must be exceptional. However, Xiao Lang won't be scared to flee with just that. He is someone that has been living by the blade. He's had to fight with all kinds of demon beasts on a daily basis. He is already used to life and death situations. Wealth is only obtainable through risk. He obviously understands this point. "Brat, since you refused the toast and have to be forced, taste this hammer of mine." Xiao Lang furiously leaped towards Nai like a fierce tiger. Chapter 193. Towards the Black Spring, 5-star gold rank fighter. For a fighter, Xiao Lang's strength is pretty good. However, that's only limited to fighters. Nai furiously roared. His body quickly underwent a transformation as he quickly integrated with his fanged panda demon spirit. His sturdy body instantly surpassed Xiao Lang's. "Good heavens, this kid has integrated with a demon spirit," few of them exclaimed. Seeing this scene, Xiao Lang's heart madly jumped. However, his huge hammer was already half swung, making it practically impossible to retract them. In the entire Heavenly Fate Plateau, the amount of demon spiritualists is extremely few in number. Because they have no combat skills in their techniques, in Nai's view, these people were no different from barbarians. Gravity field. Seeing Xiao Lang pouncing at his direction, Nai suddenly utilized a combat ability. The original weight of the hammer that Xiao Lang was swinging had suddenly increased several folds, making it even more frightening than it originally was. Xiao Lang suddenly felt the horrible weight, and his veins were popping out all over his face as he forcefully lifted the hammer up without letting it smash to the ground. Is this the demon spiritualist's combat ability? It is indeed strong. However, he won't admit defeat so easily. The stronger Nai is, the more of Xiao Lang's bloodthirsty nature was drawn out. He lifted the hammer and threw it towards Nai. Even though the huge hammer came whistling towards him, Nai did not retreat. He waved his palm over and struck the iron hammer. Thunder strike boom. A huge, terrifying explosion was heard. The fanged panda's palm smacked Xiao Lang's iron hammer, making it fly dozens of meters away before it fell to the ground with a asterisk boom asterisk, creating a deep crater from the impact. Xiao Lang's right hand trembled. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was torn apart. Blood was flowing out from the wound. He never thought that this fanged panda would have such frightening strength and would actually surpass a 5-star gold rank fighter like him. The surrounding men were dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. None of them thought that Nai Lai would have such powerful strength at such a young age. One must know that Xiao Yang is already the 3rd strongest expert in the Heavenly Fate Plateau. If you add his extraordinary strength, even the chief would have to give him face. None of them ever thought that Nai Lai would smack the iron hammer away with only a single strike. They all glanced at each other, then simultaneously pounced towards Nai Lai. Nai Lai looked at the surrounding area. Even though he was facing so many people at once, he wasn't even a little frantic. After he reached 3-star gold rank, he was just about to find someone to test his strength on. Although the physique of the fanged panda is a little chubby and somewhat simple, his movements weren't slow at all. Feeling a palm attacking coming towards him, Nai Lai turned sideways and slightly moved back, dodging the attack and then threw out a counterattack palm. Boom! A figure was sent flying. Don't go head-on-head with him. Attack his lower body and make him fall. Xiao Lang furiously barked, waving his huge hammer as he headed towards Nai Lai again. When he went face to face against him, he realized that Nai Lai's strength is too frightening. Therefore, he could only use the methods he would usually use when hunting demon beasts. Just when the skinny monkey pounced towards Nai Lai's lower body, Nai Lai suddenly bent down and jabbed his knees against the face of the skinny monkey. Asterisk peng asterisk blood madly spurted from his nose as he flew away. Nai Lai's movements are very agile as he used all of his limbs. He sent 7 people flying with only a few moves. Die! While Nai Lai was attacking someone else, Xiao Lang leaped up and mercilessly swung his hammer towards Nai Lai. Seeing the beast-like ferocity of Xiao Lang's eyes, a chilling ray flashed across Nai Lai's eyes. This Xiao Lang has done all kinds of evils in the past, and now he wants to kill him for his fortune. Even death cannot wipe away his crimes. Nai Lai roared and spat out a black sphere and a white sphere. The black sphere and white sphere danced around each other as they flew towards Xiao Lang. When he saw the black sphere and white sphere flying towards his direction, Xiao Lang became stunned. At such a close distance, not to mention that he's still in midair, he's unable to dodge it. Furthermore, with the huge hammer in both hands, he had a huge difficulty of shifting his direction. Boom! The yin-yang blast exploded once they spheres made contact with Xiao Lang's chest. That terrifying impact instantly sent Xiao Lang flying, incessantly spinning in the air. He collided with a huge tree after flying for dozens of meters and then fell to the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the one leftover hammer flew about 5 to 6 meters before it fell to the ground and made another deep hole in the ground. Seeing this scene, the remaining men were dumbfounded. The explosion earlier was too frightening. Although they were 7 to 8 meters away, they could feel the frightening force of the impact. Just what combat skill is this? It's too terrifying. Their boss, Xiao Lang, is a 5-star gold rank fighter. He even has extraordinary strength. However, the outcome was having one of his hammers blown away from the first attack, and he himself was sent flying with the second attack. Furthermore, the might of that explosion was too frightening. After suffering from that attack, he probably wouldn't be able to survive anymore. With such little ability, you dared to try to rob me. Nai Lai shrugged. In his view, although Xiao Lang is a 5-star gold rank fighter, he was no different from a barbarian. Nai Lai did not even get the chance to use his whole strength at all. 2 moves killed a 5-star gold rank fighter. Just how horrifying is this demon spiritualist? The remaining 7 felt their knees go soft. They had just realized that they provoked the wrong person. The 7 of them immediately wanted to turn around and escape. Although they had suffered some injuries from the fight with Nai Lai earlier, at this moment, those wounds couldn't stop them from running for their lives. How can they still be bothered about the wounds on their body when their lives were on the line. Suddenly, all of them felt their weight increase by several fold, and a wave of killing intent extended to them, scaring them stiff. You guys can try to escape, and we'll see how many of you will die in the process. To them, Nai Lai's calm voice sounded as though it had come from hell. The 7 men immediately turned back around and knelt down before him. "Hero, spare my life. Lord Demon Spiritualist, please spare my life. We're not provoking you on purpose, my lord. It was all Xiao Lang. He prompted us to do so. We didn't want to do it. He forced us, and we had no choice but to do as he said." The 7 of them were crying in a mess of mucus and tears flowing down their faces, making them look very miserable. If Xiao Lang was still alive, they definitely wouldn't dare to speak like this. However, now that he is dead, they will naturally pour the dirty water on him. Nai Lai snorted as if he'd believe these people's nonsense. The 7 of them have done all kinds of evil. They deserve to die. However, he left them alive since they have their own uses. He said, "All of you get up. I'll spare you lives today, but you have to go to a place with me." Hearing what Nai Lai just said, the 7 of them thought they had been pardoned and immediately kowtowed in gratitude. "Thanks you, hero. Thank you, Lord Demon Spiritualist. I wonder, where is the place that Lord wants us to follow?" Nai Lai lightly glanced at them and coldly smiling. "The Black Spring." The 7 of them had their faces turn ghastly pale from his words. Never in their wildest imaginations would they have thought that Nai Lai would want to visit such a dangerous place. "Lord, that place is absolutely unvisitable. That place is too dangerous. There is only death in that route," Nai Lai calmly said. "This is my decision. It's not something that you can choose. I'm not going to that place." The skinny monkey looked as though he had went crazy as he ran out. Nai Lai coldly snorted and unleashed his gravity field, causing the skinny monkey's speed to be stunted a little as he quickly showed up beside him and gave him a thunder strike. The skinny monkey was sent flying dozens of meters before he heavily fell to the ground, no longer moving. "What about you guys?" Nai Lai coldly swept his gaze at the remaining 6. The 6 of them felt the terrifying killing intent from Nai Lai as a chill went down their spines. Nai Lai's meaning was clear. If they don't go to the Black Spring, only death awaits them. If they do go to the Black Spring, then they will be able to die later. Although they were breaking into cold sweats from the thought of the Black Spring, they do not have any other option now. "My lord, we will go," the 6 of them cried. Their intestines greened from regret. If they knew that such a thing would happen, they wouldn't have come to try to kill and rob him. In the end, they weren't able to rob him and were suffering for it. Not to mention that they have to go to that frightening Black Spring. This time, they will definitely die. The 6 of them took the lead, with Nai Lai following behind them. When they reached a fork in the road, the 6 of them walked on the left path. "Go right. You guys were walking the wrong way. If you guys want to die, just say so." Nai Lai's cold voice came from their backs as his killing intent enveloped them. "We're wrong. Please forgive us, my lord." The 6 of them immediately turned around and wondered how Nai Lai knew the way to the Black Spring. One of the men cried, "Since my lord knows where the Black Spring is, why do you still need us to lead you?" "Since I got you guys to lead the way, you will lead the way. Don't speak so much nonsense." Nai Lai coldly snorted. Since he was facing this bunch of guys, Nai Lai would naturally not be polite. The 6 of them felt their knees go soft. In their eyes, Nai Lai was like a death god that came from hell, scaring them to the point that their hearts were trembling. The group of 7 walked deeper and deeper, eventually entering into the depths of the forest. After a long time, a group of people arrived at the location that Nai Lai, Xiao Lang, and his bunch fought at. The one leading the group was a white-haired old man that has a well-built body. Xiao Quang and a few others were following behind this old man. This group of people stopped in their tracks as they surveyed the surrounding area. There were 2 corpses on the ground and signs of a battle. Seeing this scenario, the old man frowned. A fight seems to have broken out here. Xiao Quang walked to one of the corpses and said in shock, "Father, this is Xiao Lang?" Xiao Lang is one of the tyrannical people in the Heavenly Fate Plateau, with his strength having reached 5-star gold obsidian rank. Even Xiao Quang's father, Xiao Wu, wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Xiao Lang had extraordinary strength and was dauntless, having done nothing less than killing and robbing, creating a notorious name for himself. They never thought that Xiao Lang would actually be killed. After surveying the surrounding area, a deep shock appeared in Xiao Wu's eyes as he said, Xiao Lang's steps were very heavy. From here to here, there are signs of attacks and then a collision around here. There isn't any footprints from his opponent here, therefore he should be standing on this rock. After reaching here, Xiao Lang's footsteps suddenly went heavier, should be from the signs of having his strength pushed to the limit. However, there isn't any more footprints here, so we can tell he should have jumped. Although there are also footprints at other locations, there isn't any signs of battling. Therefore, Xiao Lang should have been killed in just 1 or 2 moves. Chapter 194, Mysterious Inscription Pattern. Xiao Quang hoarsely said, "How is this possible? Who could have the capability to defeat Xiao Lang in 1 strike? Father, I'm afraid that even you might not be able to accomplish that." "Indeed, I'm unable to do that." Xiao Wu bitterly smiled as he shook his head, then said, "Look at his wounds again. He shouldn't have been wounded by a fist or a leg, so it should be a type of demon spirit. This demon spirit has powerful combat abilities to the point that it's simply unimaginable. It's able to send Xiao Lang flying dozens of meters. A demon spirit's combat ability that's able to send him flying dozens of meters." Xiao Quang was shocked once again. "Correct." Xiao Wu nodded. With such a powerful demon spiritualist, the others felt uneasy. A demon spirit's combat ability that was used to kill Xiao Lang must be very tyrannical. If such a person were to take action against the Heavenly Fate Plateau, the entire plateau might be destroyed by him alone. Father, could the person that killed Xiao Quang be that young man? But he's too young. Xiao Quang asked in shock as he thought of something. But how is this possible? He's just a 14-year-old youth. If he's able to defeat Xiao Lang, then his strength must be on par with a black obsidian rank fighter's. In the distant past, geniuses were all around. Having a 14-year-old black obsidian rank expert might not be uncommon. When our Heavenly Fate Plateau escaped, there wasn't any demon spiritualist cultivation technique being passed down. However, if Glory City were to have many experts, then there would be completed cultivation techniques being passed down, Xiao Wu said. Since that young man claimed to be from the City Lord's mansion, then even if he isn't a black obsidian rank, he would probably have a black obsidian rank expert following him. In the future, we must treat him with courteous and care. Yes, Xiao Quang respectfully answered. Luckily, he was smart earlier and did not offend Nai Lai. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even know how he would die. Xiao Wu continued to survey the area a while longer, then said, 7 people went in that direction. 6 of them have rather heavy footsteps. They should be the underlings of Xiao Lang. The one with the lighter footsteps should be that youth. They followed the trail all way to the crossroad. Father, they went in that direction. Could it be that they are going to the Black Spring? Xiao Quang said in shock. Once someone enters the Black Spring, it's instant death. Even a black obsidian rank demon spiritualist might not be able to walk out, said Xiao Wu, inhaling a mouthful of cold air. They don't dare to continue forward because of the message that's been passed down since their ancestors. No one is allowed to go near the Black Spring. In the past, there were lots of people that didn't believe the message and entered, but they never returned. Xiao Lang's underlings wouldn't dare to enter the Black Spring. It's probably the youth who forced them in. What is that youth intending to do by going to the Black Spring? Xiao Wu knitted his brows as he looked towards the depths of the Black Forest. Nai Lai and his group have already been in there for God knows how long. Father, what should we do next? Asked Xiao Quang. Xiao Wu looked towards the dark forest and solemnly said, You wait here with some of our people, but don't enter the forest. Wait at least 2 days. If the youth comes out, then immediately bring him to our place as a guest. If he doesn't come out after 2 days, then return. Yes, Xiao Quang nodded. Deep in the dark forest, The place is filled with a light black fog. As the group continued to walk, they realized that there wasn't any traces of anyone coming in here before. They only saw wild grass growing everywhere. There wasn't even a demon beast. However, the ground was filled with demon beast and human bones. The 6 walking in front were shaking as they continued to walk. Asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk as they stepped on the bones of demon beasts, the sound of the bones breaking directly pierced into their trembling hearts. Gradually, their vision began to turn fuzzy, and they were staggering to the point that they were about to faint. Nai-Lai's right hand moved, and 6 balls flew into their mouths, forcing them swallow it. He also took one for himself. This forest is very dense and secluded. There were many black oil trees inside that were emitting a huge amount of toxins. As time passes by, these toxins would accumulate. Creatures, like the demon beasts, will slowly be poisoned the moment they entered. They would start to lose their consciousness and eventually die as they fell down. Thereafter, the corpses of these demon beasts would rot and form type of miasma. After swallowing Nai-Lai's pill, the 6 of them immediately felt refreshed. They understood what's going on. They were almost turned into those corpses on the ground. Luckily, Nai-Lai's elixirs worked. After they passed through the dense forest, they gradually arrived at a muddy marsh area. There isn't a path to follow anymore. There is only a mud marsh in front of us. There are marshes in other places as well. Once someone enters this place, they will fall into it. No matter how high the cultivation is, it won't be of any use because these swamps contain poison. The skin will rot away the moment it comes in contact with this swamp. The 6 of them looked at Nai-Lai. They longed for him to say that they will not proceed any further and would let them leave. Chop some wood, make them into planks, and lay them on the swamp. Nai-Lai calmly said. Hearing Nai-Lai's words, the 6 of them widened their mouths but did not say anything. In other swampy areas of the Heavenly Fate Plateau, they would definitely use this method. They thought that if they didn't mention it, Nai-Lai wouldn't be able to come up with the method to combat the swamp. They never thought that he would come up with the solution so easily. The 6 of them were crying bitterly in their hearts. Just what kind of monster did they encounter? He has a black obsidian rank cultivation at the age of 14, and his wisdom, agility, and thoughts were terrifyingly deep. They couldn't tell what Nai-Lai is thinking about in his head. After you guys help me complete 2 more objectives, you guys can go. First one is to lay down the route using planks. The second is to find some vines in the surrounding and make them into several thousands of meters of rope. They have to be sturdy. If you guys don't do a good job, you can remain here forever. Furthermore, don't try to get any ideas. The elixir that I gave you will only resolve the poison in your bodies for half an hour. Even if you guys leave this place, the poison will still take you. Once I give you guys the real antidote, only then will the poison be truly resolved. Nai-Lai calmly said. Young master, if we complete these tasks for you, we can really go. One of the guys asked with hope. They originally thought that they would be doomed. They never imagined that Nai-Lai would give them a path of living. The 5 others also looked at Nai-Lai. When they came to this black spring, they thought that they would definitely be dead. If Nai-Lai lets them off, they will be able to go back alive. I keep to my words. If you guys do a good job, I will let you all go. Since the main culprit is already dead, you 6 will have to repent sincerely and mend your ways. Otherwise, I definitely won't let you off. Nai-Lai coldly snorted. We will definitely mend our ways. Thank you, young master, for not killing us. We will definitely do a good job with the tasks you gave us. The 6 hurriedly kowtow in thankfulness. When they return, they definitely won't dare to commit evil again. One reason was Xiao Lang, who was already dead. Another was because the matter from today created a shadow in their hearts. If they can return alive, then that's simply the grace of the heavens. Hurry up, said Nai-Lai. He sat cross-legged in one place and began cultivating his soul force. The 6 of them began to work quickly, chopping wood and finding vines. Although they were weak and feeble in front of Nai-Lai, they are, after all, silver and gold rank experts. They were still fast with their tasks. When half an hour neared, the 6 of them felt dizzy again, and Nai gave them more elixirs. Sure enough, the poison will break out in half an hour. This time they were all well-behaved and no longer had any thoughts of escaping. After 5 hours, the 6 of them finished their work and passed the completed rope to Nai. "This is the antidote, you guys can leave," Nai said, passing an elixir to each of them. "Many thanks to young master for not killing us. We will definitely be a good people in the future." The 6 of them kowtowed to Nai, took the elixirs, and left immediately. They don't want to stay in this place filled with dangers lurking around for even an extra moment. The Black Spring is a mysterious place. In his previous life, Nai had unintentionally entered this place. Luckily, he did not die here and found some remnants. However, due to him only having limited knowledge in his previous life, he did not gain anything here and returned empty-handed. It wasn't until later that Nai found out that the remnants here are extraordinary. These remnants were definitely left behind by some apex experts. Following the route made by the planks, Nai skimmed over the marsh and reached a bulging, huge stone. It's an endless abyss at the bottom. Looking below, there's a cliff with a trail of black spring water flowing down, forming a vast waterfall. On the cliffs, there's a bulged-up platform. It seems like there's traces of human work here. At the bottom of the endless abyss is a bottomless pond. Inside the water, there was a terrifying aura occasionally leaking out. There were also faint roars coming from demon beasts, creating the feeling of suffocation from the abyss. If someone fell into this pond, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. Although Nai has no idea what's inside the pond, he can be sure that there's definitely some terrifying demon beast within. Nai tied one end to the sturdy rope to a big tree, and the other end dropped to the bottom of the cliff as he slowly moved down the rope, eventually landing on the platform. The platform has a circumference of 5 to 6 meters. The bottom of his feet and the wall are filled with all kinds of mysterious inscription patterns. In his previous life, Nai had only been able to reach to this point before he decided to leave, and did not take the chance to study these inscription patterns attentively. It wasn't until after he entered the temporal demon spirit book he gained a deeper understanding towards these inscription patterns. These inscription patterns are very profound. Probably even a supreme expert might not be able to lay them down. Chapter 195, Fire Spiritual God. 3 sealing inscription patterns with the lighting attribute and 6 sacred flame offensive inscription patterns. It'll be disastrous if these explode. I have to break the offensive inscription patterns before I open the sealing inscription patterns. Nai thought inwardly in his heart as he started to get busy. The complex level of these inscription patterns was even causing trouble for Nai as he continued to try breaking it. I wonder who laid this thing down. The one doing it should have a cultivation above legend rank. They must be trying to conceal something by laying down such a complex inscription pattern. Nai guessed in his heart. If an expert of that level is trying to conceal something, then casually taking the thing from within would have huge benefits for Nai. Nai deduced these inscription patterns again and again as he slowly broke them. His every move was very careful, because these inscription patterns are extremely dangerous. Even a legend rank expert would be easily killed if he carelessly activated them. Calculating these inscription patterns is a very complex process. A legend rank inscription pattern master is even rarer than a legend rank expert. Before the Age of Darkness, being an inscription pattern masters was a very respected job. And the one that laid these inscription patterns before him was above legend rank. Nai couldn't help having some anticipation. Just what kind of treasure is inside this cliff wall? The inscription patterns were being broken by Nai, one by one. First, he broke the 6 offensive inscription patterns, then the 3 sealing inscription patterns. The 3 sealing inscription patterns were even more complex than the offensive inscription patterns. I never thought that there would be someone from the human tribe that was actually able to reach the heavenly fate realm in this world, Nai thought to himself. Originally, the thought that only demon beasts can reach the heavenly fate realm in this world. He never thought that there was someone from the human tribe that was able to reach the heavenly fate realm as well. After 3 hours, Nai managed to finish breaking the 3 ceiling inscription patterns. When he finished breaking the inscription patterns, the cliff wall started to tremble. The wall gradually opened up. Looking into the opening, Nai saw that it's a serene and deep cave. The cave is damp, droplets of water would fall to the ground, converge together and became a stream of water. He has no idea where this deep cave leads to. It's as I thought, something is being concealed here. This should be where they stored their treasure, Nai hiddenly thought in his heart. A capable person is always daring. After surveying his surrounding and confirmed that there was no danger, Nai walked inside. Droplets of water were falling from the top of the cave, giving off a clear and crisp sound that echoed far into the deep cave. Every step that Nai took was particularly careful. The surrounding walls were filled with offensive inscription patterns. If he ignited any of them, he'd be a dead man. If it wasn't for the fact that he can tell what these inscription patterns are, even if an expert like Yizong was here, there would only be death. A large amount of effort was needed for just these inscription patterns. Just what exactly is so formidable in this cave? Nai couldn't help anticipation rising in his heart. At the corner of the cave, there's something that was emitting a dazzling light. Nai took few steps forward, towards the direction of the light. His eyesight also began to expand. This is a huge cave, filled with purple crystals the size of the lower half of a millstone. He has no idea what those are, nor how they were emitting faint purple light, illuminating this cave when there is no light to shine onto them. In the middle of this cave was a huge pond. Black-colored spring water was coming out from the top, but the pond wasn't overflowed. Who knows where it was flowing to? Nai surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that there wasn't any traps in the surrounding area, he walked up to it in relief. The surrounding area of the Black Spring also has a mysterious inscription pattern array, supporting a huge barrier. Could it be that the treasure is inside the Black Spring? Nai thought in his heart. He has to break the barrier before he can see if there is any poison in the water so he can make a decision. He looked over his surroundings again. There practically isn't any visible exit. Suddenly, Nai noticed that beside the Black Spring, there was something underneath the rock wall. With a move of his heart, he followed the rocks that were on the edge of the Black Spring. Nai slowly climbed over and landed on a flat rock. After examining it a while and confirmed that there wasn't any danger, Nai had his eyes on a pile of bones. There were fragments of 6 corpses. The bodies have already rotted away, leaving only a few remnants of bones behind. These bones have also pretty much decayed. But even so, Nai could still sense a rush of energy. This energy seems to be similar to soul force, but it also seems to be a level above soul force. He examined the remaining bones. There were many items dispersed around here, various kinds of armors and weapons. But, of course, they have all been covered with a layer of dust. After looking at the inscription patterns on these armors and weapons, he realized that they all seemed to be legend rank items. There were dozens of items left behind by these people. These armors and weapons were greatly damaged, but he can touch up a bit, and they should be good to use again. Legend rank armors and weapons, said Nai, sweeping his eyes over these corpses. He has no idea who they were. Taking a dead person's items can be considered as a little bad luck. However, these items cannot be wasted. Nai placed all the armors and weapons into his interspatial ring. After searching over the corpses a little more, Nai realized that there were interspatial rings on the fingers of these people. He removed the interspatial rings from them and gave search their insides. Inside every last one of these interspatial rings has the space of a few hundred meters in circumference. Sure enough, they really are legend rank experts. Even the interspatial rings that they used are good items. Nai exchanged one of the interspatial rings on this finger. Although time inside the interspatial ring flows slowly, the food and elixirs have all completely rotted away. Aside from food and elixirs, Nai still discovered a wasted demon crystal. Items like demon crystals will waste away to such degree after a few hundred years. If they are placed in an interspatial ring, tens of thousands of years may have passed. Could it be that these guys are people from tens of thousands of years ago? Nai Lai was surprised in his heart. Aside from the wasted demon crystal, Nai Lai found quite a bit of good stuff inside. There's a set of wind spirit armor inside the interspatial ring that is suitable for himself. This set of armor is as thin as a cicada's wing, extremely soft, and the size is adjustable. After wearing it, even a legend rank expert wouldn't be able to easily break through the defense of this armor. A pinnacle legend rank expert would have their attacks reduced by at least 90%. Furthermore, this thing can be worn on the inside and not be noticed by others. This is a good item. Just this wind spirit armor alone is already worth the trip. Although a long period of time has passed, the wind spirit armor was placed in the interspatial ring and didn't show any signs of damage. It can be worn straight away. Nai Lai removed his outer clothes and put the wind spirit armor on, then he put his clothes back on. He didn't feel even a little discomfort while wearing it. Nai Lai lightly smiled. With this wind spirit armor, he will have even more life guarding capital. After searching a while and unable to find anything else, Nai Lai walked back to the Black Spring. The barrier on the Black Spring isn't going to be easy to break. However, to Nai Lai at least, it's not an impossible task. Through the barrier, Nai Lai could sense some kind of majestic energy being accumulated inside. This kind of energy, if he can absorb them and train, he might be able to break through to black gold rank in one go. With a move of his heart, Nai Lai hurriedly looked for some methods to break through the barrier around the Black Spring. This inscription pattern array should have been laid down by those dead people. This barrier can maintain the energy inside to limit the amount of energy being dispersed. Just what were these people trying to conceal? Nai Lai thought in his heart as he sat down and began calculating a breaking method. No matter what they were trying to hide, it's impossible to stop him with just this inscription pattern array. Just when Nai Lai sat down and was preparing to break the inscription pattern array, a faint figure slowly appeared above the pond. It's a beautiful woman with an unparalleled appearance. She looks to be roughly around 25 or 26 years old. She's wearing a black muslin, has slender long brows and clear eyes that showed an indescribable sacred and pure look. Under the muslin, the curves of her figure could be seen. However, Nai Lai does not have any obscene thoughts. He was only quietly admiring her as he pondered. He's wondering who this beauty is, to leave a hint of her soul here. The real physique of this beauty probably has a strength that exceeds legend rank. He never thought that there would be such an expert in the divine continent. This lady has piqued Nai Lai's curiosity. In his previous life, when he left the divine continent, he thought that only demon beasts can reach the realm of heavenly fate. He has no idea what this lady encountered for her to only be left with a broken soul. However, by right, even if it's just a broken soul, it should still have its own consciousness with this kind of expert. While Nai Lai was looking at the beauty above, pondering his thoughts, the beauty suddenly opened her eyes. The atmosphere above the Black Spring instantly changed, turning into an endless sea of stars. Her eyes are deep and moving, emitting a kind of faint light as though she could see through everything. There was also a faint flame ignited over the surface of her body, as a red layer of clouds covered her cheeks. If it's any other person, they would definitely be attracted and be distracted by her beauty. However, Nai Lai's eyes were still calm. After experiencing a long amount of years, aside from Yi Ziyun, there is only a small amount of people that can cause his heart to palpitate. Nai Lai noticed the blazing energy covering her body. The energy seems to be a level higher than soul force. I have waited for several tens of thousands of years. I never thought that there would finally be people arriving here. Young man, what's your name? Her voice was very faint and was irregularly changing. My name is Nai Lai. Nai Lai calmly gave an answer and said, May I know who you are? She lightly said. My name is Yu Yan, the fire spiritual god. Chapter 196, Give it a try, Fire Spiritual God. Nai Lai recalled the snow wind spiritual god that was summoned in the city lord's mansion. At that point of time, Nai Lai had curiosity towards the snow wind spiritual god. The snow wind spiritual god only had a trace amount of thoughts, and already had such frightening strength, reaching the pinnacle of legend rank. Nai Lai previously thought that the snow-wind spiritual god was a creature from a different world. However, this woman claims to be a spiritual god. Could she be the same as the snow-wind spiritual god, the same kind of creature, he pondered in his heart. This woman should be an expert that has reached the heavenly fate realm. Once a legend rank steps into the heavenly fate realm, their lifespan would be endlessly extended. Unless there is some kind of special situation, they won't die. Upon reaching that level, no matter how many legend rank experts there are, they won't be able to become a heavenly fate realm expert's opponent. Just like before the Age of Darkness, thousands of legend rank experts ganged up against a demon beast that stepped into the heavenly fate realm. But that only led to the great disaster of humanity. Emperor Kong Ming, Spiritual Gods, the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. There are still too many mysteries in this world. Perhaps this world is even more complicated than Nai Lai saw in his previous life. Nai Lai could sense that this woman that self-proclaimed herself to be a spiritual god isn't the same as those experts in his previous life that stepped into the heavenly fate realm. Yu Yan's image looked at Nai Lai, showed a faint, gentle smile on her face, and said, "We're the spiritual gods of this world, in control of all kinds of laws in the heavens and earth. I am in control of fire. It's just that my physical body has been dissipated. My divine spark has been destroyed, becoming extremely small clusters of dust that has scattered to every corner of this world. However, we, spiritual gods, are indestructible. After a few tens of thousands of years, my divine spark will gradually regather together and reform my physical body." Indestructible spiritual gods, Nai Lai frowned his brows. Even if it's a heavenly fates expert, they would not be able to reform themselves back together after having their bodies shattered into clusters of dust. "Just what is a spiritual god?" Seeing the doubts in Nai Lai, Yu Yan said, "Spiritual gods are the gods of this world. Every main world can only have 36 spiritual gods. One subsidiary realm can only have one spiritual god. They wield one law from the heavens and earth. All spiritual gods represent the world's laws. Since ancient times, among the 36 spiritual gods in our main world, and all the affiliated 72 spiritual gods from the subsidiary worlds, 1/4 are represented by humanity, 2/4 are by demon beasts, and 1/4 is by other living creatures. They are the powerful rulers of this world," Yu Yan slowly said. "In order to contest over the laws, the tribes that we have control of unfolded an endless amount of killing. In the end, many spiritual gods were extinguished. Some were like me and had their divine sparks destroyed and physical bodies cease to exist. We wield the laws of the heavens and earth. Such as myself, I control the law of fire. Only when I'm truly dead and have lost the control over the law of fire, the next one can take over the law of fire and become the new fire spiritual god," said Yu Yan. "Tens of thousands of years ago, the demon beast clan tried to kill all the spiritual gods of our human clan to gain control of our laws, which is why they launched the battle against the human clan. Although we combined our strength and utterly defeated the demon beast clan, we suffered casualties and were nearly exhausted. My dispersed divine sparks can sense that a spiritual god has been born in the demon beast clan and is trying to destroy the inheritance of my human clan. Pity that my divine spark has only been gathered to 1/3 of the original. If more spiritual gods have been born in the demon beast clan and are in control of all the laws, then the human clans will be exterminated. My divine sparks can only be in the black spring as it slowly waits for the rest of my divine sparks to gather. Once I leave, the group of pinnacle-level legend rank demon beasts guarding the black spring will do all they can to stop me and destroy my physical body." Hearing Yu Yan's words, Nai Lai roughly understood the concept of spiritual gods. The spiritual gods probably have a route of cultivation of their own, allowing them to break through into the heavenly fate realm and merge with the laws from the heavens and earth. With the heavens and earth still existing, it will be hard to destroy them. Tens of thousands of years ago, both the human clan and the demon beast clan had a huge battle, exhausting lots of spiritual gods on both sides. This is the reason why the divine continent doesn't have any more experts that are able to reach the heavenly fate realm. Nai Lai wondered how these mysterious cultivation techniques are like and couldn't help being curious about them. Yu Yan's gaze looked into the distance as she sighed. While waiting for my divine sparks to gather, the inheritance of the human clan will probably be destroyed. Hearing Yu Yan's words, Nai Lai smiled and said, "The human clan's inheritance will never be destroyed. Goddess Yu Yan doesn't have to be afraid of that." Yu Yan sighed. Her gaze fell onto Nai Lai and said, "Among our human tribe's spiritual gods, there's a supreme expert that wields the law of time and space known as the Time and Space Spiritual God. Before the human clan's spiritual gods were utterly destroyed, he used the law of time and space and entered the vast river of time and space, strumming both time and space. It affected the past and the future and therefore saved our human clan. We have no idea what arrangements the time and space spiritual God made, and I can only wait quietly. You're the first person that had entered the Black Spring." Nai Lai's brows twitched. "There's actually a supreme expert that is in control of the time and space and is able to enter into the flow of time and space." Nai Lai realized that although he had reached the pinnacle of cultivation in his previous life and has entered into another realm, he still has many things that he doesn't understand about this profound world, especially the law of time and space. Could that time and space spiritual god be related to the temporal demon spirit book? By right, his cultivation in his previous life surpassed the heavenly fate realm. However, regarding the law of space and time, Nai Lai only has bits and pieces of knowledge about it. The law of time and space is one of the most mysterious things among the universe. Yu Yan said that he was the first one that entered the Black Spring. Could his presence here be the arrangement of the time and space spiritual god? Or perhaps it's the result from the time and space being strummed. Thinking about the temporal demon spirit book and that Emperor Kong Ming, there was too much doubt in his heart. In his previous life, he had unintentionally opened this world and went to another realm. Therefore, there are many things that he doesn't know about in this world. Although Nai Lai has his doubts, he realized that some of the profound and mysterious stuff are being unfolded slowly in front of him. Nai Lai can only miss the big picture and see a little of it. However, that little is enough to ignite an endless curiosity, causing him to want to know everything. When he has sufficient strength, he must unfold all of the profoundness before heading to the other realm. Then, what can I do? Nai Lai asked. Looking at Yu Yan, what Yu Yan is curious about is that when an ordinary kid hears what she said, one situation is that they wouldn't be able to understand any of it. If they did understand what she meant, their reaction would be extremely shocked. However, Nai Lai appeared to be very calm. Although he did frown and ponder, he did not have any shocked expressions on his face. It's as though he understood everything. "I want to pass on the power of laws to you. As to how much you can comprehend and reach what level, that will have to depend on yourself." Calming her mood, Yu Yan slowly said, "Among the 27 spiritual gods in our human clan, there are 6 that have thoroughly fallen. The remaining have their divine sparks scattered, some with unknown status. If you are able to comprehend the laws of the 6 experts, they'll naturally be the most suitable and easiest." "Oh, what laws are they?" asked Nai Lai, having his heart moved. Although cultivating the law is definitely not comparable to the heavenly god technique, understanding a little about the methods of law is definitely not anything bad. "I want to train the strongest law," Nai Lai said, after pondering a while. Yu Yan's eyes looked deeply at Nai Lai and said, "The stronger the law, the harder it is to cultivate. Everyone can only cultivate one law. Don't bite off more that you can chew. Cultivating the most suitable law for yourself is the best choice." Nai Lai pondered. Since he will definitely continue his heavenly god technique and is only curious about the training of the laws, he continued, "I'll still choose the strongest law." Yu Yan looked at Nai Lai a little helplessly. He is, after all, too young. He probably has to bump against a wall before knowing that the laws are not so easy to cultivate. Among the 6 dead spiritual gods, the strongest are light, darkness, and primal chaos, these 3 laws. Among them, I have personally witnessed the fall of the primal chaos spiritual god. However, the primal chaos spiritual god is the strangest existence. Who knows if he had any backhanded methods? The remaining 3 are the elemental laws, earth, lightning, and gold law. The most important in comprehending the laws is to sense them. I will teach you the method to sense them. Yu Yan said, however, sensing the laws is extremely difficult. You might need to seclude yourself here for 20 years before you can sense a trace of a law. Seclude for 20 years. After listening, Nai Lai bitterly smiled. If he secluded himself for 20 years and doesn't go out, it'd still be a problem for Glory City exist. 20 years is already very short. Back when we sensed the laws, we used at least 50 to 60 years before we were able to comprehend even a little of them. Furthermore, back when we were sensing the laws, the power of laws was at its most majestic moments. The power of laws now is already a lot thinner than before. Nai Lai shook his head and firmly said, I can only give it a try. At most, I can be here for 1 month's time, then I will have to leave. I still have some things that I have no choice but to attend to. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Yu Yan sighed as she shook her head. Even if he had her guidance in a month's time, Nai Lai won't be able to sense the laws. Even sensing a little might be extremely difficult. However, since she has stayed in this black spring for a countless amount of time, she had nothing better to do. Okay then, you can give it a try. Yu Yan helplessly said. She only had a little of her broken soul in the divine spark. She can't stop Nai Lai from leaving. In his previous life, Nai Lai walked upon a different cultivating route, having no relation with the laws. However, in the methods of cultivation, one connects to 10,000 others. Nai Lai didn't believe that he would need 20 years to cultivate the power of laws. Chapter 197, Divine Body. What should I do first? Asked Nai Lai. The first step is to strengthen your physical body. This black spring contains a portion of the power from my divine spark. I will open the barrier so you can enter and soak yourself in it, which will refine your physical body. If you sense the power of law when your physical body isn't strong enough, the power would destroy you, said Yu Yan. Suddenly, she couldn't help showing a disappointed smile. Nai Lai could only stay for a short amount of time. Whether he can even sense the power was an issue, much less mention that he would be destroyed by it. It's an unnecessary worry. However, this process is still required. The power within the black spring is too strong. After you soak in it for a minute, you'll probably feel as though your skin is burning. When you really can't endure it, get out of the spring. Okay. Nai Lai nodded his head, preparing to jump into the pond. Remove your clothes. Yu Yan said calmly. Nai Lai suddenly felt embarrassed. He has never removed his clothes in front of a lady, other than Yixian. He raised his head, looking at Yu Yan, and asked, Sister Goddess, you won't peek at me, right? Hearing what Nai Lai said, Yu Yan's brows twitched. How is the head of this boy developed? She's a goddess that has lived for at least several tens of thousands of years. Why would she peek at a brat like Nai Lai? Even if she were to see something, what about it? It's not as though she hasn't seen it before. If she wanted to see anything, even if Nai Lai was to still wear his clothes, he couldn't stop her. Then I won't see, Yu Yan said lightly. Yu Yan still had her personality from when she was human, so her emotions will still be stirred in some matters. However, ordinary matters wouldn't be able to stir her joy and anger anymore. Nai Lai just recalled that he's still in a kid's body. After thinking about it, he quickly removed his clothes and jumped into the pond. There is, indeed, some kind of powerful energy within the black spring. This kind of energy is even more pure than soul force. Such a pure energy quickly made Nai Lai feel as though his skin was scorched. Nai Lai immediately operated his soul realm and began absorbing this energy. Boom, boom, boom. Nai Lai's realm was constantly absorbing this pure energy. As Nai Lai operated his soul realm, the scorching feeling was slowly lightening up. While he was absorbing this energy, a portion of it entered the depths of his soul realm and disappeared. His soul realm is like a black hole. Even after having so much energy absorbed, there wasn't even a slight ripple. Another portion of the energy was being refined within Nai Lai's physical body, strengthening it. Time quickly passed as Nai Lai gradually entered the isolated meditative state. This black spring was a cultivating treasure land. He could obviously feel his physical body becoming stronger. Yu Yan lowered her head to look at Nai Lai. Even though she is a spiritual god that has lived for several tens of thousands of years, and her divine spark was in the process of coming together after being in a broken state, she still has eyes. If she were to take a glance at an ordinary person, she would be able to understand a lot about them, or even see what they are thinking in their hearts. However, she couldn't see through Nai Lai at all. From the moment she saw Nai Lai, Yu Yan was confident that it's the arrangement of the time and space spiritual god for him to enter this place. She looked at the corpses beside the black spring and slightly sighed. When they were protecting her leftover divine spark at this location, an endlessly long amount of time had passed. Nai Lai was the only human that she has seen after these countless years. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Yu Yan still didn't see Nai Lai come out from the black spring after being in there for so long. By right, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to even last a minute. The power of law in this black spring is too powerful. It isn't something an ordinary person could handle. She looked towards Nai Lai and only saw him soaking inside the black spring, and it looked as though he's enjoying it. Why isn't there even a trace of pain on his face? This kid is indeed an extraordinary person, Yu Yan thought inwardly. Nai Lai has already displayed his extraordinariness. Should she give him a bigger opportunity so that the arrangement of the time and space spiritual god is not in vain? Nai Lai could feel that the vine within his body was constantly growing under the nourishing power of law. A second leaf grew, then a third leaf, and then stopped after the 5th leaf grew. Nai Lai could feel that whenever the vine in his body grows, the capacity of his soul realm expands with an unending flow of soul force. The nature from the power of law is actually soul force, except it's a much purer form than normal soul force. Under the power of law, the soul force within Nai Lai's soul realm began to undergo some changes. This kind of training method is even faster than the purple caltrop rock method. Nai Lai's cultivation was undergoing a rapid increase. Originally, since he had just stepped into 3-star gold rank, he would need roughly half a month to solidify his power before he went into 4-star gold rank. But now, after absorbing the power of law, his cultivation already reached the limit of 3-star gold rank. His soul realm was continuously expanding, already reaching the boundary. As time continued to pass, a boom was suddenly heard. It sounded like a horse had broke free of its reins. His soul force frantically surged, rushing towards his limbs and meridians. Nai Lai never thought that he would be able to reach 4-star gold rank in such a short amount of time. This power of law is indeed something. After reaching 4-star gold rank, his soul realm had suddenly expanded several folds, and even more power of law was rushing in. The vine within the depth of his soul realm was also madly absorbing the power of law as it grew. When Nai Lai first started to soak in the black spring, the power of law at the top of the black spring was sufficient for him to absorb it. However, as time passed, the power of law at the top of the black spring became insufficient for him. Seeing Nai Lai's actions, Yu Yan couldn't help being shocked. The power of law within the black spring is very tremendous. The amount of power that he absorbed was enough to cause a black gold rank or even a legend rank expert to explode, and yet his cultivation was still only gold rank. This caused Yu Yan to feel curious. How is a gold rank able to absorb so much power of law without having anything happen to him? Where did the power that Nai Lai absorbed go? The soul realm of a gold rank should have a limit. While Yu Yan was curious to what's going on, Nai Lai felt that the amount of law on the surface was becoming too thin, being insufficient for him to use. His body gradually sank down, and he felt the power of law in the black spring becoming more rich. Nai Lai was like a sunken ship, moving towards the depth of the black spring as he continued to absorb more power of law. The further he went, the richer the power of law became. Seeing Nai Lai's action, Yu Yan, who was floating on top of the black spring, changed her expression. "Quickly get out, get out!" Yu Yan shouted towards the black spring. Although her soul can sense the situation within, she's unable to enter it or affect anything within. Nai Lai was already in the isolated meditative state, making him unable to hear Yu Yan's yelling. Although he's deep in the black spring, he won't drown, even if he stays in water for half a day. This is because he has already sealed his 6 senses, only leaving a tiny bit of residual light so he could see. The power of law in the black spring was becoming more and more rich. It's as though it's trying to stuff Nai Lai's body until it explodes. Nai Lai operated his soul realm, and the vine continued to grow. It quickly grew the 6th leaf and 7th leaf. Instantly, Nai Lai's soul realm became empty once again and continued to absorb even more of the power of law. Yu Yan was shocked. How is Nai Lai able to absorb so much power of law without exploding? The reason lies with the vine in Nai Lai's soul realm. No matter how much power of law is being absorbed, it doesn't seem to be able to satisfy the vine. It seems like he entered into a profound realm. Both the fanged panda and the shadow devil demon spirit, under the nourishing abilities of the vine, have undergone some changes, and he has reached the level of 5-star gold rank. Nai Lai quietly experienced the new level. The rising speed of his strength caused him to feel excited. Suddenly, a ray of dazzling light attracted his attention. "What is this?" thought Nai Lai, his heart filled with curiosity. There couldn't be any treasure at the bottom of the pond, right? After thinking about it, Nai Lai swam towards the light. As he was getting closer, Nai Lai could feel a heat wave blowing towards him. Such powerful fire energy! A red light ball the size of a millstone was before him and was emitting a dazzling light. There seems to be something inside, thought Nai Lai, forcefully opening his eyes. He used the power of law to protect his eyes and looked inside. Nai Lai was instantly dumbfounded after a quick gaze. Inside the red ball, there's a beauty with pale skin that looked like an infant that curled into a ball. Her figure gave off an endless allure that would ensnare almost any man. However, this beauty was only the size of an infant. If it wasn't because the figure doesn't look like an infant, it'd definitely be mistook by others for one. Although the size is small, it couldn't help giving others a rush of adrenaline upon glancing at it. If an ordinary guy saw this scene, he probably wouldn't be able to control himself. It's a good thing that Nai Lai is unperturbed by it. After seeing everything in front of him, Nai Lai understood. This scarlet light ball is the slowly accumulating divine spark of Yu Yan. As for the beauty inside, it should be the divine spark recreating her divine body. In his previous life, Nai Lai did not cultivate the power of law, but the power of heaven, and used that power to make a forceful breakthrough to the heavenly fate realm. The mysterious power of law caught Nai Lai's deep interests. The power of heaven can reconstruct the body, but this divine spark can recreate the flesh body using the power of laws. The heavens and earth are vast. Nothing is too bizarre. Even though Yu Yan's divine body is so small, it's still interesting. Nai Lai can perceive the surge of energy being contained in the light ball and felt his body burn up. Hot, Nai Lai quickly operated his soul realm. Under the impact of the heat wave, the vine in Nai Lai's soul realm grew another 2 leaves. A cool and refreshing feeling went throughout his body, and he was no longer affected by the heat energy. Good thing that the vine can absorb the power of law. Otherwise, he would have exploded from the power of law. Even a legend rank expert wouldn't be able to contain such berserk and vigorous power of law like he has. Chapter 198, Sensing the Laws. Nai Lai became filled with curiosity about Goddess Yu Yan's divine body. If he could analyze the constitution of Yu Yan's divine body, it will definitely have large benefits for his own cultivation. Since Goddess Yu Yan has lived for so long, she should be open-minded to this kind of thing. With a move in Nai Lai's heart, it's even harder to suppress the idea in his heart. At this moment, on top of the black spring, Yu Yan was slightly knitting her brows. Although her consciousness is in the air above the black spring, she can still see everything going on within the spring. As the fire spiritual god, she's an existence high above. Even mortals wouldn't dare to look at her in the eyes, so when has she been profaned like this before? However, her divine body hasn't been able to fully recover yet. So even if Nai Lai does anything to her, she can't do anything to stop him. She frowned as she watched Nai Lai lift his hand. What is Nai Lai thinking about doing? If he wants to play with her divine body, she wouldn't have any strength to resist him. If it's an ordinary person, or even a legend rank expert, Yu Yan would only need to release a trace of her divine might, and it would already be sufficient to intimidate them. However, her divine might has no effect on Nai Lai, and she has no idea why. She can only watch as Nai Lai continued to stare at her divine body. What is the structure of this divine spark? Nai Lai thought in his heart as he lifted his hand, touching the scarlet light ball. He used his hand to feel the changes in the ball and figure out the structure. Is the divine body of goddess Yu Yan the same as a human's? Nai Lai thought inwardly as he used his finger to poke it. The feeling of softness came from his finger. That smooth and exquisite skin was the same as a human's. It feels the same as an ordinary human's flesh. Curiosity rose within Nai Lai's heart. Stuff like the divine spark is indeed miraculous. Yu Yan, who had her eyes closed to sense the things going on in the pond, issued a soft cry the instant Nai Lai touched her divine body. She suddenly opened her eyes and felt her soul is trembling. For tens of thousands of years, she's been the respected goddess of the human clan. Yet, Nai Lai actually touched her divine body. This is too presumptuous. She never thought that Nai Lai would have the ability to penetrate the protection of the power of law and use his hand to touch her. If Nai Lai had any ill intentions and decided to take her divine spark, she would be utterly finished. However, Nai Lai was only a 14-year-old kid. It's normal for him to be a little curious. The instant Nai Lai made contact with her divine body, she felt a mysterious and strong shock of current circulate within her entire body. This is the power of law. This is actually the power of law that she was so familiar with, and it seems to be very deep and powerful. Yu Yan was mused. Could it be that inside Nai Lai's body, there's a power of an even higher level? In this world, the only power that's above the spiritual gods was probably the world creators. Could it be that Nai Lai is a descendant of that world creator? Yu Yan stared at Nai Lai. Because her divine body was being profaned, she became a little angry about it. If it wasn't because there wasn't any vulgar expressions on Nai Lai's face, only a pondering look, she probably wouldn't be able to hold herself down. Nai Lai closed his eyes as he streaked his finger across Yu Yan's divine body, feeling the structure, and suddenly understood something. No wonder there is basically no one cultivating the power of law in this realm. By cultivating the power of law, it's possible to break through the legend rank into heavenly fate realm, but that's only the primary possibility. Just cultivating the power of law is insufficient to reach a higher level. Nai Lai thought inwardly, however, the power of law has a profoundness of its own. If I can combine it with the power of heaven and cultivate it, perhaps I'll make an entirely new breakthrough. Nai Lai inwardly thought. Furthermore, the power of law can be cultivated. It's at an even higher level than soul force. It can enormously increase my cultivation. However, the power of heaven can only be cultivated after I make a breakthrough to legend rank. Thinking about it here, Nai Lai had all kinds of ideas in his head. I'll first convert all the soul force in my body into the power of law, before anything else. Nai Lai once again entered into the altruistic state. After seeing Nai Lai start his cultivation again, Yu Yan became immersed in her thoughts. She could not see what was going on in Nai Lai's head, and always felt that Nai Lai was an extremely mysterious person. After Nai Lai pondered a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. Got it. I wonder how goddess Yu Yan will thank me for this. Although the feel of the skin is the same as humans, Nai Lai's sharp perception was able to sense that the structure of Yu Yan's divine body is, in fact, different to a human's. Even though he had only touched Yu Yan's smooth back, and the amount of time he was in contact with it was very short, and he had insight to the profoundness of the power of law. Based on his knowledge from his previous life, He had an idea that will allow Yu Yan's divine body to recover and quickly increase the speed of the accumulation of her divine spark. Nai Lai slowly got up, jumped out of the water, and quickly got dressed. Nai Lai opened his eyes, looked at Yu Yan, and asked, "Sister Goddess, why is your face black?" "It's nothing." Seeing Nai Lai's innocent face, Yu Yan took a deep breath and calmed her heart. Although she is a goddess that has lived for tens of thousands of years, her life was filled with constant cultivation and feeling the law between the heavens and earth. Her thoughts were simpler compared to people who try to outwit each other. Although Nai Lai had touched her divine body, she didn't want to pursue it. With a thought in Nai Lai's heart, he sort of understood. Goddess Yu Yan was probably depressed because he had touched her body earlier. However, if he didn't touch her divine body, he wouldn't be able to tell the structure of it. Nai Lai does not have any profaning thoughts, so he can have a clear conscience. Nai Lai looked at Yu Yan and seriously asked, "Sister Goddess, I have an idea that could help you reconstruct your divine body and leave this black spring. Do you want to give it a try?" A kid actually says that he's able to help me reconstruct my divine body. Yu Yan smiled, looking at him with disbelief. Even if Nai Lai does have very a noble bloodline, to reconstruct a divine body is very difficult. It's not something an ordinary person could do. "I seriously can," Nai Lai seriously said. "Stop coming up with nonsense and continue your training," said Yu Yan. Since Yu Yan doesn't believe him, Nai Lai could only helplessly let it go. He can only wait and see if he can make Yu Yan believe him in the future. Yu Yan said after pondering a while, "After soaking for a long time, the strength of your physique became very fast. You might even be able to have a physique of a legend rank expert in 3 months' time. It's even faster than I could have imagined. Since that's the case, let's seize the moment and try to sense the law." Although the time wasn't long, if Nai Lai is able to sense the power of law, even if it's just a trace of it, then he should be able to understand the direction of cultivation and be able to break through legend rank within 100 years and wield the law. "Okay then, how do I sense the law?" asked Nai Lai. Although he has a little understanding towards the profound nature of law, when it comes to cultivating the power of law, he still knows nothing much about it. Yu Yan pondered for a while and said, "I don't know which power of law are you more suitable with, so you can try and sense the law of light. The power of light is second to the power of primal chaos and slightly stronger than darkness. It's also easier to sense." "Okay." Nai Lai nodded his head, sat on a huge stone, and closed his eyes. "With my guidance, the process of you sensing the law might be faster than others. Now learn how to empty your mind," said Yu Yan, teaching Nai Lai with patience. Nai Lai closed both of his eyes and slowly emptied his thoughts. The power of law exists everywhere. It's a very profound existence. You have to sense it with your heart. Now, imagine that you're in a piece of darkness, not even able to see your fingers or hear a sound. You're in an endless darkness. There's a trace of light, allowing you to feel a trace of warmth. Yu Yan's voice was so calm, it's as though she's singing a lullaby. Nai Lai followed Yu Yan's instructions. He imagined himself in a piece of darkness, his heart looking forward, and imagined him seeing a trace of light. Sensing the power of law is an extremely difficult process. You have to use decades of time to empty yourself and let your heart become pure and clean like the heavens and earth. The power of law will then sense your sincere heart and accept you," Yu Yan said slowly. Her thoughts drifted far away. At that time, she's still a small girl wearing a ponytail, with her father and mother teaching her how to sense the law. In a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years have passed. Her parents are already dead. She couldn't even remember the smiles on her parents anymore. Under the baptism of time, it made that beautiful memory disappear without a trace. While looking at Nai Lai sitting on the stone, Yu Yan smiled. Who knows how long Nai Lai will need in order to sense even a trace of the law of light? Perhaps months, years, or even longer. Sensing the trace of light, giving me warmth? Nai Lai followed Yu Yan's words and used his heart to sense it. He felt himself entering into an endless darkness. In that darkness, a trace of light appeared like a fire sprout. A sense of warmth overflowed his body. This is the law of light. Nai Lai thought inwardly as he continued to feel its existence. He could only see a white light gathering more and more, brighter and brighter, hotter and hotter. Nai Lai felt as though he had been surrounded by the sun. Urgh! Nai Lai issued a miserable shriek as he suddenly opened his eyes. He felt very hot. His entire body felt as though it was being boiled by the flames as he quickly jumped into the black spring. TSSSSSSS. The moment the black spring came in contact with Nai Lai, it immediately raised a layer of steam. What's going on? Yu Yan thought that he could continue to train in the power of law for a long amount of time. She never thought that Nai Lai would suddenly scream as though he had gone crazy and jump into the black spring. Chapter 199. A Trace. Sister Goddess, you're not lying to me, right? Asked Nai Lai, letting out a breath in relief after feeling the temperature of his body quickly cooling down. That feeling earlier was too frightening. It even caused him to have a lingering fear. Why would I lie to you? This is how we sensed of the power of law in the past. Yu Yan frowned as she spoke with displeasure. She has no idea what happened to Nai Lai earlier. Could it be that Nai Lai failed to sense the power? However, even if he did fail, it wouldn't cause his body to feel like it was burning up to the point that he would jump into the water, right? Okay. Nai Lai waved his hand as he depressingly said, You said to sense a trace of light in the darkness. Right. Yu Yan nodded her head and said, It should be like this for you to be able to sense of law of light. You said a trace, Nai Lai said in depress. It is a trace. Replied Yu Yan. The method to sense the law shouldn't be wrong. Back when she first started, she trained for decades to be able to sense the law of fire. How is that a trace? It simply felt like a sun. My eyes were almost blinded. What warmth! My entire body felt as though it's being roasted. Too scary. Cultivating your power of law is too dangerous. Nai Lai said, fear still lingering in his heart. That scorching sun feeling earlier nearly had him cooked from the inside. While looking at Nai Lai, Yu Yan made a weird expression as she fell into a daze. How could that be? Just how much of a freak is he? Many people require several dozens of years of training to be able to sense even a trace of power of law, and that would be considered pretty good. Even those with heavenly gifted divine bodies would require at least several years of training. However, Nai Lai sensed it on his first try. Furthermore, what he sensed wasn't a trace of the law of light, but actually a blazing sun. It's once said that when the light spiritual god cultivated to the limit, he was able to control a blazing power similar to the sun. Every time he sensed the law, he would be immersed in a blazing sun. However, Nai Lai only just began cultivating the power of law. Even Yu Yan felt her brain wasn't enough to process it all. Nai Lai recalled the events earlier. Indeed, it's a little dangerous, but he felt how powerful the laws are. It turns out that this world is made up from the power of law. The sole force of humans is treated as the foundation of cultivation. Nai Lai went back in the black spring to soak his body as he slowly comprehended and deconstructed the power of law. He can feel that there is actually a mysterious inscription pattern forming on his palm. A strand of an extremely small light inscription pattern was flowing on his palm. So this is the essence of laws. Nai Lai was astonished. These flowing inscription patterns proved that the essence of laws isn't natural energy, but was created by some supreme existence. It filled the world with mysterious inscription patterns and formed the laws. These inscription patterns filled the entire world, just like the air. No wonder when people like Yu Yan were able to gather their divine sparks together upon being broken. Yu Yan is the law of fire in both heaven and earth. The law of fire is her. Once a certain amount is gathered up, Yu Yan will be reformed. Technically, in his previous life, when Nai Lai wanted to break through above legend rank, he was required to cultivate the power of laws since this world was already shrouded with the power of law, like a huge cage that everyone was trapped in. However, Nai Lai was fortunate and entered into the temporal demon spirit book, made contact with a completely new cultivation technique, and was able to break himself away from this world. When she looked at the inscription pattern on Nai Lai's palm that was containing the blazing law of light, Yu Yan originally thought that he wrote it himself, and was shocked. Nai Lai was actually able to grasp the law of light in such a short amount of time. This is simply unimaginable. What Yu Yan doesn't know is that these inscription patterns were obtained by Nai Lai through the deconstruction of the laws. The essence of laws is actually just an inscription pattern. Since this supreme existence is able to lay this inscription pattern all around, the power of this supreme existence should be even stronger than the pinnacle him from his previous life. Power of law. Interesting. The corner of Nai Lai's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. A *PSH* sound was heard, and Nai Lai's right hand became shrouded in small balls of white lights. These white lights were like blazing fairies, constantly moving around. Wherever there is light, there is darkness. Since the two inscription patterns are opposites, it should be easy to deconstruct it. Nai Lai thought inwardly in his heart as he continued to cultivate and sense the power of darkness, in the endless void, the coldest and deepest darkness. Gradually, Nai Lai fully immersed himself in the dense law of darkness. Since Nai Lai did not speak a word and continued to cultivate the power of law, Yu Yan couldn't help sighing in her heart. In her thousands of years of life, this was the first time she had seen a person with such shocking talent, and was able to grasp the law of light in such a short amount of time. It's hard to imagine what Nai Lai's cultivation would be like in the future. Would he surpass the light spiritual god at his pinnacle? She continued her own cultivation. Slowly, Nai Lai deconstructed the law of darkness. After all, no matter if it's the law of light or the law of darkness, they are an energy second to the power of heaven and is a level higher than soul force. It's not hard to grasp them. A moment later, Yu Yan suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Nai Lai in disbelief. Nai Lai slowly opened his palm and a dark light ignited above his hand, like a lump of black-colored flames moving around on his palm. Light and darkness, Nai Lai went deep within his thoughts. He wondered which supreme expert was it that created the power of law and what was his motive. In this world, cultivating the power of law is indeed needed to reach the heavenly fate realm to mobilize energy that doesn't match your own. With such power existing, it caused this world to be sealed. Even if one was able to cultivate to the heavenly fate realm, they might not be able to accumulate enough power to break through the balance of law and enter an even higher realm. If it wasn't because he had the temporal demon spirit book in his previous life, Nai Lai would not be able to break through the balance of law after an incident and enter another realm. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. Nai Lai continued to play with the law of light and darkness, controlling them to turn into different shapes. With these power of laws with him, even if he encountered a supreme expert, he would have some methods to deal with them. Up on the black spring, Yu Yan was dumbfounded as she stared at Nai Lai. At this moment, she has no idea how to describe her feeling. A person was actually able to sense the law of light on his first try, and his first try became the equivalent of a blazing sun. Furthermore, in such a short amount of time, he already knows how to control and use the law of light. What's more ridiculous is that after he gained control of the law of light, this fella gained control of the law of darkness as well. Is he still human? In the tens of thousands of Yu Yan's years, she has never seen someone like Nai Lai who was able to grasp both the law of light and darkness before. If he was given sufficient amount of time, what extent would he grow to? Even Yu Yan couldn't imagine it. In this world, there hasn't been anyone that could grasp two kinds of laws like this before. Not to mention it's the law of light and darkness, two powers of law that are in the top 10 ranks. Yu Yan's heart, as of this moment, couldn't calm down anymore. She originally thought that Nai Lai would require at least dozens of years to be able to sense even a trace of the law of light. She never imagined that he would reach such a level so quickly. She stared at Nai Lai, a little depressed. Even if she has lived for tens of thousands of years, she couldn't help losing her composure by Nai Lai's frightening cultivating speed. How much effort and suffering did she have to go through when she had been cultivating? Nai Lai raised his head, looked at Yu Yan, and noticed that something was not right with her expression. He curiously asked, "Sister Goddess, what's wrong with you?" "And nothing." She stuttered. In fact, this hasn't had anything to do with Nai Lai's cultivating speed. In the eyes of people like Yu Yan, the power of law is the law of heaven and earth. They have already lost the ability to think and question it. However, it's a different case for Nai Lai. He used an overlooking angle to understand the power of law, which is why he was able to grasp it so quickly. After grasping the law of light and darkness, he will be able to exhibit even more powerful combat abilities within the legend rank realm. After all, the power of law is at a higher level compared to soul force. Nai Lai continuously trained in the Black Spring, refining his physique and soul realm with the law of light and darkness. At this time, his cultivation had also undergone some changes, from 4-star gold rank to 5-star gold rank. Sure enough, once he cultivates a different level of energy, his cultivating speed can't be compared to what it previously was. Even black gold rank isn't far from his reach. Nai Lai thought inwardly in his heart. If he's able to reach black gold rank, with the methods up his sleeves, even when facing legend rank experts, he would have the strength to protect himself. After reaching 5-star gold rank, Nai Lai felt that the fanged panda gained a new ability. There are the light and darkness powers in the abdomen of the fanged panda. At the same time, one of its hands can control the darkness energy while the other one controls the light energy. If both energies land on a person's body, it would unleash a formidable power that's dozens of folds stronger. Nai Lai is intending to develop a new combat ability with this special ability. As for the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, Nai Lai realized that the changes on it was the biggest after he comprehended of the law of darkness. It extended the Shadow Devil's void form ability's time, causing the concealing effect to be even stronger and making it harder to detect. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit also seems to have cultivated a stronger combat ability. Nai Lai has been lost in his thoughts all along while Yu Yan was on top of the Black Spring, staring at him, and lost in her thoughts as well. Back when Nai Lai said that he had a method to help her reconstruct her divine body, she didn't believe him. However, after seeing Nai Lai grasp the law of light and darkness in such a short amount of time, she started to believe in his words. Nai Lai was deep in his training for a while, and soon, 20+ days quickly passed by. Although his cultivation stopped at 5-star gold rank, after being refining the power of law, his physical body already reached the black gold rank level. Chapter 200. Backer. If I continue to use the power of law to refine my body, I might be able to reach a legend rank physique within 3 months. Nai Lai thought inwardly in his heart. Since physical body are stronger, that would mean he wouldn't have to worry about protecting his life. Just like Duan Jian with his dragon physique, even a sword would not be able to slash into his body. Nai Lai opened his eyes, after shutting out his senses so he could cultivate for a period of time. Regarding Nai Lai's cultivating speed, Yu Yan had absolutely no comment to make. His comprehension towards the power of law seems to be even higher than her own. Yu Yan couldn't bear it anymore and asked, "Nai Lai, what is the reconstruction method that you spoke of earlier?" Since Yu Yan was finally willing to believe in him, he smiled and said, "The fundamental part of laws are inscription patterns. Comprehending the power of law is the same as gaining control on the inscription pattern within. Your divine spark shattering is the same as an inscription pattern breaking up. I just have to reconstruct the inscription pattern's law, and your divine body should slowly grow strong. The power of law between heaven and earth will also, once again, pour into your divine body." Yu Yan seems to understand what he's saying. However, she couldn't understand why the fundamentals of the power of law are the same as inscription patterns. Nai Lai wasn't willing to explain any further and said, "You just have to know that I can help you reconstruct your divine body." After pondering for a moment, she said, "If you were to reconstruct my body, you would have to put some inscription patterns in it." "Correct." Nai Lai nodded. "Okay then, you can give it a try." Yu Yan nodded in agreement. "After I reconstructed your divine body, the laws between heaven and earth will naturally be attracted to you. However, the range is very limited. If you remain in this black spring, after the surrounding power of laws are absorbed by you, the speed of your reconstruction will gradually slow down." If you travel around and absorb the power of law, then it will greatly increase the speed of your divine body's reconstruction. Upon hearing Nai Lai's words, Yu Yan's brows slightly knitted together. But if I were to leave this black spring, the legend-rank demon beasts below the pond will definitely sense it. With my current strength, I'm unable to confront them. Even if you helped me reconstruct my divine body, my strength would only be legend rank at most. Leaving here won't be difficult. Nai Lai said as he lightly smiled. He already had the plans ready. Although Yu Yan has lived for tens of thousands of years, she has spent most of her time cultivating. Therefore, her thoughts are rather simple. Although the reconstruction of her body can only make her strength reach legend rank, it is still legend rank after all. If he can bring Yu Yan along, he would at least have a legend rank helper with him. If Yu Yan were to know Nai Lai's thoughts at this moment, she would probably vomit blood in anger. She's a spiritual god, and Nai Lai actually thought of her as a helper. Naturally, the things that Nai Lai is doing is beneficial to both sides. Yu Yan would be able to regain her strength at a faster speed, hence gaining benefit from this as well. "Oh, you have an idea?" Yu Yan asked with her brows knitted together. "I can use some inscription patterns and lay them down in an array to imitate your aura. Thereafter, I will use some inscription patterns to conceal your aura and get you out." Nai Lai lightly smiled and said, "However, this is a little troublesome and Sister Goddess will have to suffer a little grievance." Yu Yan pondered a while, then nodded her head. "Okay then, help me reconstruct my divine body." Although she was depressed that her body was going to be seen by Nai Lai, but compared to having her body reconstructed, that's no longer important. As long as she can revive, she could help the human clan maintain a thread of living. "Okay, then I'll go down." Nai Lai nodded as he dived into the black spring. He swam deep into the black spring and once again stopped beside the scarlet light ball. Looking at the front, he saw Yu Yan's small body as it is quietly laid in the scarlet light ball. Although her physique is small, she has an hourglass figure. However, at this moment, Nai Lai did not have any further thoughts and gathered some inscription patterns in his hand. When he saw the inscription patterns in his palm, Nai Lai slowly placed his right hand on Yu Yan's body and felt the inscription pattern structure in her divine body. Although Yu Yan's body is very small, both of Nai Lai's hands were able to cover half of her body. He couldn't help feeling a little awkward upon feeling the smooth and exquisite skin through his palm, as well as those two small lumps. After all, Yu Yan isn't wearing any clothes on her body right now. Calming his heart, Nai Lai started making the inscription patterns. Boom! The inscription patterns were being sent into Yu Yan's divine body. After the inscription patterns entered Yu Yan's divine body, they quickly fused together as if they were naturally compatible with one another. On top of the black spring, Yu Yan suddenly opened her eyes. Although she was still in a soul state, she could feel the changes done to her divine body. A powerful energy entered her body through her chest. It was as though lightning was circulating within her body, which caused her to feel peculiar. The aching pain and numbing feeling made it little difficult for her to bear. While Nai Lai was sending inscription patterns in, Yu Yan's divine body began to twist back and forth. Good gracious, thought Nai Lai. He couldn't help thinking that if her body wasn't the size of an infant, Yu Yan would definitely be a devastatingly beautiful lady. Boom! Nai Lai sent the second set of inscription patterns in. While sensing the changes in Yu Yan's divine body, a tsunami of thoughts suddenly rushed into his head. He could see scenes flashing before his eyes. The memories hidden deep within Yu Yan. When the scene started, he saw a meteor streaking across the sky as it drew two rays of flames behind it, like a pair of wings. Yu Yan was curled up in the meteor. It was dazzling to the eyes as it fell and smashed into the ground, forming a huge crater. A young couple walked over and took Yu Yan from the crater into their arms. "What should we call her?" the young lady asked. The husband pondered for a moment and said, "Soaring wings, falling flame." "Let's call her Yu Yan." "Okay, we'll call her Yu Yan." "Little Yu Yan, you have to grow up quickly." Under the care of the couple, Yu Yan began to grow up. These memories entered Nai Lai's brain, and he frowned while feeling a little curious. So Yu Yan came to this world from within a meteor. What caused Nai Lai to be curious was just what, exactly, is her identity, and where did she come from? Nai Lai noticed that aside from the reconstructing inscription patterns, there are also 5 extraordinary golden lights within her body. The 5 golden lights were faintly discernible as they floated between the inscription patterns. Nai Lai tried to use his thoughts to get closer, but the 5 golden lights suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling light. He felt a series of sharp pains in his soul realm and quickly retracted his thoughts. Nai Lai understood a little. These 5 golden lights are Yu Yan's life origin. As long as the 5 golden lights still exist, even if her divine spark was shattered and the laws were seized from her, she also wouldn't die, as these 5 golden lights are much more profound than the law of fire. He vaguely felt that there's a huge secret being concealed within Yu Yan. First, I'll help you recover your divine body. Nai Lai pondered. These secrets aren't something he can get himself involved in or find an explanation for it at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The law of fire's inscription patterns were sent into Yu Yan's divine body, and the inscription pattern structure in her body was also becoming more and more complete. In the end, they reached a perfect state and started to rotate like an array, attracting the surrounding law of fire energy, and frantically rushed the energy into her divine body. Nai Lai breathed a breath. Helping Yu Yan to reconstruct the inscription pattern caused the power of law in his soul realm to be nearly exhausted, making him panting from the weariness. However, it can be said it's completed. Nai Lai lowered his head to look and saw that Yu Yan's divine body was becoming bright and translucent. That bright skin of hers looked to be made from the purest jade in the world, emitting luster off it. Those shocking curves, tight, slender, long legs, and that proudly standing but were emitting an endless temptation. Up on the black spring, Yu Yan suddenly opened her eyes and had disbelief on her face as she muttered, "I never thought that he was actually be able to do it." Reconstructing the divine body is the kind of thing that even the strongest few spiritual gods in the past wouldn't be able to achieve, and yet, Nai Lai actually accomplished it. Yu Yan was simply speechless, unable to know how to describe her thoughts. In the black spring, her divine body, which was still in the scarlet sphere, slowly floated up. At this moment, her divine body looked as clear as ice and was as clean as a jade. That elegant and sacred look of hers would make anyone unable to have any profane thoughts. Her eyes were closed as she slowly floated up. That elegant figure was like a swan dancing on water. Wherever it passed, everything would light up. Yu Yan's body floated all the way up, till it was above the black spring and merged together with her soul form and finally opened her eyes. Her physique didn't have any changes. Her height was only roughly around 2 feet, appearing to be exquisite and yet small. After opening her eyes, silk clothes were quickly formed, covering her body. However, those silk clothes were faintly discernible, giving others fatal, alluring feeling. Nai Lai emerged from the water and jumped up. "Nai Lai, thank you for helping me restore my divine body. The restoration speed is even better than I imagined," said Yu Yan, looking at Nai Lai. Her voice was soft and gentle. "You're welcome." Nai Lai smiled as he stretched his waist. He has to say that continuously sending too many inscription patterns into Yu Yan's body made him quite exhausted, and the feeling of wanting to sleep was slowly appearing. Yu Yan was silent for a moment. She just had her divine body restored and doesn't have anything to give Nai Lai to express her thankfulness. She pondered for a moment and said, "I owe you a favor. If you need any help from me in the future, feel free to speak." Hearing Yu Yan's words, Nai Lai smiled and said, "Since Sister Goddess is so courteous, then I'll say my thanks. Having a goddess as a backer, mortals like me would be able to walk with our backs straight." Hearing Nai Lai's words, Yu Yan couldn't help smiling.